Chapter 1. Hey buddy, something big has happened. Last night, while I was indulging in a midnight adventure, I stumbled into a space of carnage. Words cannot express how gruesome it was. Corpses were hanging everywhere, and the ground was a river of blood that almost frightened the life out of me. To make matters worse, those people were dismembering the bodies and throwing them into boiling pots of oil, even relishing a lavish feast. Dear friends in the live stream, would you like to witness this? However, due to my limited travel funds, who could send me 50? They'll take you on a nocturnal adventure. Zhang Xiaofan, a sophomore at Jiangbei University, stood in front of a KFC on a Thursday, gesturing a V sign at the camera. As a student, he often worked part-time as a food blogger, occasionally sharing nonsensical quips in his live streams. Goodness, something's off with the streamer. Why has the sky around me turned so dark? What's happening? Is it the same where you are? Weren't we promised a crazy Thursday? This slaughter space is for real. Watching the barrage of comments in the live stream, Zhang Xiaofan was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Under normal circumstances, fans would be full of complaints. Yet, why were the comments so out of context? Amid his confusion, what had been a clear blue sky was suddenly shrouded in clouds, plunging him into darkness. Now, we shall commence a universal slaughter. This is the only method of salvation in this world. You are about to enter a realm where myriad races coexist, where demonic beasts roam freely, and the weak are devoured by the strong. Here, the victor shall be crowned king, and the vanquished will be regarded as outlaws otherwise. One shall either ascend to godhood or be reduced to dust. Wishing you all great fortunes in your martial endeavors. As the sky gradually cleared, Zhang Xiaofan reopened his eyes, only to find that the promised crazy Thursday was nowhere to be seen. He was instead situated in a dilapidated village. Scattered, thatched huts dotted the corners of the village. A dozen locust trees stood bare, their leaves having fallen, casting a bleak autumnal shadow. Every household appeared in disrepair, a foul odor of decay wafting across the fields. Congratulations to all for arriving in the world of slaughter. You are honored as the chosen ones. And this is the 10,086th beginner village. The village is an absolute safe zone. Demons cannot penetrate it, and the chosen ones cannot engage in combat amongst themselves. Within the village, you can restore your mental energy and health. Please, all chosen ones, take a moment to observe your personal data. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, and an image appeared before him. Instantly, Zhang Xiaofan's avatar appeared at the top, accompanied by relevant numerical information. Name, Zhang Xiaofan. Strength 5. Agility 6. Speed 6. Spirit 9. Stamina 6. Talent. Unawakened skills none. Overall combat capability Bronze 2 star. At that moment, a throng of equally bewildered individuals was making their way to the corners of the village. Most were young people, with a few rare middle-aged men. They wept and clung to one another. Oh my God, this is the world of slaughter. How did I end up here? I don't want to die. Bro, I'm not even married yet. I refuse to perish here. Don't worry, we'll definitely make it out alive. You're not married, right? Luckily, I already am, and my wife has 2 kids. The surrounding crowd began to jest among themselves. Zhang Xiaofan continued to absorb the information in his mind. Everyone entering the beginner village was a novice chosen one. The majority had values below 10. Only Zhang Xiaofan noticed that his spirit attribute was markedly different from the others. But the crucial question remained: what did an overall combat capability of Bronze 2 star signify? Soon, those around him also became aware of the information in their minds. One after another, they began to converse. It appears that the Bronze level has 3 stars, assessed based on individual numerical values. Bro, I'm a Taekwondo expert, so my strength can reach 9. Impressive. I'm a sprint champion, my speed has reached 8. I'm done for my overall ability is only 1 star, with barely passing values. Without comparison, there is no injury. After a round of discussions, some rejoiced while others despaired. In the beginner village, there were now over 1,000 participants, all evaluated as Bronze level. Zhang Xiaofan realized that his data wasn't too shabby. Most of the crowd appeared rather mediocre, at best just Bronze I star. Of course, due to the large number, individuals like him with a 2-star rating were not uncommon. As for a few exceptional ones, Based on their real-life professions and physical conditions, they had already reached the pinnacle of 3 stars. All chosen ones, please prepare yourselves. We are about to awaken random talents. This talent is divided into SSS, SS, and S tiers for super talents, as well as AF for ordinary talents. The random talent awakening will be assessed based on individual ability scores. The voice of the system was unmistakably clear. The stronger the overall capability, the more formidable the talent bestowed. Wow, we're about to awaken talents. I can't wait to see what kind of extraordinary talent it'll awaken. Wang Chong, you're amazing. With your 3-star peak, you're bound to receive an extraordinary talent. My stats are mediocre, dear heavens. Please grant me a good talent. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at his data and at his nearly peak spirit. Yet, he remained unaware of what luck awaited him. Soon, a radiant white light enveloped the entire beginner village. Corresponding data appeared in Zhang Xiaofan's mind. X talent, devour all. What on earth is this? This doesn't seem right. This talent value appears to be non-existent within the system. How can it compare? Upon clicking on the devour all skill, he read, the host can devour all. The more you use it, the more surprises await. The description of the skill was rather vague, leaving Zhang Xiaofan perplexed. At that moment, a rotund individual beside him patted Zhang Xiaofan on the shoulder, revealing a look of regret. Don't worry, brother, if you encounter any trouble, just stay behind the crowd. Though your talent may be lacking, as long as you're clever and quick-witted, your chances of survival are still considerable. The rotund man shook his head with a sigh. Is the X talent really that inferior? Zhang Xiaofan remained confused. Soon, several other novices gathered together, each sighing in despair. There's nothing to be done. I also have an F talent. It seems we were too optimistic. True, extraordinary talents aren't so easily obtained, let alone an steer talent. Even a tire talent is out of reach. After all, we're just ordinary people. Something felt off. It felt overwhelmingly wrong. The X talent seemed visible only to Zhang Xiaofan in the eyes of others. It was merely an F talent. Zhang Xiaofan merely observed. Among the thousands of individuals, the majority possessed E and F tier talents. At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the village center. A massive stone was shattered into pieces. Wang Chong, who had just spoken, stood beside the stone, fist raised, garnering cheers. Wow, Brother Wang, that's an exceedingly rare D talent. What a stunning display. It can enhance physical strength by over 3 times. While others showcase their talents, Zhang Xiaofan too wished to experience his own. Devour all. To devour all that exists. He then closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on a stone platform at the village entrance, feeling the gentle breeze of the beginner village. Talent activation. Devour the winds of nature. Agility increased. What's happening? This actually works? Watching the agility number continually rise, Zhang Xiaofan began to experiment further. He slowly placed his hands on the ground. Talent activation. Devour the power of the earth's strength increased. This is unbelievable. This outrageous talent is beyond comprehension. How can he even absorb the resources of the landscape and terrain of the beginner village? After 2 minutes passed, the system reminded him once more. Host the beginner village map. The winds of nature and the power of the earth have reached their maximum absorption limit. No further extraction is possible. After a series of tests, Zhang Xiaofan discovered the limits of his devouring ability. It could not exceed the resources of what was being devoured. He opened the system. Name, Zhang Xiaofan. Strength, 26. Agility, 24. Speed, 6. Spirit, 9. Stamina, 6. Talent, unawakened skills, none. Overall combat capability, bronze. Star. It was evident that both strength and agility had surpassed the bronze threshold. As for the star rating, it seems that a bug has emerged. The system is redefining itself. Just as Zhang Xiaofan contemplated continuing his attempts, the changes in the outside world became truly captivating. Wait a moment. Among us thousands, is the strongest merely Wang Chong? Though Brother Wang is formidable, he possesses only a grade talent. Is there truly no one with a grade? The existence of talent is no longer merely a personal matter. It pertains to the survival opportunities of the entire group. standing alongside a big shot, the chances of survival doubly a timeless truth. Grade talent, Ma Chuanxiong. Fire talent. No sooner had the words left his lips than a man, donned in a white outfit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, appeared unassuming in appearance, yet remarkable in his abilities. With a casual wave of his hand, two brilliant flames danced in his palm. Instantly, a wave of cheers erupted. Wow, there really is a Kraid powerhouse. This is a true elite. Moreover, having such a rare fire talent among us ensures our lives are secure. Are there any other Kraid talents? Please step forward and reveal yourselves. Within the system, while individuals could see each other's talents, they were required to speak face-to-face. If someone concealed their strength, remaining inscrutable, there was little that could be done. System announcement. Main quest activated Monster Siege. In order to expedite the growth of the Chosen Ones, in 3 days, the village will gather protective barriers while facing a monster siege. Monsters near the novice village will launch a proactive assault. Any chosen one below level 10 will be slaughtered by the beasts. As the system prompted, images of a bloody scene flooded the minds of the crowd. Various monsters rampaged, bearing their fangs, wreaking havoc. In a single night, corpses littered the land, rivers ran red with blood, and bones stacked like mountains. Eviscerated and disemboweled, the gruesome imagery was enough to make anyone nauseous. Goodness, we have little time left. We must venture out to hone our skills. The monster siege is no trivial matter. Are there any other Kraid talents? When no one responded, all eyes turned to Wang Chong and Ma Chuanxiong. Embarking on a journey of training and aligning with the powerhouse was the optimal choice. I prefer to act alone. With that declaration, Ma Chuanxiong departed without a backward glance. One Kraid talent, stumbling forward, called out, "Brother Ma, wait for me. Please take me along." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed out of the village. But in the next moment, a monstrous creature with a green face and sharp fangs leapt towards him with alarming speed. Swift Beast and Attack-type creature, level 3. Skill: Bloodlust attack power doubles upon scenting blood. The information about the beast flashed in the minds of the onlookers. Ma Chuanxiong glanced back. In a swift motion, he seized the nearby man. With a resounding punch, the man coughed up blood. The swift beast, drawn by the scent of blood, surged into a frenzy, capturing the injured man. With its gaping maw open wide, it snapped down. With a sickening crunch, half of the man's shoulder was obliterated. Goodness, this is deliberate. If you didn't want to take us, you could have said so instead. You lure monsters to slaughter our comrades. Who will save him now? The level 3 swift beast could easily massacre bronze and below level 3 chosen ones. The crowd cried out, yet who dared step forward? They could only watch helplessly as the man lay in a pool of blood. System announcement. Wang Ming has been slain by the swift beast. Dead? In a mere encounter, a chosen one had perished. In the next instant, while Wang Ming lay lifeless, Ma Chuanxiong unleashed a torrent of flames that enveloped the swift beast. The beast let out a howl of agony, but with a flick of his wrist, a fireball encircled it, leading to its swift demise. Whoever is following me shall die. In a blink, Ma Chuanxiong vanished from sight. The crowd gasped in shock. This is intentional. He is definitely using his companion as bait. Why does such a person possess talent? Brother Wang, you wouldn't act this way, would you? You will lead us to level up, right? With Ma Chuanxiong's unreliability as a Kraid talent, the people could only place their hopes in Wang Chong. The burly Wang Chong wore a faint smile on his face. Of course, I would never abandon you all. We will slay the beasts and grow stronger as a team. However, as captain, I have my own choices to make. You, and you too, come here. As Wang Chong spoke, the crowd exchanged glances. The individuals he pointed to were all exceptionally beautiful women. Several Kraid girls, brimming with excitement, approached Wang Chong, their faces alight with smiles. Brother Wang, thank you for choosing me. Rest assured, I will give my utmost effort along this journey. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Chong smirked disdainfully. Devotion. In a world of slaughter, the victor reigned supreme. What use is a group of F-grade talent wastrels? He commanded, you few who wish to follow me. Strip. The several young women were momentarily taken aback. In the next heartbeat, with a swift motion, Wang Chong seized a woman clad in a black dress and tore her garments asunder, revealing a pink bikini underneath. Her slender figure was tantalizing to eye in this apocalyptic realm. A tragic scene unveiled merely the tip of the iceberg. In the real world, I am but a common thief, and it has been years since I last touched a woman. This is divine favor. The brutality of this slaughtering world is evident to all. The lovely ladies may choose to stand and die or kneel and live. As for those who belong to me, I may offer them some protection. Otherwise, once we step into the wild, those not of my kin will harbor malicious intent. Wang Chong's intent was unmistakable. Should they refuse, the likelihood of being slain by their own comrades loomed large. And to perish at the hands of Wang Chong meant certain death when monsters laid siege. Hope for survival was bleak. Under the weight of multiple threats, tears welled in the eyes of the young women. Yet to preserve their lives, they had no choice but to comply with Wang Chong's demands. One by one, they revealed their alluring forms, writhing at Wang Chong's feet, enduring humiliation and burden. Wang Chong laughed heartily. Yet his satisfaction remained elusive as he turned his gaze towards a beauty clad in white sportswear, Bei Mingxue. From the outset, she had displayed an expression of revulsion. Their acquaintance dated back to their school days. Where Wang Chong's penchant for brawling and lewdness had earned her disdain, her rejections of his advances had been numerous. Little did they expect to cross paths once more in this world of slaughter. Bei Ming, it is your turn now. Bei Mingxue instinctively recoiled, positioning herself behind Zhang Xiaofan. Wang Chong, I shall never acquiesce. Even in the face of a monster siege, I would rather perish than seek disgrace and false glory. Having obtained a C-grade talent, Wang Chong was already lost to madness. What he could not possess in reality, he would not allow himself to be denied in this slaughtering realm. How dare you? He bellowed, advancing towards Bei Mingxue. Within the village, combat was prohibited, yet he disregarded the presence of Zhang Xiaofan as he pointed a finger at Bei Mingxue's forehead. You insolent wretch, those were your words. Once we leave this village, I will show you what hell truly is. Wang Chong's face contorted in fury. The crowd remained silent. Though his actions were egregious, none wished to offend a powerful figure blessed with D-grade talent. You prattled too much. Zhang Xiaofan, seated upon a rock, slowly stood. Wang Chong's shouts grated on his ears, prompting an overwhelming sense of distaste. As Zhang Xiaofan's voice rang out, Wang Chong and the surrounding crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. Is this fool truly challenging Wang Chong? An F-grade talent, stepping out of the village is tantamount to courting death. When will one learn to let heroes rescue damsels? Bei Mingxue also wore a look of surprise, wishing to counsel Zhang Xiaofan from behind. However, Wang Chong merely raised his middle finger to F-grade talent. How dare you act so high and mighty? What do you think you are doing in the novice village? Surely you do not covet Bei Mingxue as well. You two can only survive a mere 3 days in this new village. As Wang Chong finished his taunt, Zhang Xiaofan boldly stepped outside the novice village. Through the act of devouring, his attributes surged dramatically. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to showcase his strength. Witnessing Zhang Xiaofan's audacity, Wang Chong's eyes bulged in disbelief. How dare he step out of the village? Who granted him such audacity? Wang Chong's complexion turned crimson as he hastily pursued him. You bold lad. However, you shall be the first in this slaughtering world to be slain by the chosen one. With a resounding boom, Wang Chong unleashed his talent. His body surged forth like a meteor, radiating a golden glow. As a strength-based talent, he was more than capable of crushing all, including Bei Mingxue. The crowd gazed in shock, incredulous at the spectacle unfolding before them. What an idiot! To hide in the novice village was one thing, but to confront Wang Chong directly with an F-grade talent. He seeks death. The crowd's eyes widened. And numerous women, regardless of their revealing attire, covered their mouths in anticipation of the impending bloodshed. With a thud, Wang Chong collided violently with Zhang Xiaofan, sending him sprawling a dozen meters away. Truly, the force of his strength was formidable, causing Zhang Xiaofan's innards to churn. The onlookers averted their gazes, but the next moment, Zhang Xiaofan lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with an eerie glow. Devouring all, progress at 1050, Zhang Xiaofan's strength had long surpassed Wang Chong's. He had merely feigned weakness and, in an instant, seized Wang Chang's arm, rendering him immovable despite the latter's might. How is this possible? Your strength can match mine. No, it exceeds it. Wang Chang's eyes widened in horror. Zhang Xiaofan's hands gripped him like iron pincers, firmly restraining him. Stone shattering heaven. Wang Chang roared in fury, preparing to unleash his skill, only to find himself abruptly silenced. A faint smile graced Zhang Xiaofan's lips. Skill, stone shattering heaven, devoured for my own use. With a resounding crack before the astonished crowd, Zhang Xiaofan's fist pierced through Wang Chang's chest, creating a gory hole. System announcement. The chosen one, Wang Chang, has been slain by Zhang Xiaofan. Remaining participants, 998. A D-grade talent has been eliminated. Silence enveloped the scene, quickly followed by an eruption of cheers. My goodness. This brother is truly a hidden gem. An F-grade talent has actually vanquished a D-grade. That Wang is someone I have long found displeasing. What a facade. Brother, take me with you. From this moment forth, you are our captain. How did you achieve such a feat? A hint of a smile illuminated Bei Mingshue's face as two young men nearby began to dance with excitement. Zhang Xiaofan's actions instilled confidence within the crowd. This brother is also F-grade. Surely we can succeed. Let us go forth and level up. With Wang Chang's demise, the cheers intensified. Simultaneously, the system chimed once more, its voice echoing throughout the novice village. In the world of slaughter, the victor reigns supreme. While the vanquished are reduced to dust, I end this slaughtering game. Only 10 survivors are expected. Only 10. The system's announcement plunged many into despair. Yet, others were driven by eagerness to level up swiftly and avoid falling behind. Two brothers wasted no time, charging out of the village. Others shared similar sentiments. Within mere seconds, the system announced, Zhou Huamin and Zhou Huayu have been slain by a dragon beast. Remaining participants, 996, they're dead. Wasn't it said that F-grade talents could survive? Hope swiftly turned to despair among the crowd. It seemed only this man before them had a chance. But once they stepped outside, death would be inevitable. With no means to level up, they were destined to perish when the monsters laid siege after 3 days. These formidable foes would pay no heed to the weak. What were they to do? Confusion reigned as Zhang Xiaofan advanced, squinting his eyes. Everyone remained calm. That I just observed the strength of these monsters. The novice's initial foray into external borrowing is divided into 3 primary regions: the vast grassland plains, the icy rivers, and the rocky jungles. The plains are predominantly inhabited by first-tier beasts, such as the frenzied rabbits. Meanwhile, the swift beasts emerge from the jungle as third-tier creatures. Our strategy is to venture into the plains first, forming a team of 3 to 5 individuals, collaborating to gradually level up. After Zhang Xiaofan finished speaking, he opened the team invitation. According to the system's regulations, 5 individuals can form a small team. With a resounding clamor, the number of applicants for Zhang Xiaofan's team quickly surged, akin to a swarm. However, due to limited slots, many had to be turned away. Apart from Bei Mingxue, only a tall man and a couple remained, filling the team to capacity. Although everyone cannot join the same team, you can still form sub-teams while maintaining an appropriate distance between them. Collaborate during the battle, though unable to join Zhang Xiaofan's group. The others had no choice but to comply. After the team formation concluded, Zhang Xiaofan noticed the additional power talent in the system, causing a chill to run through him. Can I absorb Wang Chang's talent? Is it possible for the others' talents to be similar? Wang Ruhan, Wei Xiangyi, do not let the rabbits escape. Bei Mingxue, your E-grade talent needs to come into play. Find a way to slow them down. Jack, you are responsible for locking onto the target. In the grassland area, following a spring rain, the fragrance of the earth wafted through the air. Under Zhang Xiaofan's leadership, the couple positioned themselves on either side, activating their defensive talents to thwart the frenzied rabbit's attacks. The man named Jack possessed a locking talent, which, after targeting a monster, augmented attack power and critical hit rates. Bei Mingxue wielded a slowing talent, capable of reducing the speed of a frenzied rabbit for 3 seconds at the moment of its escape. With everything in place, Zhang Xiaofan charged forward. With a resounding punch, the frenzied rabbit collapsed lifelessly. Experience points. 8,100 experience points. 19100. The base experience for slaying a rabbit was 20, but due to team cooperation, the experience will be evenly distributed among all members. Although the quantity was limited, the principle of thin profit and high sales applied. Mere minutes later, the experience of Zhang Xiaofan's team soared dramatically, yielding abundant rewards that it's incredible. We're being led by a mere F-grade talent. What kind of talent does Brother Zhang possess? It seems to be strength-based like Wang Chang's. But why is he always able to deal a fatal blow stronger than us? The members of the team cast envious glances at Zhang Xiaofan. I could see that moment. He approached the corpse of the frenzied rabbit, crouching beside it and stroking its fur. Devour all things, devouring progress. 2070 agility increased by 0.5. Acquired the frenzied rabbit skill. Emergency evasion. Agility increased by 0.3. Skill experience increased by 5. With each monster slain. Zhang Xiaofan would approach it to devour. After several minutes, he had devoured all the frenzied rabbits to their limit, unable to continue. While every monster could be devoured, there was a cap. Roughly 10 or so could reach the upper limit. Each monster possessed distinct attributes. The rabbit primarily emphasized agility. Upon opening the system interface, changes were evident. Name. Zhang Xiaofan strength, 26 agility, 40 speed, 6 mentality, 9 stamina, 6 talent, devour all things. Strength enhancement, emergency evasion, level 2, skills, none. Comprehensive combat capability, bronze, 3 stars. It was clear that his overall ability had improved. Devouring similar skills could enhance talent levels, due to the abundance of rabbits. His emergency evasion had risen to level 2. However, all of this remained unknown to the other team members. Despite the fruitful outcomes of their battles, casualties were significant. System announcement. Zhang Mimi, core of the grassland, was slain by the elite monster, the frenzied rabbit. Wang Momo, core of the grassland, was slain by the frenzied rabbit. Remaining personnel, 980. Within half an hour of battle, 20 chosen ones had perished. Upon hearing the system notifications, Zhang Xiaofan remarked to Baiming Shui, "An elite monster has appeared. I shall investigate further." With a swift motion, he moved toward the core of the grassland while others were distracted. The core, a nearly 2-meter tall frenzied rabbit, drenched in blood, stood as the elite monster. 2 chosen ones lay lifeless nearby. Only one young man, a speed-type contestant, remained, darting back and forth in fear. "Zhang, you're the one who defeated Wang Chang, right? Please, I beg you, help me." The elite monster was exceptionally swift. "Although I possess a speed talent, I still struggle to evade. If we were together, we might stand a chance." The young man, named Yi Yun, was battered and bruised. Although they were not in the same team, it was understandable to lend a helping hand if they were allies. However, Zhang Xiaofan first approached the 2 corpses, gently touching their foreheads. Devour the heavens and earth. Whenever a chosen one dies, Zhang Xiaofan would temporarily leave the team to devour. Acquired chosen one talent. Minor healing, prediction talent. No wonder the 2 perished so terribly. All 3 in their group possess supportive talents. After devouring, Zhang Xiaofan turned to face the elite monster. "I will attract its attention. You take this opportunity to strike from behind and weaken the frenzied rabbit's abilities." As he spoke, he activated his prediction talent, allowing him to perceive the rabbit's attack direction within mere moments. Though the skill was relatively low level, its overall utility was immense. However, in the next second, as the prediction talent activated, a bizarre scene unfolded in his mind. The young man, originally preparing to flank the elite monster, suddenly turned and attacked Zhang Xiaofan instead. Just as he was injured, the opponent fled. Good. I fear not a godlike opponent, but rather a teammate akin to a pig. Fortunately, the devouring was timely. Otherwise, I would have been unaware of the impending betrayal. In this world of slaughter, monsters are ruthless, and human hearts are even more so. To survive, one would use oneself as bait. Then I must apologize, heaven-shattering stone. Zhang Xiaofan shouted, charging directly at the elite monster. Dust swirled. The young man behind him maximized his speed talent, preparing to escape. Just at that moment, Zhang Xiaofan, suspended in the air, suddenly twisted his body, heading straight for the young man. Caught off guard, the young man was struck down, his chest crushed in an instant. leaving him lifeless, still gazing at Zhang Xiaofan's grin. Why did he know first? Brother, if you respect me an inch, I will respect you a mile. If you are ungrateful, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall see you off. The elite monster turned to observe Zhang Xiaofan's actions. Bewildered that am I attacking my own people? Successfully devoured, he acquired the speed talent stacking, upgraded to level 2. Additionally, he leveled up, bronze, 3 stars upper limit. Zhang Xiaofan's comprehensive abilities surged once more as he turned to face the elite monster. The current levels of power and agility have dramatically escalated. Compared to elite monsters, Zhang Xiaofan is wreaking havoc. Blood still stains the young man's face, his smile grotesquely fierce, as if a demon has descended. It's your turn, you wretched rabbit. It's time I send you to the heavens. Where has Brother Zhang gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Elite monsters are several times more formidable than ordinary ones. Could something have gone awry? Stop with the nonsense. If he were dead, the system would notify us. Those remaining in the grassland area, including Baiming Shui and others, have noticeably enhanced their team capabilities under Zhang Xiaofan's guidance. Each member is on the brink of leveling up. Yet the absence of Zhang Xiaofan stirs a sense of unease like that moment. A deafening roar erupts from the grassland. A frenzied pink rabbit is sprinting wildly, capturing the attention of all with wide eyes. What the hell? How did a core monster get here? Immediate rescue efforts are initiated. Are there any other teams nearby? Killing elite monsters yields vast amounts of experience, a couple frantically types on the public screen. However, after a rampage, who would dare approach so easily? The elite monsters are becoming increasingly ferocious. Baiming Shui takes a deep breath. Captain Zhang said one crucial thing. Do not panic, we must maintain our distance. When we escape, do not cluster together. Engaging directly with such elite monsters is nearly impossible. Without reinforcements, dispersing is the best option. Unfortunately, the elite monster's speed exceeds expectations, akin to a fiery meteor swiftly closing in. Upon witnessing this, some in the crowd are left in shock that it seems there's something chasing the elite monster. The speed seems nearly equal. Wait, is that our Captain Zhang? What level has Brother Zhang attained? Is he still in the killing world, chasing monsters down the street? With a resounding crash, the elite monster exhausts its energy, ultimately collapsing. Zhang Xiaofan also stands before them. What are you waiting for? Share the experience. Zhang Xiaofan delivers a punch, instantly reducing the elite monster to a sliver of health. Several teammates strike simultaneously at a system notification echoes. The elite monster in the grassland area has been slain, granting an abundance of experience. Soon, the entire team, led by Zhang Xiaofan, levels up collectively. Even the weakest among them has reached the rank of bronze 2-star. Brother Zhang, Captain Zhang, is incredible. His F talent is still so strong. Lead us to victory. The male partner in the couple excitedly grabs Zhang Xiaofan's arm. However, Baiming Shui quickly douses their enthusiasm with cold water. Captain Zhang, you may reign supreme in the grassland area, but we cannot. Rather than merely admiring, we should focus on enhancing our own abilities. Baiming Shui is indeed a very opinionated girl, a trait that Zhang Xiaofan greatly admires. As the crowd appears dejected. A sudden and ominous notification from the system pierces through the AI. Our M. Tian has been slain by Ma Chuanxiong in the Ice River. Zhao Guangyi, Wu Tianming, Ouyang Lei. One name after another is read out by the system. The final tally. All have been slain by Ma Chuanxiong. Remaining personnel, 950, down from 980 in an instant. C-class talent has killed 30 people. What does this mean? Is Ma Chuanxiong intent on wiping us all out? This is undoubtedly intentional. Everyone is dispersing to tackle monsters. It's improbable they would encounter so many comrades by chance unless sought out deliberately. After finally obtaining a C-class talent, it turns out to be a madman. Zhang Xiaofan gazes toward the location of the Ice River, his expression turning frigid. Everyone, I decided to go to the Ice River. You all stay here and continue leveling up. Our team will disband for now. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruhan and Wei Xiangyi, the couple, immediately protest from either side. Captain Zhang, please don't abandon us. We want to go too. We only have 3 days. If monsters attack the city, we'll have no chance of leveling up. In their desperate pleas, Bai Mingshui and another male member voluntarily withdraw from the team. I understand your eagerness to level up, but our current strength is insufficient for the ice river. If we go, we will only become a burden to Captain Zhang, so it's best to forego this. Bai Mingshui's rational words fail to awaken the crowd. Wang Ruhin stubbornly asserts, I don't care. I must go with you. If we encounter Ma Chuanxiong, it would be certain death. Throughout the discussion, Zhang Xiaofan does not intervene, continuing onward toward the ice region. His face is alight with excitement. Ma Chuanxiong has killed over 30 individuals. Yet he consumes everything, including corpses, to extract power. Regrettably, upon reaching the ice region, the atmosphere turns frigid, with countless rivers flowing chaotically. The rivers emanate an intense chill. The moment one steps into the water, their strength is gradually sapped. It is no wonder this is a mid-level training area near the novice village. The terrain alone poses significant challenges. The couple behind him, unable to engage in battle, is already shivering uncontrollably. Captain Zhang, where do we go next? We must avoid encountering Ma Chuanxiong. If we face monsters here, our strength seems to diminish drastically. Zhang Xiaofan squints at the icy landscape that by the riverbank. He notices scorch marks from a raging fire. Over 30 corpses have long turned to ash. Clearly, Ma Chuanxiong's abilities have also advanced. Before the monster siege, that man must perish. Gazing at the charred remnants, Zhang Xiaofan grits his teeth, and the couple nods in agreement. Indeed, Captain Zhang. As long as he lives, he poses a threat to us. People fail to comprehend Zhang Xiaofan's anguish. They disregard Ma Chuanxiong's reckless actions, but the real issue lies in the fact that he has incinerated the corpses entirely, leaving nothing to consume. I've traveled such a long distance only to find not even a scrap left behind. The more Zhang Xiaofan thinks about it, the angrier he becomes as he steps into the river. A wave of coldness envelopes him, causing him to shudder. Consume all. He harnesses the power of the ice river to enhance his cold resistance, acquiring the talent. Cold ice aura. The chilling aura around Zhang Xiaofan gradually dissipates. The couple stands by the shore, eyes wide in disbelief. What the hell? Captain Zhang, aren't you cold? Standing in the river will cause you to lose health. Zhang Xiaofan ignores their statements and plunges headfirst into the water. Consume level 2. Aside from his other talents, it seems the consumption talent upgrades with increased usage. He opens his status screen, and the numbers reflect a staggering transformation. Name: Zhang Xiaofan strength, 80 agility, 40 speed, 18 spirit, 32 stamina, 50 talent. Consume all level 2. Strength enhancement level 1. Emergency evasion level 2. Preemptive judgment level 1. Speed enhancement level 1. Cold resistance level 1. Cold ice aura level 2 skills. None. Overall combat capability. Peak bronze 3-star with 7 talents satisfied. A mysterious talent is unlocked. Heavenly path level 2. Purpose unknown. Point 1. Unknown purpose. Leave Zhang Xiaofan, feeling immensely intrigued. Just as he contemplates this, he notices something fist-sized emitting a faint blue glow deep within the glacier. Below the ice region, ordinary divine selectors find it difficult to venture. Zhang Xiaofan, having enhanced his various skills, can now hold his breath underwater for over half an hour. Without a word, he plunges into the depths. What the hell? This is clearly an attempt to freeze me to death. My comrades are swimming in the river, bleeding out. I am no winter swimming brother like Aoli. In an instant, a wave of frigid air surged towards Zhang Xiaofan, nearly suffocating him, and a mouthful of river water seeped into his lungs through his nostrils. Yet at that moment, Zhang Xiaofan's brows furrowed deeply. The river water bore a faint taste of blood and sweetness. He held his breath and moved closer to the source of the blue light. The nearer he got, the more potent the sweet aroma became. Squinting, he noticed that the monsters surrounding him were not attacking. Instead, they were fleeing in all directions. Furthermore, the closer he approached the light, the fewer monsters there were. In the ocean. Such a phenomenon could only indicate one thing: the boss of the ice zone. The ice serpent. According to the system's description of the map, the ice poison serpent often remained in a state of hibernation, occasionally becoming active while feeding. The toxins in its body would emit a faintly sweet fragrance as they permeated the seawater. The stronger the scent, The more potent the toxicity at that moment, Zhang Xiaofan felt as if the surrounding seawater was as sweet as honey, nearly intoxicating him. No, he must remain alert. The ice-poisoned serpent still holds significance for me. The other monster leaders in different regions have lost their worth for consumption. Devouring companions would enhance attributes such as strength and agility, but the increase in mental acuity was exceedingly rare. Devouring the ice serpent would greatly benefit his mental prowess. Yet, the only issue was that the ice serpent's body was semi-transparent, lacking a light source, and should not exhibit a blue hue. After several minutes of diving deeper, Zhang Xiaofan finally reached the riverbed, where he spotted several towering rocks. Despite the fierce undercurrents, the area around the rocks was as solid as a fortress. To the core of the rocks lay a semi-transparent serpent, approximately 7 or 8 meters long. Coiled within the crevices from the gaps in its scales, a faint blue glow emanated. Encircled by the ice serpent, it appeared to be a prized possession. Zhang Xiaofan held his breath and approached the crevice of the rocks. However, upon closer inspection, he furrowed his brow. Beside the ice serpent lay a frail man, now nothing more than a pile of bones, clearly a victim who had attempted to covet the treasure, for a chosen one who had not yet honed their skills in the grasslands. The ice zone was akin to a death trap. After a period of consumption in the grasslands, Zhang Xiaofan's current strength was monstrous among novices. Fortunately, the ice serpent was still in hibernation. He maximized his speed and, in an instant, arrived beside the ice serpent, delivering a swift strike to its abdomen, as the saying goes, striking the serpent at its vitals. Zhang Xiaofan's strength had long surpassed that of Wang Chong, even more than doubling it. The most terrifying aspect of the ice serpent lay in its ability to spray toxins in the water, which would diffuse and create a fan-like attack pattern. Paradoxically, the more ferocious the attack, the weaker its defense became. With a resounding splash, he struck the ice serpent in one swift motion, cleaving it in two. Consumption progress. 3892. After waiting for approximately 2 to 3 minutes. Zhang Xiaofan's expectations were confirmed. He gained 10 points of mental strength, bringing his total to 42. In this apocalyptic crisis, it was certainly not a time for mercy. After dispatching the ice serpent, Zhang Xiaofan quickly turned his gaze to the pile of gleaming bones nearby. In the real world, he might have assisted in a proper burial. Yet now, the only thought occupying Zhang Xiaofan's mind was whether he could still consume the remains of a creature that had already turned to bones. During this contemplation, he unhesitatingly reached out to touch the skeletal remains. Congratulations, host. Consumption successful. You have acquired the night vision identification talent. This talent enhances vision and allows one to perceive the essence of things. This was indeed a remarkable boon. Each individual's talent was distinct, especially regarding their sensory abilities. Though seemingly unremarkable, such talents often determine the outcome in combat. That vision-related talents were particularly rare, as the saying goes. Finding a needle in a haystack, yet acquiring it felt effortless. Possessing the skill of consumption meant talents could continuously stack. Once stacked, they would automatically upgrade, which was far superior to diligent practice. Adhering to the principle of 3 lights, he completed the consumption and turned his attention to the direction indicated by the faint blue light. There, within the domain guarded by the ice serpent, lay a pale blue apple radiating a cold glow. The ice fruit, a low-level medicinal item, could enhance physical constitution and offer a measure of toxin resistance. Zhang Xiaofan immediately recognized the item's purpose. Indeed, his newfound eyes for identification were extraordinarily fascinating. This ice fruit could not only confer toxin resistance, but could also bolster strength, precisely what Zhang Xiaofan required at that moment. With this thought in mind, he proceeded towards the location of the fruit. The solitary ice fruit was grasped in Zhang Xiaofan's hands, and a wave of coldness coursed through his arm. He understood the importance of not wasting or hesitating. Otherwise, it would be a sign of disrespect. Without further ado, he swallowed a whole. Congratulations, host. Strength increased by 10 points. Ice poison resistance at 100. In this world, poisons came in myriad forms, much like the 5 elements. Each possessing unique characteristics, ice poison was classified as one of them. A 100 resistance indicated that such toxins could be completely disregarded. Upon reopening his status panel, he saw Name: Zhang Xiaofan. Strength: 90 agility, 40 speed, 18 mental, 42 stamina, 50 level, 1, 9100 talents, devour all things 2. Strength enhancement 1, emergency evasion 2, preemptive judgment 1, speed enhancement 1, cold resistance 1, ice aura 2, identification talent, ice poison resistance. None. Overall combat capability: peak bronze 3-star. Gazing at the data before him, Zhang Xiaofan felt a sense of satisfaction. Although classified as peak bronze 3-star, his current talents were sufficient to enable him to defeat opponents of higher levels. Among the numerous chosen ones, each had distinct paths for advancement, if viewed as a game. Some were strength-focused warriors, others stamina-based tanks, agile assassins, or swift swordsmen. Each type would awaken corresponding talents. Of course, there also existed anomalies like Zhang Xiaofan, whose unique consumption talent did not fit any particular category. Observing the experience gained, he noted that he needed just 10 more points to level up, that if he could eliminate another ice serpent, this journey would be flawlessly complete. After dealing with the monster before him, Zhang Xiaofan resurfaced, taking a deep breath in the ice zone. The number of chosen ones was exceedingly scarce. To engage in combat thus far, he could only rely on his own strength. After resting for a brief period, Zhang Xiaofan submerged once more. However, as his legs plunged into the mud, he noticed a series of footprints in the water. Other chosen ones were present, and there was not just one. Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brows as he pressed onward, following the trail of footprints. After traversing 100 meters, he found himself in an open expanse. Among the surroundings, a burly man with a muscular build stood bare-chested. Wearing denim trousers, his expression twisted into a menacing snarl. Accompanying him were 5 or 6 comrades who prowled about, contributing to the palpable tension in the air. The heart of this encirclement lay the source of their unease, a serpent of glacial ice, nearly 5 to 6 meters long, undulating through the river. Though not as lengthy as the one Zhang Xiaofan had dealt with, it was in a state of awakening, exuding a chilling venom that instantly forced the nearby crowd to retreat several meters. The captain cannot approach at all. If we get sprayed by this thing, our health bars will be utterly depleted. Zhang Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, observing the unfolding scene. He then witnessed the captain emit a cold snort before suddenly lunging forward. His hand stretching out, a deep blue luminescence radiated from his palms as a bolt of electricity surged directly towards the icy serpent. Lightning talent. Zhang Xiaofan recalled the man's name, Shi. Although his talent was merely rated E, its adept application was exceedingly impressive, particularly in an aquatic environment, allowing the power of lightning to amplify continuously along the water's flow. Indeed, upon being struck by the lightning, the serpent became paralyzed, its massive form collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Launch a full-scale assault, Shi commanded, prompting the other teammates to unleash their unique skills in a stunning display of diverse abilities against the icy serpent. As it teetered on the brink of collapse, Shi sprang into action, launching himself into the air with a single powerful kick. Thunderous fury, he declared, his voice booming with confidence. The lightning concentrated in his hands transformed into a magnificent sword, which he plunged directly into the serpent's head. In that instant, Zhang Xiaofan found himself rendered moot, as the entire team obliterated the icy serpent. Truly, the power of the lightning talent was formidable, explaining why these chosen ones dared to navigate the frigid territory. With such a captain leading the charge, they could indeed dominate. Zhang Xiaofan silently approved of Shi's leadership as the crowd erupted in a chorus of sighs. In no way, I barely received 10 experience points. When will I ever level up? You're lucky. I only got 5 points since I was merely a spectator. Captain Shi, how are things on your end? Any breakthrough, the experience gained from the entire team defeating the monster would naturally be divided among them. Fortunately, the distribution was quite fair, calculated according to each member's contribution. Shi's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised 3 fingers, and oh surprise there, he secured 30 experience points. Unlike us, who can only watch enviously. Well, if he weren't the captain, do you think we could survive in the icy region with our talents? The team members chimed in. and suddenly, a faint blue glow emanated from one of the members. It immediately drew everyone's attention. "Wow, Captain, you've leveled up. You're the first among us to do so, right? How does it feel? Share your experience, so we can learn from it." It was evident that lightning crackled around Sher Palais, illuminating him with an electrifying aura. After his upgrade, his essence had subtly shifted up to this point. It was Zhang Xiaofan's first encounter with someone leveling up, and he quickly activated his appraisal eye to scrutinize the scene. Name: Zhang Xiaofan. Strength: 32 agility, 10 speed, 11 spirit, 21 stamina, 33 level, 2, 11300. Possesses an exceptional talent, bronze 3 stars. Clearly, Sher Palais's lightning talent had accelerated his leveling speed beyond that of others. However, when Zhang Xiaofan observed these statistics, he was taken aback. Their star ratings were nearly identical, yet the figures revealed a stark disparity. And oh wonder, Sher Palais sought to annihilate the icy serpent with the team. In a one-on-one scenario, he would only manage a 50-50 chance. Should he be poisoned, the consequences would be dire. Comparing his own data, Zhang Xiaofan realized that, on the surface, they were of the same level. But in reality, they were worlds apart. With his current strength, he should be at least bronze 4 stars or even 5 stars. What he initially thought was a grand display of power now appeared to be a mere trifle. At that moment, another team member, his eyes ablaze with fervor, charged forward, embracing the captain and shouting, "Captain, you've leveled up. Now you can avenge Zhao Chong. He won't die in vain." The blonde-haired woman beside him nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Brother Zhao was supposed to lead us, and we had a plan to slay the icy serpent. Who could have anticipated that beast's cunning, luring us into its lair and sending minions to gradually weaken Brother Zhao until he perished?" In the icy region, such leaders were not uncommon. Zhang Xiaofan observed with clarity that the group clearly yearned for vengeance against the icy serpent. Meanwhile, Sher Palais wore a triumphant smile, already considering himself the new captain, reveling in his elevated status. "Rest assured, having leveled up, and with my thunderous talent, I can maximize our potential in the icy waters. As long as you follow me, we shall sweep this area clean." Previously, Sher Palais's demeanor had been somewhat simple, but now it brimmed with arrogance that in this apocalyptic world, the expressions of those around conveyed everything. Ostensibly seeking revenge for their fallen comrade, they were, in truth, eager to follow the captain and continue slaying leaders for experience, potentially leading to Sher Palais's downfall. Soon, the crowd rallied around him, and Sher Palais became ensnared in his own pride, advancing with an air of superiority. Just as the group was poised to move forward, the golden-haired woman abruptly turned to face Zhang Xiaofan. "That you've been eavesdropping, haven't you?" Zhang Xiaofan was caught off guard by her sudden accusation. However, he quickly appraised her and discovered her name was Jiangbei University, endowed with the skin perception talent. Remarkably, she had managed to reach level 2 within the team. The skin perception talent is an auxiliary type, enabling its possessor to sense the flow of air and subtle changes around them to determine the locations of enemies. Although merely a support role within the team, her abilities were evidently crucial, especially in the river, where water movement could be sensed with far greater acuity than air. Much like Sher Palais, her talent could be maximized in this context. "What on earth are you doing here? You've got quite the nerve to venture into the icy region alone. Do you even have any combat experience? You won't survive like this." With a level 2 captain, the whole team took pride in their status. Speaking to Zhang Xiaofan with an air of superiority, Jiangbei University smirked slightly, noting Zhang Xiaofan's handsome features. She then interjected, "Captain Sher, we've already lost a comrade, and the team has an open position. This lad may seem a bit clumsy, but an extra pair of hands is still a boon." The meaning behind Jiangbei University's words is exceedingly clear. She is, after all, granting Zhang Xiaofan a favor in this apocalyptic world. At that moment, Sher Patian appeared before Zhang Xiaofan, feigning a cough. "So, you wish to join the Thunder God team? That is indeed a wise choice." Zhang Xiaofan had been observing from the sidelines for quite some time. This team had no name until now, and it had suddenly transformed into the Thunder God team. That it was evident that Sher Palais took great pride in this, believing himself capable of leading the group. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd showed no dissent. Zhang Xiaofan smiled faintly in response. "Apologies, I am merely a passerby." Sherpolai appeared not to have heard Zhang Xiaofan's words, continuing to bask in his own pride. Little brother, if you wish to join our team, do share your talents and skills. As long as it's not too burdensome, I might consider it. During this exchange, Qin Xiaomei seized Sherpolai's arm. Captain, it seems he just implied that he does not wish to join us. Many in the crowd began to doubt their own hearing, but with Qin Xiaomei's reminder, the message became crystal clear. What? This fellow doesn't want to join us and intends to venture alone in the ice zone. Isn't that akin to courting death? How on earth have you survived this long? It's simply unfathomable. The crowd gazed at Zhang Xiaofan with expressions of astonishment. Zhang Xiaofan calmly engaged with each of them, noting that Sherpolai made no effort to retain him. Sherpolai, feeling his dignity was under attack, shouted, "If that is what you think, then be gone. We do not harbor idle people here." Following this brief interlude, they parted ways, and Zhang Xiaofan returned to the corpse of the ice serpent, gently stroking it. Congratulations, host. You may continue to absorb energy. Since the ice serpent had been slain by Sherpolai and his companions, while Zhang Xiaofan could consume its residual value, he could only gain experience through his own kills. Thus, he had not met the requirements for leveling up in a one-on-one confrontation. The ice serpent was no longer a match for him. He wondered if there were any higher-level bosses still lurking in the ice zone. I must quickly level up and leave this area. Zhang Xiaofan floated to the surface, took a breath, and plunged back into the depths, racing forward at an astonishing speed. Leveling up was of utmost priority. Meanwhile, shortly after the two teams parted ways, the Thunder God squad finally arrived at the lair of the ice serpent. The sight before them left everyone dumbfounded. Outside the cave lay a 10-meter-long ice serpent, its belly ripped open, with blood swirling around the entrance, clearly having been slain not long ago. What on earth? Do the monsters here consume one another? This ice serpent was significantly larger than the one they had just defeated. What could have possibly killed it? If something could take down this behemoth, does that mean we're in constant danger? The Chosen Ones wore expressions of concern at that moment. A man with a slick-back hairstyle and black-rimmed glasses stepped forward to examine the corpse. The protagonist's name was Wan Feng, a well-known veterinarian in reality, and a high-achieving student known for his calm demeanor. After inspecting the body, his expression grew increasingly grave. "Captain, the situation is dire, based on these wounds. It appears to be a single fatal blow." Upon hearing this, the entire team felt a chill run down their spines. "Wan Feng, are you joking? A single fatal blow? That implies it was done by a solitary individual. This monster chief is far stronger than the one we just defeated, and we only triumphed under the captain's leadership. One person could accomplish that." As inquiries arose, Wan Feng furrowed his brow, tension evident on his face. Although the others were skeptical, they were well aware of Wan Feng's credentials and expertise. After several minutes, Wan Feng shook his head. "Believe it or not, that's the reality. Not only was it a solo kill, but the perpetrator was also a lone wolf, delivering a single fatal strike. Among our Chosen Ones, is there anyone capable of such a feat?" Initially, aside from having exceptional talents, everyone's stats were quite similar. In such a short time, who could possibly level up so rapidly? Moreover, only those at least at the Bronze Tier 3 could hope to contend with the Ice Serpent. After much contemplation, the crowd shook their heads in unison. Suddenly, Qin Meiyu interjected, "Could it be that fellow named Zhang Xiaofan we encountered earlier?" This person was undeniably impressive, and since he had not allied with them, it was plausible that he possessed the confidence to venture forth alone. In an instant, the team erupted in chatter, lamenting the missed opportunity, especially Sherpolai, whose expression remained neutral, but within, he was filled with regret. If only we had brought such a lone wolf into our ranks. Our future endeavors would surely be smooth sailing. Just then, a notification echoed through their minds. The Chosen One leaderboard has been activated. Upon hearing this news, the team was instantly taken aback. The Chosen One leaderboard. Although it was merely a novice ranking, it was said that one must reach Tier 3 to officially unlock it. Could it be that Zhang had already advanced to Tier 3? The Thunder God team was convinced. And soon the list appeared in their minds. However, the next moment left everyone bewildered. Initially, they had assumed Zhang Xiaofan was a lone wolf, but now it seemed the reality was quite different. The novice leaderboard manifested in each chosen one's mind. With clear information, Ma Chuanxiong at Tier 3, Zhang Wang at Tier 2, Wei Tianbing at Tier 1, the names were listed in order. Shi Polai ranked 27th. The team erupted in cheers once more. Well done. To make it onto this list, our captain is indeed formidable. Following the captain is the right choice. But where exactly does that Zhang rank? A lone wolf is no laughing matter. An individual capable of single-handedly confronting the ice serpent would naturally be at the top of the list. The crowd continued scanning the names. Zhang Xiaofan was ranked 96th, with the next 33 positions all at Tier 1. This indicated he had only just emerged from the novice village, and the chosen ones were adapting to their harsh new environment and trials. Which was no small feat. Individuals like Shi Polai were already considered exceptional, and for most, merely surviving was a relief, let alone continuing to level up. Thus, only 33 had reached Tier 2, while the rest were all Tier 1. Zhang Xiaofan's rank of 96 could only signify he was also at Tier 1. What is going on? Did we misunderstand something? There must be another lone wolf. This rank is utterly pathetic. Perhaps he was just putting on a show. Yet, I truly admire how he managed to deceive us all. He must possess a stronger mental fortitude than the rest. Upon observing Zhang Xiaofan, it became evident that he was not a lone wolf. Qin Xiaomei once again activated her mode of mockery. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan, having emerged from the icy realm, stood amidst the frozen river, also contemplating the information swirling in his mind. Upon seeing the ranking, Zhang Xiaofan expressed profound understanding. After all, he had been continuously indulging in devouring, rather than engaging in the traditional practice of slaying monsters for experience. At that moment, fresh news was disseminated. Esteemed chosen ones, the Doomsday Reward mission is now activated. The first celestial being to reach level 10 will be rewarded with a golden roulette. The second will receive a silver roulette, while the third will gain 3 bronze roulettes, and the fourth 2. Essentially, all the top 10 will receive corresponding rewards. The roulette offers various prizes, with the level of the roulette determining the nature of the rewards that in this apocalyptic world. The lottery system is categorized into 7 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starlight, legend, and divine. I urge all celestial beings to strive forward. Reward will be promptly issued upon reaching the required levels. Upon reading the system's announcement, the crowd paid no heed to who was a lone wolf. They were already cheering and eager to participate. Indeed, if we can obtain rewards, perhaps I might acquire a weapon that suits my style. Alas, I am still at level 1. It seems hopeless, Brother Shipo Lei. You rank so high. I believe you have the best chance. The cheers echoed continuously, infecting Zhang Xiaofan as well. Upon returning to the grassland, Zhang Xiaofan, despite currently being at level 1, found that his physical attributes could no longer be gauged by mere levels. Especially after witnessing Shipo Lei, a level 2 individual who was far inferior to him. Thus, he could not rely on companions as a benchmark. It appeared necessary for him to level up. The golden lottery was a prize he was determined to secure. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Zhang Xiaofan harbored the desire to earn rewards. He took a deep breath and returned to the grassy plains, where fragrant earth and lush grass surrounded him. Soon, he spotted a swift beast ambling across the grassland. Although this creature was not a leader, it possessed a notably large head, suggesting that a bronze 2-star level was required to deal with it. However, Zhang Xiaofan had never been one to heed advice that it was time to confront his own strength and take a leap of faith at that moment. The swift beast was resting, its claws dug into the ground. Although it had long noticed Zhang Xiaofan's presence, it paid little mind, having already satiated its hunger. Moreover, this territory was inherently its domain. Had it been an ordinary chosen one, they would have likely chosen to flee upon sight. But now, the swift beast squinted, observing the man approaching with light, graceful steps. Its mind became a blur. What was happening? Why was this human approaching as if delivering a meal? The swift beast, known for its restless nature, was one of the creatures in the grassland that would actively attack chosen ones. During hunts, it typically took the initiative to strike first. Yet now, a human had intruded upon its territory, a sheer absurdity. Transitioning from a semi-reclined position, the beast sprang into action, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward. The swift beast bore a striking resemblance to the ancient velociraptor, surpassing a cheetah in speed and leaping with the prowess of a kangaroo. Its clawed limbs wielding the strength of a tiger. Truly a fusion of ferocity in the real world. This was precisely why only those at the bronze 2-star level could challenge it solo. The swift beast was fast, but Zhang Xiaofan was faster. In the instant they drew near, he transformed his palm into a knife, delivering a severe strike to its neck. The same moment, he slightly tilted his right shoulder, evading the beast's counterattack, turning the encounter into a one-sided assault. Subsequently, blood gushed from the creature's neck. However, upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiaofan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. In this entire grassland, this beast truly could be called a ruler. How could it still be alive? Zhang Xiaofan had expected to sever its head in an instant, yet the swift beast's tough hide had thwarted that expectation. Nonetheless, it was of little concern. Zhang Xiaofan excelled at delivering finishing blows. The beast, severely wounded, was evidently dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan struck again at the original wound. With a sharp crack, the sound of its neck breaking echoed. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Zhang Xiaofan's mind. Congratulations, host! You have been promoted to level 2. Your attributes have increased by 12 points, and you have 5 points to allocate freely. Name: Zhang Xiaofan. Strength: 102 agility, 52 speed, 30 spirit, 54 stamina, 62 unallocated points. 5 level, 20450, talent, Devour all things 2. Strength enhancement 1, emergency evasion 2, preemptive judgment 1, speed enhancement 1, cold resistance 1, ice poison resistance 2 skill. None. Comprehensive combat ability, bronze 3-star pinnacle. Gazing at his statistics, Zhang Xiaofan finally comprehended why those at level 2 had such low numbers. It turned out that leveling up only granted a mere 12 points. Along with 5 points for free allocation. As he sighed at this reality, the system's voice continued unabated. Defeated the swift beast. You have obtained a bronze roulette. A bronze roulette. There were typically 2 ways to acquire such a prize. One was to ascend the leaderboard, while the other involved defeating monsters to loot equipment. However, the latter's probability was nearly 0. And no chosen one would harbor any hope. Yet now, a miracle had occurred. The bronze roulette. What treasures might it contain? Though Zhang Xiaofan did not hold high hopes, he activated it on the spot. As it spun, the variety of weapons exceeded his wildest imagination. Ranged, magical, and more, creating a dazzling array. Soon, the pointer landed on a golden yellow segment. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Kaitian Divine Blade. Attack 12, with a 100 chance of causing tetanus. Tetanus is an active skill. Upon attacking a target, they will suffer continuous damage, acquiring an additional status. Incredible. Upon seeing that the attack power increased by 12, Zhang Xiaofan was initially indifferent. But the subsequent skill was nothing short of a treasure. Rather than calling it the Kaitian Divine Blade, it would be more fitting to rename it the Tetanus Blade. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at the tetanus blade in his hand, its appearance rather unremarkable. Marred by rust, and seemingly on the verge of shattering. However, it was precisely this lackluster weapon that warranted the title of tetanus. Zhang Xiaofan admired the rusted shard with great fondness, just as he was lost in appreciation. Several grassland wolves began to encircle him, closing in with predatory intent. It appeared that his delivery had arrived. Zhang Xiaofan seized the opportunity to level up, armed with his weapon, as monsters approached him without hesitation. There was no need for pleasantries. The prairie wolves, rated as bronze tier 2, were more than manageable for a solo confrontation. However, Zhang Xiaofan's attributes had long surpassed the tier 3 level that he moved through the pack like a shooting star, dispatching them effortlessly with a single strike each. That he had initially wished to experience the full force of his weapon's power, but most of the prairie wolves succumbed to his blade in an instant. Their resilience woefully lacking. Within a matter of minutes, one of the wolves, after sustaining a blow, remained staggering in the cold wind, its crimson fur starkly contrasting against the ordinary gray of its kin, and its size notably larger. Not bad at all. You seem to possess a surprising endurance, Zhang Xiaofan remarked just before the wolf began to bleed profusely, ultimately collapsing with a resounding thud. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that 7 or 8 prairie wolves lay slain behind him, having unconsciously embarked on a murderous rampage. Checking his experience points, he noted, Level 2, 286,450. Through his slaughter, his experience had indeed grown significantly. Yet he still had a ways to go before leveling up. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan saw a rolling notification on the public screen. Congratulations, Zhang Xiaofan, for successfully slaying a mutated wolf. Mutated wolf? Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow, observing the vividly red wolf before him. Clearly distinct from the others, it dawned on him that this creature was indeed an anomaly. Was it truly necessary for such a trivial matter to be broadcasted on the public screen? The mutated wolf was hardly different from regular monsters. It merely managed to endure a strike under his weapon's influence. As Zhang Xiaofan pondered this, the other players had already taken notice of the rolling announcement. The likes of Patian Lei and his companions couldn't help but express their astonishment. Isn't this Zhang fellow the renowned lone wolf from before? In terms of levels, he seems rather mediocre. Yet he has managed to single-handedly eliminate a mutated creature. While they were lost in admiration, other teams began to unleash their own attacks on the public screen. One player, named Yang Pohong, expressed his envy. In truth, mutated monsters are only marginally stronger than the ordinary ones. It's nothing extraordinary. Just recently, I took down 2 prairie wolves by myself. Although I didn't encounter a mutated one, numbers always prevail. Yang Pohong was quite famous on the novice leaderboard, currently ranking 7th. His weapon proficiency was no joke. Any weapon in his grasp would be enhanced due to his talents, as the captain of his team. He added, what Yang says is true. If we encounter a mutated one, we can surely showcase our prowess. Ever since Yang became level 2, his abilities have significantly improved that I believe the prairie region is no longer sufficient. We should continue training. The crowd around him flattered him, and many newly promoted level 2 players began to express their eagerness to venture deeper into the prairie. Yet, just moments later, the notifications on the screen intensified, revealing numerous casualties. Fiyun, Zhang Meili, and Wang Xiaoyan had all fallen to a mutated creature. As they read the death announcements, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. What was happening? The 3 who had just perished were all level 2 players, previously engaged in casual conversation, now gone in the blink of an eye. Having been utterly obliterated, sweat began to trickle down the foreheads of those around, and a collective gasp filled the air. These mutated creatures were far stronger than they had imagined. How could Zhang Xiaofan, a mere level 1 candidate, manage to kill one alone? Confusion surged through the minds of the crowd. Yang Pohong, who had just spoken, fell silent. The crowd once again scrutinized the leaderboard in a mere 10 minutes. The rankings had dramatically shifted. Zhang Xiaofan, who had been ranked in the 90s, now found himself in 7th place. Meanwhile, Yang Pohong, who had just spoken, had plummeted to 13th. What was going on? This Zhang fellow, whom they had encountered before, had only been level 1. In less time than it takes to smoke a cigarette, he had risen so rapidly. Could it be that if he continued to develop at this pace, he might rival the likes of Ma Chuanxiong, that monster? As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Zhang Xiaofan remained curious. What was this reward he had received? Although he was uninterested in the scrolling notifications, the newfound reward in his mind certainly piqued his interest. Fame level 8? What exactly was fame? Upon Zhang Xiaofan's inquiry, the system provided an explanation that be why hunting mutated monsters or completing special tasks. One can accumulate a certain level of fame. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the chosen one may randomly receive a reputation reward. Previously, Zhang Xiaofan had utilized a bronze lottery to obtain a tetanus blade. If he could acquire more treasures, his chances of survival in this world would increase significantly. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that hunting ordinary monsters would not enhance his fame. He needed to seek out mutated or enhanced versions of creatures, akin to the blood-red prairie wolf he had just slain. To find powerful monsters, the best strategy was not to seek them out alone, but rather to observe in the hall of the chosen. Each chosen player could engage in public discussions. The crowd continued to bicker about the leaderboard. Zhang Xiaofan's rapid advancement seemed abnormal, prompting everyone to hasten their efforts. Speaking of which, where had that Yang Pohong gone? Weren't you keen on slaying mutated creatures? Shall we form a party now? Most of those inviting others to join their teams were level 1 candidates, despite Yang Pohong being of a slightly higher level. The unfortunate truth was that all those who had just perished were level 2 players, having been wiped out in an instant. Yang Pohong lacked the courage to lead a team of level 1s against mutated monsters. Faced with the inquiries of the crowd, he could only close the chat window and log off in defeat. As Zhang Xiaofan observed the chat interface, he paid little mind to the taunts directed at him. Instead, he found himself intrigued by another group-esque conversation. Bro, whatever you do, don't venture to the southernmost part of the prairie. I spotted Lu Gang's corpse. Lu Gang's team had been completely annihilated, indicating the presence of a formidable foe. Lu Gang ranked among the top 8 on the novice leaderboard, and the death of such a prominent figure would undoubtedly attract attention. Are you saying that Lu Gang is gone? Did he encounter a mutated creature? I'm not sure, but whatever the case, keep your distance from their team. Previously, I heard they were after a treasure. The screen refreshed at an astonishing speed. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly grasped the pertinent information. The tiger tooth. Only the white tiger evil beast, akin to a leader-level creature, could unleash the tiger tooth across the entire grassland region. It was a crucial time to level up, and upon hearing the words of the crowd, Zhang Xiaofan immediately set off in the direction of the white tiger evil beast. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, a towering mountain loomed before him in the southernmost part of the grassland. An acrid scent of blood wafted from the mountain's base. Before long, patches of lush green were stained with vivid red marks. Several corpses lay scattered on the ground. Among them, a slightly plump man. Lu Gang, known for his tank-like physique, was among the fallen. Beside him lay a mutated prairie wolf. However, it was evident that Lu Gang had not succumbed to the mutated wolf. The wolf itself had been cleaved in two, suggesting a more ferocious beast had mercilessly slaughtered them, sparing no companion in the process. It appeared this was the site of the carnage. Zhang Xiaofan exhaled in relief, noticing the vicinity was deserted as he approached Lu Gang's lifeless body. Devour initiated. 33 Devour failed. This was the first instance of such a failure. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, but soon the system provided a fresh explanation that if the values of the target to be devoured fell below those of the host, it would be impossible to extract any beneficial value. Lu Gang, ranked 8th, was evidently not comparable to Zhang Xiaofan, whose talents and attributes surpassed his in every regard. The other nearby teammates exhibited similar discrepancies. The corpse of the prairie wolf had already been devoured earlier. Reaching its limit, he had expected to find something worthwhile, yet there was nothing of use to be had. Zhang Xiaofan proceeded to examine the other fallen comrades one by one. Among them was a burly man, lying adjacent to Lu Gang. Their physiques were comparable, yet it was apparent at a glance that this man possessed a strength-based talent. I, too, have a strength talent. So it's likely I won't find anything here, Zhang Xiaofan sighed, holding no hope. Nevertheless, adhering to his principle of leaving no stone unturned, he touched the man's chest with his right hand. Mentally preparing for disappointment, his astonishment. In an instant, he received a notification. Congratulations, host has acquired the sense of smell talent. It was indeed true that one should not judge by appearances. This seemingly brawny man did not possess a strength talent, but instead had the gift of enhanced olfactory senses. The sense of smell talent was of utmost significance, ranking among the most fundamental of supportive abilities. Although it appeared unremarkable, it would grow increasingly potent with subsequent upgrades. Zhang Xiaofan quickly activated the sense of smell talent, and a scent of ferocious beasts wafted through the air. His instincts relayed to him that the beast was at least of the bronze 3-star caliber. Intriguing, definitely worth hunting. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes darkened, that a 3-star bronze-level white tiger beast would undoubtedly possess considerable value for devouring. Though nearly equal in level, Zhang Xiaofan was now capable of devouring opponents of higher tiers. Without further ado, he pressed on to in a matter of 5 or 6 minutes. The scent intensified, leading him to a white tiger, crouched low to the ground. Its golden eyes glimmered with an eerie light, rising slowly upon spotting Zhang Xiaofan. Indeed, the presence of a white tiger beast did not disappoint. As Zhang Xiaofan spoke, he concentrated his mental energy, preparing to observe the preemptive signs of the white tiger beast. He needed to take the initiative before the beast could strike, activating his identification talent. Just as the information began to relay in his mind, he caught a whiff of an unusual scent. To his left, a mutated wolf also began to rise, while to his right, a powerful gust heralded the arrival of a massive 3-meter-long rock from the skies. 3 ferocious beasts eyed him hungrily. The white tiger beast was a leader-level creature, while the mutated wolf was a newly spawned enhanced monster. As for the rock, it appeared distinctively special, likely a predator of the skies, both in the grassland and frigid regions. The rock was known to exist, yet due to its nature, it rarely descended to the ground and was not known to be an aggressive beast leader. Now, the 3 ferocious beasts, their eyes blood-red, directed all their murderous intent towards Zhang Xiaofan. Each of these predators was at the pinnacle of the bronze 3-star level. This isn't right, Zhang Xiaofan mused. The mutated wolf roamed the grasslands, the white tiger beast lurked in the forests, and the rock soared through the skies. Though all were ferocious beasts, they occupied different territories. Should one trespass into another's domain, a fierce conflict would inevitably ensue. Yet, these 3 seemed too harmonious. Zhang Xiaofan's queries went unanswered. Even with his ability to contend against higher-level foes, the simultaneous appearance of 3 leader-level beasts placed immense pressure upon him. Most importantly, as his vision and sense of smell fused, he faintly perceived that the 3 beasts were enveloped by a peculiar aura, which had facilitated their current state of coexistence. The source of this aura emanated from the crevices of the mountains. Something was manipulating these 3 formidable beasts. Zhang Xiaofan recalled an ancient adage from his world: capture the thief by seizing the leader. Before him stood 3 leader-level beasts, each possessing the strength of a bronze 3-star pinnacle. After a brief assessment, Zhang Xiaofan calculated that his own strength could reach the bronze 5-star level, evidently surpassing the display data. If he were to engage any of these 3 beasts in isolation, he would harbor no fear. However, the issue lay in the fact that all 3 foes were glaring at him menacingly. Should they attack simultaneously, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage in an instant. Activating his identification talent revealed that the 3 beasts were under the control of some external force. They were effectively united in this moment. The principle of capturing the leader seemed ineffective here. Quickly, he initiated the identification process, assessing the 3 beasts in order. The rock was a flying beast at the pinnacle of bronze 3-star strength. Equipped with the Iron Hawk claw skill, capable of shattering steel and excelling in lethal strikes. If one failed to land a blow, they would not linger. The super-mutated wolf was more than 3 times the health and attack power of the prairie wolf leader, possessing the wolf howl skill, which could stun enemies for 0.5 seconds. The white tiger beast boasted exceptional attack power, swift movements, and a white tiger ice skill, capable of exhaling icy breath that could freeze enemies for over half a minute. The data of the 3 ferocious beasts flooded Zhang Xiaofan's mind. Squinting, it became clear that none of the 3 were the true masterminds that on the battlefield. If one cannot identify the mastermind, the next course of action must be to eliminate them one by one. Starting with the weakest, the super-mutated wolf, whether an enlarged version of the prairie wolf, posed no issue for Zhang Xiaofan with his current strength. As for the rock, consideration would be deferred, without any flying capability. He had no means to counter it while it soared above. Regarding the white tiger beast, though it too was of the 3-star pinnacle level, it was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Not only did it possess claws capable of rending steel, but it also wielded the chilling breath of ice. As the 3 ferocious beasts drew closer, the white tiger beast noticeably retreated a half-dash step. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Among the ferocious beasts, rivalries would inevitably arise. Were it not for some compelling reason binding these 3 together, they would already be engaged in internal strife amongst themselves, the weakest of them. In an instant, Zhang Xiaofan unleashed his speed to its utmost limit, channeling the explosive power of a bronze 5-star level. His entire being soared like a drifting cloud, flying effortlessly to the side of the white tiger demon beast in the blink of an eye. It was evident that the white tiger demon beast, despite being the strongest among them, had not anticipated being targeted as the primary adversary. As expected, in the following second, The white tiger demon beast exhaled a blast of icy air directed at Zhang Xiaofan. According to conventional theory, this frigid breath would freeze the chosen one in place, and thereafter the white tiger demon beast would merely need to strike with its iron claws to rend the foe asunder. Now, it was time to witness the prowess of my tetanus blade. Zhang Xiaofan possessed an innate resistance to ice and toxins. The white tiger demon beast's icy assault was significantly weakened before him. In the apocalyptic world, some seemingly diminutive demon beasts could still command authority, often possessing unique traits. The ice snake was one such entity. In terms of toxicity, the white tiger demon beast's icy breath was entirely within a defensible range. The moment the white mist enveloped the area ahead, Zhang Xiaofan pivoted with remarkable speed, just as the iron claws descended, shattering the rocks before him. Simultaneously, Zhang Xiaofan had mysteriously appeared at the side of the white tiger demon beast. Maximizing his innate strength, with blades in both hands, he swiftly carved through, instantly disemboweling the creature. As the white tiger collapsed to the ground, a cloud of dust was kicked up. The super-mutated wolf and the nearby rock eagle exhibited wide-eyed astonishment. In the realm of demon beasts, they could sense each other's presence and understood that the white tiger demon beast was the most formidable among them. Yet now, the strongest had been felled in an instant, leaving the other two devoid of the courage to continue their assault. The super-mutated wolf had already bolted in the opposite direction, while the rock eagle took flight, soaring skyward. The speed had increased, elevating all attributes by 12 points, with an additional 5 points available for free distribution. An upgrade. Upon leveling up, all negative effects on the body were automatically dispelled. The minuscule trace of toxin from the white tiger was entirely eradicated. Zhang Xiaofan caressed the white tiger's pelt, lamenting, "What a pity. The toxin from the white tiger pales in comparison to that of the ice snake. Thus it holds no value for consumption, ultimately granting a mere 2 points of strength." Even as he felt a tinge of regret, the rewards were not yet concluded. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the bronze roulette." Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the lottery. The wheel soon came to a halt before a jade pendant of deep green hue. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Dragon and Phoenix pendant, a low-grade accessory with spatial storage capabilities, containing an interior space of 12 square meters. Utilizing the host's will, items can be stored within this space." Although the Dragon and Phoenix pendant bore no offensive or defensive capabilities, it was indeed a remarkable treasure. With a mere thought, the tetanus blade was seamlessly absorbed into the space. Not too shabby. Though the 10 square meters of space feels a tad too empty, Zhang Xiaofan shook his head in disappointment, casting a glance at the leaderboard. Indeed, his position had risen to third place. However, the surrounding chosen ones were also racing ahead with continuous upgrades. Zhang Xiaofan had little time to observe the progress of his fellow chosen ones. After all, while he had dispatched one white tiger demon beast, the other two were not to be underestimated. Turning to survey his surroundings, he noted a towering mountain composed of granite, its summit stark and barren. Frowning at this sight, Zhang Xiaofan pondered, "Strange, the white tiger demon beast descended from this high peak. Logically, I should have seen it from quite a distance. There isn't a single place to hide around here, yet seems to have appeared as if from thin air." Approaching the granite, he touched it, feeling the chill emanating from its surface. The peak above was devoid of any vegetation, leading him to suspect there might be a hidden mechanism at play. As he contemplated, he activated his eye of appraisal. Granite? Nothing. This area was nothing but granite upon granite. There truly seemed to be nothing of note to appraise. Squinting, Zhang Xiaofan continued his search. Just as he prepared to leave in disappointment, he suddenly halted. His gaze landed on a massive rock to his far right, but the appraisal result differed from before. Prairie wolf. Zhang Xiaofan's right hand brushed against one of the cold stones. Yet the system's notification did not indicate granite, but rather prairie wolf. This enormous rock was entirely covered in earthy yellow hues. From any angle, it appeared merely as a stone. How could it possibly reveal the result of a prairie wolf? As Zhang Xiaofan puzzled over this, an instinctive sense of danger surged within him. At this point, he could no longer suppress his strength. The system indicated he had reached the bronze 4-star level. With this rank, dispatching a prairie wolf was well within his capabilities. With instinct guiding him, he delivered a swift hand strike, causing the original rock to crack audibly. The prairie wolf was instantly slain. Zhang Xiaofan's right hand dripped with the creature's blood, yet his curiosity propelled him forward as he traversed the space between the massive rock and his own form. He felt no resistance. That it was evident that the enormous rock was merely an illusion. By simply closing his eyes and walking straight ahead, he could effortlessly pass through. Thus, he discovered it was a cave. Upon entering, Zhang Xiaofan squinted to survey the surroundings. The walls were lined with granite. Yet the cavern itself was astonishingly spacious. To his surprise, lush green grass flourished at the base of the rocks ahead. Warning, host, you have entered the Peach Blossom Spring. There exists a certain degree of danger. If you lack the requisite strength, please refrain from entering. Indeed, but the question remained, how perilous was it? As Zhang Xiaofan hesitated, he noticed the weeds growing in the crevices of the rocks, revealing hidden treasures. From a distance, those weeds appeared disordered and unremarkable. However, with each step closer, their appearance morphed distinctly. Upon reaching the side of the rock crevice, Zhang Xiaofan looked down again. What he had initially thought to be mere weeds was far from it. Everything consists of various herbs: Longyan grass, hemostatic grass, detoxifying grass. Although the quantity of herbs is not abundant, the diversity is remarkable. Such treasures are often fortuitous encounters rather than sought-after finds. While they may appear to be basic herbs, they can frequently save one's life in the throes of battle. The dragon and phoenix jade pendant, with its vast emptiness, is perfectly suited for storing these herbs. Since I am here, I shall make myself comfortable. Zhang Xiaofan no longer concerns himself with system upgrades. With a mere thought, the dozens of herbs before him are instantly absorbed into the storage space of the dragon and phoenix jade pendant. Subsequently, driven by the idea of seizing opportunities, Zhang Xiaofan presses on. Unfortunately, fate does not align with his desires. Ahead, nearly several hundred meters of the cave lies utterly desolate, devoid of any treasures. Zhang Xiaofan maintains his composure and continues forward for another 100 meters. Within the cave, a bustling scene unfolds, illuminated by a greenish glow. Thousands of fireflies flit about, their glowing tails casting light upon the surrounding scenery. With his heightened sense of smell, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly halts in his tracks. This is the scent of demonic beasts, and certainly more than one as he had discerned when slaying the prairie wolf at the cave's entrance. Traversing this dungeon would not be a simple task. The cave must harbor both opportunity and peril. Yet upon fully grasping the scene before him, even with all preparations made, Zhang Xiaofan is taken aback. At the cave's end lies an immense pit, teeming with hundreds of demonic beasts, predominantly prairie wolves. Though their levels may not be particularly high, their sheer numbers could devour anything in their path. Fortunately, the cave's edges are exceedingly smooth, preventing the prairie wolves from ascending. Should one leap into this abyss, there would only be two outcomes: either soaring to new heights, experiencing a rapid level increase, or facing a fate of utter annihilation. Over 100 prairie wolves all raise their heads in unison, fixed in place. Yet this eerie stillness is even more maddening. Just as Zhang Xiaofan steps back, contemplating alternative strategies, he hears a loud crash. The redwood box is violently overturned. The box, nearly 2 meters long, piques Zhang Xiaofan's curiosity as he approaches and inspects it closely. Another treasure? As he revels in delight, he opens the red box. With a creak, to his astonishment, he discovers a person inside. The individual sits up abruptly, as if performing a sit-up. Yet thereafter remains utterly still, devoid of life. Can this fellow speak? A gesture would suffice. Simply sitting there is unnerving. Zhang Xiaofan gests, yet his focus sharpens. After a few tense seconds, he realizes that this is undoubtedly a corpse. In a post-apocalyptic world, one fears not the dead. Mustering his courage, Zhang Xiaofan approaches, brandishing the flashlight he purchased from a novice village to illuminate the area ahead. What was once perceived as a redwood box reveals itself to be a redwood coffin. The person who just sat up is even more absurd. Upon closer inspection, he is revealed to be a mummy. This is something Zhang Xiaofan has never encountered before. Activating his identification eye, he discovers race, human. Level, 4 combatability, bronze 5 stars, talent, unknown dark aura. Astonishingly, the mummy is a human. Yet even with the identification eye, the information is scant. Yet something feels amiss that if this individual has reached level 4, he must be at the top of the novice leaderboard, undoubtedly holding the first position. However, throughout his experience, he has never witnessed anyone attain level 4 on that list. Clearly, this being does not hail from this novice village. Most importantly, what does it mean to have a bronze 5-star capability? With a mere level of 4, yet a comprehensive ability rating of 5 stars indicates he is a cross-level adept, much like Zhang Xiaofan. The crux lies in the talents and skills, which are clearly awakened, yet cannot be effectively assessed with his current identification eye level. Just as this thought crosses Zhang Xiaofan's mind, a pair of blood-red eyes starkly contrasts amidst the myriad of pale blue fireflies. He instinctively steps back, only to see a mutated wolf saunter past the mummy, settling down to its right. Simultaneously, a fierce wind whips through the air. The great roc and the eagle follow suit. Positioning themselves to the left of the mummy, the 2 demonic beasts stand obediently, resembling statues. Even a fool could discern that the individual who previously commanded these 2 formidable beasts is none other than the mummy before him. The chosen one of this novice village dares to venture alone into this hidden realm. How intriguing! The once lifeless mummy suddenly emanates an ethereal voice. Every nerve in Zhang Xiaofan's body tenses. Indeed, trouble is brewing. The mummy rises slowly, its bandages unraveling. Its level continues to escalate. Before him stands a desiccated corpse, and were it not for its ability to speak, no one would suspect it to be a living being. Health. 1-2, as the bandages fall away. Zhang Xiaofan's identification eye reveals yet another piece of information. The being's health is merely 12. What does this imply? A single bite from an ordinary prairie wolf could instantly bring about death. Yet here stands such a bloodthirsty creature, sailing through the waves without a paddle, relying solely on the currents. The 2 demonic beasts gradually approach Zhang Xiaofan, evidently responding to the mummy's cue. In a moment of heightened tension, Zhang Xiaofan seizes the initiative that he rushes forward to confront the super-mutated wolf, wielding his tetanus blade in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow to its head. With a crack, the mutated wolf, at the brink of demise, deftly blocks the attack with its right paw. Though its claw is severed in 2, it successfully deflects Zhang Xiaofan's weapon. This maneuver is certainly not typical of the super-mutated wolf. Zhang Xiaofan squints, glancing back at the mummy. It is evident that the mutated wolf's advantageous actions are entirely orchestrated by it. The mummy is exerting some form of power, controlling these 2 demonic beasts, treating them as mere puppets. While Zhang Xiaofan contemplates, the mummy finally moves in an instant. It is before him, revealing its eye sockets devoid of pupils. As they lock gazes, white world, the mummy activates its skill. In an instant, Zhang Xiaofan's consciousness is engulfed in a blinding white void, all else fading in a nothingness in all directions. An expanse of emptiness prevails. This transpires within mere seconds. The mummy's talent is intricately linked to its mental prowess. This is dire. With a resounding thud, the mummy's right hand plunges through Zhang Xiaofan's chest. Blood pours forth, pooling on the ground. Reborn into a post-apocalyptic world, endowed with the ability to devour, he never anticipated meeting his end here. Life and death are unequivocally fair to all. Zhang Xiaofan ultimately collapses onto the frigid ground. Though he is not yet fully deceased, his body is gravely injured. I have awaited the arrival of a chosen one for an eternity. And you are indeed my fortunate star. As long as I can drain your blood, my body shall be restored to its former state. I cannot bear to kill you outright. Only fresh blood can yield the utmost benefit. Who knows what this creature truly is? Although the system identifies as human, its actions bear no relation to humanity whatsoever. The variant wolf and the great eagle remain steadfastly positioned, one on the left and one on the right, as loyal guardians of the mummy. Yet, in the very next moment, the super-mutated wolf suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground with a thud, breathing its last. The mummy, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. What had transpired? The fallen Chosen One should have been incapable of continuing the attack. Why had the super mutant suddenly perished? Although its arm had been severed, it was certainly not a fatal blow. Amidst this confusion, Zhang Xiaofan, who had previously been lying on the ground, finally regained mobility, his wounds healing in the process. Slaying the super-mutated wolf granted him an experience boost of 100. Name. Zhang Xiaofan's strength, 128 agility, 76 speed, 54 spirit, 78 stamina, 90 level, 800 reputation. 8. He leveled up. Upon leveling up, all previous injuries and negative effects vanished, and his state was automatically restored. The mummy's eyes widened in astonishment. Among the Chosen Ones, he had never encountered such a character or skill. Little did they realize that Zhang Xiaofan had merely stumbled upon a coincidence, engaging the super-mutated wolf at the brink of his limits while simultaneously surpassing himself. Unbeknownst to him, the mummy's psychic attack was overwhelmingly fierce, completely breaching his defenses. Fortunately, despite being gravely wounded, the tetanus blade inflicted continuous damage on the super-mutated wolf, ultimately leading to its demise. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly leveled up and confronted the mummy. Tetanus blade raised high. White world. The mummy unleashed another psychic attack, allocating all 15 points of his free distribution to his spirit. To contend with a psychic opponent, one must enhance their own spiritual power. Although the free distribution held no utility for Zhang Xiaofan, he had no choice but to comply. A brilliant white light enveloped his form, and the mummy revealed a malevolent grin. Yet, in the next instant, Zhang Xiaofan, empowered with augmented spirit, remained unaffected by the radiant glow. Perceiving the scene with utmost clarity, with unwavering resolve, he brought the tetanus blade crashing down. A resounding crack echoed as the desiccated mummy's body split in two. Perhaps in its final moments, the mummy never anticipated its demise in the novice village. Its only certainty was merely a measly 12 points. Relying on its spiritual power, it had ventured forth, but had it been another Chosen One, the superior psychic attack would have caught anyone off guard. Yet now, cleverness had backfired. With the mummy dealt with, the remaining Great Eagle was an easy target. Slaying the Great Eagle yielded another experience boost of 100. In an instant, Zhang Xiaofan stood poised, and a unique voice resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying a dark entity and obtaining the title of Paladin. Earned 6 points of dark destruction. Anyone who vanquished evil would become a holy being, with a minuscule chance of becoming a saint. What a title this was! It had never been mentioned before, and its probability of occurrence was evidently far lower than winning the lottery. Yet, it was clear that even the system sought to eliminate this entity, which was no good. Saint, 6100. This value was significant. The saint could continue to level up, currently only possessing the title of Paladin. Such hidden titles were exceedingly rare among the Chosen Ones. Observing the now desiccated corpse, Zhang Xiaofan extended his right hand and gently touched it. Devour. 33. 35. It was evident that consuming this entity was far slower than devouring a beast. However, with no one around, Zhang Xiaofan could afford to wait patiently. After a dozen minutes, he successfully devoured it, acquiring the talent of mental will. Indeed, this mummy possessed something of value. Spirit points increased by 20. The host was about to gain a mental skill. Not just a good find, but something that could drive one to madness. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the extraction speed of mental energy slowed significantly. Yet at this moment, every second spent waiting was worthwhile. After another stretch of time, he acquired the skill of mental manipulation at level 3. Initially, he had hoped to absorb the opponent's white world, but what he received was mental manipulation instead, in the Peach Blossom Source Canyon. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at the now valueless corpse, letting out a soft sigh. Though this devouring experience had not been perfect, he had nonetheless gained a unique skill, mental manipulation. Had he acquired the previous white world, it would have allowed him to pause opponents during battle, enabling instant kills. However, he was still uncertain about the nature of the mental manipulation skill. Host, you have acquired mental manipulation level 3, allowing you to exert control and influence over the mental state of beasts for a limited duration. However, complete domination requires a beast essence. To influence the spirit of beasts, This was indeed promising. While others might struggle against different choices, this skill was enough to elate anyone. Upon reflection, if he could eventually control a super-mutated wolf galloping across the plains, it would be immensely impressive. Unfortunately, the beast essence was not something that could be found in the novice village. For now, this skill was merely a name without substance, unless one were a skilled alchemist with ample herbs to concoct such high-grade elixirs. Aside from that, did the system have any other means to utilize mental manipulation? Zhang Xiaofan, hoping for a miracle, casually inquired. To his surprise, he received good news. Method 2. 7 sensory passage, acquiring 5 sensory talents, and awakening the 6th sense. Enhancing the ability of mental manipulation. This method was undoubtedly excellent. So far, Zhang Xiaofan had acquired olfactory and visual perception. The remaining talents were auditory perception, gustatory perception, tactile perception, and precognitive perception. Should he gain the latter 3, his 6th sense would awaken, greatly facilitating control. His next focus would be to enhance his mental control. With a general direction for development, Zhang Xiaofan's future appeared promising. However, it was not yet time to depart. Reflecting on the super-mutated wolf, he promptly approached its corpse, hands touching to commence devouring. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the talent of bone reinforcement. Another talent. He had not anticipated that this mutated wolf possessed such an ability. Yet, it was understandable. Zhang Xiaofan had initially intended to cleave the creature in 2 with a tetanus blade, but had only succeeded in inflicting a wound. Had it not been for the blade's unique skill, he might have already met his end here. It turned out the creature had the talent of bone reinforcement. Congratulations, host, for conquering the Peach Blossom Source instance, earning the talent of flame manipulation. Another one. The idyllic paradise, indeed deserving of its reputation as a realm untouched by the tumult of the world, is unquestionably the bountiful haven. Opening the system interface, one finds the following details. Name, Zhang Xiaofan. Strength, 128. Agility, 80. Speed, 64. Spirit, 113. Stamina, 90. Level, 110,800. Fame, 8. Talents. Devour all things 2. Strength enhancement I. Emergency evasion 2. Anticipation I. Speed enhancement 2. Cold resistance I. Ice chi 2. Identification talent. Ice poison resistance I. Scent talent I. Flame control I. Bone reinforcement I. Skills. Comprehensive combat ability. Bronze 7 stars. Holy Spirit. Paladin. Dark destruction points. 6. Unbeknownst to me, I have ascended to the bronze 7 stars level that I fear that I may be a terrifying presence within the entire leaderboard. As the saying goes, fame brings fear, and it appears that I should rank at the top, perhaps even surpassing Ma Chuanxiong. Such imaginings are indeed delightful. Yet upon opening the leaderboard, the reality is starkly different from my expectations. At the pinnacle remains the unchanging Ma Chuanxiong. Conversely, the individual known as Shipo Lei, endowed with lightning talents, has surprisingly advanced to level 3. He is now dazzling in the chat room. Brothers, I have reached the pinnacle of level 3, and I am on the verge of breaking through to the top. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Shipo Lei truly embodies the essence of a social butterfly, dominating the chat interface with his words. Yet, this has also drawn the envy of countless others. Although his lightning talent may not be the highest, it possesses a unique charm. Bro, could you possibly take me under your wing? I was once a member of your team. Although we have since parted ways, our brotherhood remains intact, wouldn't you agree? Speaking of which, whatever became of that lone wolf? Surely he hasn't met his demise. Why is the leaderboard regressing? Currently, Zhang Xiaofan occupies the 8th position on the novice leaderboard. It is evident that one must either advance or retreat. Moreover, his name appears quite peculiar. While the names of other chosen ones shine in a pristine white, Zhang Xiaofan's name stands out as a dull gray. I have yet to ascertain his whereabouts. That Zhang has not teamed up with anyone, perhaps he has already encountered misfortune. I previously advised him that being a lone wolf serves little purpose. Only through teamwork can one enhance their chances of survival. Alas, let us not dwell on him. Shipo Lei, lead us onward. On the screen, the requests for guidance multiply. Shipo Lei wears a wry smile. Bro, it's not that I refuse to take you. My newfound strength comes from my elder brother's guidance. If he does not consent, How can I act on my own accord? Such words, of course, remain unspoken in public, instead conveyed through the private encrypted chat interface. Responding to each friend request individually. Upon this revelation, the crowd is left in astonishment. What is this? The esteemed Shipo Tian requires someone to lead him. Which divine being could possibly guide such a luminary? Shipo Lei, might you divulge a hint about who this illustrious figure is that is able to mentor you? In the private chat, a name swiftly emerges, entirely unsurprising to IT, is Zhang Wang. Ranked second, no wonder. Truly, I envy this. How wonderful it would be to have such a mentor by my side. Zhang Wang, could we possibly meet? In which region do you reside? Allow me to serve you as a humble aide. The comment section is inundated with sycophants, increasingly brazen in their eagerness to level up. .as for the chatter within the interface. Zhang Xiaofan finds little interest. After a long day, the sun has set. Yet he does not rush to leave this idyllic paradise. Upon reflection, having not consumed a drop of water throughout the day, one would expect to be parched. Yet in this realm, there seems to be no sensation of hunger whatsoever. Though fatigued from the day's exertions, one's stamina gradually replenishes simply by meditating in place. The apocalyptic system still harbors many undiscovered functionalities. This world seemingly does not necessitate food. Yet, what if it could be prepared? A closer inspection reveals that, aside from the monstrous beasts, there exist domestic fowls that closely resemble those in reality. In addition to the rock, the sky is adorned with numerous majestic eagles. With this thought, Zhang Xiaofan approached the rock, delivering a swift strike that released a fresh spurt of blood. The scent of fresh blood wafted towards him, albeit quite nauseating. During his battles with the monstrous beasts, he had only regarded them as foes, thus failing to perceive any peculiarities. Yet now, an unexpected idea struck him. What if he were to cook the flesh of these beasts? However, it was evident that this endeavor met with failure. Although the rock had been severed, the taste was utterly repulsive. Merely placing it near his lips induced waves of nausea from within. Clearly, this was inedible. Sighing, Zhang Xiaofan settled into the nearby grass, resorting to meditation to restore his stamina. Yet, every 10 minutes yielded only a meager recovery, painfully slow. Compared to the real world, one would need to sleep through an entire night to fully regain their stamina. In the midst of this helplessness, as he closed his eyes to rejuvenate, he was suddenly startled by a continuous rustling sound before him. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, a dozen ordinary eagles had gathered around the corpse of the rock. Even wild chickens from the mountains had joined in. These are not monstrous beasts, but ordinary animals, creatures that typically coexist in nature. Yet, now, the eagles showed no interest in the wild chickens and feasted upon the rock's remains. Simultaneously, the wild chickens, noting the eagles' lack of aggression, began to partake in the feast as well. Although the monstrous beasts were inedible, they seemed to attract other animals. With this realization, Zhang Xiaofan found that his stamina had improved. In a flash, he dashed towards the wild chickens and eagles. In mere moments, he struck down the creatures. Unfortunately, hunting these animals yielded no experience points. After a brief interval, the corpses of the wild chickens and eagles lay before him. He then set about starting a fire. With his flame control ability, igniting a flame in this natural setting became significantly easier. With his hands, he summoned a flicker of fire. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xiaofan had constructed a makeshift grill. He plucked the wild chicken's feathers, and, as he rotated it over the grill, a tantalizing aroma soon filled the air. Both the wild chickens and eagles are protected species in the real world. Who would have thought he could enjoy such a feast here? Taking a bite, Zhang Xiaofan found that, despite the absence of any seasoning, the natural flavor was already delectable enough. A system notification chimed. Zhang Xiaofan has independently developed a method for roasting, automatically acquiring the roasting talent and gaining a point of fame. Eating a roast chicken can also enhance one's fame, and he has gained a roasting talent. This news scrolled across the entire chat interface, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It appears there are talents beyond combat skills. Brothers, have you noticed something? We feel no hunger, yet our cravings remain insatiable. The revelation that the chosen ones in this apocalyptic world do not experience hunger began to spread. However, after a full day of toil, everyone craved a delicious meal. The hunger pangs had long been awakened. Surely, there is no way this roasted meat could be from the monstrous beasts, for that would carry an overwhelmingly pungent odor. Indeed, there's simply no way to utilize it. We had contemplated this matter previously. I had thought that the Lone Ranger was already deceased. How could one squander their talents in such a futile manner? Within the chat box, some harbor jealousy while others are filled with envy. During the course of our discussions, Zhang Xiaofan's stamina begins to recover rapidly. Stamina recovers slightly, recovering a bit, each time a morsel of roasted whole chicken is consumed. The previously depleted stamina returns at an astonishing pace. Typically, meditative practices require at least 2 hours of stamina. Yet in less than 5 minutes, through the consumption of a single roasted chicken, he is fully rejuvenated. Concurrently, the system once again scrolls across the screen. Consuming processed food can swiftly restore stamina. Conversely, unprocessed food fails to replenish stamina, and the carcasses of monster beasts may even yield adverse effects. What was once deemed an utterly useless barbecuing talent has now unexpectedly surged in popularity. Goodness, there exists such a hidden talent. Once mastered, wouldn't the rate of stamina recovery surpass that of others by several fold? If one were to carry food at all times, it might even lead to limitless stamina. This is far from a mere, trivial talent. It is clearly a bug. Just as the crowd is overwhelmed with envy, the system screen begins to scroll once more. Zhang Xiaofan has become the first to open the trading interface for the Chosen Ones. Gaining 1 point of notoriety, the system trading interface. This interface has been witnessed by many from the very beginning. However, in the apocalyptic world, weapons themselves are exceedingly scarce. Even the leader-class monster beasts possess less than a 1% drop rate. Even if individuals hold weapons, they are hardly willing to part with them for the trading interface. Upon hearing this news, the Chosen Ones eagerly open the trading page. A stall swiftly appears above. 1 roasted whole chicken for 1 psychic monster beast. Exchanging a monster beast for roasted chicken. To other Chosen Ones, monster beasts are utterly useless. They are merely rotting corpses. However, selecting psychic types does pose a bit of a challenge. Yet, the image of the sizzling wild chicken makes everyone's mouths water, leaving them utterly entranced. Exchanging monster beasts for food, such a delightful opportunity. Count me in, brother. I only have strength-type monster beasts. Could you enlighten me on the pricing? Capturing your bronze-level monster beast is no easy feat, and the price seems rather steep. Many Chosen Ones lament their inadequacies. Taking down a bronze 2-star monster beast single-handedly is a significant challenge. Thus, the chat screen fills with grievances. Yet, alas, opportunities for complaint are limited. Zhang Xiaofan successfully trades 1 wild chicken. Success. In less than 2 minutes, he has sold 5 or 6 wild chickens. Who knows how many are left in Zhang Xiaofan's possession? Goodness, time is of the essence. Hurry to seek out psychic-type monster beasts before all the roasted chickens are gone. Brother, wait for me. Save 1 for me. I'll exchange immediately. This is truly challenging. Why must it be psychic types? Why be so picky? Some begin trading, while others incessantly complain, helplessly. But soon, hope reappears on the trading interface. Roasted eagle, 1 weapon of bronze 2-star or above. Before long, not only roasted whole chickens, but even roasted eagles make their appearance. However, this time, not only monster beasts are required, but also corresponding weapons. Yet regardless of what is needed, it cannot dampen people's passion for gourmet food. In the apocalyptic system, trading is not particularly difficult. Face-to-face interaction is unnecessary. With merely a thought, agreement to trade is all it takes. Items will instantly be transported before the other party's eyes. This is one of the safest methods. In less than an hour. A variety of monster beasts have been laid out before Zhang Xiaofan. However, his selection of monster beasts is somewhat limited. Initially, he sought to choose elements of the psychic series, but as time passed and various types were encountered, he became quite knowledgeable. Yet one condition remains eternally unchanged. No more than 3 of any monster beast type may be consumed. According to the devouring talent skill, the same type of monster beast can only be devoured 3 times. Exceeding this quantity means that no increase in value will occur, even if devouring takes place. Odd and curious monster beast corpses accumulate beside Zhang Xiaofan. For nearly an hour, he has been continuously devouring. Simultaneously, fragments of weapons are stored within the dragon and phoenix jade pendant. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofan opens his interface. Name: Zhang Xiaofan strength, 128 agility, 100 speed, 82 spirit, 141 stamina, 110 level, for 110800, notoriety, 10 talents, devour all things 2. Strength enhancement 1, emergency evasion 2, preemptive judgment 1, speed enhancement 2, cold resistance 1, ice aura 2, identification talent, ice resistance to poison 1, olfactory talent 1, flame control 1, bone enhancement 1, barbecue talent 1 skills. Comprehensive combat ability. Bronze 8-star, divine spirit, holy knight. Dark destruction 0.6 from the interface. It is evident that while his level has not continued to rise, the various requirements have become Zhang Xiaofan's source of strength through continuous devouring. Other than speed, all other values have long surpassed 100. Most importantly, his comprehensive combat ability has reached the bronze 8-star level, far exceeding the limitations of his current rank. Meanwhile, the dragon and phoenix jade pendant has already accumulated a plethora of weapons. Although most are ill-suited to his level, they hold no practical use. Of course, in matters of trade, mutual benefit is the true victory. Most chosen ones have already savored Zhang Xiaofan's barbecued meat. The barbecuing talent itself allows for the meat to emit a tantalizing aroma. Even without any condiments, it is sufficient to bring joy. Goodness, this roasted chicken is quite delicious. It rivals the products sold in shops. It is nearly sold out now. We are fortunate to have arrived early. However, the excitement is short-lived. While some chosen ones continuously lose out, over 900 remain, and in business where there is one, there is bound to be another. Soon, others begin to follow suit. Not only does he have roasted chicken, but I also offer fresh roasted pork, 1 pound of pork for 1 weapon. First come, first served. Next to Zhang Xiaofan's stall, a pork shop quickly opens its doors. However, this price is evidently exorbitant, leading to discontent among the crowd. Is your pork made of gold? So valuable. 1 weapon for just 1 pound? That is hardly enough to fill a gap in my teeth. Brother, one must learn from others in business. Integrity is key. Your stall is destined to fail. Clearly, the newly opened pork shop is not well received by the masses. Yet this can be understood. Zhang Xiaofan possesses the flame talent, making it effortless to ignite flames. However, for ordinary divine scholars in this world, lighting a fire is exceedingly challenging. They can only resort to primitive methods, such as friction, to create fire, which have a minuscule success rate. To produce roasted wild boar meat is already a considerable feat. So a slightly higher price is somewhat justifiable. Unfortunately, it cannot be accepted by other chosen ones. Zhang Xiaofan turns to gaze at the now useless monster beast corpses. The number of devourable beasts is dwindling. The variety of monster beasts available for consumption nearby has nearly been exhausted. It seems the only option left is to devour spiritual herbs. Are there any universal spiritual herbs? I can exchange weapons for them, with each type of herb limited to no more than 3. The pinnacle of conducting business is precisely this. Zhang Xiaofan, having acquired an abundance of weapons, finds himself in a position where, though he cannot utilize them, he can still resell them. Initially, he trades roasted meat for weapons and demon beasts. Once he has consumed enough, he begins to exchange for spiritual herbs in return. Is this Zhang merely surviving in the apocalypse? Or is he here to engage in trade? I truly possess a variety of spiritual herbs. However, I lack a suitable weapon. This longsword appears to be quite exquisite. As per the usual custom, it is first come, first served. I shall make my exchange first. Soon, a wave of triumph unfolds. Within mere minutes, Zhang Xiaofan stands before a collection of over 10 different herbs, simultaneously consuming them. After a brief 2 minutes, his overall combat capability has risen once again, reaching the esteemed level of bronze 8 stars. Observing the transactions, Zhang Xiaofan leisurely relaxes at the side. Concurrently, a trade request resonates in his mind. I require 13 pieces of bronze 2-star weapons. The invitation is extended by none other than Zhang Wang. Rank second. It is evident that Zhang Wang is assembling his own team and distributing weapons to those lacking them. Have a captain of such caliber is indeed a stroke of fortune for the entire team. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofan glances at the trade offer presented. Astonishingly, there's a bronze 3-star agility ring that grants an additional 10 points in agility, aptly named as the wind flows in this apocalyptic world. The probability of acquiring weapons from various demon beasts is exceedingly low. Although it is not of the spiritual variety that he prefers, agility is nonetheless commendable, and he exchanges for it without hesitation. Thus, Zhang Xiaofan now possesses 3 weapons, rendering him comparable to a tycoon in this desolate world. He has the Wind Flows Ring, the Dragon and Phoenix Jade Pendant, and the Tetanus Blade. However, as Zhang Xiaofan admires his acquisitions, a sudden announcement scrolls into his mind. The bright newbie village challenges our village. If anyone can reach level 5 first, they shall be declared the victor. The winner will receive half of the opposing village's weapon resources and freely distributed points, while the first to reach level 5 among the chosen ones will be awarded a silver lottery ticket and random free points. The aspiring divine beings are preoccupied with leveling up, leaving them with little time for gambling. Many begin to refuse this not a matter of life and death. I have just reached level 2. Acquiring points is no easy feat. It might take an eternity to reach level 5. It is utterly preposterous. I refuse. While the crowd vocally expresses their refusals, they soon realize they possess no actual say in the matter. According to the system's notification, only the leaderboard guardian has the authority to decide on this gambling endeavor. Everything now rests in the hands of Ma Chuanqiong. The moment Zhang Xiaofan receives this notification, an ominous premonition creeps into his mind that Chuanqiong has always held the top position and is truly a lone wolf. This unsettling feeling manifests just as the system's voice chimes in again. The gambling agreement with the Bright Village has been established, and during the gambling period, the newbie leaderboard will automatically be closed. The countdown for the wager begins. Once it concludes, the newbie leaderboard will be revealed new. Viewing the scrolling screen, Zhang Xiaofan feels a sense of helplessness that belies his qualifications. He should rightfully occupy the top spot. Alas, when the newbie leaderboard is unveiled, he remains an anonymous entity. However, Zhang Xiaofan is indifferent to the notion of fame. What concerns him most is this wager. It is evident that the chosen ones from the entire village are vocally expressing their ire towards Ma Chuanqiong. He is indeed reckless in his gambling, seemingly intent on jeopardizing us. Point 1 can only hope that he triumphs in this wager, though there is no guarantee he is not doing so intentionally. Ma Chuanqiong, the big shot of the village, has possessed almost godlike talent from the very beginning. The issue lies in the fact that such an individual tends to operate independently, shrouded in an aura of formidable might. Ever since the onset of slaughter, no one has laid eyes upon him again. If this wager is unsuitable for the Bright Village, some speculate that Ma Chuanqiong may have already perished in obscurity. With Ma Chuanqiong unreliable, they must rely on the second-ranked Zhang Wang. Brother Zhang Wang, everything now depends on you. You must reach level 5 swiftly. Those wishing to partake in the wager, fearful of defeat, gather on the plains. Tian and Thor. Let us form a team and strategize together. Both Zhang Wang and Tian originally ranked among the top 5. They're indeed the village's hope. As the people mobilize, the system activates a new feature. The chat systems of Peach Blossom Village and Bright Village are set to unite. For the time being, cross-server communication is permitted. The populace is consumed by slaughter. Zhang Xiaofan then realizes that his village is named Peach Blossom Village. However, the name is inconsequential. He resolved to traverse to Bright Village for a closer look. Before long, Bright Village is in a state of chaos. It must be the doing of Mr. Miyamoto. That man is a veritable killing machine. Yet if I could obtain half of their resources, it would be quite advantageous. Mr. Miyamoto is a master of blade techniques in our country. Endowed with a vampiric talent, truly an extraordinary being, it is said that Mr. Miyamoto proposed this wager after reaching level 4, correct? Upon inquiry, Mr. Miyamoto makes his presence known that I have just reached level 5, and dealing with them will be effortless. We, the South Asian nation, declare victory at this moment. Up until now, the elusive Ma Chuanqiong from Peach Blossom Village remains at level 4, while the second-ranked Zhang Wang, despite his exceptional talent, is still at level 3. There is indeed a significant disparity between them, and no wonder Ma Chuanqiong is being vilified by the masses. The pressure from such a level gap is undeniably overwhelming. After gathering this information, Zhang Xiaofan returns to the chat interface of Peach Blossom Village. This time, the Chosen Ones do not engage in public chat. Rather, they're concentrated in the grassland area for face-to-face discussions. Zhang Wang, Thor, and others have already congregated. Zhang Xiaofan also shares relevant information regarding Mr. Miyamoto, Brother Zhang. This time, it all hinges on you. And along with Thor and Tian, we must not allow the enemy to strip us of our resources. As night falls, searching for demon beasts becomes exceedingly challenging, and their vision surpasses even that of the divine beings. This is akin to adding insult to injury. At the entrance of the grassland area, within a mere 10 minutes, hundreds have gathered, each wearing a frown. As the sun sets, they gaze into the dimming expanse of the grassland. It is a daunting task to even recognize one another, let alone spot a demon beast. During the competition, areas ranging from bronze 1 star to 10 star have been opened for selection. Thus far, only 3 major requirement areas have been accessible within the newbie village. Aside from the unique monsters Zhang Xiaofan encountered in the Peach Blossom Village instance, the highest level is merely bronze 3-star demon beasts. Now, with everything unlocked, the options have certainly increased. Zhang Wang furrows his brow and decisively states, "We are at level 3, while they are at level 5. The disparity is substantial. If we continue to train in the original area, we may not make it in time." Thor and Tian, let's form a small team and head directly to the bronze 4-star area. Although it presents some challenges, our unity as 3 should suffice. As the top figures of Peach Blossom Village, they must push beyond their limits. Conversely, the chosen ones who are only at level 2 have limited options. Though the areas have been opened, they wish to assist as well. May we venture into the level 4 area? What nonsense! At your level, entering would be akin to courting death. We are wagering resources, not lives. Having had his resources halved is undeniably disheartening. However, in comparison, preserving one's life remains the wisest course of action. The collective sentiment is palpable, and understanding is sought. Turning back, the announcement continues. From this moment forth, we shall each undertake tiered challenges, with each level presenting its own trials, yet we must emphasize the spirit of teamwork. The challenge at the 3rd level is bronze 4 stars, requiring a team of 5. The 2nd level challenge entails 3 stars, necessitating a team of 10, where mutual assistance is paramount should danger arise. By teaming up to level up, the experience gained is indeed diminished, yet it significantly enhances our chances of survival. The night is when the beasts are most active. Currently, the primary objective is to advance steadily. During the assembly of the Chosen Ones from Taoyuan Village, a man has already sprinted deep into the woods. This man is none other than Zhang Xiaofan, who has fluctuated in the rankings. With Ma Chuanqiong's actions, Zhang Xiaofan has no time for deliberation, but he will certainly not place his hopes in Zhang Wang. From the chat room of Guangming Village, Zhang Xiaofan has gleaned a rough understanding of the opponent's strength. The blood-sucking talent is inherently formidable. It can even siphon the blood of beasts to bolster one's stamina, akin to carrying an endless supply of herbal remedies during combat. Coupled with being at level 5, he would not fear a direct confrontation. Yet, this time, the wager is not merely a duel, but rather the speed of mutual advancement. With Mr. Miyamoto's prowess against the beasts, he holds a distinct advantage. Zhang Xiaofan cannot tolerate the forcible deprivation of his resources. As meteors dart through the woods, a mutated wolf gazes at Zhang Xiaofan. In a mere flash of cold light, the wolf's head is instantly severed. Zhang Xiaofan presses on without pause. Experience gained, 80. Experience gained, 120. After 12 minutes, he traverses the grassy plains. 15 minutes later, he crosses the icy region. None of this can halt Zhang Xiaofan's momentum. His goal is now set on the bronze 5-tier beast zone. Thanks to his speed-enhancing talent, reaching the bronze 5-tier beast zone does not require much time. However, upon entering the rocky jungle after passing through the icy area, Zhang Xiaofan slows his pace, observing the small mountain formed by piled rocks before him. He speaks nonchalantly, "Come out. Did you think hiding would keep you undetected?" It is crucial to note that Zhang Xiaofan, with his night vision and enhanced sense of smell, can perceive virtually everything within several miles. As soon as he utters these words, after several dozen seconds, a few figures gradually reveal themselves. To his surprise, The leader, a man with yellow hair, gazes at Zhang Xiaofan with astonishment. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I wish to collaborate with you. The opponent is straightforward about his intention. However, Zhang Xiaofan finds himself somewhat perplexed by this proposition. Collaborate? Although his notoriety has indeed reached a score of 10, it should not yet warrant such attention. Nevertheless, considering the fervor of his trading, recognition is not entirely implausible. I presume you are here due to the wager. Perhaps we could form a team. There is a chance we might surpass that Ma Chuanxiong fellow. Barton suggests. His interest in Zhang Xiaofan stems not only from his level reaching 4, but also from the widespread knowledge of Zhang's possession of numerous high-quality weapons. To better entice Zhang Xiaofan to join him. Barton reveals his identity, that my name is Barton. You may verify my ranking on a leaderboard. Partnering with me would undoubtedly be advantageous. Zhang Xiaofan has a vague recollection of Barton, knowing only that he ranks 5th on the leaderboard and shares the same level as himself. Collaborate? I have no interest, Zhang Xiaofan replies coolly. Despite the current circumstances where Barton's prowess would enhance their chances in the bronze 5-tier B zone, Zhang Xiaofan is wary of trusting anyone in this brutal world with a strong prey upon the weak. Furthermore, with his current strength, he would not necessarily be at a disadvantage in the level 5 beast zone. Forget it. I'm accustomed to going solo, Zhang Xiaofan states, preparing to depart, aware that his time is limited. Hearing Zhang Xiaofan's words, Barton's smile gradually fades. In that case, for the glory of Taoyuan village, wouldn't you be obliged to lend a hand and offer a few high-quality weapons? This is the true motive behind Barton's approach. Initially troubled by the wager, he had intended to venture into the rocky jungle to slay beasts for leveling up. Unexpectedly, his talent has allowed him to detect Zhang Xiaofan's approach. As Barton finishes speaking, several of his subordinates step forward with mischievous grins. Although they are merely bronze 5 stars in strength, they believe they are sufficient to deal with Zhang Xiaofan. Attack, but do not kill, Barton commands. Despite being aware of Zhang Xiaofan's formidable abilities, he harbors great hope for his 5 subordinates. As the adversaries charge towards him, Zhang Xiaofan does not hesitate to focus his mental energy. Mental super control. The once intimidating assailants suddenly feel as if their heads have exploded, the pain rendering them incapable of fighting. This unexpected turn of events catches Barton off guard. What is happening? Zhang Xiaofan pays no mind to Barton's astonishment, swiftly dispatching several of them with his dagger. With each foe he defeats, his devouring talent activates. Devour power enhancement. Devour taste enhancement. Devour speed enhancement. To Zhang Xiaofan's surprise, among these individuals is one possessing the taste enhancement talent. Given that he already possesses enhanced senses of smell and sight, acquiring the taste enhancement talent leaves him only needing the hearing, touch, and preemption talents. All right, now it's your turn, Zhang Xiaofan declares, eyeing Barton, whom he believes is doomed. Humph. You think you can catch me if I wish to flee? Barton retorts, activating his talent and enveloping himself in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke billows, it quickly obscures Zhang Xiaofan's vision. This is the first time Zhang Xiaofan encounters such a talent. Even with night vision and enhanced smell, he cannot locate Barton in a short time. Truly, he is a force to be reckoned with. Ranking 5th on the leaderboard, observing the smoke, Zhang Xiaofan's devouring talent activates unpredictably. Ding! Devour fog smoke. Acquire smoke control technique. The outcome of this devouring is entirely unexpected for Jiang Chun. Smoke control technique. He recalls that previously, whether absorbing the power of the earth or the winds of nature, they were merely attributes. This time, he has directly acquired a skill, control. With Zhang Xiaofan's super control, the surrounding smoke gradually dissipates. Soon, Barton's fleeing figure is revealed. As he watches the smoky release begin to clear, Barton is utterly shocked. What the hell? My white vine, how could it possibly fail against this guy? Suddenly, Barton's confidence began to crumble. His ascent to the 5th position on the leaderboard was not solely due to his formidable prowess, but rather because of his C-grade talent skill, smoke manipulation. This ability allowed him to unleash a substantial amount of smoke to bewilder his adversaries. It could be said that this skill enabled Barton to frequently evade enemy attacks and even turn the tables with counterstrikes. However, he could not have anticipated his misfortune. when this tactic was employed against Zhang Xiaofan. It proved utterly ineffective, shattering the heavens. With the advantage of enhanced speed, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly approached Batten and, with overwhelming force, delivered a devastating blow. Thud! As his body slammed forcefully against the wall, Batten felt as if he were on the verge of disintegration. How could this be? Aren't you merely at level 4, just like me? Your highest rank is only bronze 5. Yet, Batten sensed that this was far beyond the power of 5 stars. What level of talent do you possess? At that moment, Batten was filled with intense curiosity. Could it be that he, too, possessed a C-grade talent? However, Zhang Xiaofan paid no heed to Batten's inquiry. Once again, he attempted to utilize his smoke control technique, only to find it yielded no response. This indicated that the so-called smoke control could only be activated in the presence of smoke. You know the whereabouts of Ma Chuanxiong. Zhang Xiaofan inquired of Batten. As the level of his devouring talent increased, the effects of the talents he absorbed diminished. Zhang Xiaofan surmised that D and F grade talents would have minimal impact on him. How would I know? Most of the people in Taoyuan village are currently searching for him, Batten replied with some difficulty. Simultaneously, a plume of smoke began to emanate from his hand. Given the circumstances, you have become of no use to me. Zhang Xiaofan was not one to show mercy, particularly in this ruthless world where the weak were devoured by the strong. Had he not possessed sufficient strength earlier, he might very well have been the one to fall. Damn it, by man! Once again, dense smoke billowed forth, and at the same time, a massive axe, taking advantage of the smoke, surged with murderous intent in Batten's heart. Die! Batten exerted all his might, fully confident that even Ma Chuanxiong, the top-ranked player, will be severely injured if not killed. However, as Batten's strike descended, it landed with astonishing precision right beside Zhang Xiaofan. How could this be? Batten was momentarily dumbfounded. He was certain that, cloaked by the smoke, his opponent would never detect his movements. Yet Batten clearly witnessed as, just before the attack connected, Zhang Xiaofan seemed to possess X-ray vision, effortlessly evading the blow. Shattering the heavens, Zhang Xiaofan unleashed his power once more, and with an overwhelming force, he obliterated Batten completely. Gazing at Batten's lifeless body, even Zhang Xiaofan could not help but release a sigh of relief. Had it not been for his predictive talent, which allowed him to discern Batten's attack direction in mere fractions of a second, he might have very well met his end. If Batten, ranked among the top 5, proved to be so formidable, then Ma Chuanxiong's strength must be comparable, Zhang Xiaofan remarked with a hint of gravity on his face. Approaching Batten's corpse, he activated his devouring talent. Ding! Devouring C-grade talent. Smoke manipulation, this time. Rather than absorbing the talent skill as per usual, he directly assimilated it. With the absorption of the C-grade talent, Zhang Xiaofan could distinctly feel his overall capabilities being significantly enhanced. Name: Zhang Xiaofan's strength, 150 agility, 120 speed, 88 spirit, 149 stamina, 120 level, 4, 250-800 reputation, 10 talents, devouring all things 3. Strength enhancement 1, emergency evasion 2, preemptive judgment 1, speed enhancement 2, cold resistance 1, frost aura 2, talent identification, frost resistance 1, olfactory talent 1, flame manipulation 1, bone reinforcement 1, barbecue talent 1 skills, smoke manipulation comprehensive combat ability, bronze 8 stars, holy spirit, paladin, dark destruction point. 6. Seeing the modifications in the skill section, Zhang Xiaofan was somewhat taken aback. Regaining his focus, he continued toward the 5th level beast area. Meanwhile, as Zhang Xiaofan advanced, an announcement suddenly appeared on the public screen. System announcement: Yu Tai, Lu Qingye, and Li Xiuye have been killed by Zhang Xiaofan. System announcement: Batten has been killed by Zhang Xiaofan. As the notifications proliferated, they caused a tremendous uproar within Taoyuan village. What? Batten is dead. Indeed, if memory serves, Batten was among the top 5 powerful players, and he was actually slain by Zhang Xiaofan. It seems Zhang Xiaofan has truly stirred up trouble this time. Batten is the vice-captain of the Lingyun team, and MOE will undoubtedly seek revenge at this moment. The public screen erupted with discussions. They had not anticipated that Zhang Xiaofan could defeat Batten in the 4th level beast area. MOE, who is currently dispatching an Imperial Wolf Spider. Also notice the information on the public screen. Zhang Xiaofan, MOE, murmured. This name had recently gained significant notoriety. With his adept barbecue talent, he had amassed considerable wealth through trading. Captain, let's go eliminate that kid right now. A member beside MOE suggested with a cold expression that in recent days, their Lingyun team had been continuously recruiting top 100 players, believing they had established themselves as the foremost faction in Taoyuan village. However, MOE remained silent at his comrade's words, continuing deeper into the woods that we don't have much time left. Let's keep a close watch on him, MOE stated. His current objective was, of course, related to the betting agreement with Guangming village. MOE, how far is it to the next Imperial Wolf Spider? MOE inquired of a white-haired man beside him. The Imperial Wolf Spider is a level 4 attacking beast with the skill of Venom Spray. Even with MOE's level 5 prowess, he would require the cooperation of his team to take it down. Additionally, Imperial Wolf Spiders are masters of concealment. Without MOE's enhanced hearing ability, locating them would be quite challenging. To the northeast, up in the trees, however, the commotion there seemed unusually different, almost suspiciously so. After a while, MOE began to speak. Although he had merely enhanced his hearing talent, allowing him to reach the 3rd level while accompanying MOE. The information gained solely through hearing was not comprehensive. Let us go. We can't dwell on this. We'll head over now, MOE decisively commanded. He had great confidence in his team, believing that they were merely in the 4th level beast area, where excessively powerful beasts should not appear. Subsequently, the members of the Lingyun team advanced toward the direction MOE had indicated on Zhang Xiaofan's side. He was naturally aware of the information on the public screen and had garnered a basic understanding of the Lingyun team. However, he paid it little mind. Could they truly locate him in such a short time, regardless of their overall strength? With my current comprehensive combat ability, if I were to break through to Bronze 9 stars, wouldn't that be the pinnacle? Zhang Xiaofan mused with growing curiosity. As MOE and his group arrived at the vicinity of the northeastern trees, they found no trace of the Imperial Wolf Spider. Strange, I distinctly heard movement here, MOE remarked, perplexed as he surveyed the surroundings. Before them loomed towering ancient trees, and coupled with the surrounding silence, an eerie atmosphere gradually enveloped the group. Could it be that it has fled? A member gradually relaxed his vigilance and began to observe his surroundings. However, at that very moment, a drop of venom suddenly shot towards him from a nearby large tree. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. As the venom made contact with his skin, its intense corrosiveness swiftly rendered the member incapable of fighting. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Prepare for battle. Yuanda, hurry and save him, despite the dire situation. Moying remained composed and began directing his teammates. Yuanda, without hesitation, unleashed his innate abilities. As a core member of the Lingyun team and the 15th-ranked powerhouse, Yuanda possessed a healing talent that far surpassed the minor healing skills previously absorbed by Zhang Xiaofan. Under Yuanda's healing magic, the critically injured member gradually stabilized. Yet the potent toxin still rendered him unable to move. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound reminiscent of a serpent echoed down from the tree. As everyone focused their gaze, astonishment surged within them. On the chat screen, a startling message appeared. Warning. A level 4 beast, the venomous green-striped serpent, has been spotted. The revelation sent a chill down the spines of the onlookers. The emergence of the venomous green-striped serpent in the level 4 beast zone was utterly unforeseen. It is well known that the venomous green-striped serpent is classified as a level 5 beast. Alas, such a pity! A level 5 beast, but my strength is far too inadequate. I can only let this opportunity slip by. You could go too, but if you aren't at level 4, entering the level 4 beast zone would likely lead to your demise. Sai, is there a senior who could assist me? I seek a team. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan was also taken aback by the appearance of the beast. The level 4 beast zone? Looking towards a nearby direction. Indeed, it was the level 4 beast zone. Initially, Zhang Xiaofan had set his sights on the level 5 beast zone as his goal, but if he could slay the venomous green-striped serpent, there might be a chance of obtaining a bronze chest. Thus, he boldly ventured in. Many shared Zhang Xiaofan's thoughts, with most of the top 10 ranked powers making their way towards the level 4 beast zone, eager to partake in the bounty. Even Zhang Wang, the second-ranked player, inquired on the chat screen about the serpent's location, expressing a willingness to collaborate. After all, the expanse of the level 4 beast zone was vast, and even knowing the beast's presence did not guarantee a swift find. Meanwhile, Moying and his team had no time to peruse the comment section, confronted with the appearance of the venomous green-striped serpent. Even the fourth-ranked Moying felt a mix of excitement and dread. The good news was that they were the first to discover the leader of the level 4 beast, while the bad news was that their current team's strength might not suffice for the fight. This was a level 5 beast, and a leader at that. "Captain, what should we do next?" one member asked, his face grave. Their team's primary offensive power lay with only a few members, while the others were either healers or had sensory talents. Team 2 and Team 3 will create diversions from the sides, and I will look for an opportunity, Moying commanded. He plunged one hand into the earth, and in an instant, a suit of earthy armor manifested around him. Indeed, Moying's talent allowed him to manipulate soil, quicksand technique. Under Moying's command, the ground beneath the trees began to soften. The once flat terrain transformed into quicksand, engulfing the trees, without the trees for support. The venomous green-striped serpent was exposed before them. Adhesive technique. Moying unleashed his talent again, attempting to bind the beast using the surrounding quicksand. However, the group underestimated the power of the level 5 beast. The quicksand binding Moying conjured had no effect on the venomous green-striped serpent. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it easily repelled everyone. Soon after, a mist began to emanate from the serpent's body. Yuanda, well-versed in such matters, gasped in alarm and urgently called out to the team, "Everyone run. It's about to unleash its skill." The venomous green-striped serpent was an aggressive level 5 beast, and its skill, toxic mist entwining, would spell doom if inhaled. Even Yuanda's healing magic would be rendered ineffective, regardless of its potency. The gravity of the situation dawned on everyone, prompting them to scatter in all directions. This meant they would have to abandon their mission. However, there was little bitterness in their hearts. If even their formidable Lingyun team could not defeat it, how could any other team hope to succeed? Thus, their primary goal became leveling up. Once they amassed sufficient strength, they could return for retribution. Unbeknownst to them, the emergence of the venomous green-striped serpent had already been noted in the comment section, a fact that Mo discovered while fleeing. "Captain, it seems several teams are heading towards the level 4 beast zone." Mo informed Moying. "Let them come. A level 5 beast is not easily slain. Even if they succeed, it will come at a cost. We should take this time to gain some experience," Moying replied. "Truly, our captain is wise." Meanwhile, in a distant corner, Zhang Xiaofan, leveraging the advantages of his speed enhancement, continued his search. In the course of his exploration, he stumbled upon a lair of the imperial wolf spider instead of the venomous green-striped serpent. Before him gleamed numerous pairs of glimmering green eyes, roughly 10 in number. Imperial wolf spiders. Zhang Xiaofan felt no trepidation towards these level 3 beasts. With his current power, level 3 beasts merely offered a slight increase in experience. After all, he had previously hunted swift beasts of the same level as the imperial wolf spider. Zhang Xiaofan would rather pursue the mutated wild wolves than these level 3 creatures, as the experience they provided no longer sufficed for him. Armed with the wind of injury, Zhang Xiaofan commenced his harvesting of the imperial wolf spiders. Though he found the experience insufficient, he reminded himself that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Experience increased by 120 upon slaying the last mutated imperial wolf spider. Zhang Xiaofan gained a total of over 500 experience points. Now he needed only 200 more to reach level 5. However, he lamented that unlike the last time he defeated a mutated spider, this encounter did not yield a bronze roulette. It was to be expected. The probability of obtaining equipment from defeating monsters was less than 1%. If Zhang Xiaofan obtained gear every time, it would leave little for others. As Zhang Xiaofan continued towards his next destination, he keenly sensed the team advancing in his direction. Zhang Xiaofan? As the team entered the scene, their expressions reflected a hint of surprise. They had not anticipated that the information on the public screen would attract none other than Zhang Xiaofan. it is well known that Zhang Xiaofan is rarely seen in the comment section. Many were searching for his presence, even willing to pay a handsome sum for his position. Naturally, it was evident to all that only the members of the Lingyun team would undertake such efforts. After all, Zhang Xiaofan had slain their vice-captain, and that enmity had been firmly established. Nonetheless, the crowd merely felt a sense of astonishment at the prospect of encountering Zhang Xiaofan. Their purpose in venturing into the fourth-level beast zone was to hunt the Wandu green-striped snake, leaving them little time to concern themselves with Zhang Xiaofan. They bore no deep-seated grudge against him, and there was no reason to expend energy at this juncture. "Captain, I've heard that the Lingyun team is offering a reward of a third-level beast blood pill for information leading to Zhang Xiaofan." One of the team members remarked slowly as the group moved further away. The promised reward from the Lingyun team indeed piqued his interest. This so-called third-level beast blood pill is formed from the essence of a third-level beast, possessing a significant probability of bestowing immense power upon consumption for a limited time. However, once the effect wears off, the user may experience varying degrees of backlash. Alternatively, this blood pill could be refined by alchemists into a potion devoid of side effects. The primary ingredient for such potions is, without a doubt, the beast blood pill. It is worth noting that alchemists are exceedingly rare in the world. One might question whether there are even as many as 5 in the combined villages of Taoyuan and Guangming. While the drop rate for the third-level beast blood pill is not as staggering as that of the bronze roulette, a mere 5% still leaves many feeling quite disheartened. This explains why the announcement of the third-level beast blood pill by the Lingyun team caused such a stir in the comment section. Do you think you possess the strength to defeat Bart?" The leading man said slowly that he was no fool. While the third-level beast blood pill was indeed rare, it was not to the extent of being unique. The fact that Zhang Xiaofan had managed to kill Bart implied that he had at least reached the 4th level, if not the 5th. Lacking a certain assurance, he did not wish to completely alienate Zhang Xiaofan. Upon hearing the captain's words, the team member could only shake his head in resignation and continue the search for the Wandu green-striped snake. An hour had already passed since the appearance of the Wandu green-striped snake, during which most of the top 10 ranked warriors had entered the 4th-level beast zone in search of the leader. The longer the time elapsed, the greater the likelihood that the Wandu green-striped snake would conceal itself once more. Utilizing his night vision and keen sense of smell, Zhang Xiaofan quickly locked onto the direction of his target. Boom! As Zhang Xiaofan stepped into the area, a massive tail suddenly whipped toward him. Had it not been for his predictive talent and emergency evasion abilities, he would have been utterly oblivious to the cunning of the Wandu green-striped snake, which had already sensed the ambush. It is common for only 6th-level beasts to evolve a certain degree of intelligence. Yet here was a 5th-level beast displaying such awareness of last. "I have found you," Zhang Xiaofan declared, eyeing the 5th-level beast before him. Without hesitation, he hurled the wind of wounds forward. Mental control. Zhang Xiaofan unleashed a mental attack, believing that with both mental and physical assaults combined, the opponent would have no means of evading. His mental prowess had reached the 3rd level, enabling him to interfere with any creature below the 6th level. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Under the influence of the mental control, the Wandu green-striped snake let out a series of anguished cries. Poisonous gas began to seep outward as its tail swung to strike Zhang Xiaofan. Strengthening. With a thought, Zhang Xiaofan's muscles bulged as he braced himself against the incoming attack with immense power. Flame control. Flames erupted from within him, cascading along the snake's tail. This spectacle shattered the Wandu green-striped snake's understanding of its own abilities. Despite the snake's formidable defenses, it could not withstand Zhang Xiaofan's fervent onslaught. Cracks began to form on the surface of the green-striped snake's skin, inciting its fury in the 4th-level beast zone. As a 5th-level beast, it had reigned with insufferable arrogance for years, and it was the first time it had been so thoroughly bested by a mere human. Roar. With a piercing shriek, the green-striped snake unleashed its skill. Toxic gas began to spread, establishing its dominance as the king of this noxious realm. However, at that moment, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly drew upon an invisible vortex that absorbed the surrounding poison. Ding! Poison absorption successful. Enhancing toxin resistance. Ding! Acquired talent. Poison dispersion. The changes within his body brought Zhang Xiaofan immense joy. Absorb again. With the elevation of his level, his absorption talent underwent a tremendous enhancement in a brief span. His toxin resistance surged to the 3rd level. Faced with such rapid growth, even Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. Could it be that the toxicity absorbed is simply too potent? He pondered. After all, a 5th-level poisonous beast could easily annihilate the vast majority of lower-tier humans. Thanks to the increase in his toxin resistance, Zhang Xiaofan disregarded the poisonous gas enveloping him, and with his enhanced strength, he crashed forcefully into the green-striped snake. The tremendous force sent the snake hurtling backward for several dozen meters. Next, a chilling aura coalesced in Zhang Xiaofan's hands as he prepared to freeze his adversary. As the intensity of the cold grew, frost began to form on the surface of the green-striped snake. It is important to note that the skin of the green-striped snake is highly resilient, rendering it impervious to most attribute attacks. For instance, the previous opponent, Mo, ranked among the top 5, could only retreat with his tail between his legs, despite wielding the quicksand talent. However, the ice breath Zhang Xiaofan unleashed had already reached the 3rd level. Coupled with the absorption of the ice fruit, its potency surpassed Mo's quicksand talent. As time passed, the Wandu green-striped snake, now frozen solid, became a mere ice sculpture. Phew, indeed, the strength of a 5th-level beast is formidable, Zhang Xiaofan mused with a hint of resignation. It is worth mentioning that he could dispatch a 3rd-level imperial wolf spider in an instant. Yet he had to expend considerable effort to deal with a 5th-level beast. Upon Zhang Xiaofan's successful defeat of the Wandu green-striped snake, a scrolling announcement appeared on the public screen. Ding! Congratulations to Zhang Xiaofan for successfully slaying the leader of the 4th-level beast zone, the Wandu green-striped snake. As this announcement reverberated, astonishment swept across the public screen, with users expressing their disbelief. What? Zhang Xiaofan again? How did he end up in the 4th-level beast zone? You should be astonished at how Zhang Xiaofan managed to kill the 5th-level Wandu green-striped snake. Master, please take me with you, confronted with the incredulous remarks flooding the public screen. It was akin to the explosion of a bomb. That moment. Zhang Wang, situated in the Level 4 Demon Beast Zone, gazed at the news of the Level 4 Demon Beast Zone leader being slain by Zhang Xiaofan. The previously calm expression on his face began to exhibit subtle changes. Zhang Xiaofan. Is he the one ranked 3rd? Zhang Wang slowly inquired. For Zhang Wang, he possessed his own team, albeit a mere trio compared to the larger Lingyun team. Indeed, it was utterly unexpected that such a stroke of luck had befallen that individual. One could only wonder if he had stumbled upon an opportunity. Wang Ping's face was also marred by envy. As the leader of the Level 4 Demon Beast Zone was no small feat, as the 10th rank contender, he understood well that slaying the leader would significantly enhance both his experience and the probability of obtaining the bronze roulette. Since Zhang Xiaofan has just defeated the leader, it stands to reason that he remains in this Level 4 Demon Beast Zone, Zhang Wang remarked. Upon hearing this, the eyes of his 2 companions lit up with excitement. Yes, that fellow is likely gravely injured now. It would be exceedingly easy for us. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan was blissfully unaware that he had already caught the attention of others. Following the defeat of the 10,000 poison green-striped snake, he had acquired a staggering 270 experience points, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Boom! As the experience surged into him, Zhang Xiaofan felt a significant enhancement in his attributes. He could confidently say that he had just stepped in a level 5. Observing his status panel, he noted, Name, Zhang Xiaofan Strength, 158 Agility, 120 Speed, 100 Spirit, 160 Stamina, 120 Level, 5701-1000, Fame, 15 Talent, Devour All Things 2, Strength Enhancement 1, Emergency Evasion 2, Preemptive Judgment 1, Speed Enhancement 2, Cold Resistance 1, Frost Aura 2, Identification Talent, Frost Resistance to Poison 1, Olfactory Talent 1, Flame Manipulation 1, Bone Reinforcement 1, Barbecue Talent 1, Toxic Antibody 2, Comprehensive Combat Ability, Bronze 9 stars. Holy Spirit, Paladin, Dark Destruction Points. 6. Gazing at the information displayed, Zhang Xiaofan nodded slightly, taken aback by the fact that his comprehensive combat ability had reached bronze 9 stars. Approaching, he gently touched the screen. Ding! Devoured the 10,000 poison green striped snake. Acquired skill. Poison blade strike. Ding! Acquired talent. Poison gas condensation. With the notifications of his newly acquired skills, excitement radiated from Zhang Xiaofan's face. Contemplating the body before him, he decided, adhering to the virtue of thrift, to collect the entire corpse. With the leader of the level 4 demon beast zone now absent, it was imperative to hasten the plans for the 5th demon beast zone. After stating this, Zhang Xiaofan prepared to advance forward. However, just as he was about to move, the data on his panel, once clear, began to flicker. What the heck? Could it be that the Devour talent is too extraordinary and has drawn the system's attention? After all, the Devour talent and non-existent X-grade talent allowed him to absorb enemy talents for his own use, which was undeniably extraordinary. Ding! As the host has absorbed a total of 15 talents. The system is conducting talent fusion to prevent the host from becoming disoriented. The sound of this notification startled Zhang Xiaofan. Talent fusion? He thought, a shiver running through him, that he had not anticipated that his talent could be so formidable. Not only could it absorb talents, but could also fuse them. Fusion, without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan confirmed the action. With a single command, both strength enhancement and speed enhancement began to fuse. Ding! Fusion successful, Heavenly Path 50. Ding! Acquired Heavenly Path talent. Incomplete. Each time a talent is absorbed, it will automatically upgrade to the highest level. The system's announcement left Zhang Xiaofan gasping in astonishment. This Heavenly Path talent was remarkably powerful, and it was merely at 50% development. If it were to reach 100%, how much more formidable would it become? Zhang Xiaofan opened his panel to find it exceptionally tidy now. Name. Zhang Xiaofan talent. Heavenly Path talent. Incomplete. Level 5701100. Note, the next round of talent evolution will reach 70%. Nodding slightly at his current status, Zhang Xiaofan then dashed forward as he departed. A team arrived at the scene. Wait! Zhang Wang exclaimed, his expression one of vigilance. He clearly understood that they had located the level 4 demon beast leader. This should be the location of the 10,000 poison green striped snake. Could it be that fellow has already fled? Wang Ping looked around in confusion, noting that apart from traces of battle and excessive poisonous gas, there was nothing else to be found. Even the body of the 10,000 poison green striped snake was missing. If my guess is correct, he has likely already escaped, Zhang Wang replied casually. Not disheartened, he promptly opened the public screen and sent a message. Zhang Xiaofan, let's meet and make a deal. His words stirred up a wave of discussion among the onlookers. What is happening? Are the 2nd and 3rd rank contenders about to join forces? If that's the case, what is the point? No, I vehemently oppose this unfair treatment unless I am included. Upstairs, I see you're just full of hot air. Didn't I hear you bragging about being above others in rank just a moment ago? At that moment, a notification rang out. Congratulations to Ma Chuanxiong for successfully slaying the mutated beast. Flying Leaf Beast in the 5th Demon Beast Zone. This news detonated in the public screen like a deep-sea bomb. Even Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback that Chuanxiong had been absent for quite some time. Little did anyone expect him to have ventured into the 5th Demon Beast Zone. Zhang Xiaofan was familiar with the Flying Leaf Beast, combat-oriented mutated beast of level 5. As Zhang Xiaofan paused to observe the comments, several figures materialized around him. Truly a case of not needing to search far and wide for what comes easily. A teasing voice rang out, revealing the Ling Yun team, who had a grudge against Zhang Xiaofan. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan's demeanor remained unfazed. Following the fusion of his talents, he had not fully grasped the extent of his newfound strength. Given that these individuals sought confrontation, he had no qualms about allowing his talents to gain some experience. Do we know each other? Zhang Xiaofan asked slowly. You may not know us, but you certainly recognize Barton, right? Mo Bai replied. Upon hearing Mo Bai's words, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly comprehended it turned out they had come seeking vengeance. Are you certain you wish to pursue revenge with such a small number of you? Zhang Xiaofan remarked. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt the ground beneath him begin to shift into quicksand. Gradually engulfing his entire body, I heard you killed the 10,000 poison green striped snake? Hand over the corpse, and we can put Barton's matter behind you, at that moment. Mo.E approached Zhang Xiaofan slowly and spoke to him. As he spoke, he manipulated the stones on the ground nearby. With a mere thought, these stones would come crashing down upon Zhang Xiaofan's position. Initially, Mo.E and his companions believed that, given the current circumstances, compromise was the best course of action. After all, the body of a 10,000 poison green-striped snake could be exchanged for a life, which was indeed a most advantageous trade. However, as Mo.E presented his terms, Zhang Xiaofan merely responded with a cold smile, a C-grade sandstorm talent, quite impressive. Upon finishing his words, a wave of toxic gas suddenly surged forth from his body. Toxic gas convergence. As the toxins spread rapidly around him with ferocity, the surrounding crowd was left in utter shock. This toxin? Could it be they had previously battled the 10,000 poison green-striped snake and were well aware of the nature of this poison? What baffled them was why such toxins would emanate from Zhang Xiaofan himself. Healing art. Yuan Da, who had been observing closely, was the first to unleash his talent in an effort to heal his teammates from the poison they had inhaled. Damn it, this is self-inflicted. Mo.E, without hesitation, directed the stones around him to launch towards a single target. Yet for Zhang Xiaofan, who possessed an emergency evasion talent, this posed no threat whatsoever. Let me see the power of this skill, Zhang Xiaofan murmured. As he concentrated, a slashing strike gradually emerged, surprisingly aimed at their direction amidst the astonishment of the onlookers. Poison Blade Strike. This was a toxic skill acquired after devouring the 10,000 poison green-striped snake. And it was a rarity even within the entirety of Taoyuan village. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the area where Mo.E and the others stood was instantaneously reduced to rubble, creating a massive crater. Although Mo.E and his companions were not killed, they were certainly gravely injured. As the shockwave from Zhang Xiaofan's assault enveloped them, they sustained varying degrees of injuries. Damn it. How could the damage be so immense? Could it be that this guy has already reached level 5? Mo.E said grimly. It was well understood among them that with the commencement of the wager against the neighboring Guangming village, reaching level 5 first held significant implications. Moreover, what truly astonished Mo.E was why Jiangshan was releasing these poisonous mists at Mo.E was certain that only the 10,000 poison green-striped snake possessed such a characteristic. Could it be that Zhang Xiaofan had received an unexpected reward after slaying the leader? After all, there had been no detailed announcement when Zhang Xiaofan successfully killed the 10,000 poison green-striped snake. It had merely been a mention. Mo.E would never have guessed that Zhang Xiaofan could absorb talents. How on earth did you manage that? Ignoring the toxins invading his body, Mo.E's eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Xiaofan. Even if he were to meet his end here, he desired to die with his eyes wide open. However, in response to Mo.E's inquiry, Zhang Xiaofan offered no reply. Instead, he conjured a swirling mass of deep green toxin before the assembled crowd. Any discerning observer could see that Zhang Xiaofan intended to eliminate them. No, Brother Zhang. No, there's no need for this. The sight of the unfolding situation caused the expressions of those around to shift dramatically. They were entirely unaware that Zhang Xiaofan's combat prowess could be so terrifying. With a single individual strength, he could annihilate them all. The relationship between Taoyuan Village and Guangming Village is becoming increasingly tense. We are both ranked within the top 20. I believe you wouldn't want Taoyuan Village to fail, would you? Yuan Da hastily pleaded with Zhang Xiaofan. When one's life is threatened, dignity becomes insignificant. Oh, spare you. Didn't you come here seeking revenge? Zhang Xiaofan replied with a cold smirk. Yuan Da's words did carry some weight. Zhang Xiaofan understood that within this world of slaughter, Taoyuan Village was merely a novice village amidst many others. What do you think the lives of you few are worth? At Zhang Xiaofan's level, ordinary items no longer held any appeal. After all, he was still exploring the nuances of his heavenly Dao talent. Mo.E produced several Tier 3 Beast Blood Pills from his possession. 5 Tier 3 Beast Blood Pills, along with a dungeon. Surely this should suffice to spare our lives, Mo.E stated casually. Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered across Zhang Xiaofan's face. Oh, a dungeon. It wouldn't happen to be an empty one you've already explored. Would it? Zhang Xiaofan inquired. He was well aware of dungeons. After all, he had once stumbled into one and nearly met his demise at the hands of a mummy. However, Zhang Xiaofan also understood that completing a dungeon often yielded generous rewards. With a significant chance of acquiring titles that enhanced attack power, He quickly shook his head in response to Zhang Xiaofan's question. This dungeon was an unexpected discovery. We initially intended to wait for Barton before proceeding to unlock it. We never anticipated encountering the situation beforehand. He wore a slight expression of helplessness, pondering whether his recent misfortunes were due to not consulting the calendar. Zhang Xiaofan regarded the 5 beast blood pills before him. Well aware of their scarcity, this seems rather excessive for such a valuable item, Zhang Xiaofan remarked as he subtly tucked the pills away. He and the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless at his words. Let us go, lead the way, Zhang Xiaofan instructed directly to in the tier 4 beast area. There was nothing of interest left for him, although he had now reached level 5, which technically met the wager's requirements. There had been no notifications either in the comment section or on the panel. Was it possible that the wager's terms had changed? After Zhang Xiaofan spoke, Moe, despite his reluctance, acquiesced with resignation. Leading the way is fine, but we are currently poisoned. Perhaps we should recover first? Moe said with a wry smile. It was important to note that the poison blade strike Zhang Xiaofan had unleashed earlier carried toxic effects. Zhang Xiaofan nodded slightly at Moe's suggestion. 10 minutes. I trust you've seen the notifications in the comment section. Time is of the essence. Zhang Xiaofan replied that he was correct, as Ma Chuanxiong successfully defeated the mutated flying leaf beast. The top 10 chosen ones felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Healing art. At that moment, Yuan Da was the first to expel the toxins from his body and hastily began to heal. Bai and the others, Zhang Xiaofan observed from the side, contemplating that this healing talent seemed to be an advanced version of light medical treatment, that if there were advanced types like light medical and healing arts, could there also be advanced or downgraded versions of the absorption talent in this world? After all, as far as Zhang Xiaofan could see, he had yet to encounter such a phenomenon at this X-level talent. Meanwhile, as Zhang Xiaofan pondered, the toxins in Moe and the others' bodies were gradually expelled. The dungeon mentioned by Moe was located in the grassland plains. Thus, Zhang Xiaofan had no choice but to let the other party lead the way. During their journey, Moe observed Zhang Xiaofan beside him, feeling an overwhelming curiosity. Brother, may I boldly inquire if you have reached level 5 now? Moe cautiously addressed Zhang Xiaofan that in the recent battle. They could distinctly perceive the disparity between the two sides. Moe had already attained level 4, and those who could instill a sense of pressure upon him must at the very least be at level 5. Noticing Moe's curiosity, the others around them shared the same sentiment. After all, they were acutely aware of the wager with Guangming Village. If either party could achieve level 5 first, they would successfully challenge the other. If Zhang Xiaofan had indeed reached level 5, then why was the wager with Guangming Village still in effect? Are you referring to the matter of the wager with Guangming Village? Zhang Xiaofan discerned the thoughts in Moe's mind. Not only he, but even Zhang Xiaofan himself found this situation rather perplexing. From his own perspective, he was quite certain that he had reached level 5. However, he was uncertain whether other chosen ones had also joined the ranks of level 5 during this period, such as Ma Chuanxiong in the level 5 beast territory, the previous second-ranked Zhang Wang, and Mr. Gongban from Guangming Village, who possessed the blood-sucking talent. If Zhang Xiaofan's guess was correct, some of them should have already stepped into level 5. Particularly Mr. Gongban from Guangming Village, the top-ranked individual, was someone Zhang Xiaofan was most eager to engage with. After all, if he could absorb this blood-sucking talent, it would significantly enhance his combat capabilities. As for the wager, I'm not entirely sure. However, if my guess is correct, reaching level 5 might be one of the minimum requirements. Zhang Xiaofan began to explain slowly. Upon hearing this, Moe and the others were momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating the situation to unfold this way. Then, brother, I am quite curious to know what level of talent you possess, inquired Yuan Da, who, having opened the conversation, felt emboldened to ask. Initially, everyone could observe each other's talents since they were all at level 1 or 2, lacking the ability to conceal their talents. Zhang Xiaofan paused, contemplating for a while. Did you not know? I almost killed you earlier, he teased, regarding both the devouring talent and his now successfully evolved heavenly Dao talent. He could not divulge such information that it was evident that the individuals before him were unaware of his specific circumstances, thus he chose not to reveal it. Could it be that your talent is toxicity? Mo asked, somewhat bewildered. But that cannot be right. Isn't that the ability of the Wandu green pattern snake? Mo was quite certain of this. However, facing their suspicions, Zhang Xiaofan appeared unfazed. Have you heard of the poison gas pill? Zhang Xiaofan inquired slowly. Even with Mo's knowledge, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Poison gas pill? No, I've never heard of it. Naturally, you haven't heard of it. The name was simply made up by me. He thought, this poison gas pill is a drop obtained from killing the Wandu green pattern snake. Consuming it grants the attributes of the Wandu green pattern snake for 3 days. Hearing Zhang Xiaofan's words, Mo and the others were left in a state of shock. They had not anticipated Zhang Xiaofan's luck to be so extraordinary, even obtaining such a rare elixir. At that moment, they harbored no doubts about Zhang Xiaofan's claims. After all, none of them had ever slain the Wandu green pattern snake, nor were there any records of such in books. Therefore, coupled with the toxic aura emanating from Zhang Xiaofan, they believed him wholeheartedly that, I never expected my brother to be so fortunate, even acquiring such a treasure. Brother, I wonder if there are more of these pills. I would buy one at a high price, Yuanda exclaimed, his face filled with longing. For him, as a healer, lacking a combat-type talent had been his greatest regret. Now, unexpectedly, he found that Zhang Xiaofan possessed such a miraculous medicine. That's all. I only got one, Zhang Xiaofan replied, slightly embarrassed, to be honest. If he had more, he would have sold them at an auction for a considerable profit. Hearing this, Yuanda could only accept the reality with resignation. After a while, the group successfully arrived at the grassland plain. The cave ahead is the dungeon I mentioned. Mo stated slowly. He had gradually come to terms with many things, although they had lost control over the dungeon. After persistent pleading, they finally convinced Zhang Xiaofan to enter the dungeon with them. Of course, all items obtained within the dungeon would belong to Zhang Xiaofan, and they would merely gain experience and broaden their horizons. Upon their arrival, Mo bravely stepped forward. Leave it to me. He confidently approached, quickly locating the entrance based on his previous experience. Crack! With a sound, a faint light appeared before them, followed by a force that drew everyone inside. They successfully entered the dream forest. Observing the information displayed on the board, Zhang Xiaofan and the others felt a tinge of curiosity. Having learned from their last experience, Zhang Xiaofan focused intently this time. Dungeons were fraught with many unknown dangers. As they gazed upon the dense forest before them, Mo and the others were filled with wonder, having entered a dungeon for the first time. Why does this place resemble the outside world? Indeed, did we take a wrong turn? In response to the confusion on Yuanda and others' faces, Zhang Xiaofan paid them no heed. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned to Mo Bai, a smile gracing his face. Your name is Mo Bai, right? Zhang Xiaofan addressed him. Mo Bai, sensing an ominous premonition from Zhang Xiaofan's smile, replied, is there something you need? He was not particularly adept at conversation, and his presence within the group was quite minimal. Zhang Xiaofan's call was undoubtedly significant. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at Mo Bai, recalling the information he had seen on the previous rankings. He knew that Mo Bai was ranked 13th. I remember your talent is auditory enhancement. Zhang Xiaofan remarked that he was genuinely interested in this sensory talent, as it would allow for better detection of an enemy's general location. Had Zhang Xiaofan not relinquished his murderous intent, Mo Bai would have been the first to perish. Well, I can only determine a rough location, Mo Bai admitted, understanding Zhang Xiaofan's intentions. However, due to a previous misjudgment, he now harbored some doubts about his ability. Who would have thought that a simple determination would lead to the discovery of the leader of the Level 4 beast territory? Zhang Xiaofan merely smiled at Mo Bai's words. You need not worry about that. Just identify the precise location of the beast as for their strength. That will be easily resolved. Zhang Xiaofan remarked that, given his current strength, he could dispatch any adversary that was not excessively formidable. Moreover, he was accompanied by the likes of Mo and others. Observing the confidence radiating from Zhang Xiaofan's countenance, Mo Bai could only nod in resignation. Utilizing his innate auditory prowess, Mo Bai soon detected considerable commotion not far from the forest. Upon hearing Mo Bai's pointed direction, Zhang Xiaofan immediately unleashed his speed talent and surged forward. "What on earth? Brother, your speed is astonishing," Yuanda exclaimed in surprise. It appeared that Zhang Xiaofan possessed a talent for speed enhancement. Being the fourth-ranked chosen one, he had encountered many talents among his peers, and upon witnessing Zhang Xiaofan's remarkable velocity, he quickly deduced that Zhang Xiaofan's gift was indeed speed-related. However, what took aback was that Zhang Xiaofan's burst of speed seemed to exceed anything he had previously witnessed. Could it be a C-grade speed enhancement talent? Mused aloud. It is worth noting that speed enhancement talents are typically confined to D-grade. As and the others arrived, they found Zhang Xiaofan already in the midst of harvesting the beast before him. Observing the lifeless forms of the nearby creatures, Yuanda felt a twinge of frustration. "Alas, we arrived too late and missed the chance to gain experience," he lamented, his expression one of disappointment. It felt as if he had squandered an opportunity for advancement. "Be cautious. This instance is more advanced than the last encounter I faced," Zhang Xiaofan warned, his demeanor slightly serious. The difficulty of this dreamlike forest had indeed taken Zhang Xiaofan by surprise. Just moments ago, he had encountered several beasts, all at level 4, but although he had successfully slain them, he realized they were merely the lesser foes of this realm, with the lowest level of enemies being 4. What might lie ahead? As and the others drew closer, information about the beasts materialized before them. Devouring grass, a plant-type beast, level 4 Tianju frog, an amphibian-type beast, level 4 faced with the sight of these slain creatures. Zhang Xiaofan felt a sense of bewilderment. What on earth? We are already encountering level 4 beasts at the outset. What awaits us further on? Could it be level 5 beasts? Exclaimed, somewhat astonished at Zhang Xiaofan's prowess. Despite their acknowledgement of his strength, they had not anticipated him to be this formidable. After all, these were level 4 demonic beasts, recalling their past struggles to defeat a level 3 beast, the Imperial Wolf Spider. They felt a twinge of embarrassment, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Truly, the adage that comparison breeds envy rang true. Meanwhile, in the level 4 demonic beast area, Zhang Xiaofan lingered for a while before confirming there was nothing of value to remain for. He decided to lead his 2 companions onward towards the 5th demonic beast zone, akin to Ma Chuanxiong's direction. "Have you located Zhang Xiaofan yet?" Zhang Wang inquired of his teammates within their team. Roles were distinctly assigned, with Zhang Wang naturally taking on the output role, while the remaining 2 were tasked with gathering intelligence and providing support. "Not yet. I've already posted a bounty on the public screen. Anyone providing information regarding Zhang Xiaofan will receive a level 2 demonic beast blood pill as a reward," Wang Ping replied, his expression tinged with frustration. Despite the increasing number of eliminations as time passed, it was perplexing that no information about Zhang Xiaofan had surfaced. Could it be that he knows we are investigating him and has taken refuge in a hidden spot? Well, the lack of information is understandable. It is likely that we are not the only ones looking for him. Is probably on the hunt as well, Zhang Wang remarked with a smile. He was acutely aware that the Lingyun team had suffered a decline in strength with the loss of their vice-captain. Barton and his group were likely eager to eliminate Zhang Xiaofan. By the way, Captain, why hasn't the wager concluded since you reached level 5? Wang Ping broached a question that had long puzzled him. This wager had captivated the hearts of both Taoyuan Village and Guangming Village. The reward for the first to fulfill the wager were exceedingly generous. Most likely, the rules of the wager have changed. I suspect that level 5 is merely the minimum requirement. Zhang Wang's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. He had heard of Miyamoto from Guangming Village, who possessed an exceptionally rare B-grade talent. It couldn't be merely about who achieves level 5 first. Rumor had it that his competitive spirit was fervent, resembling that of a warrior eager for battle. Attention! According to the wager with Guangming Village, the eligible candidates have been determined, and the challenge portal will soon be open for the duel. As this announcement resonated in the minds of every level 5 chosen one, it stirred considerable excitement. Indeed, the wager was more complex than it appeared at present. in a level 5 demonic beast area. After dispatching a level 5 beast, Ma Chuanxiong's previously placid expression began to reveal hints of anticipation. Despite only possessing a C-grade flame talent, he had eliminated numerous chosen ones, significantly enhancing his own abilities. Consequently, Ma Chuanxiong felt an overwhelming desire to confront Miyamoto directly. With a thought, an anomalous spatial rift materialized before him. Representing the arena established by the wager between Guangming Village and Taoyuan Village. Without hesitation, Ma Chuanxiong stepped into the rift. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan, still immersed in the dreamlike forest, received the same announcement. However, as he was currently engrossed in the exploration of the instance, he chose not to venture towards the arena at that moment. That on one hand, he was unwilling to conclude his exploration prematurely, as doing so would merely benefit those nearby, like MOYI in the world of slaughter. The advancement of others only heightened his sense of urgency. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaofan was uncertain about his state when entering the arena for the challenge. A misstep could lead to an unfortunate ambush by MOE, which would be quite the comedic disaster. Therefore, Zhang Xiaofan resolved to explore thoroughly before proceeding to the so-called arena challenge. Is there any other location that merits observation? Zhang Xiaofan once again addressed Mo Bai, his heart filled with awe at the remarkable sensory talents he possessed. If only he could acquire a visual gift, his efficiency would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Mo Bai, who had been relegated to the role of a mere guide, found himself at a loss for words. The keen observer of the Lingyun team, how had he become a mere signpost for Zhang Xiaofan? Despite his exasperation, Mo Bai did not outright refuse Zhang Xiaofan's request, for they were all acutely aware of his formidable abilities. Should things go awry, the Dream Forest dungeon could very well become their grave. Moreover, they were not foolish. By following Zhang Xiaofan, they stood to gain experience as long as he dispatched the beasts. Of course, this was contingent upon their ability to keep pace with him. As Mo Bai began to scrutinize their surroundings intently, his expression gradually turned grave. From the northeast, he seemed to hear the sounds of beasts gnawing, and a number of them appeared to be substantial. Under normal circumstances, he would have chosen to ignore such a large congregation of beasts. After all, the difficulty and risk associated with tackling a group of beasts escalated dramatically compared to confronting solitary ones. After a moment's contemplation, he relayed this information to Zhang Xiaofan, who immediately lit up with excitement that a group of beasts, judging by the ones he had just slain, were likely of the 5th level. Excellent, the northeast direction. Then, with that, he activated his speed enhancement talent and dashed towards the indicated area. Hey, wait for me. Yuan seemed to have had a revelation. If he failed to keep up with Zhang Xiaofan this time, he would surely miss out on a significant amount of experience. After all, who would willingly forego such an opportunity? With Mo Bai's guidance, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly reached the target location that he assessed that he was now situated at the outer perimeter of the forest. Qingling grass, cheery stone. Zhang Xiaofan surveyed the materials before him, all of which were relatively precious for trade. With the trading system now more refined, it not only allowed for the exchange of needed items, but also introduced a purchasing list. If a chosen one had a pressing need for certain items, they could register on the trading system. While this purchasing list seemed no different from calling out in the comment section, Zhang Xiaofan did not dwell on it. Returning empty-handed from this place did not align with his character. Besides, he still had some space left in his storage ring, just as he was about to gather the Qingling grass. A colossal shadow suddenly loomed over him. Not far away, Yuan and the others, who had finally caught up, were still catching their breath when they beheld the immense shadow behind Zhang Xiaofan. Their expressions shifting to one of alarm and oh way. Not even Yuan nor the team leader Mo Bai could mask the grave concern etched across their faces. Their luck seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Within the 4th level beast zone, they had encountered a 5th level Wandu green patterned snake, which had already been unfortunate enough. Yet, here in this dungeon, they found themselves once again beset by misfortune, a giant treant. A plant-type, ferocious beast, the 6th level boss of the Dream Forest periphery. The information regarding the giant treant appeared on their panels. Panic overtook Mo Bai and his companions. Good heavens, that's a 6th level beast. The classification of these creatures was stark. Beasts below level 5 were merely referred to as beasts, while those above level 5 and below level 10 were termed ferocious beasts. Anything above level 10 was considered a vicious beast. The qualitative difference between beasts and ferocious beasts was profound. Reaching the level of ferocious beast likely meant having survived for centuries and having developed a form of intelligence. Typically, encountering a 6th level ferocious beast in a novice village was virtually impossible, let alone a 10th level vicious beast, which existed only in legends. With a thunderous crash, the giant trance seized a towering tree and hurled it towards Zhang Xiaofan. Empowered by strength enhancement, he quickly managed to fend it off. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and lend a hand if you wish to survive," Zhang Xiaofan urged the others, his own expression betraying the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated encountering a boss-level giant treant here. What troubled him most was the information displayed by the system, revealing that this was not the end of the dream forest. Periphery, could it be that there exists an inner region within this dream forest? Zhang Xiaofan murmured to himself. However, he refrained from overthinking it, as the immediate threat posed by the giant treant was pressing quicksand, seizing the moment while the giant treant was engaged with Zhang Xiaofan. Bai unleashed his talent skill. Although he harbored some reservations about Zhang Xiaofan, the harsh truth was that they were all in the same boat. If Zhang Xiaofan were to fall to the giant treant, their chances of survival would be equally bleak. Earth spikes. In a bid to ensure their survival, Bai unleashed his signature ability. His fiery output drew the giant treant's attention away. What an opportunity. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes narrowed, and a wave of toxic gas erupted from within him. Toxic Blade Strike. The sudden onslaught of poison, combined with Bai's quicksand immobilization, swiftly struck the giant treant. The corrosive properties of the toxin began to erode the treant's bark. Roar! As the treant let out a furious roar, fruit began to drop from the towering tree above its head. The sight puzzled everyone present. Why was it so agitated that it was shedding fruit? Yet, Zhang Xiaofan understood all too well that this was a skill of the giant treant. Fire manipulation. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan unleashed his fire manipulation talent, igniting the fallen fruit on the ground. What the heck? How can you still wield fire? Witnessing the circumstances surrounding Zhang Xiaofan, it is evident that his companion, Yuanda, bore an expression of profound astonishment. After all, although the flame affinity is classified as a C-level talent, it remains one of the most formidable abilities. This is primarily due to the fact that the top-ranking individual in Taoyuan village, Ma Chuanxiong, possesses the same C-level flame affinity. However, the flames emitted by Zhang Xiaofan left them utterly perplexed, as they had assumed that his talent was most likely a speed enhancement ability. Indeed, no one present could keep pace with the extraordinary speed exhibited by Zhang Xiaofan. Yet, amidst the bewilderment etched upon their faces, Zhang Xiaofan found himself lacking the energy to provide extensive explanations. Under his command, the enormous treant's fallen fruits were incessantly consumed by the flames. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of the fruits was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, cracks began to appear on the surface of these fruits, and one by one, wild beasts emerged before Mo-E and the others. The small treants, classified as plant-type beasts, were of the second tier, as the information materialized on the screen. Despite their prior preparation, the sight of at least several hundred, if not thousands, of small treants caused Zhang Xiaofan to feel a prickling apprehension. Damn, no wonder I detected multiple chewing sounds earlier. It was these small treants. At this moment, Bai's expression also grew exceedingly grave. No matter, let's strike. Whatever we can resolve now, let us do so. He began to unleash a torrent of quicksand. As the quicksand continued to engulf the small treants, the experience points began to accumulate for the group. How could I have forgotten this method? It seemed that Yuanda had discovered a new strategy, promptly joining the fray. Poison Blade Strike, Flame Manipulation. With Zhang Xiaofan unleashing his talent skills, it became evident that the small treants before them were either succumbing to poison or being reduced to ashes by flames. Once they had successfully dispatched all the small treants, Zhang Xiaofan and the others turned their attention to the formidable giant treant. Old monster, why don't you continue to unleash your skills? Yuanda addressed the giant treant directly. At this moment, he could distinctly sense that he was nearing the threshold of leveling up. Meanwhile, He had successfully reached level 5, a significant milestone. Whoosh, 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 as the giant treant remained stationary, its roots firmly anchored in the ground. Spikes suddenly erupted from beneath the feet of the group. This took Zhang Xiaofan by surprise. However, given his innate ability for foresight, he managed to navigate the situation without significant trouble. Zhang Xiaofan understood that the greatest asset of this level 6 giant treant lay in its ability to unleash thousands of fruits. Just imagine if over 1,000 second-tier beasts were to launch a sudden assault. The sheer number alone would be capable of overwhelming them at tier. Zhang Xiaofan declared succinctly, with his tetanus skill having been prepared for quite some time. He surged forward with tremendous speed, targeting the treant's vital spot. Flame impact. In that instant of charging, flames erupted around Zhang Xiaofan. Boom! With a resounding crash, the onlookers witnessed Zhang Xiaofan collide fiercely with the giant treant. Due to the fiery impact, the giant treant was severely injured. Still alive? Humph. No wonder it's a 6-star beast. Its vitality is astonishingly formidable. Zhang Xiaofan registered the survival stats of the giant treant on his panel. However, under the influence of his tetanus, the demise of the giant treant was all but inevitable. Ding! Absorbed giant treant. Acquired Lich King title points. 10. Upon consuming the giant treant, Zhang Xiaofan was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected reward. Lich King, a super rare bloodline that exerts a suppressive effect on magical beasts. Zhang Xiaofan was somewhat taken aback, realizing that this title was markedly different from the paladin title he had previously obtained. This one seemed even more impressive that as the level 6 beast fell. Experience points were distributed among the group. Hiss, how much? 200 points. The astonishment on everyone's faces was met with Zhang Xiaofan's nonchalance. They were unaware that upon defeating the giant treant, Zhang Xiaofan had directly received 350 experience points. He promptly opened his system panel. Talent. Tao of Heaven. Imperfect. Level 5, 700-1100. Notification. Next round of talent evolution at 70%. Observing the experience bar on the system, Zhang Xiaofan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had not anticipated such substantial gains from this dungeon challenge. He gazed at the lifeless form of the giant treant. He unexpectedly noticed a crystal-like object glimmering at its core. Curiously, he picked it up, and a prompt appeared in his mind. Treant crystal, rare material, the core of the giant treant, containing all its inherent energy. After reading the description, Zhang Xiaofan was somewhat surprised. Even though he still did not know the true use of the treant crystal, he recognized that being labeled a rare material indicated a significant profit. After storing the treant crystal, Zhang Xiaofan turned his attention to the remaining fruit juices still clinging to the treant's trunk. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, he promptly collected all the juices into his storage ring. Although he wished to claim all of them for himself, the limited space in his storage ring prevented him from doing so. Here, take these, he said to and the others behind him. After all, they had all contributed significantly during the earlier battle. Though Zhang Xiaofan had shouldered the majority of the damage output, their efforts were commendable. Thank you, big brother Zhang, you and the others were visibly elated. They were aware that this was a level 6 beast, and even the remaining body parts held considerable value. Not to mention, the market for such beast materials was uncertain at that moment, and he had transformed into a blur. The first to rush toward the giant treant's carcass. Hey, boss, you can't just leave us behind like that. With their combined efforts, the carcass was soon stripped bare. What shall we do next? Continue or withdraw? Inquired slowly, addressing Zhang Xiaofan to in this dungeon. He had also reaped tremendous rewards, leveling up to 5 and gaining a clearer understanding of the challenges ahead. Of course, he was aware that the dungeon was divided into outer and inner regions. To be frank, was reluctant to press on any further. Just defeating the outer region's boss had already required considerable effort from their group. If the outer region was already populated by 6-level beasts, what kind of 7 or even 8-level beasts awaited them in the inner region? Zhang Xiaofan shared similar concerns. He was no fool and understood that without sufficient strength, attempting to enter the inner region would be tantamount to seeking death. Let us retreat for now. as long as the dungeon remains incomplete, exiting will not result in its disappearance. What are your thoughts on this arena challenge? Upon emerging from the realm of the copy, Mai inquired about Zhang Xiaofan. After all, the other party had entered this level earlier than himself. Seeking wisdom from the strong is certainly not a disgrace. How could I possibly know? Who could have anticipated that the rules would change so swiftly? Just as the words left his lips, an alternate space suddenly materialized before the two. Strangely, above this ethereal domain, a numerical display appeared. 80100. It seemed that some of the chosen ones were puzzled by this figure, as a message also manifested on their panels. The capacity of this alternate space was set at 100 individuals. Once this number was reached, the wager would conclude and the subsequent events would unfold. It turned out that reaching level 5 was merely a prerequisite after signing the wager with Guangming Village. Observing that only 20 spots remained, both Zhang Xiaofan and Mai felt a sense of urgency. If the quota filled up before they entered, it would be a source of great embarrassment. Meanwhile, at Guangming Village, Miyamoto leisurely hunted one 4-level beast after another, despite his terrifying achievement of reaching level 6. However, within Miyamoto's exceedingly arrogant heart, he believed that he alone would be the victor of this wager, that only Guangming Village would emerge triumphant. That moment, a servant approached Miyamoto respectfully. "Master, the alternate space is nearing saturation. May we proceed?" Upon hearing this, Miyamoto merely nodded. "How many from Guangming Village have entered?" "Among the 80, 60 belong to Guangming Village," the servant replied, a fervent expression gracing his face. 60 level 5 chosen ones from Guangming Village. And this was without accounting for their team's entry. "Good. Inform the team to prepare for entry. Taoyuan Village, prepare to face slaughter." As Zhang Xiaofan and Mai stepped into the alternate space, they were taken aback by the desolate surroundings. "Zhang Xiaofan," a voice suddenly called out from a distance, causing Zhang Xiaofan to feel perplexed. Could it be that his reputation had reached Guangming Village? However, as he turned towards the source of the voice, he was surprised to see Baiming Shui, a previous collaborator. To encounter her here was indeed unexpected. "Baiming Shui, I never imagined you two have reached level 5, Zhang Xiaofan remarked with a smile. Given his current strength, he could readily discern that Baiming Shui had just attained level 5. "Just lucky," Baiming Shui replied, glancing at Mai, surprised that Zhang Xiaofan had quickly teamed up with a formidable contender like him. "What's the current situation? Has the arena challenge not commenced yet?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired, knowing that Baiming Shui, having arrived earlier, would possess greater knowledge about the proceedings. "Well, I know ABIT in the alternate space. Once the number reaches 100, the allocation for challenges will begin, and the competition follows a progressive elimination format," Baiming Shui stated gravely. "Moreover, this time, there will be no notification for when to stop." Her words caused the others present to momentarily pause. The absence of a stop notification implied a life-and-death struggle. The people of Guangming Village must have been aware of this beforehand. How devious. Mai's expression darkened with fury. Just then, the number above them, initially 80, suddenly changed to 100. This indicated that within this brief span, an additional 20 individuals had entered the alternate space. The duel challenge was officially underway. As the announcement resonated, several arenas emerged in what had previously been an open field. Taoyuan Village would clash with Guangming Village. The victor would gain points, and those with the highest points would achieve ultimate victory. Zhang Xiaofan's brow furrowed slightly at this announcement, for beneath it, there was a note stating that points could not be accumulated among fellow villagers. Subsequently, 5 figures appeared on the 5 arenas before Zhang Xiaofan. Observing their attire, he deduced that these were the chosen ones from Guangming Village. "It seems these arenas are all manifestations of the alternate space," Baiming Shui remarked. "Humph, I am eager to see what Guangming Village has to offer." Mai scoffed, and in an instant he moved to the first arena. Finally, someone has arrived. A hint of excitement flickered on the opponent's face. "It appears not all from Taoyuan Village are cowards," Jiun sneered. "Enough with the nonsense," Mai retorted, unleashing his sand manipulation talent, which swiftly ensnared his opponent's feet. Within mere seconds, the opponent was gradually enveloped by the sand. "Interesting, but alas, your sand has no effect on me." the opponent declared as his body began to petrify. Jian, level 5, chosen 1, talent, petrification enhancement. Mai, level 5, chosen 1, talent, sand manipulation. The talents of both contenders were displayed prominently above the arena. Who do you think will win this match? Baiming Shui inquired curiously. Though she held a favorable view of Mai's prowess, recognizing the suppressive nature of sand manipulation. However, she had not anticipated that this Juan possessed the talent of petrification enhancement. It shouldn't be too problematic. I recall Jiwen was previously ranked 10th in Guangming Village, a fellow villager remarked as he reviewed past records. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan had already stepped onto the second arena. Did he not hear me? Jiwen questioned, perplexed, glancing at Baiming Shui. She merely smiled in response. The moment Zhang Xiaofan entered the arena, a shadow suddenly lunged toward him. What the hell? How sneaky! Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan unleashed a wave of poisonous gas from within. You wish to outwit me? Let us see if you dare to approach. The opponent, evidently unprepared for a foe with poison talent, cursed. Damn it. I'll fight. As the opponent activated their talent, a glimmering sword materialized, striking fiercely at Zhang Xiaofan's head. Poison blade strike. Zhang Xiaofan realized that if he unleashed a devastating move at that moment, his talent would be detected by the arena system. After all, it was astonishing for a chosen one to possess both power enhancement and poison talent simultaneously. In his current state, Zhang Xiaofan understood that remaining low-key was the safest approach. Wulan, level 5, chosen 1, talent, warrior sword talent. Zhang Xiaofan, level 5, chosen 1, talent, poison talent. As the information displayed on the arena, Baiming Shui's brow furrowed slightly. She had been in Zhang Xiaofan's company and was unaware of his poison talent. Strange, could I have misremembered? Baiming Shui murmured softly. In her recollection, Zhang Xiaofan's innate talent was one of strength enhancement. After all, a skill like Shipo Tianjing, which augmented power, was not something a poison-type talent could wield. Boom! Following a thunderous sound, Wulan on the stage collapsed, convulsing violently. This was undoubtedly a severe symptom of poisoning. Congratulations to Zhang Xiaofan for winning this challenge. The system's voice chimed in. Zhang Xiaofan paid no heed to the poison opponent, instantaneously teleporting off the stage to stand beside Baiming Shui. I thought you were strong. But I never imagined you were this formidable, Baiming Shui remarked, a hint of surprise gracing her features. After all, on the side of MOE, the situation was still intensely competitive. It's not too bad. It's just that my opponent was a bit too hasty, Zhang Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Indeed, had the opponent not rushed toward him so eagerly, he likely wouldn't have inhaled the poison he had released so quickly. Although the outcome of this match was predetermined, it was merely a matter of time. By the way, I am curious. You clearly possess a strength enhancement talent, so why do you also have a poison talent skill? Baiming Shui inquired, her curiosity piqued. Could it be that you have the rare constitution of dual talents? Zhang Xiaofan, unfazed by Baiming Shui's inquisitiveness, slowly retrieved the corpse of the Wandu green-patterned snake from his storage ring. Upon witnessing the massive creature before her, Baiming Shui's expression shifted dramatically. The bystander next to her had already collapsed in terror. This is the Wandu green-patterned snake, the leader of the 4th-level demon beasts. Baiming Shui exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the corpse of the Wandu green-patterned snake. Both were momentarily at a loss. After all, this was a 5th-level powerhouse, and in the presence of such a beast, they would likely be devoured. Did you not notice that the toxin on me bears some resemblance to that of the Wandu green-patterned snake? Zhang Xiaofan said slowly to Baiming Shui. Upon hearing this, Baiming Shui finally grasped the implication. In no wonder I thought I was so fortunate. A dual talent constitution appearing in our novice village, she said with a smile. However, as the saying goes, the speaker may be unintentional, but the listener is attentive. A dual talent constitution. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? Zhang Xiaofan pondered aloud. Even now, he had never heard of such a constitution. Nevertheless, Baiming Shui smiled slightly, glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, and then leaned closer to Zhang Xiaofan. You wouldn't believe it. During my time away from the team, I learned some intriguing information in a dungeon. The world we inhabit is called the Killing World, and above the Chosen Ones are the immortal beings, Furthermore, various constitutions exist across different aspects, Bai Mingshui explained, pausing for emphasis that in this killing world, there are thousands of novice villages like ours. Upon hearing Bai Mingshui's words, a flicker of seriousness crossed Zhang Xiaofan's eyes at that moment. The challenge on Mo Yi's side reached its conclusion. Congratulations to Mo Yi for winning this challenge. As the system's announcement echoed, the injured Mo Yi struggled to descend from the stage. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so difficult. Mo Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, wearily making his way to Zhang Xiaofan. The petrification talent indicated an extraordinarily robust defensive capability. For Mo Yi, who wielded the quicksand talent, this was undoubtedly a tough battle, as the primary function of the quicksand talent was to restrain an enemy's movements. Seemingly irrelevant to high-damage attacks, given your talent, merely surviving is already quite an achievement, Zhang Xiaofan said with a gentle smile that he then turned his gaze to the first stage, where, bolstered by the heavenly Dao talent, he could distinctly sense that Jiyuan's life force was rapidly waning. You were quite ruthless, Zhang Xiaofan remarked to Mo Yi, fully aware that he had fought with lethal intent. Humph, if I didn't go all out, I'd be the one dead. A hint of regret flickered across Zhang Xiaofan's face. If he could have been present at the scene, perhaps he could have absorbed the opponent's talent skill. The petrification talent would be immensely beneficial to him. However, Zhang Xiaofan knew that if he were to absorb it, it would undoubtedly bring him endless trouble. It seemed he could only take the good and leave the rest. As the number of challengers on the stage increased, Zhang Xiaofan observed that the overall strength of Guangming Village far surpassed that of Taoyuan Village. However, upon closer examination, he noted that the vast majority of chosen ones from Guangming Village primarily awakened weapon-related talents. This phenomenon piqued Zhang Xiaofan's curiosity. Miyamoto, 6th level chosen one, talent. Blood-sucking talent. Zhu Xiaoban, 5th level chosen one, talent. Teleportation. As the 5th stage drew attention, it captivated the gaze of most onlookers. Miyamoto, the number 1 on the Guangming Village leaderboard? I can't believe he is already at 6th level. Indeed, 6th level strength is a terrifying speed. The person facing him is in for a rough time. That is not quite accurate. Zhu Xiaoban is someone I know. He's ranked 6th. And he has no pushover. Even Bai Mingshui, witnessing the rotund Zhu Xiaoban on stage, began to harbor doubts. With that physique, can he even teleport? She remarked. Before Zhang Xiaofan could respond, the match commenced. Zhu Xiaoban, leveraging his teleportation advantage, appeared directly behind Miyamoto before he had a chance to react. Die. In Zhu Xiaoban's hand, a sharp dagger glinted menacingly. Just as he was about to strike, a single eye suddenly opened at the back of Miyamoto's head, emanating an overwhelming aura that rendered Zhu Xiaoban utterly motionless. How is this possible? Why do you possess another talent? This is unscientific, Zhu Xiaoban exclaimed, his face paling as if he had seen a ghost. Not only him, but the crowd below the stage also displayed expressions of profound astonishment that a dual talent constitution. I can't believe it's real, Bai Mingshui said, her face etched with shock. Initially, she had thought that while the dual talent constitution was highly plausible, it would never manifest here. Yet, she had been vehemently proven wrong. However, Zhang Xiaofan was not quick to jump to conclusions regarding Bai Mingshui's statement. Please, don't be overly excited. Let us not hastily conclude that he has a dual talent constitution. Zhang Xiaofan advised that, as he had mentioned, if Miyamoto truly possessed a dual talent constitution, the stage would have certainly registered and announced it upon activation. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan observed that Mo Yi was intently focused on Miyamoto, his expression grave. This is definitely not a dual talent constitution. That is not a talent skill at all. Mo Yi stated firmly to the two individuals beside him. It seems that Lord Mo Yi possesses some intriguing information. Bai Mingshui remarked with a smile gracing her face. After all, the individual in question is ranked 4th on the leaderboard, so referring to him as a lord is hardly surprising if it is not talent. Then what could it possibly be? A flicker of fervor crossed Mo Yi's countenance. Purple tier equipment, the eye of hell, he declared gravely, his face betraying an overwhelming envy. The eye of hell? Purple tier? The words uttered by Mo Yi instantly elicited shock and confusion from Zhang Xiaofan. Bai Mingshui and their companions, They had never anticipated that the eye growing at the back of his head was, in fact, a piece of equipment, had it not been for Mo Yi's hint. They would have never considered the possibility of it being related to equipment. Purple tier equipment. How come we've never heard of such a classification? Zhang Xiaofan pondered, bewildered by this unfamiliar terminology, that he suddenly realized that he had been so engrossed in his training during this time that he had failed to acquire even the most basic information. It would not be long before he was perceived by others as an antiquated relic, someone who knew nothing but cultivation. How could you not know this? You haven't been trapped in the beast zone, have you? Bei Ming Shui teased him directly. Moe, not one to keep secrets, promptly elucidated the matter to Zhang Xiaofan. In the realm of slaughter, both equipment and quality are subject to exceedingly stringent classifications. Typically, the equipment circulating in the novice village ranges from 1 star to 9 star, generally categorized as white tier. Ascending from white tier leads to green tier, and subsequently to purple tier. It could be said that the probability of obtaining purple tier equipment is a mere fraction of a percent. Moe explained. Alas, it's utterly perplexing. What kind of luck did Miyamoto stumble upon to acquire purple tier equipment? Meanwhile, on the arena, as Miyamoto exerted the influence of the Eye of Hell, Zhu Xiaoban's once proud teleportation talent suddenly faltered. What is happening? Why has my talent failed me? Zhu Xiaoban was engulfed in profound fear. Without the ability to teleport, he was merely a hefty figure weighing over 300 pounds. Is this all that Peach Blossom Village can muster? Miyamoto swiftly drew his katana from his waist, preparing to strike in Zhu Xiaoban's direction. Just as the onlookers believed that the 6th-ranked Zhu Xiaoban was about to meet his demise, suddenly, the previously constrained teleportation talent began to break free from its bindings. This revelation prompted Zhu Xiaoban to act without hesitation, utilizing every ounce of strength to teleport away from Miyamoto's grasp. After evading Miyamoto's attack, Zhu Xiaoban did not let his guard down for a moment. The peculiar anomaly he had just experienced, coupled with the eye at the back of Miyamoto's head, sent a chill down his spine. Zhu Xiaoban concedes the match, declaring Miyamoto the victor of this arena challenge. The announcement resonated from the arena, casting a shadow over Miyamoto's expression. This is an affront, an outright provocation. Miyamoto's inner voice echoed. He had long believed that upon encountering the chosen of Peach Blossom Village, he would annihilate everything in his path. Yet in this very first match, his opponent had fled right before his eyes. This was an utterly unacceptable outcome for Miyamoto. Without a moment's thought, he dashed after the direction Zhu Xiaoban had taken. Wait, is he really going after Zhu Xiaoban? One onlooker remarked with curiosity from below the arena. His companion, taken aback, replied, What? He is pursuing him? That seems unnecessary. After all, they had just witnessed a straightforward bout. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Miyamoto was the victor of this match. Why would he chase Zhu Xiaoban for retribution? As the crowd below the arena speculated, a sudden announcement echoed from above. The great brawl is about to commence. The last one standing will be the ultimate victor. Following the earlier skirmishes, nearly half of the participants had been eliminated. Among those eliminated, an astounding proportion was comprised of the chosen ones, who had perished in battle. This revelation only intensified the pressure felt by those present. During this period, Zhang Xiaofan had also participated in numerous matches, leveraging his toxic abilities to secure victories in several contests that, of course, the most significant advantage lay in the innate skills of the chosen from the Radiant Village. Zhang Xiaofan believed that if they allowed all of them to remain, it would inevitably lead to them turning against him. A great brawl. How intriguing. Moe, what do you say we form a team? Zhang Xiaofan said with a smile directed at Moe. If it were under normal circumstances, with Zhang Xiaofan's formidable strength augmented by Moe Yi's binding talent, he could hardly fathom the potential. No, I wouldn't want to be a burden. My injuries have yet to heal. Moe responded, a hint of resignation evident on his face. This was indeed true. During the recent battles, his injuries had been exacerbated over time. If he were to encounter enemies from Peach Blossom Village during this great brawl and fall to the hands of their chosen, it would be an utter disgrace. Zhang Xiaofan showed no hesitation as he retrieved several blood chi pills from his storage ring. These are what I happened upon inadvertently. They can cure ailments acquired in dungeon battles. You may give them a try. he said slowly. He had initially intended to mention that these pills were extracted from the bodies of deceased chosen ones. But upon observing Moe's expression, he refrained. Surely, you must have some ulterior motive for offering this. Moe teased with a smile that I'm simply lacking a controller in my team, and you perfectly fit the profile we seek. Zhang Xiaofan stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Moe pondered for a moment, glancing at the stagnant experience on his panel, and finally relented. All right, let us collaborate. With Moe's agreement, he settled down to tend to his injuries. By the way, have you seen that fellow Ma Chuanxiong? Upon hearing the name, Moe paused slightly before shaking his head. No, I seriously suspect that he might have perished in the 5th beast zone. He joked. One should note that the most common beasts in the 5th beast zone are all level 5, that I hope that guy can hold on a bit longer, Zhang Xiaofan remarked with a faint smile. Although Zhang Xiaofan had little interest in Ma Chuanxiong's fire talent now, since arriving in this world, Ma Chuanxiong had eliminated more foes than anyone else among them. In Zhang Xiaofan's eyes, he was undoubtedly a treasure trove of experience. I shall keep an eye out for him during the arena matches. As the medicinal effects of the pills began to take hold, and Moe's injuries started to heal rapidly. This healing medication seems to differ somewhat from what I use. With a hint of surprise on his face, Moe spoke that he always carried the necessary ointments for healing, as well as even more potent elixirs. Initially, when Zhang Xiaofan handed him a pill, Moe perceived it merely as an ordinary remedy. However, as the elixir dissolved within his body, he began to realize its extraordinary nature. As long as it works, that's all that matters. Just let it go. We have ample supplies, Zhang Xiaofan said with a smile. No sooner had Zhang Xiaofan finished speaking than the chaotic battle commenced. Before he could utter another word, the bodies of the crowd gradually took on an ethereal quality. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on a vast arena capable of accommodating 200 to 300 participants. Understanding that the second round of the competition was about to commence, Zhang Xiaofan felt a sense of curiosity regarding who was orchestrating this alternate space. During the moment of his body becoming insubstantial, he distinctly sensed a palpable stirring of his innate talent. Zhang Xiaofan was acutely aware that this indicated a suppression among talents. For instance, an A-level talent could directly subdue a D-level or even a C-level talent. It was rumored that some exceptionally powerful A-level talents could even dominate B-level talents. Yet, rumors remained just that. Who had truly witnessed such occurrences? Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaofan understood that this suppression must at least be 2 talent tiers ahead. This alternate space, it seemed, was not as straightforward as it appeared. Zhang Xiaofan murmured to himself. Someone was manipulating this realm from the shadows. What could their intentions be? Most importantly, the manipulator must possess at least an A-level talent. As far as he knew, both Taoyuan Village and Guangming Village only boasted Miyamoto's B-level talent as the highest tier. Should Zhang Xiaofan consider forming an alliance? Just as he pondered this concealed manipulator, a voice pulled him from his thoughts. He looked up to see none other than Zhang Wang, the second-ranked contestant from Taoyuan Village. That no, our team is already sufficient. Zhang Xiaofan promptly declined. It appeared he did not feel compelled to include the second-ranked contestant in his team. Zhang Wang was momentarily taken aback by this response. Clearly, he had not anticipated such a swift rejection. After all, he was Zhang Wang, the second-ranked individual. Are you really not considering it? My joining would significantly enhance our team's chances of victory. Zhang Wang felt helpless. In this chaotic battle, forming alliances was crucial for survival. Unfortunately, his team had not performed well, failing to reach level 5, leaving him to venture alone. What if we give it a try? North Mingxue gently suggested to Zhang Xiaofan. Indeed, she believed that Zhang Wang's strength was not to be underestimated. If he could join their team, it would undoubtedly bolster their combat capabilities. Zhang Xiaofan paused and thought. Even without Zhang Wang, given his current strength, he could still achieve a commendable outcome in this chaotic battle. Moreover, he could potentially seize enough talents amidst the turmoil. What is your talent? Zhang Xiaofan inquired slowly. Although Zhang Wang often dominated the second rank, Zhang Xiaofan was still unaware of the specifics of his talent. My talent is Hurricane. A C-level talent, Zhang Wang replied, a hint of pride evident on his face. After all, not everyone possessed a C-level talent. Hurricane? That is indeed a commendable talent. Zhang Xiaofan responded thoughtfully. Perhaps, under the influence of this hurricane ability, he could reap even greater rewards. Very well. I will reluctantly add you to the team. Zhang Xiaofan finally consented. With Zhang Wang's inclusion, their team now comprised 4 members. Shortly after Zhang Wang joined, several figures suddenly emerged ahead, seemingly encircling them. Has someone arrived so soon? Mo regarded the approaching Guangming village contestants with a playful glint in his eyes. He discreetly began to activate his talent skills, yet remained silent, awaiting Zhang Xiaofan's command. Taoyuan village brats, I will give you one chance. If you wish to survive, hand over everything of value, one of the assailants declared, surprising Zhang Xiaofan and his companions with their audacious intent to rob them in this environment. The gaze of several individuals seemed fixated on North Mingxue. Wow, who would have thought we'd encounter such a beautiful girl here? Come here, lass, and stick with me. I guarantee you'll survive this chaotic battle. A group of men from Guangming village leered at North Mingxue. However, she paid their words no heed. Attack. At that moment, as Zhang Xiaofan's words fell, North Mingxue made the first move. Her talent slowed the actions of her enemies. This is bad. They're disregarding our warning. Brothers, attack. The leader realized that any contestant who reached this chaotic battle was formidable, with at least level 5 strength. Instantly, they retaliated against North Mingxue's assault. Just as the group prepared to counterattack, they suddenly discovered that their feet seemed to be stuck to something, rendering them unable to move. What is happening? One of the Guangming village men exclaimed, his face betraying his panic. The leader's expression darkened as he looked down at his feet. Quicksand? Damn it, we let our guard down. Clearly, they were aware of the quicksand talent. Everyone, take off your shoes. The leader urgently shouted to his companions. After all, he had merely ensnared the soles of their shoes. Meanwhile, North Mingxue's slowing rays had already enveloped their group in quick succession. A whirlwind swept in, pulling all of them into its grasp. Just as Zhang Wang intended to hurl the assailants off the arena to eliminate them, he suddenly noticed a toxic gas being drawn into the whirlwind. As the gas dispersed, the Guangming village contestants within the tornado perished in rapid succession. You are even more formidable than I imagined, Zhang Wang remarked gravely. Glancing at Zhang Xiaofan, he was acutely aware that the toxic gas had originated from Zhang Xiaofan. Initially, Zhang Wang had thought that their combined efforts would suffice to eliminate the Guangming village contestants, but he had not anticipated Zhang Xiaofan's ruthlessness. Isn't this a bit excessive? Zhang Wang inquired, in response. Zhang Xiaofan merely smiled coldly. When it comes to games, I can leisurely find a place to play later. Zhang Xiaofan harbored no sympathy for these individuals, since they had intended to bring about his demise. They must be prepared for retaliation. Furthermore, if he did not eliminate them, how could he absorb talents to evolve his own? Zhang Xiaofan's words left Zhang Wang feeling somewhat awkward. Perhaps you should take a look over there. That might illuminate the situation. North Mingxue suddenly suggested to Zhang Wang. As he turned his gaze, his previously innocent expression transformed into one of fury. These brutes, it seems they had premeditated their entry into this alternate space. Zhang Wang's face was etched with fury as he spoke. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the people from Bright Village banding together to hunt them down. Among the 100 participants this time, those from Bright Village constituted a staggering 60%. It could be said, as Miyamoto previously remarked, that this competition was nothing short of a brutal massacre perpetrated by Bright Village. Ding! Devouring D-level talent. Strength enhancement. Ding! Devouring D-level talent. Speed enhancement. Ding! Devouring D-level talent skill. Samurai sword. After absorbing the talents of these individuals, Zhang Xiaofan felt a sense of helplessness. None of them possessed talents of a higher tier. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If they had higher tier talents, they would not have been dispatched so easily. Zhang Xiaofan opened his panel. Talent. Heavenly Path. Fragment Progress. 50% level. 5701100. Notification. Next round talent evolution at 70% sign. He lamented, only 50%. It seems that reaching the goal of 70% will not be so simple. With the swift elimination of the Bright Village members, Zhang Xiaofan promptly drew the attention of those around him. Lacking ability, only inviting trouble, sneered a man wielding a samurai sword. seemingly unfazed by the fact that his compatriots had fallen to Zhang Xiaofan. However, upon seeing this individual, Zhang Wang's expression grew increasingly grave. Be cautious. This person ranks third in Bright Village and possesses sea-level talent. Smoke? Zhang Wang had conducted some investigation in a Bright Village and quickly recognized the individual before them. Most critically, he was Miyamoto's right-hand man. Upon hearing Zhang Wang's introduction, Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of eagerness. Smoke? Sea-level talent? The experience gained should be substantial. This one is mine. The rest, you handle. Zhang Xiaofan declared to Zhang Wang and the others. Bring me the bodies of those you've slain. I need to find someone. With the cooperation of Moe and the others, Zhang Xiaofan was confident that, barring an encounter with someone like Miyamoto, they would be able to eliminate their foes. The reason he mentioned finding someone was, of course, to avoid raising suspicions among the group. After all, who would collect corpses for no reason? Such a peculiar hobby was not something Zhang Xiaofan wished to be misunderstood for. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaofan's words, Moe and the others nodded slightly. Compared to engaging in a duel with Gu Liang, they preferred to eliminate weaker opponents. Kid, are you really so confident to face me alone? Gu Liang was taken aback by Zhang Xiaofan's audacity. After all, in this chaotic melee, adding even one more person would increase the odds of victory. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan did not hesitate to challenge him one-on-one. One is sufficient to deal with you, Zhang Xiaofan replied coolly. Observing the samurai sword in Gu Liang's grasp, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Xiaofan's eyes. He had not anticipated that Bright Village would possess more opportunities than Peach Blossom Village. The samurai sword Gu Liang wielded was no ordinary weapon. Indeed, a green-tier weapon was a rarity. Generally, in novice villages, weapons ranging from 1-star to 9-star were most common, while anything above 9 stars fell into the green tier. Boasting without fear of humiliation. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of humility. With that, Gu Liang lunged forward, wielding his samurai sword with fluid precision. It was well known that he was a highly regarded swordsman in the current era. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as their swords clashed, and Gu Liang's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. A samurai sword. How can this be possible? The weapon Zhang Xiaofan summoned was indeed a samurai sword materialized from his talent. This talent had been absorbed from his earlier challenge on the arena. Jiu Liang's shock was entirely understandable. The samurai sword was a unique talent exclusive to Bright Village. How could such a talent manifest in Peach Blossom Village? Nothing is impossible. Focus, or you may lose your life, Zhang Xiaofan remarked calmly. The samurai sword before him seemed to possess a life of its own. Moving with relentless vigor, Jiu Liang, the third-ranked individual, had not been easily defeated even after several rounds of combat. This offered Zhang Xiaofan crucial insights. If this was merely the third-ranked, the difficulty of defeating the top two would only escalate. I underestimated you, Gu Liang admitted, having successfully parried Zhang Xiaofan's next wave of attacks. He felt no need to waste time further. In his mind, Zhang Xiaofan had reached his limits. Originally regarding him with some measure of respect, he now saw him as nothing remarkable. Kid, you are still too weak. You haven't even unleashed your talent, Gu Liang taunted. As soon as his words fell, a dense cloud of smoke erupted from his body, enveloping the space between him and Zhang Xiaofan. Die. Even amidst the smoke, Gu Liang's eyes shone with clarity. His talent, combined with his swordsmanship, created a complementary effect. Just as Gu Liang's samurai sword was about to strike Zhang Xiaofan, the latter effortlessly evaded. Poison gas convergence. The toxic vapors flowed forth, merging seamlessly with the surrounding smoke, leaving Gu Liang utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? How can you release poison gas? Gu Liang's mind was reeling with disbelief. How could one person possess two talents? This shattered Gu Liang's understanding of the world. He had been certain that the samurai sword Zhang Xiaofan had summoned was a talent weapon skill, yet this newly emanating poison gas talent added another layer of confusion. Could it be that the current chosen ones had secretly evolved beyond his knowledge? It is indeed time to end this, Zhang Xiaofan said, his speed extraordinarily swift as he closed the distance to Gu Liang in an instant. Speed enhancement talent. Another talent? How can this be? Stone-shattering tremor. Empowered by his strength enhancement talent, Gu Liang's body was sent flying as if severed from its strings. That moment, a figure rushed towards him, seemingly attempting to rescue Gu Liang. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiaofan merely smiled faintly. Ever since their duel commenced, Gu Liang's life had already been marked for certain demise. Given the multitude of secrets he had uncovered, how could he allow anyone to save him? Poison blade strike. With a final, decisive blow, Zhang Xiaofan struck Gu Liang in the abdomen. Then, with a swift motion, he hurled the incapacitated figure toward another opponent. The adversary appeared taken aback, not anticipating such rapid action. "Sir, this is merely a spar. There is no need for it to escalate to such deadly extremes," he said coldly, while simultaneously launching a series of darts to deflect the poison blade. However, Zhang Xiaofan paid no heed to his words. Once one stepped onto the arena, one's life was no longer theirs to control. Moreover, perhaps you should check whether your companion is still alive. Upon hearing the words spoken by Zhang Xiaofan, the other party was left in a state of perplexity. It is worth noting that considerable effort had been expended to rescue Gu Liang. However, upon gazing at the lifeless body of Gu Liang, who had been painstakingly saved, the countenance of the individual darkened ominously. The Jiu Liang was dead, an existence ranked third in Guangming village, second only to himself and his elder brother. "You shall pay for all that you have done." The other party threatened Zhang Xiaofan, intent on taking Gu Liang's body back with him. "Since you have come, why not stay?" Zhang Xiaofan declared, swiftly unleashing his speed talent, directing his weapon towards the adversary. "How dare you?" In an instant, a layer of fur appeared on the surface of the opponent's skin, and their pupils began to shift, transforming talent. Wolf demonization. With the activation of this ability, their agility significantly increased. Interesting, the transformation talent is indeed present, but the level of this wolf demonization is ultimately too low. It appears to be in a half-wolf state, Zhang Xiaofan remarked with a faint smile. Talents, upon awakening, varied greatly among individuals. Some manifested enhancement-type talents, akin to an E-grade strength augmentation, while others awakened high-damage attack talents. Although weapon transformation talents were rare, they could nonetheless be substantiated. "Humph, kid, I have memorized your scent. From this moment forth, tread carefully," the wolf demon coldly warned Zhang Xiaofan, clutching Gu Liang's body as he prepared to flee. "Did I say you could leave? Within Gu Liang lies something I desire," Zhang Xiaofan retorted. "Since you have come, you shall stay to keep him company." Due to the influence of the heavenly Dao talent, Zhang Xiaofan's ability to absorb and devour talents was currently at the highest level, significantly reducing the time required for his growth. Speed enhancement. The opponent was taken aback by this revelation. Initially, they had presumed Zhang Xiaofan's talent to be formidable, yet they did not anticipate it to be so ordinary. "You must consider carefully. Should you kill me, endless pursuit awaits you." They believed Zhang Xiaofan might hesitate due to the backing of Guangming village, but instead, he was met with a barrage of attacks. Psychic control. Zhang Xiaofan sought to demonstrate the extent of his mental prowess. Poison blade strike. The multitude of attacks caused the adversary to feel an unsettling, tingling sensation that it was only now that they understood Gu Liang had stood no chance against this individual. Feeling the poison within their body begin to spread, they realized how quickly the situation had deteriorated. "You little brat, just you wait," the opponent spat, abandoning their rescue mission. However, Zhang Xiaofan chose not to pursue, as he believed that even the most expensive antidote would be of no help given the severity of the poison. "Let me absorb it first," Zhang Xiaofan mused as he approached Gu Liang, extending his hand to devour the talent within. Ding! Absorbing C-grade talent. Dense smoke. With the system's notification, Zhang Xiaofan's heart soared with delight. After all, C-grade talents were exceedingly rare and would undoubtedly grant him considerable experience. "I never expected to obtain this weapon," he thought, gazing at the katana before him, just as a flurry of shurikens hurtled in his direction. Possessing the predictive talent, Zhang Xiaofan evaded all incoming projectiles with a swift motion. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 shadowy figures. "Go for it. We must seize him," commanded the leader, a man with a thick beard, a cruel smile gracing his face. They had been lying in wait, observing the clash between Zhang Xiaofan and Gu Liang, their objective clear. The green-tier weapon that Gu Liang possessed, as the chosen of Guangming village, they held an intense obsession for the katana, especially given its green-tier quality. Thus, they employed a strategy of ambush. You possess considerable talents, Zhang Xiaofan mused, having failed to notice them until now. This revelation greatly exceeded his expectations, and only corresponding talents could elucidate this situation. I didn't expect you to figure it out, the bearded man sneered coldly, his form gradually becoming transparent, C-grade talent. Invisibility. Kid, be wise and withdraw from the fight. Perhaps I will spare your life. A newfound confidence radiated from Ming's face. After all, it was uncertain whether Zhang Xiaofan could still withstand the aftermath of his battle with Gu Liang. Just their numbers alone could easily overwhelm him through sheer attrition. Clearly, Guangming village is not as united as I had imagined. Zhang Xiaofan quipped, releasing a thick cloud of smoke from his being. Having absorbed the dense smoke talent, he was eager to test its efficacy. However, upon witnessing this, Ming's expression morphed into one of horror. How is this possible? As a chosen of Guangming village, he was well aware of Gu Liang's talents. Yet, Gu Liang was dead. Why did the smoke still appear? They had just witnessed Zhang Xiaofan's poisonous talent. Chill of ice. Under the control of the smoke, Zhang Xiaofan understood the importance of capturing the leader first. With the enemy possessing invisibility, his priority was to prevent their escape, as that would lead to significant troubles. No need to overthink. This is a C-grade talent, and I am after experience, not the invisibility talent itself. After devouring the ice fruit, Zhang Xiaofan's icy aura received a significant enhancement as he unleashed the chill. And Ming and his subordinates found themselves encased in ice, shattering stone. Utilizing his strength enhancement talent, Zhang Xiaofan struck Ming with tremendous force. In an instant, the latter was sent hurtling away like a broken kite, crashing into several unfortunate souls. Cough. Damn it. This kid is strange. And Ming felt as though his bones might shatter. Hastily activating his talent, he needed to relay this information to Miyamoto promptly. How could there possibly be an individual with the talents of dense smoke, ice aura, and strength enhancement? He was certain that Miyamoto would reward him handsomely for this news. However, as Ming activated his invisibility, Zhang Xiaofan was fully prepared that a thin layer of frost enveloped the surface of Ming's body. Thus, even as he utilized his invisibility talent, he remained entirely within Zhang Xiaofan's line of sight. Poison blade strike. Zhang Xiaofan acted decisively. After all, in the midst of this chaotic arena, revealing multiple talents would not bode well for him. With the awakening of his heavenly Dao talent, even Zhang Xiaofan himself was uncertain of his overall combat prowess. Boom! With a resounding crash, it was impossible for the already gravely injured Ming to withstand this latest assault. One could say he was as good as dead. Ding! Devouring sea-level talent, invisibility. After consuming Ming's talent, Zhang Xiaofan finally let out a slow breath. This moment, Mo-E and the others rushed over. Having received news that Zhang Xiaofan was calling for them to assemble, the three of them, after systematically eliminating the remaining chosen ones from the Village of Light, gradually made their way to Zhang Xiaofan's side. Has the battle been going smoothly? Zhang Xiaofan inquired gently. He had just eliminated Gu Liang, the third-ranked opponent on their leaderboard. Gazing at the panel before him, he noted, talent, Heavenly Dao, fragmented, progress, 69% level, 5701100. Hint, next round talent evolution at 70%. 69%. Zhang Xiaofan felt speechless. Was it really necessary to be this unfortunate, just a hair's breadth away? Our trio has flawlessly completed our mission by taking down 12 chosen ones from the Village of Light. Bei Mingxue said with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Wang, utilizing his own talent, tossed the corpses before Zhang Xiaofan. Take a look. Among these, is there anyone you're seeking? Zhang Wang's expression was somewhat peculiar. If not for Zhang Xiaofan's need to find someone, he wouldn't have wanted to use his hurricane talent to keep these bodies around him. As Zhang Xiaofan surveyed the lifeless forms before him, it was as if he beheld a trove of golden treasures. Ding, devouring D-level talent, minor medical skills. Ding, devouring D-level talent, visual enhancement. With a continuous consumption of talents, the long-awaited notification finally resonated in Zhang Xiaofan's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, Heavenly Dao talent progress at 70%. Currently evolving and upgrading. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Xiaofan felt an immense sense of joy last. The progress had reached 70%. He was now exceedingly curious about what changes this evolution of the Heavenly Dao talent would bring. Ding! Evolution successful. Talent. Heavenly Dao Child Progress. 0% level. 5701100. Hint. Next round talent evolution at 100%. As he stared at the panel, Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. And then, is there nothing different from before? What should we do now? Conserve our strength or charge forward? At that moment, Mo.E began to speak. Although their team had gained a significant advantage in this chaotic battle, it was crucial to note that the disparity between the Village of Light and the Village of Peach Blossom was tremendous. The number of chosen ones from their Village of Peach Blossom was dwindling rapidly. If this continued, it was highly likely that only their team would remain AS for the current situation. Bei Mingxue and Zhang Wang were acutely aware of the gravity of the matter, even if they did not voice it. How many from the Village of Light are still left? Zhang Xiaofan inquired, suppressing his discontent. The chaotic battle had now reached a boiling point, with considerable losses on both sides. Approximately 30 from the Village of Light remain. Although he had anticipated this number, hearing it still surprised him that I can't believe there are still so many left. By the way, we have discovered Ma Chuanqiong's location, Zhang Wang suddenly announced, upon hearing this news. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily stunned that M. A. Chuanqiong, that fellow has been missing for so long, and he has finally been found. I even suspect he possesses a talent that allows him to conceal himself. Let us go take a look, Zhang Xiaofan said, pulling out a glass-like sphere. Under the gaze of all, the sphere erupted in a dazzling glow. What is this? Mo.E inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Previously, Zhang Xiaofan's elixirs had already intrigued him, and now, seeing this glass sphere, his first instinct was that it was something extraordinary. In response to Mo.E's curiosity, Zhang Xiaofan simply smiled and softly replied, "Oh, this is a concealment orb.T. mass his talent." Zhang Xiaofan naturally needed something to shroud his presence. A concealment orb? Bei Mingxue asked, puzzled. You can't mean to say this orb can make one invisible? She joked. Zhang Xiaofan did not respond, but instead activated a concealment array. Instantly, as they beheld their transparent forms, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted to one of astonishment. What is happening? This truly allows one to become invisible. Incredible! Mo.E exclaimed. Could this be the rumored purple grade artifact? Above green grade lies purple grade. Zhang Xiaofan merely smiled silently, manipulating the concealment array as they advanced toward Ma Chuanqiong's position. Do you think this concealment orb will be detected? I have learned that Ma Chuanqiong is currently engaged in combat with Miyamoto. Miyamoto, that is a level 6 entity. Rest assured, as long as we do not step out, they will never discover us. When Zhang Xiaofan and his companions arrived at Ma Chuanqiong's location, they immediately witnessed him transforming into a fiery figure, continuously launching flames at Miyamoto. The intense heat even made Bei Mingxue feel a slight burn on her skin. It appeared that Ma Chuanqiong had reached level 6. However, it was uncertain how far his talent had progressed. Zhang Wang had a degree of familiarity with Ma Chuanqiong, but under the relentless barrage of flames, Miyamoto skillfully evaded damage with his exceptional agility, but if one looked closely, they would notice a faint red glow surrounding Miyamoto. This was indicative of his vampiric talent. It could be said that as long as Ma Chuanqiong's sword inflicted even the slightest wound, Miyamoto's vitality would swiftly replenish. Your people from the Village of Peach Blossom are on the verge of being completely annihilated. Aren't you going to offer assistance? Miyamoto sneered at Ma Chuanqiong, according to their intelligence. Ma Chuanqiong was the top-ranked individual from the Village of Peach Blossom. However, the living figure before him merely scoffed at Miyamoto's taunt. Annihilation. Even if you do not wish to, I will personally ensure their demise. At that moment, several darts suddenly shot from the shadows, aimed directly at Ma Chuanqiong. Humph! Flame barrage! Zhang Xiaofan, standing within the concealment array, recognized the assailant as the man who had previously attempted to rescue Guliang. It seemed that those with strength were indeed gathered here. Zhang Xiaofan understood that if he did not intervene now, he might have to expend considerable time later. Subsequently, leveraging his speed talent alongside his invisibility, He swiftly approached the second-ranked chosen one on the leaderboard. I spared you last time. You won TB, so fortunate this time. With the tetanus blade in hand, Zhang Xiaofan stealthily approached from behind, swiftly slicing at the opponent's neck. Faced with this sudden assault, the opponent's expression shifted drastically, and as he attempted to evade, he realized it was already too late, until his life force ebbed away. He could scarcely fathom how Zhang Xiaofan had managed to appear behind him. Ding, absorbing sea-level talent, water control. As the opponent's corpse crumpled to the ground, it immediately drew the attention of both Miyamoto and Ma Chuanxiong. Particularly, Miyamoto's face darkened with rage upon witnessing the death of his subordinate. Damn it, I will capture you alive and make you suffer. Gong Bin spoke through gritted teeth, while Ma Chuanxiong, with a keen interest, gazed at Zhang Xiaofan. The appearance of the latter took him by surprise. Kid, I never imagined we would meet here, Ma Chuanxiong remarked with a cold smirk. However, in response to his words, a blade radiating a chilling glimmer, the tetanus blade, surged towards him. Had Ma Chuanxiong not reacted swiftly, he would have likely sustained grave injuries by now. The unfolding scene also astonished Moe and the others, faced with the sudden onslaught from Zhang Xiaofan. Ma Chuanxiong understood the implications. Should he be harmed, he might indeed fall victim to tetanus. As he evaded, a figure flashed beside him. Poison blade strike. Under the astonished gaze of his adversary, Zhang Xiaofan's attack struck with tremendous force. Boom! With a deafening roar, Ma Chuanxiong was sent crashing into the ground, leaving a large crater in his wake. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present, from Gong Bin to the distant Moe and others, wore expressions of profound confusion. Could it be that these two harbored enmity? Gong Bin pondered, for in such a chaotic brawl, their primary targets were usually those from Guangming Village. He never anticipated that the opponent would turn against his own. This left Gong Bin utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, on Baiming Shui's side, although they speculated that there might be a conflict between Zhang Xiaofan and Ma Chuanxiong, they were equally unprepared for the extent of their animosity. In this turbulent situation, Zhang Xiaofan took the initiative to strike first. Cough, cough. Severely afflicted by poison, Ma Chuanxiong struggled to rise, his complexion ghastly pale. Clearly, even he was unable to withstand Zhang Xiaofan's attack. The flames of his innate talent erupted forth, crackling as they enveloped him, working to eliminate the toxins within his body. But I didn't expect your strength to be this formidable, Gong Bin suddenly applauded. From Zhang Xiaofan's earlier display of power, he discerned that it was undoubtedly on par with his own. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Presently, Gong Bin's subordinates had been decimated in this grand melee, and he naturally sought to recruit new allies. However, in the face of Gong Bin's overture, Zhang Xiaofan merely smiled coldly. The poison within him began to spread, wafting towards Gong Bin. Is this the toxin of the 10,000 poison green serpent, as one of the leaders of the level 4 beast zone? Gong Bin had indeed defeated such a creature before. Yet, he had never considered how the opponent could merge this venom into his own being and release it at will. Are you human or beast? Gong Bin inquired directly as the top-ranked individual. His understanding of this world far surpassed that of other chosen ones. Particularly concerning beasts, he was acutely aware of their widespread distribution, and according to ancient records, the ancestors of Guangming Village had once united to slay a mysterious beast. However, due to the passage of time, Gong Bin had failed to uncover further documentation. Hence, he regarded Zhang Xiaofan with heightened vigilance. Want to know? Kneel, and perhaps I shall enlighten you, Zhang Xiaofan replied with a smile. He then turned to Moe and the others not far away to Chuanxiong is in your hands. Yes? Just hold him down. Having irrevocably severed ties with Ma Chuanxiong, he was determined not to let him escape. Nonsense. Zhang Xiaofan. Do you realize what you're saying? You're breaking the rules, Ma Chuanxiong exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. The esteemed first-ranked individual of Taoyuan Village found himself in such a predicament. Ma Chuanxiong, do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? In this chaotic brawl, only one team can emerge victorious, and I trust you understand this, Zhang Xiaofan declared at that moment. Ma Chuanxiong felt an overwhelming sense of restraint beneath his feet. Quicksand, he glared furiously at Moe, recognizing that this talent belonged solely to him. but if it were only Mo, then it would pose little challenge for Ma Chuanxiong. Not to mention, beside Mo, stood Zhang Wang, the second-ranked contender. Are you really going to stand against me? Think carefully, Ma Chuanxiong threatened coldly. Yet in response to his menacing words, neither Mo, nor Zhang Wang appeared particularly fazed. Chuanxiong, it would be best if you remained where you are. Otherwise, if you inadvertently harm yourself, it won't end well. Zhang Wang said slowly. In truth, given their intellect, they understood that Zhang Xiaofan was compelling them to make a choice. Either offend Ma Chuanxiong or defy Zhang Xiaofan. Thus, they collectively set their sights on Ma Chuanxiong. Do you truly believe your little group can contain me? With that, Ma Chuanxiong activated his fire talent once more, transforming into a fiery figure. This was the skill he took great pride in. For an extended period, he had been exploring the depths of his fiery abilities, never expecting that his talent could escalate to such heights. Bai Mingshui's expression turned grave. What are you waiting for? We must stall him for as long as possible. Without hesitation, Zhang Wang unleashed his hurricane talent. Having chosen a side with Zhang Xiaofan, he knew he must exert every effort to keep Ma Chuanxiong at bay. Meanwhile, on Zhang Xiaofan's side, with the successful evolution of his heavenly Dao talent, he had yet to discern any significant differences thus far. However, he could certainly feel a marked increase in his power. Boom! With another resounding crash, Gongbin's body slammed against the arena floor. You cannot possibly possess level 6 strength. Gongbin felt a chill run down his spine, unable to fathom that such a terrifying entity could exist within Taoyuan village. Could he be a deity? Beyond the chosen ones lay the realm of deities. However, was it not said that this trial in the novice village was meant for beginners? How then had this formidable being infiltrated their midst? As Zhang Xiaofan prepared to strike again, Gongbin's face paled, and he immediately knelt. Spare me. I concede, he pleaded desperately. Witnessing this unexpected development, Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. What? Begging for mercy. Zhang Xiaofan had initially assumed that a warrior as proud as Gongbin would rather die standing than bow in submission. You exhibit not an ounce of warrior spirit, Zhang Xiaofan scoffed. Gongbin felt a burning shame and longed to dig a hole to escape. Indeed, in his heart, he considered that yielding would be utterly disgraceful. However, when faced with the threat of death, such considerations became inconsequential. Gongbin surrendered. Zhang Xiaofan had intended to strike him down immediately. After all, the B-grade blood-sucking talent was exceedingly rare within the novice village, a treasure that could be counted on one hand. Yet, just as Zhang Xiaofan was about to act, a flicker of elusive light began to dance around Gongbin in the blink of an eye. He vanished from the arena. This unexpected turn of events caused Zhang Xiaofan's brow to furrow slightly. He had not anticipated that the opponent could escape from this alternate space. Previously, Zhang Xiaofan had not contemplated leaving the alternate realm. He simply had not succeeded. It seemed that Guangming village had unearthed far more secrets than Taoyuan village. Zhang Xiaofan murmured to himself, expressing his regret at not having been able to absorb Miyamoto's vampiric talent. However, he was more than willing to embrace Ma Chuanxiong's fiery abilities. Even now, amidst his myriad talents, Zhang Xiaofan already possessed the gift of fire. Nevertheless, the experience from a sea-level talent was something he still deemed extremely necessary at this moment. As he observed Zhang Xiaofan approaching, Ma Chuanxiong felt as though the harbinger of death was steadily advancing toward him. Moments ago, he had witnessed the duel between Zhang Xiaofan and Miyamoto, and he had never anticipated that Miyamoto would ultimately succumb to defeat. Even pleading for mercy, it was well known that Miyamoto's overall strength, bolstered by his bronze 7 stars, could easily overpower even Ma Chuanxiong himself. Yet Zhang Xiaofan had managed to defeat him outright, which took Ma Chuanxiong completely by surprise. What are you planning? He thought, realizing that Miyamoto's surrender signified their victory in Taoyuan village. This moment, Ma Chuanxiong had shed his usual arrogance, striving to lower his posture as much as possible. Ma Chuanxiong, you are quite the enigma. Finding you took a considerable amount of time, Zhang Xiaofan remarked with a smile. Since their encounter on the ice river, he had been unable to locate Ma Chuanxiong. Now, with Ma Chuanxiong's talent level having risen, Zhang Xiaofan was curious about how much experience he would gain from absorbing his abilities. What do you want? We are all from Taoyuan village. There is no need for us to fight amongst ourselves. Ma Chuanxiong replied, his expression darkening, that he was already ensnared by the quicksand unleashed by Mo beneath him. Otherwise, he would have long since escaped using his formidable talent. My goal is quite simple. To eliminate you. Zhang Xiaofan retorted, dispensing with idle chatter and immediately unleashing his toxic gas talent. Toxic Blade Strike. However, in response to Zhang Xiaofan's attack, Ma Chuanxiong, with little time to spare, swiftly activated his fiery talent and launched an offensive against Mo and the others nearby. Fireball Technique. Ma Chuanxiong's assault caught Mo and his companions off guard. As they had not expected him strike first, there's no need for this. We merely wanted you to stay, yet you resort to lethal force. As the quicksand restraints dissipated, Ma Chuanxiong transformed into a being of fire and fled into the distance. Zhang Xiaofan, I will remember you. One day, you will regret your actions, he shouted. Yet, in the face of Ma Chuanxiong's retreat, Zhang Xiaofan remained unperturbed. Instead, he activated his speed enhancement talent and sped toward his target. You really believe that Zhang Xiaofan's talent is merely a speed enhancement talent? Mo murmured as he watched Zhang Xiaofan vanish from sight. Although Zhang Xiaofan claimed that the toxins he released were simply the essence of the Wandu green pattern serpent, the truth was not so simple. Both Mo and Zhang Wang, being among the top 5 powerful contenders, understood the reality of the situation. However, since Zhang Xiaofan had not admitted to it, they would not speak of it either. It seems Zhang Xiaofan's strength has surpassed the qualification for the divine chosen ranking. Mo observed slowly that in that moment, Zhang Xiaofan, utilizing his speed enhancement talent, swiftly caught up to Ma Chuanxiong. How is this possible? Ma Chuanxiong exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that Zhang Xiaofan's speed enhancement talent might be an even more advanced teleportation ability. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet he dismissed them one by one. That he knew that just moments ago, Zhang Xiaofan had clearly unleashed his toxic talent. Flame Jet. Ma Chuanxiong, recognizing the imminent danger, chose to strike first, given that it was only a matter of time before Zhang Xiaofan caught up to him. However, for Zhang Xiaofan, who possessed the foresight talent, this was an effortless endeavor, earth-shattering strike, empowered by his strength enhancement. Ma Chuanxiong could not withstand the tremendous force and was sent hurtling backward. Toxic Blade Strike. Zhang Xiaofan had no intention of granting Ma Chuanxiong a moment to recover, for his strength as the top-ranked contender was undeniable. With the toxic gas erupting, Zhang Xiaofan formed a series of slashing strikes. Wait! I surrender! Ma Chuanxiong's plea was cut short as the toxic strikes descended upon him. To his astonishment, he died without being allowed to utter his final words. Zhang Xiaofan approached Ma Chuanxiong's lifeless form, and as the flames that had enveloped him began to dissipate, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Absorbed sea-level talent, Flame, just as Zhang Xiaofan exhaled a sigh of relief. Believing the ordeal had come to an end, another notification flashed through his consciousness. Ding! Due to the host having absorbed a high-level flame talent, the flame talent has successfully evolved, surprised by the system's message. Zhang Xiaofan thought, evolved flame talent? What a stroke of luck! With a mere thought, a surge of flames erupted from his hand. He could distinctly sense that this newly manifested fire was exponentially more powerful than what Ma Chuanxiong had unleashed. As he felt the flames coursing through him, Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but contemplate his own talents. He opened his interface. Talent. Heavenly Path. Sun. Progress. 5 talent attribute. Mystic Flame level. 5701100. Notice, the next evolution of talent will completely absorb the sea-level flame talent, granting Zhang Xiaofan an additional 5 experience. Faced with this scenario, Zhang Xiaofan could only chuckle wryly. However, he soon noticed that after absorbing the flame talent, a list of talent attributes had unexpectedly appeared on his interface, a feature that had not existed before. It seems this is one of the functions of the evolution, Zhang Xiaofan murmured. He then turned his gaze toward the nearby adversaries who were eyeing him with ill intent. Currently, on this chaotic arena, 3/4 of the divine chosen were from the Radiant Village. Even though Miyamoto had been defeated, it did not significantly impact their morale. Brothers, charge! They have little strength left. Victory belongs only to us, the Radiant Village. Someone suddenly shouted, rallying the surrounding comrades to rush toward Zhang Xiaofan. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, a faint smile graced Zhang Xiaofan's lips. I was just lamenting my inability to find test subjects. This truly is fortuitous. With that, Zhang Xiaofan unleashed the mystic flame from within him, eager to test the skills bestowed by the system. Indeed, after evolving the flame talent in a mystic flame, the system had also transmitted the flame skill to Zhang Xiaofan's mind. Convergence of fire. Under Zhang Xiaofan's control, flames began to gather in his hands, gradually forming a massive fireball. Go. At the moment he released it, the fireball seemed to possess a will of its own. Soaring through the air, boom, the inferno erupted, unleashing scorching waves that engulfed the surrounding divine chosen. Ding, absorbed D-level talent. Warrior's sword. Ding, devouring D-level talent. Minor healing. Zhang Xiaofan was somewhat taken aback when, after vanquishing these individuals, the talents of these chosen ones were automatically absorbed by him. This was undoubtedly a considerable convenience for Zhang Xiaofan. Run away. Why can't I extinguish this fire? With the explosive attack unleashed by Zhang Xiaofan, it could be said that the chosen ones began to wail in despair. Meanwhile, over at Moon, witnessing the colossal wave of flames that engulfed half the arena, left even their formidable capacity for endurance utterly astonished. Wait, did you see that clearly? This fire, it was released by Zhang Xiaofan. At this moment, Moyi found himself so flabbergasted by the situation that he stuttered in his speech. After all, despite everything, they had never anticipated that Zhang Xiaofan possessed the ability to manipulate flames. Not only Moyi, but even Zhang Wang was rendered speechless in disbelief. Based on Zhang Wang's current understanding of Zhang Xiaofan, the talents displayed thus far included speed enhancement, strength enhancement, and toxin manipulation. They had initially believed that these constituted the pinnacle of Zhang Xiaofan's abilities, a summit that was beyond their reach. Yet, who would have thought that at this moment, he would directly unleash a fire talent? And coincidentally, he had just eliminated Ma Chuanxiong, who possessed the fire talent. It was hard not to speculate. Just how many talents does he possess? Wasn't it said that each chosen one only has one talent? In response to Zhang Wang's bewilderment, Bai Mingshui and Moyi beside him found themselves unable to answer that question. You ask us, how could we possibly know? Under the immense power of Zhang Xiaofan, soon only Moyi and his team remained on the arena. Now, there should be no one left. Zhang Xiaofan slowly approached Moyi and remarked. Initially, Zhang Xiaofan had contemplated silencing Moyi and the others to eliminate any potential threat, for they must surely have sensed the change within him. However, in the end, he chose not to do so. He ultimately granted these individuals before him a chance, or perhaps a test. Faced with Zhang Xiaofan's seemingly casual words, Moyi and Zhang Wang were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Zhang Xiaofan was indeed testing them. It was clear that he could have utterly annihilated them. Yet his decision to spare them evoked a sense of gratitude within them. Yes, I believe there are no more left. Victory truly belongs to us, Moyi said, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. This time, we owe it all to Brother Zhang. Should anything arise in the future, feel free to speak up, and I shall fulfill my promises. Zhang Wang exclaimed with enthusiasm. They refrained from mentioning Zhang Xiaofan's extraordinary abilities. As Zhang Xiaofan heard the words of Moyi and Zhang Wang, a faint smile graced his lips. I end this wager, with Taoyuan village emerging victorious. According to the terms of the agreement, half of the resources from Guangming village would be transferred to the victors. That moment, a voice resonated in everyone's ears. This was undoubtedly exhilarating news for them. Meanwhile, outside, both Taoyuan village and Guangming village awaited the outcome of the wager. Who do you think will emerge victorious this time? Needless to say, it must be our Guangming village, under the leadership of our Lord Gongban. Dealing with you insignificant Karami is truly a piece of cake. A chosen one from Guangming village openly boasted in the inter-village channel. For the chosen ones of Taoyuan village, such arrogance was intolerable. Humph, you rodents of Guangming village, such grandiose claims. Just wait until the results come out. You might end up with egg on your face, just as both sides were embroiled in a heated dispute. An unexpected series of notifications echoed through the channel. Notification: Jiyuan's match has failed. He has been defeated. The emergence of this information sent shockwaves through Guangming village. What? Jiyuan has been killed. How can this be possible? I cannot accept this. The people of Guangming village were acutely aware of Jiyuan's standing as the 10th ranked contender. Meanwhile, the chosen ones of Taoyuan village began to revel in the news. What? Jiyuan has been killed. How can this be possible? I cannot accept this. The same disbelief echoed in the hearts of Guangming village as Taoyuan village celebrated their unexpected success. Another notification arrived, abruptly silencing their joyous revelry. Notification: Zhu Xiaoban's match has failed. He has been defeated. The earlier jubilation was now met with a harsh reality check. Zhu Xiaoban. It turned out he was the 6th-ranked chosen one from Taoyuan village. Yet, Guangming village was far from finished. As a cascade of notifications continued to surface, causing both sides to grow increasingly pale. Notification: Gu Yang's match has failed. He has been defeated. Notification: Yuan Tian's match has failed. He has been defeated. Boom! With this information, the members of Guangming village could no longer remain seated that Jiyu Liang and Yuan Tian were both their 2nd and 3rd-ranked contenders, integral to their overall combat strength. The loss of these two formidable figures in this battle left Guangming village in shock. Not only Guangming village, but Taoyuan village was also facing difficulties. Notification: Ma Chuanxiong's match has failed. He has been defeated. Ma Chuanxiong, the 1st-ranked contender and the leader of their side in this wager. The demise of such a powerful figure raised questions about what had transpired. Both Guangming village and Taoyuan village realized that this contest was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. However, Guangming village found some solace in the fact that none of the notifications mentioned Gongbin's name. For Guangming village, this was a silver lining amidst despair. If Gongbin had perished as well, it would have been a catastrophic blow. It seems that ultimately, our Guangming village has emerged victorious. After a long silence, a chosen one from Guangming village slowly stated in the channel, though the cost of this victory was exceedingly high. Achieving victory was still a commendable outcome for them, but on the other hand, Taoyuan village did not respond as they had previously. Notification: in the wager between Taoyuan village and Guangming village, Taoyuan village has emerged victorious, with the victors being Zhang Xiaofan, Mo Yi, Zhang Wang, Baiming Shui. As this information appeared in the channel, it created a complete reversal of fortune. Huh, what nonsense! Taoyuan village has won. There must be a mistake. Indeed, it was clearly our Guangming village that triumphed. What about our Lord Gongbin? There must be foul play. There must be foul play. The members of Guangming village erupted in outrage, their faces reflecting disbelief. Naturally, they were incensed as this wager had cost them equivalent resources. If Guangming village lost, it meant they would forfeit half of their resources. Who wouldn't be upset in such a situation? Meanwhile, faced with the results reported by the system, Mo Yi and Zhang Wang exchanged awkward glances. They were acutely aware that they had merely been opportunists in this battle. Who would have thought that I would also have a day of lying down to win? And Mo Yi couldn't help but jest. Indeed, let us forego these rewards. We shall simply seek a reputation. The three were acutely aware that the rewards of this wager were far beyond their deserving, with only Zhang Xiaofan being able to utilize them with a clear conscience. Since they had all come together, it was only fair that he treated them equally. Zhang Xiaofan gently shook his head. Truly, in this battle, the majority of the damage output was accomplished by him. However, he understood that without the cooperation of Mo Yi and Zhang Wang, the situation might not have concluded as swiftly as he had anticipated, especially when it came to holding back Ma Chuanxiong at the end. As they spoke, a massive treasure chest suddenly appeared before Zhang Xiaofan and the others. Upon opening it, Zhang Xiaofan was astonished to find a scroll, a dazzling vial, and a weapon within. Is this a green tier weapon? He mused, extracting a long sword from the chest and scrutinizing it. It seems to be a green tier longsword that is strikingly close to purple tier quality, Baiming Shui remarked. Look closely at the sword surroundings. There's a faint purple glimmer, perhaps indicating a failed attempt at forging a purple tier weapon. Upon hearing Baiming Shui's explanation, the others nodded in agreement. You take this. I already possess a suitable weapon, Zhang Xiaofan said, tossing the long sword to Baiming Shui, who caught it with a start, clearly startled by the value of such a weapon, which was nearly on par with purple tier items. Is this really true? Baiming Shui's eyes sparkled with wonder. Zhang Xiaofan merely smiled before turning his gaze to the radiant vial that, if I am not mistaken, this vial likely contains the equivalent of the entire experience resources of Bright Village, he stated slowly. At his words, both Mo, Yi, and Zhang Wang were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Although they had resigned themselves to the notion of relinquishing the rewards, witnessing it firsthand sent shivers through them. Even if it were merely half the experience, the sheer magnitude of it was remarkable. I shall divide it into thirds for you both, Zhang Xiaofan declared slowly. Sensing their hesitation to accept, he added with a smile. If I were to absorb it all by myself, I fear I might explode from the overwhelming energy. Zhang Xiaofan's explanation eased Mo, Yi, and Zhang Wang into acceptance, prompting both to kneel in gratitude before him. As for this scroll, I am quite curious to see what treasure it holds. He mused, his own curiosity piqued, as was Baiming Shui's. It was noteworthy that the previous two items were not typically found in a novice village. As Zhang Xiaofan carefully lifted the scroll from the chest, its exceptional texture hinted at its uniqueness. Alchemy Instant Mastery Technique. The inscription on the scroll caused a ripple of astonishment among the onlookers. Could it possibly be real? Zhang Wang's face reflected incredulity. Alchemists with innate talent existed in this world, yet they had remained largely undiscovered until now, underscoring their rarity. IT must be genuine. I never anticipated such bountiful rewards from this competition. Baiming Shui expressed, her envy palpable. To become an alchemist meant the ability to concoct elixirs, which were indispensable in this realm. Well then, since the competition has officially concluded, it is time for us to return. Zhang Xiaofan said, stowing the scroll in his storage ring. The others nodded in agreement, especially Mo, Yi, and Zhang Wang, who were eager to find a secluded place to absorb their newfound experience resources. Although it was merely a third of the total, it would significantly enhance their strength. All right, Zhang, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me, that I would traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire without a second thought. Zhang Wang stated gravely. Subsequently, amidst their farewells, everyone gradually exited the alternate space. Returning to their previous locations, as they departed, the alternate space began to collapse and vanish into the void. Upon emerging from the alternate space, Zhang Xiaofan and Mo also found themselves back where they had originally stood. Boss, you finally made it out? Mo exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Yuanda and Mo by. The two were brimming with curiosity about how their leader had managed to secure victory in the competition. They were well aware of their captain's prowess. Merely surviving the contest without being eliminated was commendable, especially considering even the top-ranked Ma Chuanxiong had been defeated. By the way, boss, what exactly transpired in there? Please enlighten us. Are the elites of Bright Village truly as formidable as they say? One inquired. Indeed, I even heard that Ma Chuanxiong was vanquished by their Miyamoto. Where were you hiding all this time? The two engaged in animated discussion, leaving Mo slightly exasperated. What do you mean by where was he hiding? Moreover, Ma Chuanxiong was killed by Miyamoto. Who spread such rumors? It was clearly Zhang Xiaofan, who appears harmless, that decimated him. Cough that I will share the details with you when I have the time. For now, I need to find a place to rest, Mo said slowly, as he needed to absorb the experience rewards. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan departed from the group. His initial plan was to head directly to the level 5 beast area. Although his heavenly Dao talent had evolved, he realized that without an increase in his own level, his talent absorption would also stagnate. Thus, he held high hopes for the experience vial he possessed. With a speed-enhancing talent activated, Zhang Xiaofan quickly arrived at a mountainous region surrounded on all sides. This place puzzled him, as he had no recollection of such a location in Peach Blossom Village. However, he dismissed his doubts and approached a cave. Just as he was about to enter, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly glimmered from within. Roar! A massive bear emerged before Zhang Xiaofan, its size imposing. Alert! A level 6 ferocious beast, the mighty bear, has appeared in Anning Mountain Range. This announcement sent shockwaves through the channel. What? A level 6 beast? Goodness, if it bites, won't it swallow a child whole? Who is so unfortunate as to encounter a level 6 beast? Anning Mountain Range. Where is that? Does Peach Blossom Village even have such a place? As the chatter erupted, Zhang Xiaofan paid no heed to the messages. Upon realizing he was confronted by a level 6 beast, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. They had not expected to encounter such a formidable creature here. Perfect, I wanted to test the might of the Xianyan fire, he thought. Zhang Xiaofan's mind stirred, and flames erupted around him in an instant. The flames surged fiercely toward the giant force bear. Zhang Xiaofan was somewhat taken aback to discover that these assaults did not inflict significant damage upon the creature. They merely singed a portion of its chest fur. Roar! To his astonishment, the giant force bear's roar revealed itself to be a sonic attack. This unexpected mode of assault caught Zhang Xiaofan off guard. However, realizing that his opponent could unleash sound waves, he did not hesitate to counter with his own mental assault. Under the influence of Zhang Xiaofan's mental attack, the giant force bear suddenly appeared dazed for a few moments, shattering stone. Seizing the opportunity to intimidate the bear during those fleeting seconds, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly positioned himself before the creature and unleashed his skill. The shattering stone was inherently a talent skill for augmenting strength. Yet even with Zhang Xiaofan's explosive power, he found himself unable to bring down the beast. Damn it! When did a level 6 ferocious beast become so formidable? It was not entirely Zhang Xiaofan's fault. The giant force bear before him was far more complex than it appeared at first glance. That a defensive-type level 6 beast, its skin boasted a defensive capability surpassing that of a level 7 beast. Information regarding the giant force bear now flooded Zhang Xiaofan's mind. That a defensive level 6 beast truly posed a headache for him, especially since he had yet to absorb the rewards from this contest. His level remained stagnantly at the 5th stage. Meanwhile, in a corner of Bright Village, a figure struggled to enter a room. Upon activating a mechanism, a hidden door suddenly appeared before him. You have failed. As the individual stepped through the concealed entrance, a cold voice echoed within the chamber. In response to this voice, an expression of profound unwillingness emerged on the figure's face, and I never anticipated that a formidable opponent would enter this competition. The speaker was Miyamoto, the top-ranked individual in Bright Village. However, the injuries that had once marred Miyamoto's form had now vanished. Such was the terrifying nature of the B-grade blood-sucking talent, as long as there was sufficient blood. Whether for stamina or healing his wounds, Miyamoto could absorb and recover. Yet, that person I cannot comprehend. Reflecting on his battle with Zhang Xiaofan, bewilderment still lingered in his heart. Even now, he remained uncertain about Zhang Xiaofan's true talent. C-grade fire talent? Yet the toxicity talent of the opponent compelled Miyamoto to question further. This is the toxin of the 10,000 poison green-striped snake. How could he possess and utilize it? The voice within the room, however, paid no heed to Miyamoto's words. I have no interest in your feeble explanations. A loss is a loss. Concerning the victory treasure chest from this contest, have you gleaned any information regarding the whereabouts of the fate crystal? Faced with the inquiry, Miyamoto could only shake his head in resignation. Escaping from that alternate space was already an impressive feat. How could he afford to linger any longer? I am curious about this fate crystal you speak of. What exactly is it? Miyamoto's face grew serious as he spoke. He had heard the other party mention the fate crystal on numerous occasions. Could it be that the means to acquire it are exceedingly harsh? In response to Miyamoto's question, the voice offered no explanation. You need not concern yourself with this. Knowing in advance will yield you no benefit. Your sole task now is to undertake the Doomsday Reward mission. The merger of rankings in the Novice Village is imminent, and those old-timers should be preparing already. Regarding the Doomsday Reward mission mentioned by the other party, Miyamoto was somewhat familiar. Among the numerous chosen ones, the first to reach level 10 would be directly rewarded with a golden roulette. The second would receive a silver roulette, while the third would be granted 3 bronze roulettes. Understood, Miyamoto replied, showing no intention of departing. The other party seemed to notice Miyamoto's unusual demeanor. What is it? You appear to be in poor condition since the end of this contest. In the other party's mind, Miyamoto was always a person who approached every situation with composure. This was precisely why he chose to remain by their side. Old Ming, do you believe that there are truly individuals in this world who possess 2 talents? Miyamoto finally voiced his lingering doubts. After all, the enigma surrounding Zhang Xiaofan had profoundly affected his psyche. Thus, he cautiously shared his thoughts with the so-called Old Ming. Miyamoto harbored a certain curiosity about this person, when he was still a low-level chosen one. He had inadvertently stumbled into an exceedingly perilous dungeon. Even now, the mere recollection of that dungeon sent shivers down his spine that he could not help but question whether that dungeon was truly something that could exist in the novice village. During his exploration of that dungeon, he had unexpectedly discovered a damaged crystal. Upon grasping that broken crystal, it felt as though his stamina and energy were being siphoned away. When he awoke, he found himself in the presence of Old Ming, who, through clandestine assistance, had bolstered his innate abilities that it could be said that without Old Ming's aid, Miyamoto would not have ascended to the pinnacle of the rankings with such ease. Moreover, Miyamoto understood that Old Ming's comprehension of this world far surpassed their own. 2 talents among the chosen ones? Upon hearing this, Old Ming did not rush to respond, but instead fell into a contemplative silence. "Are you certain there are 2 talents?" Old Ming inquired once more, as he began to recall something. "Yes, the other party not only possesses the ability to unleash fire talent, but also wields the toxin talent of the 10,000 poison green-striped snake. I find it curious that the toxin of a level 5 beast can be utilized as a talent." Miyamoto voiced all his puzzlements aloud at this point. Old Ming's tone grew more serious. "Oh, you know what the other party looks like." Upon Miyamoto's nod, Old Ming wasted no words. A dark beam of light shot directly into Miyamoto's mind. In an instant, the figure of Zhang Xiaofan materialized within the room. "How peculiar. Could it be that I have overthought this?" Old Ming murmured, "If I'm not mistaken, the 2 talents you speak of likely indicate that the other party possesses an exceedingly rare dual talent physique." A dual talent physique? Shock registered on Miyamoto's face. He had never heard of such a thing. Old Ming shot him a look of exasperation. "With your limited perspective, is it so surprising that you have not encountered such phenomena? There are myriad physiques in this world, and this particular one is not especially uncommon, but..." Old Ming paused slightly. Awaken a physique, you must reach at least the Golden Realm. Only then is there a chance for awakening." It was precisely for this reason that Old Ming found Zhang Xiaofan's situation so astonishing. He even momentarily questioned whether Zhang Xiaofan might be akin to himself, having descended from above. Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed it impossible. The sacrifices required to descend were exceedingly great, often bordering on life-threatening. Surely, there would be no fool willing to undertake such actions. Then what about him? Miyamoto found himself even more perplexed. Could it be that Zhang Xiaofan is somehow cheating? Meanwhile, seated atop the carcass of the giant force bear in the Anning Mountains, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly sneezed involuntarily. "Which lady is thinking of me?" Zhang Xiaofan mused. However, upon considering the women he knew, it seemed that only Bai Ming Shui could fit the description of a stunning beauty. Was she perhaps thinking of him? Zhang Xiaofan chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter, and instead directed his gaze towards the colossal bear beneath him. It was evident that, relying solely on his own strength, confronting a level 6 beast, particularly one of the defensive variety, would be an endeavor fraught with futility. However, one must not overlook the remarkable prowess of Zhang Xiaofan's mental attributes, which were exceptionally formidable. Thus, under the onslaught of his potent mental assault, the giant bear was swiftly vanquished. I wonder if this creature's hide could fetch a handsome price. Zhang Xiaofan murmured to himself. After all, this was a level 6 beast, and in terms of rarity, he firmly believed it was the first of its kind in Taiyuan village. Never mind, I'll just collect it. Without further contemplation, Zhang Xiaofan unceremoniously stowed the bear's carcass into his storage ring. Previously, when his storage space had reached capacity, he had exchanged 4 fangs from the wand-poison green pattern snake for another storage ring through the trading system. After securing the giant bear, Zhang Xiaofan gradually ventured into the cave. Upon entering, he was met with unexpected surprise. "I didn't anticipate there to be a nearly ripened fruit here," Zhang Xiaofan remarked at the tea that moment. He comprehended why the giant bear had so abruptly attacked him. It was merely defending the soon-to-mature fruit, mistaking him for a thief. "Oh dear, why go to such lengths? I had no interest in your fruit. And now look, it's not just the fruit at stake, but your very life as well." Zhang Xiaofan lamented with a sense of resignation on his face. To avert any unforeseen incidents, he swiftly maneuvered a massive boulder to blockade the cave's entrance. "Now, I am curious to see just how pure this experience truly is," Zhang Xiaofan said with a mischievous grin. He gazed at the experience vial in his hand. He suddenly noticed a gemstone at its center radiating a spectrum of colors. Earlier, due to the daylight, these hues had failed to manifest. Additionally, the significant accumulation of experience had rendered the vial's surface murky. With 2/3 of the experience dispersed and the current dim lighting, the crystal finally came into view. "What is this?" "A reward from the last competition," Zhang Xiaofan muttered. Had Elder Ming seen the crystal in Zhang Xiaofan's possession, he would undoubtedly have been astounded, for it was the very fate crystal he had tasked Miyamoto to seek. However, given Zhang Xiaofan's current experience, he remained unaware of its significance. After toying with it for a while and gleaning no insights, he placed it into his storage ring and began absorbing the bounties from Guangming Village. At that moment, in a secluded corner of Taoyuan Village, a shadowy portal materialized. Miyamoto's figure gradually emerged from within. "Your primary task now is to locate the 4 victors of the treasure chest. You must ascertain the whereabouts of the fate crystal. I have sensed its presence." Elder Ming's voice echoed in Miyamoto's mind like an incantation. In order to expedite Miyamoto's arrival at Taoyuan Village, Elder Ming even utilized his abilities to forcibly transport him there. It is worth noting that while Taoyuan Village and Guangming Village had previously engaged in a wager, the distance between them was remarkably vast. Relying solely on Miyamoto, it could be surmised that by the time he arrived, all the novice villages would have already merged. Taoyuan Village is so expansive. Searching for those 4 individuals is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, Miyamoto said, his expression dark with frustration. Nonetheless, Elder Ming paid no heed to his lamentations and simply closed the shadowy portal. After all, for him, successfully transporting Miyamoto to Taoyuan Village was already an arduous feat. "Well, I might as well check their channels to see if any useful clues have surfaced," Miyamoto thought, settling in to bide his time. Meanwhile, on Zhang Xiaofan's end, as time progressed, a full day and night passed. Yet he maintained his previous posture. However, unlike before, his skin was now slick with sweat. Boom! With another resounding thud from within, Zhang Xiaofan's attributes surged once more. "Finally, I've absorbed it all." After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Xiaofan finally opened his eyes. A radiant smile spread across his face, which he could no longer conceal, erupting into joyous laughter. "Level 8, this is truly marvelous," Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed exuberantly. He promptly accessed his status panel. Talent, Heavenly Path, Sun, Progress, 5 talent attribute. Xinyin Fire level, 8400-3500. Notification, next round of talent evolution at 100. It certainly did not disappoint. "I am nearing level 10, Zhang Xiaofan declared, only to suddenly catch a whiff of an unpleasant odor. "Who the hell defecated on me?" he exclaimed, leaping up in exasperation. He was certain that the foul stench emanated from his own body. Could it be that upon reaching level 8, he had inadvertently unlocked a lingering odor? However, as Zhang Xiaofan calmed himself and scrutinized his arm, he realized that the source was likely impurities expelled from within him. He then understood that upon reaching level 8, his body had undergone a comprehensive enhancement, expelling all the impurities. I must find a place to wash up. With a determined thought, he dashed at superhuman speed towards the Anning Mountains. After all, upon reaching level 8, Zhang Xiaofan's innate abilities have been bolstered in various aspects, including enhanced speed. Boom! Within the mountains, Zhang Xiaofan faced the beasts charging at him with utter disregard. With a single blow, he dispatched a level 6 beast in an instant. Such was the might of his level 8 prowess. Above the chosen ones lies the divine beings. He pondered, how formidable could their strength possibly be? Zhang Xiaofan stood by the stream in the Anning Mountains, the crystal waters flowing gently at his feet as he inhaled the fresh air, savoring the tranquility of the forest. The recent battles had left him caked in dirt and the blood of beasts. At that moment, all he desired was a thorough cleansing before returning to Taoyuan Village to relish a moment of peace. He shed his garments and stepped into the water, allowing the stream to wash away the grime. The flowing water not only removed the blood but also alleviated some of his fatigue. Zhang Xiaofan closed his eyes, relishing the water's gentleness, as if it could cleanse his very soul. Suddenly, a splash startled him, and he opened his eyes to see a dark figure swiftly approaching from the other side of the stream. Instinctively, he took a step back, eyeing the shadow warily. "Who goes there?" Zhang Xiaofan called out. Conjuring a sword of water with his will, poised to confront any potential threat, "It's me." "Don't be alarmed," came a feminine voice as Beiming Shui stepped out from behind a tree, holding a collection of wild fruits, evidently having come to gather them. Zhang Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief as the water sword dissipated. "Oh, it's you. You gave me quite a scare," he said, offering an awkward smile as he relaxed once more. Beiming Shui approached the stream's edge, placing the wild fruits down and assessing Zhang Xiaofan with a curious gaze. "Did you just return from battle?" she inquired. "Yes, I took down a few level 6 beasts. I'm quite filthy," he responded. Zhang Xiaofan nodded and submerged himself back into the water. Beiming Shui remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Your strength is growing ever stronger, Xiaofan. However, you must also understand that in the world of slaughter, the strong are numerous, and you cannot afford to be complacent." Zhang Xiaofan nodded earnestly. "I understand, Beiming Shui. I will strive even harder," as they conversed. Zhang Xiaofan had already cleansed himself of the grime, retrieving clean garments from his storage ring and feeling rejuvenated. "Let us return to the village together," Beiming Shui suggested. Zhang Xiaofan agreed with a nod, and the two walked side by side along the path toward Taoyuan village. The sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm and tranquil glow upon them. Upon returning to Taoyuan village, Zhang Xiaofan noticed an unusual atmosphere. Villagers clustered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Furrowing his brow, he approached Zhang Wang. "What has transpired?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired. Zhang Wang glanced at him, his expression grave. "An outsider has infiltrated our village, and their strength is formidable." "An outsider? How strong?" Zhang Xiaofan's heart tightened. He was aware of the strength distribution within Taoyuan village, and Zhang Wang's serious demeanor indicated that this was no ordinary foe. "They should be at least my equal," Zhang Wang replied solemnly. "What do they seek?" Zhang Xiaofan pressed further. "It is unclear, but they seem to be searching for something that I sense their aura, but they vanished swiftly." Zhang Wang shook his head. A sense of foreboding rose within Zhang Xiaofan as he recalled Miyamoto, the powerful warrior from Guangming village whom he had previously defeated. Might Miyamoto be connected to this mysterious figure? He resolved to return to his humble abode to gather his thoughts. Once inside, Zhang Xiaofan sat at his wooden table, resting his chin on his hands. Deep in contemplation, he reflected on his battle with Miyamoto, the proud first champion of Guangming village, who possessed an B-class vampiric talent, yet had fallen to his hand. That confrontation was not merely a contest of strength, but a psychological duel. The look of resentment and fury in Miyamoto's eyes as he retreated made it clear that this was not the end, but rather the onset of another storm. Rising, he approached the window, gazing out at the dimming sky, his heart filled with unease. Miyamoto would not relent. He would undoubtedly seek revenge. Zhang Xiaofan must prepare himself, enhancing his strength to guard against unforeseen circumstances. As night fell, the lights of Taoyuan village gradually illuminated. Yet Zhang Xiaofan found no solace in his heart. He understood that Miyamoto was akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of exploding at any moment and bringing disaster to Taoyuan village. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the village, followed by a low call. "Xiaofan, come out quickly, there's trouble." It was Zhang Wang's voice. Zhang Xiaofan immediately seized his long sword and dashed out of his dwelling. He found Zhang Wang standing in the moonlight, his expression unusually serious. "What is the matter?" Zhang Xiaofan asked urgently. "Someone is lurking in the woods outside the village. I can sense their aura, and it is remarkably powerful," Zhang Wang replied, his voice tinged with tension. Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow, realizing that this could very well be a scout sent by Miyamoto, or perhaps Miyamoto himself. He needed to tread carefully, ensuring the enemy did not uncover the village's vulnerabilities. "Let us investigate," Zhang Xiaofan suggested, and the two stealthily made their way toward the woods. Within the forest, the moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Zhang Xiaofan and Zhang Wang advanced cautiously, their gazes sharp and vigilant, akin to predatory beasts. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan sensed a potent aura approaching, prompting him to signal Zhang Wang to halt. They concealed themselves behind a large tree, holding their breath as they observed the commotion ahead. Before long, a shadow emerged from the depths of the woods, moving with grace and assurance. Clearly a skilled individual. Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced as he recognized the figure. It was indeed Miyamoto. Miyamoto's gaze swept the area, seemingly in search of something. Yet he failed to detect Zhang Xiaofan and Zhang Wang's hiding place. Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of relief while contemplating his strategy. He could not confront Miyamoto head-on, as that might provoke unnecessary trouble and jeopardize the entire village. That moment, a thought flashed through Zhang Xiaofan's mind. He whispered to Zhang Wang, "I will draw him away. You return to the village and alert everyone to prepare." Zhang Wang hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement. He understood that Zhang Xiaofan was the village's strongest warrior. Should anything happen to him, Taoyuan village would face grave danger. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaofan slowly emerged from behind the tree, deliberately making his footsteps audible. Miyamoto immediately turned, his gaze piercing like lightning, locking onto Zhang Xiaofan. "Zhang Xiaofan, you have finally shown yourself." Miyamoto's voice dripped with cold mockery. Zhang Xiaofan did not respond. Instead, he turned and sprinted away, his speed unmatched. Miyamoto, seeing this, gave chase. The two engaged in a frantic pursuit through the woods. Zhang Xiaofan adeptly utilized his C-class water control talent to navigate the terrain effortlessly, while Miyamoto pursued him closely, showing no signs of slowing down. Zhang Xiaofan understood that he needed to lead Miyamoto far enough away to afford Zhang Wang sufficient time to warn the villagers. After a prolonged chase, Zhang Xiaofan sensed Miyamoto's presence drawing nearer. He knew he could not prolong the encounter any further. Suddenly, he halted and turned to face Miyamoto. "Miyamoto, now that you have chased me here, what do you intend to do?" Zhang Xiaofan asked in a low voice. Miyamoto came to a stop, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Zhang Xiaofan, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? I will make you pay doubly for your previous defeat." Zhang Xiaofan gripped his long sword tightly, determination flashing in his eyes that if you seek battle, then come forth. But do not forget, this is the territory of Taoyuan village. If you dare to act recklessly, I will ensure you bear the consequences. Miyamoto sneered, suddenly accelerating, resembling a bolt of black lightning as he charged toward Zhang Xiaofan. Refusing to back down, Zhang Xiaofan swung his sword to meet him, and the two engaged in a fierce duel beneath the moonlight. The clash of blades resonated like flowing water, the gusts of their strikes akin to thunder, sending birds and beasts alike fleeing from the woods. A palpable tension enveloped Taoyuan village as the battle unfolded. Meanwhile, Zhang Wang had returned to the village, swiftly rallying all the villagers and informing them of the potential danger, though fear gripped their hearts. Under Zhang Wang's leadership, they began preparing defensive measures to brace for the impending conflict. The confrontation between Zhang Xiaofan and Miyamoto intensified, their powers evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan knew he could not afford to exhaust himself here. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly and return to the village. At that moment, a potent sense of crisis surged within Zhang Xiaofan. He sensed an even stronger aura rapidly approaching, one that far surpassed Miyamoto's, clearly not from Taoyuan village. Alarmed, Zhang Xiaofan realized this could be Miyamoto's reinforcements or yet another enemy. He had to resolve the current battle quickly. Otherwise, Taoyuan village would face an even greater peril. The steely resolve crossed his features as the devouring talent within him began to activate, his strength escalating rapidly. Observing this, Miyamoto's expression shifted, realizing that Zhang Xiaofan was about to unleash a formidable attack. Zhang Xiaofan swung his sword, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy directed at Miyamoto. The latter hurriedly dodged, but the force of the attack was overwhelming, forcing him back several paces. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan turned and fled. He needed to return to the village swiftly to prepare for the impending crisis. Miyamoto remained rooted in place, watching Zhang Xiaofan's retreating figure with a complex mix of emotions. He understood that he could not capture Zhang Xiaofan today, but the matter was far from over. As Zhang Xiaofan raced through the night, his heart pounded like a drum, each beat a reminder that time was of the essence. He had to return to Taoyuan village and ready himself before the looming threat arrived. He traversed a desolate forest, the moonlight filtering through sparse branches, illuminating his hurried silhouette. Memories of his recent battle with Miyamoto echoed in his mind. With each clash of blades and every collision of might, profound impressions were etched into his heart. He understood that Miyamoto would not yield easily. This battle was merely a temporary pause. Zhang Xiaofan. You have returned. The voice of Zhang Wang resonated at the village entrance, his silhouette appearing particularly resolute in the flickering torchlight. Zhang Xiaofan nodded, not pausing in his stride as he made his way directly to the village council hall. He needed to ascertain the situation and devise a strategy. What has transpired? Zhang Xiaofan inquired as he walked alongside Zhang Wang. I am uncertain, but I sensed another formidable presence emanating from the depths of the northern forest. Zhang Wang replied, his expression grave, fully aware of what this might entail. Upon entering the council hall, they found Bai Mingshui already waiting there. Her gaze was piercing, yet a hint of concern flickered in her eyes. Xiaofan, did you sense it? That presence. Bai Mingshui's voice trembled ever so slightly. Zhang Xiaofan nodded, taking a deep breath before recounting his battle with Miyamoto and the emergence of that overwhelming aura. We must prepare ourselves. This could be the greatest crisis our Taoyuan village has ever faced. His voice was resolute, determination gleaming in his eyes. That we need to formulate a plan. We cannot afford to sit idly by. Zhang Wang asserted with undeniable conviction. The three of them gathered around the table in the council hall, the torchlight casting shifting shadows across their faces. They began deliberating on countermeasures, meticulously dissecting every detail and conceivable scenario. We must bolster the village's defenses and, simultaneously, we need a team that can respond swiftly, Bai Mingshui proposed. Indeed, we need to establish a defensive perimeter, Zhang Xiaofan added, that I will take charge of organizing everyone to ensure a rapid evacuation to safety. Zhang Wang committed himself to the duty of protecting their companions. Their discussions persisted throughout the night, and by the time the first rays of dawn broke through the window, they had formulated a preliminary plan. They understood that this would be a formidable battle, yet they also recognized the necessity of fighting for the survival of Taoyuan village. Just as they prepared to act, that formidable presence drew ever closer to the village. Zhang Xiaofan stood at the highest point of the village, gazing into the distance, where a dark figure sped toward Taoyuan village. His heart raced, for he knew that the battle was about to commence. He turned to look at Zhang Wang and Bai Mingshui. They were both ready. Are you prepared? Zhang Xiaofan's voice rang clear in the crisp morning air. Ready at any moment, Zhang Wang and Bai Mingshui replied in unison. Nodding, Zhang Xiaofan inhaled deeply, then strode forward. He recognized that this battle would determine the fate of Taoyuan village. Retreat was not an option. He must stand firm. As the shadow approached, Zhang Xiaofan could feel an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Gripping his sword tightly, a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes. Come forth. Let us see your strength. Zhang Xiaofan's voice echoed across the open fields. The shadow finally reached the village's edge, revealing a figure cloaked in black. The hood obscuring his face, rendering his true identity a mystery. Yet the aura emanating from him instilled an unprecedented sense of dread within Zhang Xiaofan. Are you the foremost warrior of Taoyuan village? The cloaked figure's voice was deep and commanding. Zhang Xiaofan remained silent, his focus unwavering as he prepared to strike. The cloaked man suddenly laughed, a sound laced with derision. It seems you are already aware of the impending events. Zhang Xiaofan's gaze sharpened. He recognized that this figure was no ordinary adversary. He must possess knowledge of the looming crisis. Who are you? What do you seek? Zhang Xiaofan's voice bore an undertone of caution. My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that your Taoyuan village shall become my domain. The cloaked figure proclaimed with an air of undeniable authority, and a flash of anger ignited in Zhang Xiaofan's eyes. He understood that this man sought to invade Taoyuan village. He could not allow such a fate to befall his home. He must protect it. You shall not, Zhang Xiaofan declared, his voice brimming with determination. The cloaked figure chuckled once more, then slowly removed his hood, revealing a youthful face. In his eyes flickered a peculiar light, one filled with confidence and arrogance. Let us see if you possess the ability to thwart me, he taunted. Zhang Xiaofan chose silence, lunging forward with his sword. The clash of steel erupted as the battle ignited between them. Zhang Wang and Bai Mingshui swiftly mobilized the villagers, commencing the construction of their defensive perimeter. As the battle intensified, each encounter between Zhang Xiaofan and the cloaked figure brimmed with peril. Zhang Xiaofan's devouring talent proved immensely advantageous at this juncture. He continuously absorbed the cloaked man's power, converting it into his own energy. The cloaked figure, evidently taken aback by Zhang Xiaofan's unique ability, began to temper his assaults. The glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes, revealing that he had underestimated Zhang Xiaofan's strength. "Your abilities are commendable, yet you are still insufficient to halt my advance." The cloaked man's voice resonated with unwavering confidence. Zhang Xiaofan remained undeterred, his focus solely on the fight. He understood that through battle, he could safeguard Taoyuan village and those he cherished. Hours stretched on as the sun ascended high into the sky, casting warm rays upon the two combatants, providing a contrasting warmth to the brutal struggle. Ultimately, during a fierce exchange, Zhang Xiaofan successfully utilized his devouring talent to absorb one of the cloaked man's potent attacks before countering with a thrust aimed directly at the man's heart. A flicker of disbelief danced in the cloaked man's eyes before his form began to dissipate, transforming into a cloud of black mist that vanished into the air. Zhang Xiaofan stood still, gasping for air, fatigue etched across his features. Yet relief also washed over him. He realized he had emerged victorious in this confrontation, temporarily ensuring the safety of Taoyuan village. However, the victory bestowed upon him little time for respite. Although the villagers celebrated with cheers, he recognized that this triumph was merely a fleeting reprieve, that I end this world of slaughter. Every victory could herald even graver challenges ahead. He needed to continue enhancing his strength to protect Taoyuan village and those who placed their trust in him. "Xiaofan, you truly performed admirably." Bai Mingshui approached Zhang Xiaofan, her tone imbued with a subtle warmth. Zhang Xiaofan turned to her, offering a faint smile. "We have a long road ahead. This is merely the beginning." Bai Mingshui nodded, understanding the truth in Zhang Xiaofan's words that I end this merciless world. Only by growing stronger could they hope to survive. "What shall we do next?" Bai Mingshui inquired. Zhang Xiaofan inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. "We need to enhance our strength. We require more resources, more information, and we must seek out additional allies." Bai Mingshui contemplated for a moment before speaking. "I have heard whispers of an ancient, abandoned mine hidden within the northern mountains, rumored to conceal abundant resources." Zhang Xiaofan's eyes brightened. "Then we shall venture there. However, it is fraught with danger, as powerful monsters are said to guard it," Bai Mingshui cautioned. Zhang Xiaofan chuckled lightly. "Danger in this world of slaughter. Where is there no peril? We cannot allow fear of danger to paralyze us." Inspired by Zhang Xiaofan's courage, Bai Mingshui's eyes sparkled with determination. "Very well, then we shall proceed." Point two individuals resolved to embark on their journey at the break of dawn the following day. Zhang Xiaofan returned to his modest dwelling, commencing the meticulous organization of his gear and the preparation of essential provisions. He understood that this undertaking was not merely a quest for resources, but rather a profound test of his own capabilities. As night descended, Zhang Xiaofan sat by the window of his cottage, gazing contemplatively at the starry sky. Memories flooded back of his initial helplessness and trepidation upon entering this brutal world. Recollections of the gradual fortitude he had cultivated. He recognized that his journey was far from over, yet he felt adequately prepared. Like the crack of dawn, Zhang Xiaofan met Bai Mingshui at the village's entrance. They equipped themselves with the necessary supplies and set forth on their expedition to the northern mountain range. The northern peaks rose majestically, enshrouded in thick layers of snow, presenting a breathtaking vista. However, beneath this splendid facade lay countless perils. The duo navigated cautiously through the mountainous terrain, ever vigilant against the potential emergence of lurking monsters. Zhang Xiaofan's devouring talent afforded him a distinctive advantage in this realm, enabling him to sense the fluctuations of elemental forces around him and to preemptively identify latent threats. Be cautious. There is movement ahead, Zhang Xiaofan whispered to Bai Mingshui. She nodded, her ice sword poised and ready. They advanced slowly, only to behold a colossal snow wolf materializing within their line of sight. The wolf's eyes glimmered with a menacing intensity as it unleashed a deafening howl and charged toward them. Zhang Xiaofan reacted swiftly, unleashing a wave of sword energy while simultaneously activating his C-grade smoke talent. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the area, obscuring the snow wolf's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Bei Mingxue launched her assault, her ice sword cutting through the smoke with deadly precision, striking the wolf's vital points. The snow wolf howled in agony before collapsing. Motionless, the two exchanged a triumphant glance before continuing their journey, fully aware that this was merely the beginning, with more challenges awaiting them ahead. After several days of arduous trekking, they finally arrived at the ancient, abandoned mine. The entrance was shrouded in dense vines and snow, exuding an ominous aura. Zhang Xiaofan and Bei Mingxue entered the mine with utmost caution. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp, a musty odor permeating the air. They remained alert to the possibility of monsters emerging from shadows. "The environment here is decidedly unfavorable for us," Bei Mingxue murmured. Zhang Xiaofan nodded in agreement. "We must exercise caution. The creatures here may prove to be even more formidable than those outside." They proceeded slowly along the mine's passages, their eyes sharp and prepared for any imminent threats. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, and Zhang Xiaofan sensed a potent presence. He swiftly pulled Bei Mingxue into a corner as a group of armored monsters passed by. These creatures exuded a palpable aura of death, their hollow eyes betraying the fact that they were under some sinister control. Zhang Xiaofan and Bei Mingxue held their breath until the monsters had moved on, allowing them to advance cautiously. Delving deeper into the mine, they stumbled upon a vast underground cavern. At its center lay a massive crystal orb, radiating a blinding luminescence, surrounded by a plethora of precious resources. "This is the bounty we seek," Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed with excitement. Bei Mingxue nodded, though a flicker of wariness danced in her eyes. "We must not let our guard down. There may be even more formidable beasts guarding this treasure." Zhang Xiaofan concurred with her assessment, and they began to collect the resources with the utmost care, fearful of awakening any guardians of the crystal orb. Just as they had gathered a portion of the resources and prepared to depart, a deep growl reverberated from the depths of the cavern. Zhang Xiaofan and Bei Mingxue immediately braced themselves, aware that the true challenge was only just beginning. That a colossal creature emerged slowly from the cavern's depths, its body encased in hard scales, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. "It is the subterranean Tyrannosaurus." Bei Mingxue's voice quivered with fear. Zhang Xiaofan gripped his sword tightly, knowing that they must vanquish this beast to ensure their safe escape. The subterranean Tyrannosaurus roared thunderously before charging at them. Zhang Xiaofan swiftly activated his devouring talent, feeling his strength surge. Bei Mingxue also unleashed her ice talent, her sword emitting flashes of frost that clashed against the Tyrannosaurus's assault. The battle was fiercely intense, with Zhang Xiaofan and Bei Mingxue narrowly evading the beast's strikes. Yet they persevered, their unwavering resolve and seamless cooperation gradually turning the tide in their favor. Ultimately, in a climactic exchange, Zhang Xiaofan successfully utilized his devouring talent to absorb one of the Tyrannosaurus's powerful attacks, then retaliated with a precise thrust of his sword aimed at the creature's heart. The subterranean Tyrannosaurus let out a final, anguished cry before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Zhang Xiaofan and Bei Mingxue stood beside the fallen beast, their expressions weary yet imbued with relief. They understood that they had triumphed in this battle and could safely return to Taoyuan village with their hard-won resources. Collecting all the treasures, they exited the mine, their burdens laden with precious findings, embarking on the journey back to Taoyuan village. Though their spirits were lifted, their vigilance remained unrelenting. In this world, danger lurked at every corner, and they needed to remain ever alert. We executed this mission splendidly. Bei Mingxue broke the silence, her voice brimming with excitement. Zhang Xiaofan smiled faintly, responding, "Indeed, we not only secured resources but also fortified the trust and synergy between us." Bei Mingxue nodded in agreement, her gaze lingering on Zhang Xiaofan's face, as if searching for something. "Xiaofan, the ability you wielded in battle, does it pertain to your secret?" Zhang Xiaofan's eyes flickered momentarily. He understood that Bei Mingxue referred to his devouring talent. He replied softly, "Yes, it is my secret and my means of survival in this unforgiving world." As they conversed, they unwittingly approached Taoyuan village. However, at that moment, a powerful aura erupted from the distant forest, saturated with malevolence and fury. Zhang Xiaofan and Bei Mingxue halted abruptly, their eyes filled with trepidation. They recognized that the source of this aura was far from benevolent. What manner of creature is this? Bei Mingxue gripped her ice sword tightly, poised for battle. Zhang Xiaofan inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his rising anxiety. "I cannot say, but we must prepare ourselves to end this world of slaughter. The unknown may strike at any moment." Silently, he accessed his character panel to check his status. He had reached level 8, that with the enhancement of his strength, he anticipated the imminent evolution of his talents. That we cannot linger here. We must hasten back to the village. Zhang Xiaofan urged Bei Mingxue. She nodded, and they quickened their pace toward Taoyuan village. Yet they soon discerned that the formidable aura was rapidly closing in on them. "Prepare for battle," Zhang Xiaofan whispered to Bei Mingxue, his mind racing with strategies to utilize his devouring talent against the impending confrontation. Just as they readied themselves for combat, a shadow leapt from the forest, landing before them. It was a towering creature, its body cloaked in black scales, its eyes glowing a sinister red, exuding an aura of terror. "It is the Abyssal Demon Clan." The voice of Bai Mingxue was tinged with a hint of terror. Zhang Xiaofan gripped his sword tightly, fully aware that this would be a formidable battle. He had to harness his devouring talent to weaken this powerful adversary as much as possible. The Abyssal Demon Clan let out a thunderous roar and charged towards the two. Zhang Xiaofan swiftly activated his devouring ability, attempting to absorb a portion of its strength. However, the creature's power was overwhelmingly potent, and his devouring talent could only temporarily mitigate its onslaught. Bai Mingxue was equally undeterred. Her icy sword left a series of gashes upon the abyssal demon. Yet, these wounds seemed far from fatal to the demon. As the battle escalated, both Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Mingxue felt unprecedented pressure. They understood that if they did not quickly discover a method to combat the abyssal demon, they might perish here. At that moment, a sudden thought flashed through Zhang Xiaofan's mind. He recalled that within his talent Heaven-S Path, there existed a special skill capable of temporarily enhancing his attack and defense. Although this skill had a lengthy cooldown, he had no better options at present. Bai Mingxue, fall back, Zhang Xiaofan bellowed, then invoked the special skill of Heaven-S Path. A powerful force erupted from within him, flames of profound fire enveloping his sword, transforming him into a veritable war god. The abyssal demon sensed the threat, intensifying its assault. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan showed no signs of retreat. He wielded his sword and engaged the abyssal demon in a fierce clash. Ultimately, in a tremendous collision of power, Zhang Xiaofan's sword pierced the heart of the abyssal demon. The demon let out a horrifying scream before collapsing to the ground. Lifeless, the body of the abyssal demon gradually dissipated beneath Zhang Xiaofan's feet, transforming into wisps of black smoke that merged with the earth. Zhang Xiaofan stood there, his gaze indifferent, as if the battle had merely been a routine affair. The enemy's blood still dripped from the tip of his sword, yet his heart remained devoid of any tumult. "Are you truly unscathed?" Bai Mingxue's voice shattered the silence, her eyes betraying an uncontainable astonishment. She had never witnessed this cold side of Zhang Xiaofan. Even in the most brutal of fights, he had never lost his composure. Zhang Xiaofan turned, his expression impassive as he regarded Bai Mingxue, replying coolly, "I told you, I am fine." His voice was as frigid as the winter wind, sending shivers down the spine. Bai Mingxue involuntarily took a step back, suddenly realizing that the man before her was no longer the boy she once knew. The world of slaughter had transformed him, rendering him more ruthless and formidable. Ignoring Bai Mingxue's reaction, Zhang Xiaofan closed his eyes, beginning to sense the changes within him. His devouring talent was manifesting, and he could feel the power of the abyssal demon being absorbed into himself. His experience points steadily increased, and his Heaven-S Path talent was gradually advancing. He opened his eyes, gazing at the somber sky, vowing silently that no matter how cruel this world became, he would become the strongest being. Let us return. Zhang Xiaofan's voice interrupted Bai Mingshui's contemplation. She nodded, and the two walked side by side toward Taiyuan village. Along the way, Bai Mingshui attempted to break the silence, but Zhang Xiaofan's cold demeanor rendered her at a loss for words. She could only follow silently behind him, her heart teeming with complex emotions. Upon returning to Taiyuan village, Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Mingshui were met not with a warm welcome. The villagers, upon seeing their return, merely stepped aside in silence. Their eyes were filled with awe and even fear. Zhang Xiaofan's formidable and ruthless nature had instilled a sense of dread within them. Unfazed by the villagers' demeanor, Zhang Xiaofan strode directly to his cottage and shut the door. He sat at the edge of his bed, opened his character panel, and began to assess his status. The progress of his Heaven S Path talent had risen to 6%, and his level had also increased. He understood that each battle was a test of his abilities and an opportunity for growth. He would not squander any chance to become stronger. Night deepened. Taiyuan village fell into a hushed stillness. Zhang Xiaofan sat by the window, his gaze profound, as if he could pierce through the darkness. His heart harbored no fear or hesitation, only a yearning for power. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door shattered the night's tranquility. Zhang Xiaofan rose and walked over to open the door. Standing outside was Zhang Wang, his face betraying a hint of tension. Xiaofan, their SA situation. Zhang Wang's voice was low, his eyes revealing unease. Zhang Xiaofan's expression sharpened. He knew a new challenge was upon them. He did not inquire further, simply uttering one word, "Go." The two swiftly departed the cottage, heading into the darkness beyond the village. Zhang Xiaofan and Zhang Wang hurried through the silent streets of Taiyuan village, advancing towards the dense woods outside. The night was as dark as ink, with only the occasional chirping of insects and the whisper of the wind breaking the silence. Zhang Xiaofan's heart remained as calm as a still lake, his thoughts as profound as the night itself. He was prepared for the impending challenge. The Miyamoto faction is back. Zhang Wang's voice sounded particularly heavy in the night, suggesting they had come well prepared this time. Our people have already detected their presence. Zhang Xiaofan's pace faltered slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Miyamoto will not easily relinquish their ambitions. Their objectives extend beyond mere resources to this village. We have heightened our vigilance, but the enemy's numbers and strength are formidable. Zhang Wang's voice carried a note of concern. Zhang Xiaofan nodded, understanding that this battle would not be as straightforward as the last. He had to leverage every advantage he possessed, including his devouring talent, to protect Taiyuan village. The two arrived at a high ground outside the village, from where they could survey the entire Taiyuan village. Under the moonlight, they spotted a group of shadows stealthily approaching the village. Their movements were practiced and cautious, clearly not ordinary foes. They intend to launch a surprise attack. Zhang Xiaofan's voice was frigid. Akin to the icy winds of winter, we must stop them. Zhang Wang gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes flashing with battle intent. Zhang Xiaofan inhaled deeply, feeling the energy within him surging. His Heaven S Path talent yearned to be unleashed. He turned to Zhang Wang and said, "I will confront Miyamoto. You're responsible for coordinating the village's defenses." Zhang Wang nodded, aware of Zhang Xiaofan's capabilities and trusting in his ability to handle Miyamoto. He swiftly issued orders organizing the villagers for defense. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan silently slipped into the night, his sole target being Miyamoto. Miyamoto stood in a concealed position, a cunning glimmer in his eyes. He knew Zhang Xiaofan would not relinquish Taiyuan village easily, and he was prepared to face Zhang Xiaofan's challenge. "Zhang Xiaofan, you have finally arrived." Miyamoto's voice resonated in the night, his figure emerging from the shadows. Zhang Xiaofan halted, his gaze locking onto Miyamoto with icy disdain. "What is your purpose?" Miyamoto smirked slightly, a long sword emanating a cold light suddenly appearing in his hand. "My purpose? Quite simple. I aim to dominate this entire world of slaughter, and Taiyuan village is merely my first step." A flicker of disdain crossed Zhang Xiaofan's eyes. "Do you truly believe you can succeed?" A wild fervor glinted in Miyamoto's eyes. "Once I harness the power of the Destiny Crystal, I will be invincible, and you, Zhang Xiaofan, will serve as the stepping stone to my ascent." What is the destiny crystal? Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow at the mention, sensing that the matter was far from simple. Dead men have no right to know such things. Miyamoto let out a sneer, disdain dripping from his voice. Zhang Xiaofan said little, instead choosing to brandish his sword and charge directly at Miyamoto. The glint of the blade flickered, and the air crackled with energy as the two engaged in a fierce battle. Miyamoto's strength was formidable. Each of his strikes was laced with lethal intent. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan remained even more ruthless, his swordplay both concise and effective. Each attack aimed squarely at Miyamoto's vital points. As the conflict escalated, Zhang Xiaofan's Tao of Heaven talent began to manifest, enhancing both his offensive and defensive capabilities. Conversely, Miyamoto relied on his B-grade talent, vampirism, which allowed him to replenish his health with each successful blow, prolonging the skirmish. Ultimately, in a moment of intense confrontation, Zhang Xiaofan discerned a flaw in Miyamoto's defense. His blade pierced through like lightning, striking directly at Miyamoto's heart, but a flicker of disbelief crossed Miyamoto's eyes before his form began to dissipate, transforming into a wisp of black mist, vanishing into the ether. Ding! Absorbed B-grade talent vampirism. Zhang Xiaofan glanced at his status panel, a look of delight illuminating his face. Talent. Tao of Heaven. Child Progress. 7 talent attribute. Xianyan Fire Level. 9-100-4500. Standing amidst the aftermath. He felt the newfound power of the B-grade talent vampirism coursing through him, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions, that he understood that this victory was merely a fleeting episode in the realm of slaughter. The true challenges lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the turmoil within, turning towards the direction of Taoyuan Village. Once a tranquil hamlet, Taoyuan Village had now become Zhang Xiaofan's stronghold. He recognized the imperative to grow stronger if he were to survive in this merciless world. As night fell, the lights of Taoyuan Village flickered to life, and the villagers, having toiled throughout the day, began to savor their rare moments of tranquility. Zhang Xiaofan returned to his modest abode, seated at his wooden table, and accessed his character panel. Talent. Tao of Heaven. Child Progress. 7 talent attribute. Xianyan Fire Level. 9-100-4500. His gaze lingered on the talent attribute, Xianyan Fire, an exceedingly rare attribute that not only incinerated all in its path, but also siphoned the life force of enemies during its blaze, converting it for his own use. The sheer power of this attribute filled Zhang Xiaofan with a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. He closed his eyes, beginning to cultivate his talent. The essence of Xianyan Fire flowed within him, each cycle inducing a profound blend of agony and ecstasy, that he understood that such was the price of power, the painful yet necessary path of growth. Just as Zhang Xiaofan immersed himself in his training, an urgent patter of footsteps echoed from outside the village. He opened his eyes, sensing an unusual presence. Swiftly rising, he grasped his long sword and stepped out of his humble dwelling. Under the moonlight, a figure stumbled towards Taoyuan Village, a young villager, his tattered clothing marred with wounds. Brother Zhang, it's terrible. The monsters outside have suddenly gone berserk. They're attacking our herb fields, the young villager gasped. Zhang Xiaofan's brow furrowed. He recognized these creatures as low-tier beings of the slaughter world. However, their sheer numbers posed a catastrophic threat to Taoyuan Village should they riot. Quickly, notify the others that I will hold them off. Zhang Xiaofan declared decisively, sword in hand, racing towards the herb fields. Upon arrival, chaos reigned. The monsters surged like a tide, their eyes gleaming with avarice, intent on devouring everything on this land. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan swung his sword. Diving into the fray, the blade shimmered with deadly light, each swing claiming multiple monster lives. His Xianyan Fire talent unleashed its tremendous power, flames engulfing the creatures, inflicting immense damage while continuously draining their life force. The battle raged for hours, as Zhang Xiaofan darted through the throngs of monsters, a veritable deity of war, unstoppable in his wrath. Ultimately, the monsters were thoroughly repulsed, the herb fields of Taoyuan Village preserved. Standing amidst the field littered with the remains of his foes, exhaustion weighed heavily on his body. Yet his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. He knew this was but a minor skirmish in the slaughter world. Greater challenges awaited him. Upon returning to the village, villagers gathered around him, their gazes filled with respect and gratitude. "Brother Zhang, you are truly our hero." A little girl tugged at Zhang Xiaofan's sleeve, her eyes brimming with admiration. Zhang Xiaofan smiled gently, ruffling the girl's hair. "Protecting everyone is my duty." As night deepened, he returned to his small room. Lying on his bed, lost in contemplation, he understood the necessity of becoming stronger, to safeguard Taoyuan village, to endure in this unforgiving realm. His gaze lingered on the character panel for a moment before he inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. He needed rest, to restore his strength, and most importantly, to devise his next plan. The brutality of the slaughter world extended beyond mere combat. It encompassed the unknown challenges and tasks that loomed ahead, just as Zhang Xiaofan was on the brink of slumber. A chilling mechanical voice echoed in his ear. "Attention all channels, elimination task initiated. All individuals, heed this warning. Within 48 hours, you must complete the designated elimination target. Failure to do so will result in system elimination." Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced, his eyes snapping open. His expression turning grave, he recognized that such elimination tasks were among the most merciless trials in the slaughter world, with many lives lost in each undertaking. He needed to act promptly, locate his elimination target, and fulfill the mission within the allotted time. Quickly donning his gear and seizing his weapon, he stepped out into the night. Taoyuan village lay in eerie silence. Yet a storm brewed within Zhang Xiaofan's heart. He made his way to the village center, where a gathering of villagers had formed, their expressions a tapestry of anxiety, excitement, and fear. "Zhang Wang, do you know what this elimination task entails?" Zhang Xiaofan approached Zhang Wang, the second strongest in Taoyuan village and his close friend. Zhang Wang shook his head. "I am uncertain, but I have dispatched someone to gather information. This elimination task appears to differ from the past. The system has not directly disclosed the target." Zhang Xiaofan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the anxious crowd, his mind racing with calculations. He understood that in such tasks, one must not only confront the unknown, but also remain vigilant against the treachery of others. In the slaughter world, anyone could be an enemy. At that moment, a figure pushed through the throng, clutching a piece of parchment, a look of urgency etched on his face. "Brother Zhang, I have news," the individual exclaimed breathlessly. "This elimination task requires us to locate and eliminate a creature known as the Night Shadow Beast within 48 hours. Zhang Xiaofan and Zhang Wang exchanged a solemn glance, the gravity of the situation palpable in their shared silence. The Night Shadow Beast was a notably rare and perilous creature, adept at concealment and nocturnal movement, a nightmare for many. The last sighting of the Night Shadow Beast was at the edge of the Black Forest. "We must depart at once." Zhang Xiaofan swiftly made a decision. Zhang Wang nodded, and he promptly began to organize personnel, preparing to venture into the Black Forest alongside Zhang Xiaofan. They understood that this would be a race against time, where any hesitation or delay could lead to failure. The Black Forest, a vast expanse located to the north of Taoyuan village, was characterized by towering and dense trees, through which sunlight struggled to penetrate, casting a shadowy and mysterious pall over the entire area. Legend spoke of countless dangers and secrets concealed within the depths of the Black Forest. Leading a team into the forest, Zhang Xiaofan's footsteps resonated sharply in the eerie silence. Activating his sea-level invisibility talent, his figure gradually became indistinct, ultimately vanishing from sight. They scoured the forest for several hours, yet the traces of a Night Shadow Beast seemed to have evaporated, leaving them with no leads. Zhang Xiaofan's brow furrowed tighter. He knew that failing to locate the Night Shadow Beast swiftly would put them at risk of elimination. Just then, an unusual noise suddenly echoed from ahead. Immediately, a dark figure lunged from the thicket, charging directly at Zhang Xiaofan and his team. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan drew his sword and slashed at the shadow, only to cut through the air. Be cautious. The Night Shadow Beast excels in speed and stealth. We cannot confront it using conventional methods. Zhang Xiaofan warned his companions loudly. The group quickly dispersed, employing various tactics to track the elusive creature. Zhang Xiaofan activated his sea-level water control ability, manipulating the surrounding water sources to form an expansive net in an attempt to capture the Night Shadow Beast's movements. As time ticked away, the Night Shadow Beast appeared to be toying with them, remaining elusive and unseen. Zhang Xiaofan's anxiety began to mount. He recognized that if they failed to complete their mission within the designated time frame, they would all face elimination. At that moment, a peculiar disturbance caught the corner of his eye. His heart stirred, and he dashed toward that direction. There, he discovered signs of a struggle among the trees and several fresh blood droplets on the ground. "It's wounded," Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The others quickly gathered around, beginning to follow the trail of blood in pursuit of the Night Shadow Beast. Before long, they arrived at a secluded cave, where clear signs of a battle were evident at the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaofan stepped into the cave first. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and humid, with a strong metallic scent of blood assaulting their senses. They cautiously ventured deeper into the cavern, ultimately discovering the Night Shadow Beast in a spacious chamber. The creature was massive, its body cloaked in black scales, with fierce eyes glinting ominously, upon sighting Zhang Xiaofan and his team. The Night Shadow Beast emitted a low, menacing growl before lunging at them. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan met the charge with his sword. The clash of blade and beast erupted into a fierce battle. Zhang Xiaofan's swordsmanship was razor-sharp, each strike aimed at the beast's vital points. The Night Shadow Beast, relying on its speed and strength, relentlessly sought to overpower Zhang Xiaofan. As the conflict intensified, Zhang Xiaofan bore numerous wounds. Yet his resolve only strengthened. He understood that he could not falter here. He had to complete this mission. That moment, an overwhelming desire surged within him, the urge to absorb the Night Shadow Beast's power. His devouring talent activated, his palm pressed against the beast, beginning to siphon its strength. The Night Shadow Beast let out a piercing scream as its body gradually withered. Zhang Xiaofan felt a tremendous power coursing through him, realizing that he was becoming increasingly formidable. Ultimately, in the heat of battle, Zhang Xiaofan spotted a flaw in the Night Shadow Beast's defenses. His sword struck like lightning, piercing the creature's heart. The Night Shadow Beast shuddered violently before collapsing to the ground. Lifeless, Ding absorbed the power of the Night Shadow Beast. Zhang Xiaofan glanced at his status panel, a look of surprise lighting up his face. Talent: Heavenly Path, Child, Progress. 8 talent attribute: Profound Flame Fire level. 9-300-4500. Rising to his feet, Zhang Xiaofan emanated a powerful aura. He knew he had just acquired the Night Shadow's power, a force that would enhance his strength under the cover of night. Turning to his companions, he saw expressions of relief etched on their faces. They understood that their mission had been accomplished, and for the time being, they were safe. Upon returning to Taiyuan Village, the villagers once again surrounded them, their eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Zhang Xiaofan smiled slightly, aware that he was not just their hero, but also their beacon of hope for survival. The night in Taiyuan Village was tranquil and profound. Standing beneath the eaves of his home, Zhang Xiaofan gazed up at the starry sky, his heart tumultuous with thoughts that he realized that each victory was but a fleeting reprieve. The brutality of the killing world would not lessen due to a single success, that he must remain vigilant, continuously enhancing his abilities. "Xiaofan, you have truly grown much stronger," came the voice of Bai Mingshui from behind him, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Zhang Xiaofan turned to face her icy visage, offering a faint smile. In this world, how can one survive without being strong?" Bai Mingshui nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. In the world of bloodshed, only by becoming stronger could there be a glimmer of survival. However, you must also remember to rest, Bai Mingshui advised with concern. "Continuous battles will take a toll on your body." Zhang Xiaofan chuckled softly, aware of her worries. Their relationship had long transcended that of mere teammates. In this harsh world, they supported one another and grew together. "Rest assured, I am mindful of my limits," Zhang Xiaofan replied, his gaze drifting back to the night sky. "I merely ponder how many unknown dangers still lurk in this world." Bai Mingshui approached him, gazing into the distance. and no matter what, we will face it together. Their silhouettes appeared resolute against the night backdrop, as if no challenge could ever conquer them. The following day, the serenity of Taoyuan Village's morning was shattered by a blaring alarm. Zhang Xiaofan swiftly donned his gear and burst from his dwelling. He observed the villagers frantically scurrying about, their faces etched with terror. What has happened? Zhang Xiaofan grabbed a panicked villager, urgently inquiring, "It's the Black Wind bandits." "They have come," the villager gasped. "They aim to seize our food and resources." A glint of cold fury flashed in Zhang Xiaofan's eyes. The Black Wind bandits were a notorious gang of robbers, mercilessly terrorizing the world of slaughter. Zhang Wang, organize the troops. Prepare for battle, Zhang Xiaofan commanded, his voice brimming with determination. Zhang Wang sprang into action, equally a guardian of Taoyuan village. Soon, the forces of the Black Wind bandits appeared at the village's outskirts. Clad in black armor and wielding sharp weapons, their eyes glinted with greed and cruelty. Zhang Xiaofan stood at the forefront, his gaze piercing as it swept over each member of the Black Wind bandits. He understood that this confrontation was unavoidable. He had to protect Taoyuan village, to safeguard his homeland. The villagers listened intently as the leader of the Black Wind bandits commanded, "Surrender your food and resources. Or else." His words were abruptly interrupted by Zhang Xiaofan. "Or else what?" Zhang Xiaofan's voice was calm yet resolute. "You robbers, what else are you capable of besides plunder and slaughter?" The leader of the Black Wind bandits, momentarily daunted by Zhang Xiaofan's aura, hesitated before furiously shouting, "Kill them all." As per his command, the forces of Haifeng's surged towards Taoyuan village like a torrential flood. Zhang Xiaofan exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Brandishing his long sword, he charged toward the enemy. The glint of the sword flashed, and blood spattered. Zhang Xiaofan resembled a fierce tiger descending the mountain, each swing of his sword claiming the life of an adversary. His C-grade smoke manipulation ability proved invaluable in this moment, as he unleashed billowing clouds of smoke that obscured the enemy's vision, rendering their attacks ineffective. Baiming Shui, undeterred, wielded her frost staff, conjuring icy blades that froze the foes in their tracks. Her C-grade water control talent enabled her to harness the surrounding water, creating walls of liquid to thwart the enemy's advances. The battle raged on for an extended duration, and under the leadership of Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui, the villagers of Taoyuan fought valiantly to resist. Ultimately, the forces of Haifeng's were repelled, and Taoyuan village emerged victorious once more. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Zhang Xiaofan's long sword stained with blood. His gaze was resolute and profound, as the remnants of Haifeng's retreated. The villagers celebrated their triumph, while simultaneously mourning their fallen comrades. Though victory was theirs, the cost was grievous. Baiming Shui approached Zhang Xiaofan, concern evident in her eyes. "Xiaofan, are you all right? Were you injured?" Zhang Xiaofan shook his head, his gaze falling upon the bodies of the sacrificed villagers, an indescribable sorrow welling up within him. He understood that as the guardian of the village, it was his duty to protect everyone. Yet, the brutality of battle forced him to confront such harsh realities that we have won. "But the price is too high," he said, his voice low and filled with self-reproach. Baiming Shui gently grasped Zhang Xiaofan's hand, offering solace. "You have done your utmost, Xiaofan, that we cannot predict the outcome of every battle, but we can choose to grow stronger for them and for ourselves." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaofan acknowledged that Baiming Shui was indeed correct. "I end this merciless world of slaughter. Only by becoming stronger could they protect more lives that we must prepare. Haifeng's will not relent." Zhang Xiaofan declared, turning his steadfast gaze toward the horizon. "We need to bolster our defenses and enhance our strength. Next time, we must not only secure victory, but also minimize sacrifices." Baiming Shui nodded in agreement. Fully aware of Zhang Xiaofan's determination to end this perilous world, only through continuous improvement could they hope to survive. In the ensuing days, Taoyuan village plunged into a state of tense preparation. Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui led the villagers in fortifying the village's defenses. Simultaneously, they engaged in relentless training to enhance their combat skills. Zhang Xiaofan placed particular emphasis on honing his innate abilities during training that he recognized that his C-grade smoke manipulation and water control talents were pivotal in battle. Yet he required additional practical experience to refine these skills. He began experimenting with the fusion of smoke and water, striving to create new methods of attack. In one training session, Zhang Xiaofan successfully merged smoke and water, giving rise to a novel offensive technique he dubbed the smoke-water arrow. This approach not only disoriented the enemy's vision, but also penetrated their defenses instantaneously, inflicting lethal damage. Meanwhile, Bai Mingxue diligently sought to enhance her frost magic. She discovered that by combining her frost spells with water control, she could forge a new defensive mechanism, an ice wall. This barrier was not only robust, but could also reflect a portion of the damage back to the attackers upon impact. As time progressed, the defensive capabilities of Taoyuan village strengthened, and the villagers' combat techniques saw a remarkable improvement. However, they all understood that the true test lay ahead, just as preparations in Taoyuan village neared completion. An unexpected visitor arrived. Cloaked in black, the mysterious figure's face was obscured by the shadow of their hood, rendering their features indistinguishable. "I am an envoy from Haifeng's High," the mysterious voice rasped. "Our chieftain wishes to negotiate peace with Taoyuan village." Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Mingxue exchanged wary glances, both sensing the underlying caution in one another's eyes. The sudden proposition for peace from Haifeng's High took them by surprise. "We are prepared to offer substantial resources and provisions, provided you cease your resistance," the mysterious figure continued. Zhang Xiaofan paused for a moment, then replied slowly, "We need time to deliberate." The figure nodded, refraining from further comments, and departed from Taoyuan village. You believe they genuinely desire peace?" Bai Mingxue inquired. Zhang Xiaofan shook his head. "I do not know, but I am certain we cannot trust them easily. The atrocities committed by Haifeng's High are far too numerous for them to suddenly adopt a benevolent disposition." Bai Mingxue concurred, knowing Zhang Xiaofan's assessment was accurate. In this harsh world, trust was a luxury, while betrayal was the norm. Days later, the villagers of Taoyuan convened in the village center to deliberate on whether to accept Haifeng's High's peace proposal. Zhang Xiaofan stood before them, his expression grave. "We cannot forget the suffering inflicted upon us by Haifeng's High. We must not let their overture for peace lull us into complacency," he stated with conviction. "I propose that we reject their offer, fortify our defenses, and prepare for their next assault." The villagers voiced their agreement, placing their trust in Zhang Xiaofan's judgment. They understood that only by standing united could they hope to endure in this unforgiving world. As the villagers reached their decision, the chieftain of Haifeng's High stood atop a mountain, gazing down upon Taoyuan village. A sinister glimmer flickered in his eyes, and a sly smile graced his lips. "Refusing peace. Are we? Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," he proclaimed, his voice laced with murderous intent. "Prepare the troops. We shall impart an unforgettable lesson to Taoyuan village." As night descended, the villagers gathered around the bonfire, the atmosphere taut with tension. Zhang Xiaofan stood among them, scanning each face, witnessing their resolve and trust. "We have declined Haifeng's High's offer for peace, which signifies that they will launch an even more ferocious attack." His voice resonated in the night breeze. "But we shall not falter. We will fight to the end." The villagers nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with indomitable spirit. They recognized that the impending battle would be unprecedentedly arduous. Yet they were prepared to fight for their homeland. "We must leverage the advantages of our terrain, laying traps and fortifications." Zhang Xiaofan continued, "that we will ensure that every assault from Haifeng's High incurs a cost." Bai Mingxue stood by, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xiaofan. She understood that he was not only a warrior of Taoyuan village, but also their beacon of hope. "We also require more intelligence," Bai Mingxue added. "Understanding the enemy's movements will enable us to devise more effective strategies." Zhang Xiaofan nodded, turning to Zhang Wang. "Zhang Wang, I need you to lead a team to scout Haifeng's High's movements." Zhang Wang stood, his expression resolute. "Rest assured, I will bring back valuable information." With Zhang Wang's departure, the atmosphere in Taoyuan village grew increasingly tense. Everyone was acutely aware that the forthcoming days would be critical for the village's survival. Days later, Zhang Wang returned with his reconnaissance team. Though fatigue etched their faces, Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Haifeng's Hai is amassing a considerable force. They plan to launch a full-scale assault in 3 days. Zhang Wang reported. Zhang Xiaofan's brow furrowed. He knew this would be a formidable confrontation, but he swiftly formulated a strategy in his mind before addressing the villagers. We must lay traps along the path of Haifeng's Hai's advance, utilizing our terrain to diminish their strength. The villagers sprang into action without delay, guided by Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui. They commenced the strategic placement of traps throughout the forests and valleys surrounding Taoyuan village. Utilizing the natural elements, trees, rocks, and flowing water, they constructed a series of intricate defensive fortifications. As days turned into weeks, the defenses of Taoyuan village gradually reached perfection. Each villager prepared fervently for the impending battle, their hearts brimming with both tension and anticipation. At last, the day of the Black Wind stronghold's assault arrived. The sky, shrouded in ominous clouds, seemed to foretell the storm that was about to unfold. Zhang Xiaofan stood at the village entrance, his gaze piercing through the mist, peering into the distance. The forces of the Black Wind surged forth like a black torrent from the opposite end of the valley. Their numbers far surpassed the villagers' expectations, yet not a hint of fear graced Zhang Xiaofan's countenance. "Prepare for battle!" Zhang Xiaofan's voice resonated throughout Taoyuan village. The villagers swiftly took their positions, their eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. At the forefront stood Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui, poised to be the first line of defense for Taoyuan village. As the troops of the Black Wind plunged into the trap-laden zone of Taoyuan, their advance was immediately hindered. The shrieks and explosions from the traps echoed incessantly, striking a blow to the morale of the Black Wind forces. With his sword brandished, Zhang Xiaofan charged towards the enemy. His blade flashed like lightning, each swing claiming the life of an adversary. Meanwhile, Baiming Shui unleashed her frost magic, immobilizing foes in their tracks and granting Zhang Xiaofan further opportunities to strike. The battle raged on for hours. The villagers of Taoyuan, under the leadership of Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui, displayed remarkable valor in their resistance. They skillfully utilized the traps and fortifications to successfully diminish the might of the Black Wind stronghold. However, the stronghold's leader was not one to yield easily. Positioned at the rear, he commanded his troops, seeking a chink in Taoyuan's armor. "Concentrate your forces, attack their left flank." The leader's voice reverberated across the battlefield. The troops of the Black Wind began to alter their tactics, focusing their strength on launching a fierce assault on the left flank of Taoyuan village. Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui quickly adapted their strategy. Rallying the villagers to resist tenaciously, the combat intensified, and despite the villagers' bravery, they found themselves at a numerical disadvantage. Anxiety swelled within Zhang Xiaofan. He realized that if the stalemate persisted, Taoyuan village could descend into peril. In that moment, an overwhelming desire surged within him, a yearning for the power to consume everything. His devouring talent activated, and he placed his palm upon a soldier from the Black Wind, beginning to siphon his strength. The soldier's body rapidly withered, while Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of potent energy coursing through him. He recognized this as his opportunity. He must harness this newfound strength to alter the tide of battle. With his sword in hand, Zhang Xiaofan launched himself towards the leader of the Black Wind. His speed and power had dramatically increased, and he moved like a bolt of lightning, appearing suddenly before the leader. Taken aback by Zhang Xiaofan's abrupt emergence, the leader attempted to parry with his sword, but was unable to thwart Zhang Xiaofan's onslaught. Zhang Xiaofan's blade pierced through the leader's defenses, striking at his vital points. The leader's body jolted violently before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing their leader's demise, the morale of the Black Wind troops shattered, and they began to scatter in disarray. Zhang Xiaofan stood amidst the battlefield, exuding an aura of formidable might that he understood that he had just acquired a new power, one that would render him even more formidable in combat. Yes, the chaos of the battlefield gradually subsided with the fall of the Black Wind leader. Zhang Xiaofan stood beside the lifeless body. Absorbing the essence of his newfound strength, he realized that this victory was merely temporary. The dangers of the slaughtering world lurked everywhere, and a more powerful foe could be lurking nearby. Just as Zhang Xiaofan prepared to return to Taoyuan village, The system of the slaughtering world emitted a crisp alert, echoing across the sky. System announcement. Long-term mission proof of survival has been initiated. All willing participants will be teleported to the designated area to engage in a survival challenge. Mission objective. Be the last person standing within the stipulated time. Mission rewards. Unknown. Mission duration. 72 hours. Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brows, surveying his surroundings to find the villagers of Taoyuan exhibiting expressions of alarm. They understood that this mission implied Zhang Xiaofan would face even more terrifying adversaries. Other humans of considerable strength. Xiaofan, what do you intend to do? Bai Mingshui approached Zhang Xiaofan, her eyes filled with concern. Zhang Xiaofan took a deep breath, recognizing that he had no path of retreat. I must participate. This is an opportunity to enhance my strength and secure the future of Taoyuan village. His voice was resolute, devoid of hesitation. Bai Mingshui grasped Zhang Xiaofan's hand tightly, her gaze revealing profound reluctance. Then you must be cautious. We will await your return. Zhang Xiaofan nodded, turning to face the villagers. I will return. Taoyuan village still has all of you, and I will not allow anyone to harm our home. As the system's alert resounded once more, Zhang Xiaofan's figure gradually became indistinct, ultimately vanishing from sight. He was transported to an unknown realm, a desolate desert where the scorching sun blazed down upon the land, and the air was thick with aridity and the scent of death. Zhang Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings, aware that he must immediately locate sources of water and sustenance, while remaining vigilant against potential attacks from others. He opened his character panel to assess his status. Talent. Heavenly Path. Child. Progress. 9 talent attribute. Mystic Flame level. 9. 500-4500. He recognized that his talent attributes would play a crucial role in such an environment. The Mystic Flame could provide warmth at night, while the shadow of night would grant him concealment in darkness. Zhang Xiaofan began his search for survival resources within the desert. He utilized the shadow of night to stealthily navigate through the night, evading the gaze of others. Simultaneously, he sought possible water sources. During his search, he suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle nearby. He cautiously approached, witnessing 2 individuals locked in intense combat, their skills formidable, each strike infused with lethal intent. Zhang Xiaofan refrained from immediate intervention. Understanding that impulsiveness in such an environment could spell his doom, he patiently observed the duel, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Finally, as the battle neared its conclusion and one combatant gained the upper hand, Zhang Xiaofan made his move. Harnessing the shadow of night, he swiftly closed the distance, plunging his sword into the heart of the losing fighter. The victorious individual stood dumbfounded, taken aback by the sudden assault, and before he could react, Zhang Xiaofan's blade was poised at his throat. I do not wish to kill you. Tell me, where is the nearest water source? Zhang Xiaofan's voice was as cold as ice. The man hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing to cooperate. He informed Zhang Xiaofan that on the other side of the desert lay an oasis, abundant with water and food. Zhang Xiaofan nodded, releasing the man and swiftly advancing towards the oasis, that he understood that in this survival challenge, information and resources were equally vital. Upon reaching the oasis, Zhang Xiaofan discovered it had already become a temporary stronghold for several individuals. They had set traps and watch points around the oasis. Anyone who approached would become their target. Zhang Xiaofan refrained from charging indirectly. Instead, he harnessed the power of shadows to observe from a distance. Searching for the best route into the oasis, he knew he had to proceed with caution. Once detected, he would face a multitude of enemies. After careful observation, Zhang Xiaofan identified a blind spot. He cautiously approached the oasis, utilizing his water control ability to silently navigate through the trap-laden area. The oasis was rich in resources, and Zhang Xiaofan quickly replenished his water and food supplies while also seeking potential allies. He recognized that in this long-term endeavor, relying solely on his own strength would make survival, until the end, exceedingly difficult. Just as Zhang Xiaofan was searching for allies, the system emitted a prompt. System notification. 24 hours have elapsed since the task began. Remaining participants. 30 to Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced. He understood that this signified the impending battles would be even more brutal. Every individual would exert every ounce of effort for survival. And he too must prepare thoroughly. He began to set traps around the oasis. While continuously monitoring the movements of others, he realized that only by remaining vigilant could he survive in this perilous world. As night fell, the tranquility of the oasis was shattered by a scream. Someone had triggered one of Zhang Xiaofan's traps, their cries attracting the attention of others. Utilizing the cover of darkness, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly approached the unfortunate individual. After confirming the absence of other enemies, he ended the man's life with a single stroke of his sword. As time progressed, the battles within the oasis grew increasingly fierce. Paranoia spread among the people. Anyone could become a target of attack. In such an environment, Zhang Xiaofan continually honed his survival skills. The night was as dark as ink. At the edge of the oasis, Zhang Xiaofan's silhouette was nearly indistinguishable in the shadows. His heartbeat gradually calmed with the stillness of the night, yet his senses remained exceptionally acute, detecting every minute's sound around him. Suddenly, the tranquility of the night was disrupted by a rustling sound. Zhang Xiaofan's pupils dilated as he sensed someone stealthily approaching. Gripping his sword tightly, he tensed his body, ready to respond to any possible attack. Emerging from the darkness was a tall figure, his features stern, and his gaze exuded an undeniable authority. His name was Tai Shui, one of the most formidable opponents in this survival challenge. Clad in heavy armor, the massive axe in his hand glimmered ominously. Each step he took resonating with stability and strength. Zhang Xiaofan, I have heard that you have laid numerous traps here. Tai Shui's voice was deep and powerful, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xiaofan. I am quite intrigued by your survival skills. Zhang Xiaofan remained silent, his eyes scanning Tai Shui's armor, mentally assessing the adversary's defensive capabilities. That he understood that engaging such an opponent required utmost caution. Even the slightest oversight could prove fatal. Are you planning to remain silent? Tai Shui continued to advance, his steps slow yet resolute. Or would you prefer to let your sword do the talking? Zhang Xiaofan recognized that combat was inevitable. He took a deep breath, pointing his sword at Tai Shui. Then let us speak with swords. The clash between the two erupted instantaneously, sword light and axe shadows intertwining in a deadly dance under the night sky. Zhang Xiaofan's swordplay was agile and swift. Each strike aimed at finding a chink in Tai Shui's armor. In contrast, Tai Shui wielded sheer strength, each swing of his axe carrying an overwhelming force. As the battle intensified, Zhang Xiaofan felt his swordsmanship gradually being suppressed. Tai Shui's power exceeded his expectations, and every direct confrontation left Zhang Xiaofan's arm tingling at that moment. Another figure approached the battlefield silently. This was a slender man named Yu Ying, his speed akin to that of a ghost, exuding an aura of danger. "It seems you have an audience." Yu Ying's voice was ethereal as he observed the two combatants. "However, I prefer to be the victor." Suddenly, Yu Ying joined the fray, his dagger aimed directly at Zhang Xiaofan's vital points. Zhang Xiaofan was forced to divide his attention, and his situation became increasingly dire. The combined assault of Tai Shui and Yu Ying exerted unprecedented pressure on him, that he realized he had to swiftly devise a strategy to escape this predicament, or he would find himself in a hopeless situation. Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced like a drum, each beat a reminder of the brutality and ruthlessness of this battle. In the cold desert night, the wind sliced through the air like a blade, severing not only the atmosphere, but also his resolve. That he understood that this conflict was not merely for survival. It was also a testament to his worth. That it seems you have reached your limit. Tai Shui's voice dripped with derision, his axe carving deadly arcs through the air, each swing seemingly mocking Zhang Xiaofan's impotence. Zhang Xiaofan gritted his teeth, fully aware that he could not surrender so easily. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He had to find a breakthrough, or it would all be over. At that moment, he caught sight of an unusual shadow out of the corner of his eye. It was a patch of the oasis illuminated by moonlight. Although merely a small portion of the desert, it appeared to Zhang Xiaofan as a lifeline. "Yu Ying, look over there!" Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed suddenly, urgency lacing his voice. The attention of Yu Ying and Tai Shui was drawn away, their gazes shifting towards the oasis. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan pivoted sharply and dashed towards the oasis like an arrow released from its bow. "Trying to escape?" Tai Shui bellowed, and both he and Yu Ying immediately pursued. Yet Zhang Xiaofan's mind was calm. He knew he could not outrun the two, but he had another plan. His fingers brushed against a small vial at his waist. A special potion he had acquired in Taoyuan village, capable of instantly unleashing his latent potential to enhance his speed and strength. Now is the time. Zhang Xiaofan silently urged himself, swiftly uncorking the vial and downing its contents in one gulp. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, his strength rapidly amplifying and his speed becoming extraordinarily swift. His figure blurred in the desert, resembling a gust of wind. Tai Shui and Yu Ying were momentarily taken aback by this sudden change. But they quickly regained their composure and pursued relentlessly. That the cunning light flashed in Zhang Xiaofan's eyes. He understood that his plan had succeeded halfway. Although his speed had increased, the potion's effects would not last long, and he needed to seize the opportunity for victory before its potency faded. The oasis drew nearer, and Zhang Xiaofan's heartbeat quickened. He knew it concealed the key to his turnaround. Finally, he burst into the oasis, and the sight before him was breathtaking. The center of the oasis lay a crystal-clear lake, surrounded by an array of exotic plants, and in the middle of the lake, a peculiar flower radiating a soft glow was quietly blooming. That is, a powerful intuition surged within Zhang Xiaofan. That flower was the key to his reversal. Without hesitation, he leaped into the water, swimming towards the extraordinary blossom. Tai Shui and Yu Ying followed closely. Yet they seemed wary of the lake, slowing their pace considerably. At last, Zhang Xiaofan's fingers brushed against the flower, and a tremendous energy surged into him. Instantly enhancing his innate attributes, he sensed his devouring ability growing even stronger. As if he could consume everything. Is this the proof of survival? Zhang Xiaofan's lips curled into a subtle smile, for he was aware that he had discovered the key to victory. He leapt forth from the lake, exuding a formidable aura. Tai Shui and Yu Ying were taken aback by this sudden transformation, halting in their tracks. Are you two prepared? Zhang Xiaofan's voice brimmed with confidence and strength as he once again directed his sword towards the duo, declaring, "This time, let us converse through our blades." Tai Shui and Yu Ying exchanged glances, recognizing that this battle was no longer akin to the previous encounters. Zhang Xiaofan's metamorphosis instilled a sense of threat within them. Yet, as formidable warriors in the realm of slaughter, they would not concede easily. The three engaged once more in combat, and this time, Zhang Xiaofan's swordsmanship was more incisive, each strike imbued with the power to consume all. Although Tai Shui and Yu Ying's assaults remained fierce, they gradually diminished under the onslaught of Zhang Xiaofan's blade. The battle raged on, the desert winds intensifying, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet amidst this haze, Zhang Xiaofan's figure grew ever clearer, his sword radiating like the dawn's light, illuminating the desolate expanse of the desert. Ultimately, with a dull thud, Tai Shui's axe was sent flying, his body hurtling backward to crash heavily into the sands. Falling silent. Upon witnessing this, Yu Ying's eyes flickered with a hint of terror. He understood he was no match for Zhang Xiaofan and turned to flee. However, Zhang Xiaofan was swifter, his sword akin to the scythe of death. And with a single slash, Yu Ying was cleaved in twain. The desert returned to its eerie tranquility, the only sound being the howling of the wind. Zhang Xiaofan stood at the heart of the desert, his sword sheathed, a glimmer of fatigue in his gaze, yet overshadowed by an unwavering resolve and determination. Drawing in a deep breath of the dry, gritty air of the desert, his lungs felt as though they were ablaze. Yet his eyes retained their steely determination, as he knew this battle was merely a minor trial within the brutal world of slaughter. The true challenges awaited him. His gaze swept across the surroundings, the desert landscape appearing particularly desolate beneath the moonlight. The dunes loomed like silent behemoths, vigilantly guarding this ancient land. Zhang Xiaofan understood he could not linger here for long. He needed to press on, seeking the next target to complete this merciless task. He opened his character panel to assess his status. His innate attributes had indeed improved, and his capacity to devour all had grown more potent. He silently congratulated himself. Within this mission, every battle had been an opportunity for growth. Where shall I proceed next? Zhang Xiaofan mused aloud, his gaze settling upon a solitary stone tower in the distance. It was a potential resource point marked on his map. Perhaps there he would find the supplies or clues he sought. He set forth towards the tower, each step through the desert proving arduous as the sand persistently endeavored to hinder his progress. Yet his will remained steadfast, each footfall a declaration of war against the sands. As time elapsed, the tower gradually came into focus. Zhang Xiaofan noticed peculiar markings surrounding it, glimmering faintly under the moonlight. Frowning, an ominous premonition welled up within him. Could these markings be some form of trap? He halted, scrutinizing them closely. His intuition warned him that these symbols were no mere decorations. They likely indicated a mechanism or a warning. At that moment, a sudden sandstorm erupted, forcing Zhang Xiaofan to take refuge behind a massive rock. The tempest raged like an enraged beast, intent on swallowing everything whole, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. He braced himself for potential assault. Once the storm abated, he opened his eyes again, only to find the markings around the tower had vanished. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Could these symbols have been connected to the sandstorm? Cautiously, he emerged from his hiding place, edging closer to the tower. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a mechanism triggering beneath his feet, prompting him to leap aside just as sharp stone spikes erupted from the sands. In quick succession, the entire tower began to rotate slowly, revealing a downward entrance. Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced. This could be an opportunity. Drawing a deep breath, he steeled himself and stepped into the tower's entrance. Inside, the tower was dim and narrow, illuminated only by the faint glow of torches affixed to the walls. He descended the spiral staircase, his heartbeat quickening with each step taken deeper into the structure. At the staircase's end lay a chamber brimming with treasures and supplies that a surge of joy coursed through Zhang Xiaofan as he rushed forward to search for items that might prove useful to him. These potions and provisions will suffice for a time, he murmured, gathering essential supplies into his possession. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an ancient chest nestled in the corner. It bore curious symbols, seemingly concealing some secret. Cautiously, he opened the chest to find an aged tome and a peculiar emblem within. The cover of the book read The Path of Devouring, while the emblem depicted a monstrous creature with bared fangs. The Path of Devouring, Zhang Xiaofan whispered to himself, flipping open the book to discover it contained various cultivation methods and techniques related to the devouring talent. Excitement flickered in his eyes. This book was undoubtedly a significant boon. He tucked the tome and emblem into his belongings, preparing to exit the chamber. However, just as he turned to leave, the tower's door suddenly slammed shut, and the chamber began to tremble. This is bad. Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced as he realized the tower's defensive mechanism had been triggered. He needed to locate and exit swiftly, or he risked becoming trapped. He retraced his steps, but the tower's mechanisms appeared to have grown more intricate, each area fraught with peril. Zhang Xiaofan navigated through various traps with utmost caution, his pulse quickening with tension. Just as he neared the staircase's exit, a colossal stone door began to descend, sealing off his escape. Despair gripped him as he understood the urgency of finding a solution. He scanned his surroundings, spotting a series of strange symbols etched upon the walls, seemingly resonating with those on the chest. An idea struck him. He attempted to follow the cultivation method outlined in The Path of Devouring, pressing his hand to one of the symbols that a surge of powerful energy coursed from the symbol into his being. And Zhang Xiaofan felt his devouring talent immensely amplified in that instant. A spark of determination ignited within his eyes. He knew he must harness this newfound power to escape. Focusing intently, he maximized the potential of his devouring talent. The symbols began to glow, and the descent of the stone door slowed, finally coming to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan bolted from the tower, returning to the expanse of the desert. Looking back, he saw the tower had settled into tranquility, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Standing at the desert's edge, Zhang Xiaofan contemplated silently. He understood that this trial of survival was far from over. Numerous unknown foes lurked within this vast sea of sand. A glint of sharpness crossed his gaze. He must remain ever vigilant to endure within this merciless undertaking. That moment, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. Mission update. King of the Desert. Within the next 24 hours, Defeat all challengers and prove yourself the ruler of this desert. Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this signified he would become the target of all. He needed to identify advantageous terrain and devise a flawless strategy to gain the upper hand in this confrontation. His gaze fell upon a nearby sand dune, its elevated position promising a superior vantage point. He swiftly made his way towards the dune, silently reciting the incantation of the devouring path to maintain his optimal state. Upon reaching the crest of the dune, Zhang Xiaofan crouched low, camouflaging his form with the surrounding sand. His eyes, sharp as those of a leopard, scanned every nook and cranny in his vicinity, and he understood that his adversary could materialize at any moment. Before long, a figure emerged within his line of sight. It was a tall man clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive war hammer. The scar etched from his left eye to his chin lent him an air of ferocity. His name was Guangsha. Guangsha's steps were steady and forceful, each stride seeming to reverberate through the desert. His gaze radiated a hunger for battle, clearly indicating he too had come for the task at hand. Zhang Xiaofan. I have heard you are the strongest in Taoyuan village. Guangsha's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating in the air. Today, I shall see if you truly possess the legendary strength they speak of. Zhang Xiaofan rose to face Guangsha, his sword drawn and its tip directed at his foe, the spark of battle igniting in his eyes. Let us allow our strength to speak for itself. The clash between the two erupted instantaneously, with sand and dust swirling in the wake of their fierce exchange. Zhang Xiaofan's swordplay was agile and swift, each strike aimed at exploiting the chinks in Guangsha's armor. In contrast, Guangsha's brute force shattered the finesse of Zhang's technique. Each swing of his hammer imbued with the power to obliterate. As the battle intensified, Zhang Xiaofan felt the weight of Guangsha's might beginning to suppress his own swordsmanship. The force of Guangsha was beyond his expectations. Every brutal encounter sent tingles of numbness through his arms. Realizing he needed to alter his approach, his gaze abruptly shifted to a nearby thicket of sand thorn. Though modest in height, it could provide him with the necessary cover. He pivoted swiftly, darting towards the thorny cluster while conjuring a thick cloud of smoke to obscure Guangsha's sight. Guangsha roared in fury, swinging his hammer to disperse the smoke, only to discover that Zhang Xiaofan had vanished from view. A flicker of caution crossed his eyes. He understood that Zhang Xiaofan would not surrender easily. Just then, a torrent of water surged forth from the thicket, striking Guangsha's legs. Caught off guard, he stumbled momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan leaped from the thicket, thrusting his sword towards Guangsha's vital points. Guangsha narrowly evaded the lethal blow, but his armor bore a deep gash as a testament to Zhang's ferocity. A hint of astonishment flickered in his gaze, clearly unprepared for the sudden and fierce nature of Zhang Xiaofan's assault. You are formidable, Zhang Xiaofan, Guangsha panted, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. However, you shall not emerge as the ultimate victor. Their confrontation reignited. This time Zhang Xiaofan's swordsmanship grew even sharper, each attack infused with the power to consume all. While Guangsha's onslaught remained relentless, Zhang Xiaofan's blade gradually eroded his defenses. The tip of Zhang's sword left a trail of scratches across Guangsha's armor, each clash resonating with the sharp clang of metal in the desert's night sky. The stars dimmed, as if even the celestial bodies held their breath in anticipation of the impending duel. Guangsha's breath quickened, each swing of his hammer becoming increasingly burdensome that he realized he could no longer afford to remain on the defensive. A resolute glimmer crossed his eyes, and suddenly he bellowed, channeling all his strength into his warhammer. Thunderstrike, Guangsha roared, the hammer slicing through the air, radiating a dazzling bolt of lightning aimed directly at Zhang Xiaofan. This strike contained the entirety of his power and will, as if intending to cleave the desert itself in two. Zhang Xiaofan's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed the magnitude of the impending blow, but he understood he could not withstand it head-on. With a ghostly grace, he evaded, his water-manipulating abilities conjuring a curtain of water to shield him from the thunderous assault. The water curtain collided with the thunder strike, unleashing a deafening roar. Water splashed and lightning flickered, transforming the desert into a tumultuous battlefield of thunder and tempest. Seizing the fleeting moment when Guangsha's strength waned, Zhang Xiaofan launched his counterattack. Your moves, though powerful, have reached their limit. His voice was as cold as ice, the tip of his sword aimed at Guangsha's throat. Guangsha gritted his teeth, acutely aware of his impending defeat. His war hammer fell heavily to the sand, producing a dull thud. You have triumphed, Zhang Xiaofan. He conceded, bowing his head in acknowledgement of his failure. Zhang Xiaofan sheathed his sword, devoid of any sense of triumph. He understood that in this world, each victory is but fleeting. Only through relentless growth can one survive. Depart now, Guangsha, Zhang Xiaofan said calmly. When we meet again, I shall show no mercy. Guangsha lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Zhang Xiaofan for a moment before turning to leave. His silhouette gradually faded into the desert, leaving behind a trail of deep footprints. Zhang Xiaofan stood rooted in place, his gaze drifting into the distance as if in search of his next opponent. He knew the rules of this task dictated elimination. Only through continuous combat could he edge closer to victory. I could see that moment. A figure quietly materialized within Zhang Xiaofan's line of sight, clad in a black cloak. The man's face was shrouded in shadow, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. His name was Yexings. Yexings moved with an ethereal lightness, akin to a phantom of the desert, silently approaching Zhang Xiaofan. His voice was low and laced with menace. Zhang Xiaofan, your performance has been commendable, but your journey ends here. Zhang Xiaofan turned to face Yexings, his sword unsheathed once more, its tip directed at his adversary. Vigilance flickering in his eyes. Let us see whose journey truly concludes. At a cold smirk played upon Yexing's lips as a black dagger materialized in his hand, glimmering with an eerie blue light, evidently coated in venom. His form suddenly blurred, splitting into multiple shadows that surged towards Zhang Xiaofan from all directions. Yet there was no hint of panic in Zhang Xiaofan's eyes. He recited the incantation of the devouring path in his mind, striving to sense Yexing's true self. His swordplay became even more fluid, each swing imbued with the essence of his consuming talent, attempting to capture Yexing's elusive shadow. Their battle unfolded like a dance of light and shadow, the glimmer of swords intertwining with the darkness of daggers against the backdrop of the desert night. Zhang Xiaofan's sword tip grazed Yexing's shadow repeatedly, yet each time it merely brushed past. Failing to land a true hit, Yexing's strikes were equally sharp. His dagger struck like a cunning serpent, always launching attacks at the most unexpected moments. Zhang Xiaofan bore several shallow wounds, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Just then, he sensed a surge of potent energy emanating from Yexings. He knew that Yexings was about to unleash a fatal blow. His heart raced. He had to react immediately. His gaze suddenly locked onto a shadow, Yexing's true form. Zhang Xiaofan did not hesitate. The tip of his sword lunged forth with fierce intensity, aimed directly at the heart of the Night Walker. A flicker of terror flashed in the Night Walker's eyes, for he had not anticipated that Zhang Xiaofan could see through his ruse. In a sudden whirl, he attempted to evade the strike, but it was far too late. Zhang Xiaofan's sword pierced unerringly into the Night Walker's heart, leaving his eyes filled with disbelief. The dagger slipped from his grasp as he slowly collapsed onto the desert sands. Standing beside the lifeless form of the Night Walker, Zhang Xiaofan felt the desert winds stir up a thin veil of dust, as if to punctuate the conclusion of their deadly encounter. In his gaze, there was no trace of compassion, only a resolute determination for survival and contemplation of the future. He understood that the cruelty of this mission extended far beyond this moment. With greater challenges awaiting him, he turned away, preparing to leave the patch of sand that had just borne witness to a life-and-death struggle. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed in his ear. Task progress updated, Desert King. Current ranking, first, remaining time, 12 hours. Zhang Xiaofan paused momentarily, his brow furrowing in concern. 12 hours meant he must endure in this desert for half a day longer, and his adversaries would not relent. He had to find a safer refuge to avoid becoming a target for other challengers. His gaze swept the surroundings, finally settling on a solitary sand dune, elevated and offering a clear line of sight. It would be difficult to detect. He resolved to head there and lay low for a while. Navigating the desert proved exceedingly arduous, each step draining considerable stamina. Zhang Xiaofan regulated his breathing, striving to maintain his energy balance. He was acutely aware that this task was not merely a test of combat prowess, but also a challenge of survival instinct. As he neared the summit of the dune, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence. He halted, concealing himself behind a massive sandstone, holding his breath in anticipation. Not far off, a figure approached slowly, a woman, her form exuding grace, her long hair billowing in the wind. Clutched in her hand was a slender sword, its blade etched with intricate runes, emitting a faint blue glow. Her name was Fenghua. In Fenghua's eyes was a glimmer of calm and sharpness. Her steps were light yet steady, marking her as a formidable opponent. Her gaze roamed the dune, as if searching for something. Zhang Xiaofan's heart tightened. He knew that Fenghua was likely in pursuit of him. He faced a dilemma, to strike first or remain hidden. Biding his time, taking a deep breath, he chose to take the initiative. He leapt forth from behind the sandstone, sword aimed directly at Fenghua. Fenghua, I have heard you are the swiftest swordsman in this desert. Today, let us see whose sword is swifter. A flicker of surprise crossed Fenghua's eyes before she regained her composure. A smile graced her lips, as if she welcomed Zhang Xiaofan as challenge. Zhang Xiaofan, your reputation precedes you, she replied, her voice like a gentle spring breeze caressing the desert, tender yet resolute. Let our swords do the talking. The tips of their swords clashed in midair, producing a crisp sound. Zhang Xiaofan's swordplay was sharp and rapid, each strike aimed at uncovering Fenghua's vulnerabilities. In contrast, Fenghua's technique was light and swift, each swing resembling petals in the wind, beautiful yet lethal. The battle intensified, and Zhang Xiaofan found himself overwhelmed. Completely on the defensive, Fenghua's speed was beyond imagination, and each encounter brought immense pressure upon him. He realized he needed to devise a new strategy to gain the upper hand. With a swift motion, he darted towards a thicket of sand thorns, simultaneously unleashing a cloud of smoke to obscure Fenghua's vision. Fenghua furrowed her brow, her sword dancing through the smoke, striving to dispel the sudden obstruction. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan sprang from the thicket, thrusting his sword towards Fenghua's vital points. Fenghua's reflexes were lightning quick. She deftly deflected Zhang Xiaofan's attack with a twist of her wrist. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in her eyes, clearly recognizing his wit and bravery. Your tactics are quite clever, Zhang Xiaofan, she remarked, a hint of amusement in her tone. But do you truly believe this will lead to your victory over me? Zhang Xiaofan remained silent, fully cognizant that the battle was far from over. He had to continue fighting until the very last moment. Their swords clashed once more, and this time, Zhang Xiaofan's technique became increasingly ferocious. Each attack imbued with the power of his devouring talent. Fenghua's speed, though still remarkable, began to falter under the relentless assault of Zhang Xiaofan's wild onslaught. The force of his strikes surged like a tempest, each blow carrying an indomitable will and the ferocity of his devouring ability. Fenghua's swordplay, elegant and deadly, mirrored her namesake, each swing akin to a dance in the desert, a lightness both elusive and captivating. As their duel raged beneath the starlit sky of the desert, the glimmer of their blades intertwined with the glow of the stars, as if weaving a symphony of life and death. Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced with tension and focus. He understood that the outcome of this battle would determine his fate in this merciless task. A shadow of gravity passed over Fenghua's expression. She sensed the escalating force behind Zhang Xiaofan's swordplay, her defenses beginning to yield under the strain. Internally, she reflected that she must swiftly discover a way to turn the tide, lest she fall beneath Zhang Xiaofan's blade. Zhang Xiaofan, your swordsmanship is indeed remarkable, but do you genuinely believe this will suffice to conquer me? Fenghua's voice bore a hint of provocation as her sword tip suddenly conjured countless illusions, swirling like willow catkins in the wind, rendering her intentions inscrutable. A flicker of vigilance crossed Zhang Xiaofan's gaze. He recognized that Fenghua would not yield easily, and her counterattack would be equally fierce. He silently recited the incantation of the devouring path, attempting to discern the true tip of her sword amidst the phantoms. That moment, the myriad sword shadows coalesced into a singular blade of energy, hurtling toward Zhang Xiaofan's throat with blinding speed and an unstoppable momentum. His pupils constricted, instinct driving him to sidestep while his sword lunged toward Feng Hua's wrist in retaliation. Feng Hua's reflexes were astonishing. Her wrist twisted, the energy tracing an arc in the air, deftly evading Zhang Xiaofan's counterstrike. Her sword once again aimed at Zhang Xiaofan's heart. Should it land, even he would struggle to withstand its force. A knot of anxiety tightened in Zhang Xiaofan's chest. He realized he could no longer remain on the defensive in that moment. His devouring talent erupted forth, a powerful suction emanating from the tip of his sword. Seeking to engulf Feng Hua's energy, Feng Hua felt her sword energy drawn by an unseen force, a jolt of alarm coursing through her. She recognized Zhang Xiaofan's devouring talent. Her technique became increasingly fluid as she endeavored to escape the pull. Their swordplay intertwined in the desert, each clash a life-and-death contest. In that instant, Zhang Xiaofan's devouring talent met Feng Hua's swordsmanship in a climactic confrontation, and even the desert winds seemed to hold their breath in anticipation. At last, after a fierce exchange, Zhang Xiaofan's devouring ability overwhelmed Feng Hua's assault. Her sword energy dissipating in an instant, Feng Hua's body froze, disbelief flashing in her eyes as she collapsed upon the sands. Zhang Xiaofan stood beside Feng Hua's fallen form, the desert's stillness shattered by her labored breaths. His gaze fell upon her lifeless face, a tumult of emotions surging within him. This mission, this brutal contest for survival, had exposed him to the harsh realities of life and death. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze towards the horizon, the desert's edge. A sea of golden sands shimmered under the sun, as if narrating the beauty and cruelty of this unforgiving realm. Zhang Xiaofan understood that he could not linger here for long. He must press on and seek the next sanctuary. Yet at that moment, the System-S notification chimed once more. Task progress updated. Remaining participants, 2. Remaining time, 8 hours. Zhang Xiaofan's footsteps left a series of varying depths of tracks in the desert, his heart brimming with vigilance. The system's alert sounded like a tolling bell, heralding the imminent climax of this survival task. He understood that his final adversary would undoubtedly be equally cunning and formidable, and he could not afford the slightest complacency. His gaze swept the surroundings, searching for potential hiding spots in this merciless desert. Every dune and thicket of sandthorn could be the key to life or death, that he needed a flawless ambush location to confront his ultimate FOAT last, his eyes fixed upon a cluster of wind-eroded rocks. The stones were arranged in a natural maze, and he resolved to set a trap there, awaiting the arrival of his final opponent. Zhang Xiaofan cautiously navigated through the rock formations, harnessing his water control prowess to create a complex series of waterways among the stones. These channels would not only provide him with a source of water, but could also serve as both defense and offense when necessary. He found a vantage point behind a massive boulder, concealing himself while he awaited the moment of confrontation. Although his heart raced with tension, his breathing remained remarkably steady. He knew that patience was the essence of survival. As time slowly passed, the sun ascended to its zenith. In the desert's temperature soared. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Xiaofan's forehead, yet he remained as still as a rock in the desert. That moment, a figure emerged into his line of sight. A gaunt man wearing a black eye mask, wielding a sharp, curved dagger. His name was Ing Run. Ing Run moved with a lightness and agility that belied his slender frame, his eyes glinting with a ruthless killing intent. He appeared well acquainted with the rocky terrain. Each step taken with utmost caution. Zhang Xiaofan's heartbeat quickened. He realized that the time for their decisive battle had finally arrived. He inhaled deeply, focusing his energy to its utmost, waiting for the optimal moment to strike. Ingrid drew closer to Zhang Xiaofan's hiding spot, the blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. Suddenly, he halted, seemingly sensing an unusual presence. Zhang Xiaofan, I know you are here. Ingren's voice was low and laden with menace. Your water control ability cannot escape my perception. Zhang Xiaofan's brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that Ing Run could uncover his hiding place. Rapidly calculating his options, he knew he could no longer remain concealed. With a sudden burst, he leaped from behind the boulder, unleashing a powerful torrent of water that surged toward Ing Run. The water coalesced into a roaring dragon, striving to engulf him. Ying Ren reacted with remarkable speed, his dagger slicing through the air in graceful arcs, cleaving the water dragon in twain. His form flickered like a specter, evading the onslaught with ease. Zhang Xiaofan hesitated not for a moment, directing the tip of his sword toward Ying Ren, his technique imbued with the essence of his devouring ability. Each strike aimed to consume Ying Ren's dagger, diminishing its potency that a flicker of surprise crossed Ying Ren's eyes. He had not expected Zhang Xiaofan's talent to be so formidable. His dagger danced even more swiftly in response, seeking to exploit any chink in Zhang Xiaofan's defenses. The battle unfurled amidst the rocky enclave, with flashes of blades and shadows intertwining, each clash a deadly contest. Zhang Xiaofan's devouring ability met Ying Ren's blade arts in an ultimate confrontation, the desert winds seemingly holding their breath for the duel. However, at that moment, Ying Ren suddenly ceased his attack, a cunning glint sparking in his eyes. Zhang Xiaofan, do you believe this will lead to your victory? You forget, this is the desert, and water cannot endure. Zhang Xiaofan's heart jolted. He realized his oversight that in this arid expanse, water was a precious commodity. And although his water control was potent, it was not sustainable here. Seizing the moment of Zhang Xiaofan's distraction, Ying Ren launched a fierce counterattack. His dagger became a tempest of lethal intent, bearing down on Zhang Xiaofan. In response, Zhang Xiaofan's swordplay transformed into a wild frenzy, each assault infused with the power of his devouring ability, attempting to consume Ying Ren's lethal energy. Yet, Ying Ren's blade technique mirrored an elusive mirage. Difficult to grasp, as their combat reached a stalemate. Zhang Xiaofan suddenly sensed a powerful energy surging within the rock formations. His heart stirred. He recognized this could be his final opportunity. His gaze quickly locked onto a fissure in the rocks, where the water source seemed richer than elsewhere. That a plan began to form in his mind. He needed to utilize this water source to create the perfect trap. Deliberately, he guided Ying Ren toward the fissure, intensifying his attacks to force Ying Ren into the snare. Ying Ren seemed to sense Zhang Xiaofan's intent, becoming increasingly cautious in his strikes. Yet, just as he attempted to retreat, Zhang Xiaofan unleashed a powerful surge of water toward the fissure. The water rapidly converged, forming a small lake. The water, almost animated, began to surge toward Ying Ren, seeking to engulf him, but a flicker of terror flashed in Ying Ren's eyes. He had not anticipated Zhang Xiaofan's ability to manipulate the desert's water source. He wielded his dagger in a frantic attempt to fend off the deluge. However, at that moment, Zhang Xiaofan's sword tip lunged forth, aimed directly at Ying Ren's heart. The strike was as swift as lightning. Imbued with the power of his devouring ability, seeking to consume Ying Ren's vitality, in a split second, Ying Ren's body arched backward, evading Zhang Xiaofan's lethal blow at an almost impossible angle. His dagger whirled, whipping up a cloud of sand to obscure Zhang Xiaofan's vision. Zhang Xiaofan's attack missed, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. He had not expected Ying Ren to evade with such agility under dire circumstances. A glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. It was eclipsed by calm resolve. You are indeed formidable, Ying Ren. Zhang Xiaofan's voice was steady, yet laced with a chilling intent, akin to frost. But in this desert, only one shall survive. Ying Ren offered no reply, his focus entirely on plotting his counteroffensive. His body surged forward, the dagger carving an arc aimed at Zhang Xiaofan's neck. The strike was swift and merciless, clearly intended to end the confrontation in one decisive blow. A spark ignited in Zhang Xiaofan's eyes as his sword tip transformed into a streak of light, striking Ying Ren's dagger with precision. A sharp metallic clang echoed across the desert as Ying Ren's weapon was wrenched from his grasp, flying into the distance. With his weapon lost, Ying Ren's complexion turned ashen. He understood he was defeated. He gazed at Zhang Xiaofan, his eyes filled with resentment and despair. Zhang Xiaofan did not hesitate. He once again directed his sword tip toward Ying Ren's heart. This time, he offered no chance for retreat. The blade pierced through Ying Ren's chest, erupting in a spray of crimson. Ying Ren's body slumped slowly to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Zhang Xiaofan stood beside Ying Ren's lifeless form, blood dripping from his sword tip, swiftly absorbed by the desert sands. His heart remained unperturbed, Contemplative of the future, he understood that the cruelty of this task extended far beyond this moment. Yet, at the very least, he had survived. The system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, Zhang Xiaofan. You are the sole victor of this survival task. You shall receive substantial rewards. Zhang Xiaofan lifted his gaze to the sky, witnessing a beam of light descending upon him. A warm energy coursed through his being, mending his wounds swiftly. Concurrently, his innate attributes experienced a significant enhancement. As the notification faded, the scenery around Zhang Xiaofan transformed. Dazzling brilliance enveloped him, and he found himself back in the familiar confines of Taoyuan village. I have truly survived and received bountiful rewards. Zhang Xiaofan murmured to himself, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He sheathed his sword and gradually made his way toward the heart of the village. Upon reaching the center, he noticed a group of villagers gathered in a circle, discussing something intently. Yes, soon as they spotted Zhang Xiaofan's return, they rushed forward, enveloping him in their warm embraces, exclaiming joyfully, "Zhang Xiaofan, you have finally returned. We were all worried that you might never come back." Zhang Xiaofan greeted them with a smile, yet a flicker of concern stirred within him. He recalled the harrowing battle against Shadowblade, which he had ultimately triumphed in. However, he found it difficult to predict what ramifications this life-and-death struggle would impose upon this brutal world of slaughter. At that moment, a melodious female voice rang out. "Xiaofan, you're back." Turning his head, he saw Baiming Shui striding toward him briskly. Her eyes sparkled with delight, clearly relieved by Zhang Xiaofan's safety. "Baiming Shui, I am equally glad to see you unharmed," Zhang Xiaofan replied. Extending his hand to gently clasp hers, Baiming Shui glanced around before leaning closer to whisper in Zhang Xiaofan's ear, "Xiaofan, I have something important to discuss with you. Please follow me." With that, she took Zhang Xiaofan's hand and led him deeper into the village. He obediently followed, his heart brimming with curiosity about what she wished to convey. Arriving before a secluded cottage, Baiming Shui hastily pushed the door open and pulled Zhang Xiaofan inside. "Xiaofan, I have something of great significance to share with you," she said, her face etched with worry. "What is it?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired. "Oh, you remember the person you killed in the desert? His name was Shadowblade." Baiming Shui paused for a moment before continuing. "Shadowblade is not an ordinary individual. He is backed by a formidable force manipulating him." Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow, apprehensive. "Are you implying that someone is watching me from behind Shadowblade?" "Indeed," Baiming Shui nodded. "I have heard of a figure known as Minglo. It is said that he is the powerful entity behind Shadowblade. Moreover, the one you killed, Gongbin, was also affiliated with Minglao." Minglao? Zhang Xiaofan's heart sank. He pondered the true nature of this figure. "I'm not entirely sure." Baiming Shui shook her head, "But one thing is certain. He is definitely not someone to be trifled with. I fear he may seek vengeance for your slaying of Shadowblade and Gongbin." Zhang Xiaofan fell silent for a moment before responding. "In that case, I must prepare myself to confront his arrival." "But Xiaofan, your strength is still insufficient to contend with Minglao," Baiming Shui said anxiously. "I genuinely fear for your safety to swear." "I understand your concern," Zhang Xiaofan replied, grasping Baiming Shui's hand. "However, I can no longer evade my fate as I once did. I must grow stronger, capable of self-defense, for this world is perilously treacherous." Baiming Shui gazed into Zhang Xiaofan's resolute eyes, her heart aching. She realized that he was no longer the carefree youth of yesteryear, but a man transformed by the cruelty of this world. "Very well, since you have made up your mind, I will support you wholeheartedly," Baiming Shui sighed. "But you must exercise caution and refrain from recklessness." "Rest assured, I will be prudent," Zhang Xiaofan smiled. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. The two hurried out of the cottage to find a group of villagers in animated discussion. "What is happening?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired. "The system has just issued a new elimination task, requiring us to venture deep into the desert to find a mysterious treasure," one villager explained. "A mysterious treasure?" Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow, realizing that the matter concerning Minglao would have to be set aside for the time being. He turned to Baiming Shui. "I believe I must investigate this new task. Please wait for me in the village. I might be delayed." Baiming Shui nodded. "All right, take care on your journey." Zhang Xiaofan acknowledged her and swiftly made his way toward the desert. Resolutely determined to complete the task and secure more time for himself, in the desert, Zhang Xiaofan advanced cautiously. Despite having successfully defeated Shadowblade here previously, he remained vigilant, aware of the potential dangers lurking within the sands. Just as he was walking, he suddenly lost his footing, and a large pit appeared before him. He quickly retreated a few steps, barely avoiding the trap. It seemed this place was riddled with various mechanisms. With heightened caution, Zhang Xiaofan continued forward. That moment, he heard a rustling noise above him. Looking up, he was alarmed to see a swarm of massive spiders descending toward him. Oh no, venomous spiders! Zhang Xiaofan swiftly unsheathed his sword, preparing for battle. These venomous spiders measured about 2 meters in length, their bodies pitch black and their movements alarmingly swift. Should their venom touch a human, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Xiaofan leaped back, narrowly dodging several spider attacks. He slashed at a few of their legs, but they continued their relentless assault. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Xiaofan understood that their strength exceeded his expectations. He needed to devise a way to escape them quickly, or he would be in grave peril. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. It appeared to be the right moment to activate his smoke ability. With a determined thought, Zhang Xiaofan raised his hand, and a cloud of dense smoke erupted forth from his palm, engulfing the area and obscuring the spider's vision. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward, gradually distancing himself from the spider's attack range. Finally, I've evaded those troublesome creatures. Zhang Xiaofan wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing around with lingering trepidation. However, his most pressing task now was to locate the mysterious treasure as swiftly as possible. He quickened his pace, advancing deeper into the desert. Not far ahead, he discerned a peculiar structure. It resembled an ancient temple, exuding an air of enigmatic antiquity. This must be the place where I search for the treasure. Zhang Xiaofan tightened his grip on his sword and approached cautiously. As he reached the temple entrance, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from within. It was a terrifying sand lizard, towering at 5 meters tall, its gaping maw revealing a row of sharp teeth. This the guardian of the temple? Zhang Xiaofan frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. The sand lizard roared deafeningly. Lunging at Zhang Xiaofan, he hastily swung his sword to defend himself. But the lizard's strength was overwhelming, nearly knocking him off his feet. It seems I cannot defeat this monster alone, Zhang Xiaofan thought anxiously, retreating swiftly. That moment, an ice arrow descended from the sky, striking the sand lizard squarely in the eye. The creature let out a pained howl, stumbling back as it searched for the source of the attack. Zhang Xiaofan seized the moment to charge forward, delivering a flurry of strikes with his sword. Yet the sand lizard responded with remarkable speed, attempting to swallow Zhang Xiaofan whole. Just as the situation became dire, a figure clad in icy blue descended from above, positioning itself before Zhang Xiaofan. With a swift motion, it struck the lizard's neck with an ice blade. To his astonishment, the figure was none other than Bai Shui, her expression resolute, showing no fear in the face of the terrifying beast. The sand lizard emitted a shrill roar, its body swaying precariously before collapsing into a heap of sand. Bai Shui, what are you doing here? Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the beautiful woman before him. I worried it would be dangerous for you to come alone, so I followed you, Bai Shui replied, sheathing her ice blade with a gentle smile. Zhang Xiaofan looked at her gratefully. Thank you, Shui. If it weren't for your timely assistance, I might have... Enough of that, Bai Shui interrupted him. Let us hurry inside and discover where that mysterious treasure lies. The two individuals ventured into the depths of the temple. Inside, they were met with an oppressive darkness and a chilling atmosphere, where bizarre stone carvings adorned every corner. The eerie ambience sent shivers down their spines, prompting Bai Shui to involuntarily shudder. Be cautious. Who knows what other dangers may lurk here? Zhang Xiaofan gripped his sword tightly, treading carefully as he advanced. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an extraordinary stone sculpture. It was a colossal humanoid statue, its hands clasped in prayer, with a serene countenance that exuded an air of solemnity. Is this the treasure we seek? Zhang Xiaofan pondered aloud. Just then, the statue's eyes flared open, unleashing a deafening roar. IT lifted its hands, releasing a blinding beam of light that surged toward Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Mingshui. The two hastily separated to evade the attack, yet the beam erupted around them, casting a dazzling glow. "Quick, we must devise a way to defeat it," Zhang Xiaofan shouted. Bai Mingshui nodded resolutely, wielding her ice blade to launch a fierce assault on the statue. Zhang Xiaofan followed suit, targeting the joints of the statue with his sword. Their coordination was impeccable. Despite the statue's immense size, it ultimately began to retreat under their relentless onslaught. Just as the standoff reached a critical point, an idea struck Zhang Xiaofan that he swiftly activated his sea-level smoke talent, unleashing a cloud of dense smoke toward the statue. Seizing the opportunity as the statue's vision was obscured, Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Mingshui mounted a vigorous attack, finally bringing the statue crashing to the ground. The statue emitted a piercing wail, and in its moment of weakness, Zhang Xiaofan plunged his sword into its heart. He watched as the statue's eyes gradually dulled, eventually collapsing lifelessly to the floor. "We've finally done it," Zhang Xiaofan gasped, breathless. Bai Mingshui, drenched in sweat, wore a triumphant smile. "Xiaofan, it seems we have discovered that mysterious treasure," she said, pointing at the statue on the ground. Zhang Xiaofan examined it closely. Noticing something concealed within the statue's chest, he cautiously approached, lightly tapping his sword's tip against the statue's breast, revealing a small indentation. This must be where the mysterious treasure is hidden. Zhang Xiaofan squinted, slowly extending his hand toward the recess. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a violent tremor shook the entire temple. "Be careful," Bai Mingshui cried, pulling Zhang Xiaofan back urgently. The once tranquil statue suddenly widened its eyes, emitting a thunderous roar. Its body began to swell and morph rapidly, ultimately transforming into a gigantic sand beast. "What is happening? It can actually change form." Zhang Xiaofan gasped in shock, quickly adopting a combat stance. The sand beast towered at least 10 meters high, emanating a putrid stench. The IT swung its massive claws wildly at the two. Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Mingshui swiftly scattered, dodging the beast's ferocious attacks. My talent seems ineffective against it, Zhang Xiaofan thought anxiously, then devised another plan. Schwerer, focus on attacking it. I'll try something different. With that, he unleashed his sea-level water manipulation talent. With a swift motion, a whip-like torrent of water coalesced, hurtling toward the sand beast's eyes. The stream pierced the beast's eye like a dagger, prompting a chilling scream. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xiaofan leaped and struck at the beast's head with his sword. However, just then, the sand beast opened its maw wide, a powerful suction pulling Zhang Xiaofan entirely inside. "Xiaofan!" Bai Mingshui exclaimed in alarm, hastily slashing at the beast's mouth with her ice blade. Zhang Xiaofan found himself engulfed in darkness within the beast's belly, desperately swinging his sword in search of an escape. Suddenly, he felt a surge of formidable energy welling up inside him. It seemed as Devour all talent was coming into play. This is the moment to test its limits. Zhang Xiaofan tightened his grip on his sword, channeling all his strength into this newfound power. A torrent of black energy erupted from within him, rapidly consuming the internal structure of the beast. The massive sand creature convulsed violently, letting out a spine-chilling howl. Bai Mingshui watched in astonishment, having never witnessed such terrifying might. The beast gradually disintegrated, ultimately dissolving into a cloud of black smoke. That moment, Zhang Xiaofan was expelled from the beast's remains, landing on the ground, panting heavily. "Xiaofan, are you all right?" Bai Mingshui rushed to support him. Zhang Xiaofan nodded weakly. "I'm fine, but that monster has been completely devoured." Bai Mingshui gazed at him in awe. "Your talent is truly extraordinary. However, are you certain it won't bring any adverse effects?" "Don't worry, Schwerer," Zhang Xiaofan reassured her. "I will keep it under control. But for now, let us hasten to uncover what that mysterious treasure truly is." With that, the two approached the statue's chest, carefully retrieving a gleaming golden object from the recess. "Is this the mysterious treasure?" Bai Mingshui inquired softly. Zhang Xiaofan examined it closely, revealing a golden pendant adorned with a shimmering gemstone. "It certainly appears enigmatic," he mused. "Nevertheless, We should return swiftly to avoid being robbed. With that, they hastily exited the foreboding temple. Upon returning to the village, Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui promptly presented the acquired treasure to the system. A flash of golden light ensued, and the treasure vanished, replaced by a substantial amount of system reward points. Congratulations on successfully completing this task and earning a generous reward. The system's notification resonated. It seems this treasure holds significant value. Zhang Xiaofan nodded, contemplating how best to utilize these points. Just then, a commotion erupted in Taoyuan village. Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui hurried over to find a panicked villager relaying urgent news. Everyone, come quickly. A powerful army has appeared outside the village. What? An army? Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced at the thought that perhaps Ming Lao had sent people to exact revenge. He drew his sword and rushed out with Baiming Shui. Indeed, they found a battalion of soldiers clad in black armor advancing toward the village. Halt! Who are you, and why are you attacking our village? Zhang Xiaofan bellowed. One soldier coldly replied, We come on orders of Ming Lao to eliminate your traitorous faction. Zhang Xiaofan, you must come with us. Ming Lao. So you're indeed his men. Zhang Xiaofan seethed. Very well, if you refuse to withdraw, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the soldiers. Baiming Shui quickly summoned her ice-blue blades, partnering seamlessly with Zhang Xiaofan to fend off their opponents. Their exceptional combat skills allowed them to dispatch several enemies swiftly. However, the army proved overwhelmingly powerful, and Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui gradually found themselves on the defensive at a critical moment. Zhang Xiaofan recalled his Devour all talent. He rapidly harnessed that power, instantly consuming the life force of several soldiers. The once formidable foes crumbled to dust, leaving only a field of corpses. Incredible! Baiming Shui exclaimed, astonished yet undeterred in her combat. Zhang Xiaofan seized the momentum, engaging in a final showdown with the remaining enemies. After a fierce struggle, they finally drove the entire army back. At last, its resolved, Zhang Xiaofan wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a surge of relief. Xiaofan, your strength is truly remarkable. Baiming Shui praised sincerely. If it weren't for you, we would likely have fallen to those wretches. Zhang Xiaofan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Fear not. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. At that moment, a gruff voice suddenly echoed from afar. Ah, it seems my subordinates have been dealt with by you. However, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp so easily? The two turned towards the sound, only to see a man clad in a black robe, his countenance dark and foreboding, approaching slowly. You must be Ming Lao. Zhang Xiaofan squinted, inquiring in a grave tone. Hee, I am merely a fragment of Ming Lao's consciousness. The man replied with a cold smirk. Zhang Xiaofan, I must admit, your ability to defeat my subordinates has indeed caught my attention. But do you think that with such limited strength, you can evade my pursuit? Zhang Xiaofan tightened his grip on his sword, resolute in his decision to teach this arrogant individual a lesson. Ming Lao scoffed, I shall see if you possess the qualifications to battle an ancient being like myself. With that, he waved his hands, and a dense, malevolent aura erupted from him, enveloping Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui. The two hastily drew their weapons, prepared to confront this enigmatic powerhouse. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He resolved to avenge his past humiliations and eradicate this threat with his own hands. Ming Lao's strength was indeed formidable, effortlessly neutralizing their attacks and retaliating with overwhelming dark power. Zhang Xiaofan felt this force eroding his very being, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled his Devour all innate ability. He immediately harnessed this power, attempting to consume Ming Lao's dark energy. A stream of black energy erupted from Zhang Xiaofan, hurtling towards Ming Lao. The latter, taken aback, quickly summoned a protective spell to shield himself. Yet the energy proved too potent, easily shattering his defenses and engulfing him entirely. Impossible! How could you wield such power? Ming Lao let out a chilling wail, before being reduced to nothingness. Zhang Xiaofan panted heavily, feeling the continuous flow of power within him. He turned to the astonished Baiming Shui beside him and softly remarked, It appears I have truly mastered unparalleled strength. Bai Ming-shui shuddered involuntarily, never having fathomed that Zhang Xiaofan's talent could be so terrifying. However, her greater concern was the potential impact this power might have on him. Xiaofan, you must be cautious. I fear this force may affect your mind, she advised softly. Zhang Xiaofan smiled gently. Do not worry, sure. As long as you are by my side, I shall never stray from the righteous path. With that, he draped his arm around Bai Ming-shui's shoulders, and together they walked towards the village. Meanwhile, Ming Lao quietly concealed himself in the shadows, observing their every move. It seems that Zhang Xiaofan is indeed no ordinary individual. However, this is merely a fragment of my essence. His victory holds little significance, Ming Lao sneered. Let us see what further challenges this world of slaughter has in store for this young man. Upon returning to Taiyuan village, Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Ming-shui reported the recent battle to the other villagers. The news left everyone astonished at Zhang Xiaofan's ability to defeat Ming Lao. Incredible! Zhang Xiaofan possesses such formidable strength, one villager exclaimed. This world of slaughter is truly extraordinary. Indeed, while we have temporarily escaped Ming Lao's threat, I believe even more powerful foes will emerge. Zhang Xiaofan spoke solemnly. We must remain vigilant and ready to respond at all times. Bai Ming-shui grasped Zhang Xiaofan's hand. Xiaofan, I will always stand by your side. I believe that as long as we unify, we can overcome any hardship. Zhang Xiaofan nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Shui. With your support, I'm certain I can become a formidable force in this world. Just then, the system's notification chime resonated once more. A new elimination task has been issued. All villagers, please pay attention. The task requires you to venture to the Dark Canyon, 500 miles away, in search of a rare treasure known as the Heart of the Desert. Completion of this task will yield substantial rewards from a system. The Dark Canyon, 500 miles away? That sounds perilously daunting, a villager expressed with concern. However, since the system has presented such a task, there must be a rationale behind it, Zhang Xiaofan contemplated. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall set off at once. The villagers nodded in agreement, swiftly organizing their gear, and set forth alongside Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Ming-shui towards the Dark Canyon. Throughout their arduous journey, they encountered numerous treacherous challenges, howling desert winds, venomous spiders, and elusive, enigmatic creatures lurking in ambush. Whenever danger arose, Zhang Xiaofan unhesitatingly stepped forward, utilizing his strength to shield his companions. Bai Ming-shui, witnessing this, felt a mix of admiration and concern. She constantly reminded Zhang Xiaofan to guard against being tainted by this newfound power. Finally, after a month of relentless trekking, they arrived at the Dark Canyon. The atmosphere was dim and damp, imbued with a chillingly sinister aura. Everyone be cautious. Who knows what dangers await us here? Zhang Xiaofan gripped his sword tightly, leading the group cautiously into the depths. Just as they navigated through the canyon, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly lost his footing and plummeted into an unfathomable crevice. Xiaofan? Bai Ming-shui reached out instinctively, but it was too late. As he fell, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly activated his C-class invisibility ability, rendering himself unseen in mid-air. He gently landed at the canyon's bottom and surveyed his surroundings, discovering what appeared to be an underground labyrinth. It seemed that the so-called heart of the desert lay within. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaofan proceeded forward cautiously. The underground maze was dark and frigid, exuding an aura of danger at every turn. He advanced with utmost care, intermittently employing his invisibility to evade patrolling monsters. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable presence behind him. Whirling around, he beheld a colossal scorpion-like creature charging towards him. This is bad. It looks formidable. Zhang Xiaofan tightened his grip on his weapon, bracing for its assault. The creature opened its massive maw and spewed forth a torrent of lethal venom. Zhang Xiaofan dodged hastily, but still suffered a splatter. Feeling an immediate wave of weakness, damn, this venom is potent, he gritted his teeth, then utilized his C-class water manipulation ability to counterattack. That a whip-like stream of water ensnared the scorpion creature, binding it in place. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan unleashed a flurry of strikes until the creature was vanquished. At long last, That troublesome foe is dealt with. He wiped the sweat from his brow, only to hear a rustling sound nearby. He quickly rendered himself invisible. Moving cautiously forward, in a dim corner, he spotted a gigantic desert lizard lurking. It seems this underground labyrinth harbors many powerful adversaries, Zhang Xiaofan mused. However, as long as I adeptly utilize my abilities, I should navigate through successfully. He swiftly employed his C-class smoke ability, releasing a cloud of thick mist towards the desert lizard. While the lizard was momentarily blinded by the smoke, Zhang Xiaofan struck fiercely, skillfully evading its attacks, ultimately eliminating it. As he proceeded with caution, a massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Zhang Xiaofan looked up in alarm to find a 10-meter-long serpent coiling in the air, emitting a low growl. This creature seems exceptionally powerful. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback and immediately employed his cloaking technique to conceal himself. However, the enormous python seemed to possess a degree of perceptive ability, relentlessly searching for Zhang Xiaofan's whereabouts. Just as Zhang Xiaofan was devising a strategy, he suddenly felt a surge of power within him clamoring for attention. This was his innate talent, devour all, yearning to engulf this formidable foe. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately resolved to harness this power. Focusing his mind, he attuned himself to the dark energy coursing through him. The torrent of black energy erupted from his body, rushing towards the giant python. The creature emitted a deafening roar, but soon found itself completely enveloped by the terrifying energy. Its form began to disintegrate slowly, ultimately reducing to mere dust, vanishing entirely. Zhang Xiaofan gasped for breath, feeling an unending stream of power surging within him. He realized he had transcended to a new realm. That moment, he sensed something calling to him. Following the sound, he beheld a mysterious portal appearing on a stone wall ahead. It appeared that the coveted heart of the desert lay hidden within. Zhang Xiaofan held his breath and cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering the portal, he discovered himself in a magnificent hall, expansive in size and adorned with a plethora of rare treasures. Could this truly be the legendary heart of the desert? Zhang Xiaofan scanned his surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on a peculiar stone tablet at the center of the hall. As he approached to examine it, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, a powerful aura emanating from the tablet. In the next instant, the stone tablet transformed into a colossal spirit of the desert, its gaping maw unleashing a thunderous roar. Clearly, this was the ultimate guardian of the heart of the desert. Zhang Xiaofan tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, preparing for battle. The desert spirit unleashed its enormous stone claws, attacking Zhang Xiaofan with ferocity. He deftly dodged, while simultaneously employing his C-grade water manipulation talent to restrict the spirit's movements. Just as he believed he had gained the upper hand, the desert spirit suddenly morphed into a whirlwind, coalescing into a massive sandstorm. This tempest acted like an invisible wall, completely isolating Zhang Xiaofan. Panic surged within him. What should he do now? He understood that his water manipulation talent was nearly ineffective against this sandstorm. Just when he felt utterly powerless, he recalled another talent, C-grade smoke, that he immediately invoked it, unleashing a thick fog towards the sandstorm. The smoke rapidly spread within the tempest, gradually thinning its density. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan swung his sword with fervor, finally catching a glimpse of the desert spirit amidst the spatial fluctuations. He swiftly summoned the power of Devour All, and a wave of black energy erupted from him, enveloping the desert spirit entirely. The formidable creature let out a piercing shriek, gradually disintegrating into dust. Zhang Xiaofan panted, sensing his strength rise another notch, but he turned to the center of the hall, where the mysterious stone tablet had vanished, replaced by a gleaming treasure. This must be the fabled heart of the desert. Zhang Xiaofan cautiously approached and picked up the radiant object. That it was a golden bracelet, emanating a wondrous aura. As he scrutinized the bracelet, he suddenly felt a powerful presence approaching from behind. He swiftly turned around to find a dark-clad man standing there, his expression grim and exuding an overwhelming force. "You have finally acquired the heart of the desert," the man spoke slowly. "However, having slain 2 of my generals, I shall not allow you to leave with it so easily. Zhang Xiaofan narrowed his eyes and replied solemnly, So you are the mastermind, Ming Lao. Yet I do not believe you stand a chance against me. Ming Lao scoffed, Is that so? Let me see just how capable you truly are. With that, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a bolt of black lightning, launching a ferocious assault at Zhang Xiaofan. The black lightning sliced through the air like a blade, and Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly raised his sword to counter. Their weapons clashed in midair, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Ming Lao's onslaught was akin to a tempest, and although Zhang Xiaofan struggled to withstand it, he gradually felt overwhelmed. His sword trembled slightly. On the verge of faltering, "It seems your strength is insufficient, Zhang Xiaofan," Ming Lao taunted, the dark power in his grasp intensifying. Zhang Xiaofan gritted his teeth, his mind racing with strategies, and he understood that relying solely on his physical prowess would not suffice against such a formidable adversary. After a moment's contemplation, he activated his C-grade smoke talent. A cloud of smoke billowed from his hands, enveloping the entire hall in obscurity. "What?" Ming Lao exclaimed. Momentarily bewildered by the sudden haze, he hurriedly attempted to disperse the smoke with his power, but found it futile. Seizing this chance, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly wielded his C-grade water manipulation talent, conjuring a torrent of rushing water to assault Ming Lao. Taken by surprise, Ming Lao found the water like a whip, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile. "Damn it, you possess such abilities," Ming Lao growled, as his dark energy surged, trying to break free from its constraints. Yet at that moment, Zhang Xiaofan refrained from attacking immediately, instead utilizing his Devour all talent. A terrifying wave of black energy erupted from him, surging towards the water that ensnared Ming Lao. The black energy swiftly consumed the water, ultimately devouring it entirely. Ming Lao felt a chilling aura envelop him, and panic surged within him as he realized he could hardly withstand this force. Indeed, in the next instant, the black energy sliced into his being like a blade, rapidly consuming his power. No, this cannot be. Ming Lao let out a heart-wrenching howl, yet he could not prevent the overwhelming force. His body began to disintegrate, transforming into a cloud of dust. Zhang Xiaofan stood still, coldly observing this scene. He recognized that his actions were in self-defense, but he felt a tinge of remorse in his heart. Nevertheless, he resolved that since Ming Lao dared to challenge him, he bore no responsibility for the outcome. Determined, Zhang Xiaofan turned towards the center of the hall and picked up the gleaming bracelet. Just as he grasped it, a powerful energy surged forth, rushing towards him. Zhang Xiaofan quickly employed his Devour all talent in an attempt to absorb this force. However, to his astonishment, this power exceeded his own. Instantly enveloping him entirely, he felt a wave of intense dizziness before losing consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer in the underground hall, but rather in an unknown expanse. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, save for a colossal vortex that spun slowly at the center. Cautiously, Zhang Xiaofan advanced, scrutinizing this enigmatic realm. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. "Welcome to the Genesis Arena, Zhang Xiaofan." "Genesis Arena," Zhang Xiaofan murmured in confusion, pondering where this place could be. "This is the core of the dominion over this world of slaughter." The voice continued, "By acquiring the heart of the desert, you have triggered the defense mechanism here. Now, you must undergo a trial to earn the right to proceed." Zhang Xiaofan tightened his grip on his sword, anxious. "What trial? What do you intend to do with me?" "You will soon find out." The voice replied calmly. "Prepare to face the trial, Zhang Xiaofan." Yes, soon as the words left the voice's mouth, the vortex began to tremble violently, and Zhang Xiaofan felt himself being pulled into it by an overwhelming force. "This is bad." Zhang Xiaofan hastily wielded his sword, attempting to fend off the oncoming force. Yet ultimately, he was swept in the maelstrom and a blinding radiance flashed before his eyes, and he soon lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. The surroundings were desolate, the sky shrouded in gloom, permeated by a thick mist. "Where is this?" Zhang Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings, a sense of unease swelling within him. Just then, a foreboding noise echoed from ahead. Zhang Xiaofan swiftly drew his sword. Gazing warily toward the source of the sound, the massive shadow gradually emerged from the fog. A grotesque monster. Its entire body was pitch black, adorned with a chilling visage, exuding a potent aura of malevolence. It appeared that this was the so-called trial. Zhang Xiaofan gripped the hilt of his sword, steeling himself for battle. The colossal creature let out a piercing roar before lunging at him. Zhang Xiaofan frantically swung his sword, striving to withstand its assault, but he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. The beast possessed immense strength, each attack overwhelming Zhang Xiaofan. Moreover, the frigid energy emanating from it incessantly eroded his stamina. Damn, this creature is far too powerful. Zhang Xiaofan's mind raced with anxiety as he attempted to invoke his Devour All ability, only to discover, for reasons unknown, that he could not. He felt cornered by this enormous and sinister creature. Although he possessed the formidable Devour All ability, he could not seem to utilize it. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Filled with trepidation and unease, in that critical moment, he suddenly recalled experiences from his time at Jiangbei University. He had often participated in various sports, and due to his exceptional physical prowess and reflexes, he frequently excelled in competitions. Perhaps the foundation he had built during those times could serve him now. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly evaded the creature's attack. He nimbly dodged and weaved, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Yes, the monster launched another strike. Zhang Xiaofan expertly swung his sword, severing its outstretched claw. The creature emitted a wretched scream, and Zhang Xiaofan seized the chance to thrust toward its vital point. However, the monster was immensely powerful. Despite sustaining a grievous wound, it fought back fiercely, and they became locked in a stalemate. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan felt a stirring within him, as if something was awakening. It was the Devour All ability. Although he had been unable to use it before, it seemed to be changing now. Focusing his mind, he sensed the flow of power within him. That a strange glow began to flicker in his eyes, and a formidable aura radiated from his body. It appeared that in this world, my ability had undergone a transformation. Zhang Xiaofan mused to himself. If that is the case, then let me put it to the test. He extended his palm toward the enormous creature, reciting an incantation. A powerful suction erupted from his hand, instantly drawing in the creature's entire strength. The colossal beast let out a cry of agony as its form began to disintegrate, ultimately dissipating into specks of starlight. My Devour All ability has indeed experienced a remarkable enhancement in this realm. Zhang Xiaofan withdrew his hand, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. At that moment, the mysterious voice echoed once more. Well done, young one. You have passed this trial. But this is merely the beginning. Even greater challenges await you. As the words faded, the scenery around Zhang Xiaofan transformed once again. The desolate environment morphed into a majestic castle. The interior of the castle was opulent and grand, exuding an enigmatic aura. Zhang Xiaofan scrutinized everything around him, his mind brimming with questions. What is this castle? Have I truly passed the trial of the Genesis field? What challenges lie ahead? Just then, footsteps echoed from deep within the castle. Zhang Xiaofan immediately raised his sword, preparing for battle. A tall, imposing figure emerged from the shadows, an armored warrior wielding a longsword. Welcome to the center castle of the world of slaughter. I'm the guardian here, known as Bard. It is no small feat for you to have passed the trial of the Genesis field. However, you shall now face even more formidable challenges. As Bard spoke, he unsheathed his longsword, radiating a chilling aura. Zhang Xiaofan tightened his grip on the hilt, his gaze resolute as he met Bard's eyes. I am ready. I can accept your challenge at any moment. Bard smiled slightly, beginning to approach Zhang Xiaofan. Let me thoroughly test your strength. The clash of their swords rang out, a piercing metallic sound filling the air. This cataclysmic battle was poised to commence. Zhang Xiaofan quickly retreated a few steps, his sharp gaze observing Bard's every move. The Guardian possessed formidable strength, and with his newly acquired Devour All ability, he might stand a chance. Bard swung his long sword with precision and ferocity, each attack leaving Zhang Xiaofan struggling to respond. Yet he did not shrink back. He deftly dodged Bard's onslaught, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. The battle raged on for an extended period, neither side yielding. Gradually, Zhang Xiaofan sensed his stamina waning. This guardian was far too powerful. Relying solely on his own strength, he would likely be unable to defeat him. Just then, Zhang Xiaofan recalled his Devour all ability. He concentrated, extending his palm once more toward Bard. A powerful suction erupted from his hand, instantly absorbing the strength from Bard. The guardian let out a startled cry as his form began to disintegrate, ultimately fading into starlight. It seems this world does not spell hopelessness for me. Zhang Xiaofan retracted his attack, feeling the immense power within him to make that moment. Footsteps echoed once more from within the castle. Zhang Xiaofan raised his sword warily, and another armored warrior stepped forth from the shadows. You have defeated Bard. It appears your strength is remarkable. However, you shall now face an even more formidable foe. I'm the deputy guardian here, known as Chris. Let me see what you are truly capable of. As Chris spoke, he unsheathed his long sword, emanating an even more intense chill. Zhang Xiaofan gripped the hilt tightly, his gaze unwavering as he met Chris's eyes. I am prepared. I can accept your challenge at any moment. The battle between Zhang Xiaofan and Chris was exceptionally fierce, their swords intertwined, generating a cacophony of metallic clashes. Chris's assault was as frigid as winter, each strike chilling Zhang Xiaofan to the bone. Yet he did not falter. He nimbly evaded Chris's attacks while continuously searching for opportunities to retaliate. The Devour all ability instilled him with confidence that he would ultimately conquer this powerful guardian. Just as they reached a stalemate, Zhang Xiaofan felt a shift within him. The familiar suction surged from his hand once more, instantly drawing in Chris's strength. Chris uttered a pained cry as his form began to disintegrate, ultimately vanishing into starlight. It seems my Devour all ability has truly undergone a qualitative leap in this world. Zhang Xiaofan withdrew his hand, sensing the powerful energy coursing within him. That moment, the mysterious voice resonated again. Well done, young one. You have passed the trials here. Now, you may leave this place. As the words concluded, the scenery around Zhang Xiaofan rapidly transformed. Moments later, he found himself back in the familiar somber canyon. It seems I have finally escaped that dreadful place. However, what shall I do next? Zhang Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings, his heart brimming with apprehension. That moment, he suddenly caught sight of several familiar figures approaching from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Baiming Shui and her companions. Xiaofan, you have finally returned. We were beginning to worry that something had happened to you, Baiming Shui exclaimed, her face alight with joy upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan. Indeed, we were terribly concerned for your safety. Where on earth have you been? Zhang Wang stepped forward, his expression filled with concern. Zhang Xiaofan recounted the harrowing experiences he had endured upon hearing his tale. Baiming Shui and the others were visibly astonished. What? You returned only after passing the trial of the creation field. That is simply unbelievable, Baiming Shui murmured. Have passed the trial of the creation field? It seems you have faced considerable trials in that dreadful place, Zhang Wang remarked with a look of awe. Yes, it was indeed perilous. However, I am grateful to have escaped in the end. Zhang Xiaofan sighed softly. Fatigue etched upon his face. What do you intend to do now? Wandering alone outside is fraught with danger. Perhaps it would be wiser to return with us to Taoyuan village, where at least safety can be found. Baiming Shui urged with genuine concern. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xiaofan finally nodded. Very well. Since you have suggested it, I shall accompany you back for the time being. However, I still yearn to leave this world of slaughter as swiftly as possible. Fear not. We shall find a way to assist you, Baiming Shui replied with a smile. The group traveled in silence and soon arrived at Taoyuan village, though the village appeared tranquil and harmonious. A subtle air of menace lingered beneath the surface. After all, in this merciless world of slaughter, each person struggled for survival. Xiaofan, you should rest well, Zhang Wang suggested hastily upon noticing Zhang Xiaofan's exhaustion. Thank you, I appreciate your kindness, Zhang Xiaofan nodded, settling quietly on a bench at the entrance, lost in his thoughts. Just then, a man clad in a black robe emerged from the shadows, striding purposefully towards Zhang Xiaofan. Are you the one who passed the trial of the creation field? I have heard tales of your ability to consume the talents of others. Might I witness it? The man's eyes glimmered with undeniable greed. Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow, regarding the stranger with caution. Who are you? How do you know about me? Haha. I am Luo Tan, hailing from Tianhuang village. I am quite intrigued by your talent, which is why I sought you out. Why not engage in a friendly spar? If you can consume my talent, I shall reveal to you some of the secrets I possess, Luo Tian proposed, a powerful aura suddenly enveloping the village. Zhang Xiaofan scrutinized the enigmatic figure before him, his vigilance heightened. This world of slaughter was fraught with peril, and a single misstep could be fatal, compelling him to tread carefully. Since you are aware of my talent for consumption, you must also understand that I could easily devour the talent you possess. However, I have little interest in your so-called secrets. My current goal is simply to grow stronger swiftly to ensure my survival in this brutal world. Zhang Xiaofan replied, coolly, "No. It appears you're not interested in my proposal. Very well. Let us engage in a true contest and see just how strong you are." Luo Tian sneered, waving his hand as a fierce wind began to whip through the surroundings. His figure blurred within the tempest, and then a streak of light surged forth, hurtling toward Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan frowned slightly before activating his invisibility talent, swiftly evading the attack. The two were soon locked in a fierce battle. Luo Tian struck mercilessly, each blow aimed to kill, while Zhang Xiaofan skillfully dodged using his invisibility and water manipulation abilities, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Observers from Taoyuan village gathered, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, a woman clad in black robes arrived on the scene. What is happening? Why are they fighting in the village? She inquired with a furrowed brow. Xiaoxua. This man claims to be Luo Tan. He wished to spar with Xiaofan, and thus the conflict ensued. Zhang Wang quickly explained. Bai Mingshui nodded, her gaze drawn to the fierce duel. She sensed that Zhang Xiaofan's strength was on par with that of his opponent, perhaps even possessing unique talents. Just then, Zhang Xiaofan reappeared from his invisibility, unleashing a colossal water column towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian hastily conjured an ice wall to defend, but the force of the water column was overwhelming, shattering the ice barrier to pieces. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke erupted from Zhang Xiaofan, enveloping the entire battlefield. Luo Tian was immediately struck by dizziness, his breathing becoming labored. What is this poison gas? He roared, struggling desperately to escape. This is my C-class talent. Thick smoke, Zhang Xiaofan replied calmly. Once ensnared by this gas, your movements will be severely hindered. Moreover, prolonged exposure will lead to dire consequences. Luo Tian's expression changed as he frantically sought to flee. Yet the smoke was too dense, obstructing his every attempt. Ultimately, after several torturous minutes, he collapsed under the strain. Zhang Xiaofan approached Luo Tian's fallen form, extending his hand, a powerful consuming force surging forth. Luo Tian's body began to vanish rapidly, replaced by a radiant light that ultimately entered Zhang Xiaofan's being. Ha! Just as I suspected, your ice talent is indeed formidable. What a splendid sight, Zhang Xiaofan remarked, satisfied as he withdrew his hand. The villagers looked on in astonishment, unable to fathom the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Zhang Xiaofan not only possessed immense strength, but also wielded the terrifying ability of consumption, which was truly fearsome. And no wonder he passed the trial of the creation field. He is indeed remarkable, Bai Mingshui praised sincerely. Zhang Xiaofan offered her a slight smile before casting his gaze towards the spot where Luo Tian had vanished, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Is this what you refer to as secrets? It seems rather trivial, merely superficial matters. Perhaps it is unnecessary for me to waste time probing into such inconsequential things. With that, he turned to leave that moment. A slightly weathered voice called out from afar, "Wait!" The crowd turned to see an elderly man clad in a blue robe approaching slowly. You are the one who passed the trial of the creation field. Zhang Xiaofan, are you not? I am aware of your unique talent for consumption, which is quite terrifying. How about a spar with me? I can impart some secrets about this world of slaughter, the elder proposed with a smile. Zhang Xiaofan frowned slightly, perplexed. Who are you? Why would you teach me the secrets of this world of slaughter? I am Zhang Tiangang, One of the first to enter this world, as a pioneer, I possess deep insights into this realm. I am intrigued by your ability, and if you can defeat me, I shall reveal some important secrets of this world, Zhang Tiangang said with a grin. Very well, since you have extended the invitation. I shall accept, Zhang Xiaofan replied, preparing for battle. The two quickly engaged in an intense clash. Though Zhang Tiangang's strikes were not as ferocious as Luo Tian's, they were imbued with the wisdom of experience. He alternated between powerful attacks and deftly maneuvering Zhang Xiaofan's attention, seeking to uncover a flaw. Zhang Xiaofan, undeterred, adeptly evaded the elder's assaults, leveraging his own talents. The duel was a dazzling exchange, each combatant alternating between offense and defense. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Zhang Tiangang suddenly pivoted, conjuring a sphere of pitch-black energy that hurtled towards Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan swiftly activated his invisibility talent, dodging the attack. Yet as he reappeared, the dark sphere erupted, unleashing countless bolts of black lightning that spread in all directions. What is this? Zhang Xiaofan widened his eyes, instinctively employing his innate ability to control water to defend himself. Dark bolts of lightning, resembling serpents, struck towards him with ferocity. Hastily, Zhang Xiaofan directed the water to form a shield, barely managing to withstand the assault. However, as time elapsed, he sensed his strength rapidly waning. What kind of attack is this? How could it be so formidable? A wave of panic surged within Zhang Xiaofan. Dahaha, this is my dark thunder ability. Once enveloped by this dark energy, your power will dissipate immediately if you wish to avoid death here. You should surrender promptly, Zhang Tiangang sneered. Zhang Xiaofan gritted his teeth, constantly weighing his circumstances. With the black lightning intensifying, he realized he might not last much longer. Yet if he conceded defeat now, how could he establish himself in this brutal world? At that moment, he suddenly recalled the ice ability he had just devoured from Luo Tian. Perhaps this ability could be wielded to counter the dark thunder assault before him. Thus, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly conjured a sphere of ice and hurled it towards the swirling tempest of black lightning. Upon contact, the black lightning froze instantly, unable to spread further. Zhang Tiangang was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of astonishment. I did not expect you to utilize an ice ability to counter my dark thunder attack. Quite impressive. It seems your strength is indeed remarkable. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan charged towards Zhang Tiangang with renewed vigor. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped him, and countless water vortexes coalesced in his hands. Striking at his opponent with fervor, Zhang Tiangang hastily employed his own ability to defend, but soon found himself retreating under the overwhelming onslaught. Ultimately, with a powerful punch from Zhang Xiaofan, his shield finally shattered. Stop! I concede. Zhang Tiangang quickly raised his hands in surrender. Only then did Zhang Xiaofan cease his assault, stating coolly, "It seems the important secret you mentioned earlier holds little value. However, I am quite satisfied to have learned so much from you." With that, he extended his palm once more, beginning to absorb Zhang Tiangang's dark thunder ability. A dazzling light surged into his body, filling him with an unprecedented surge of power. Haha, this is truly marvelous. With this dark thunder ability, my strength can ascend to a new level. Zhang Xiaofan chuckled with satisfaction, turning to leave the scene. Zhang Tiangang, looking disheveled, trudged towards the outskirts of the village, appearing as though he had lost his spirit. Bei Mingxue and the others, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim in awe. Zhang Xiaofan is extraordinarily powerful, effortlessly defeating two formidable experts, and he can even absorb their abilities. This guy is simply a monster. Someone murmured, "Indeed, it seems a new, strongest individual has emerged in Taoyuan village. We must tread carefully around him. Who knows if he might suddenly absorb our abilities one day." Another concurred. Bei Mingxue quietly observed Zhang Xiaofan's retreating figure, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. What kind of past does this newcomer from the outside world possess, and how will it influence the future of this ruthless realm? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Just then, a blinding beam of light cascaded down from the sky, enveloping the entirety of Taoyuan village. What is happening? What's going on? The villagers were immediately thrown into a frenzy, glancing around in alarm. Zhang Xiaofan also paused, his curiosity piqued by the radiant light. He sensed it might be connected to the system of this merciless world. Soon, the light began to converge, transforming into lines of large characters suspended in midair. Attention, all servers. An emergency system task has been initiated. All warriors are requested to hasten to Kara Abyss to rescue the aquatic creatures trapped in the deep sea. Completion of the task will yield generous rewards. Aquatic creatures? Kara Abyss? Zhang Xiaofan murmured, his eyes brightening. This was a rare opportunity, one that promised substantial rewards while also allowing him to hone his skills. He quickly prepared himself and turned to Bei Mingxue and the others, saying, "This task appears quite enticing. I shall set off for Kara Abyss ahead of you. You should hurry as well. You might encounter something intriguing there." Without waiting for a response, he vanished from sight. Bei Mingxue pondered for a moment before deciding to follow suit. Though this world of slaughter was fraught with danger, it was also brimming with endless possibilities. She too must seize this rare opportunity in search of her future. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly arrived near Kara Abyss, where mist swirled and waves roared, a powerful force churning beneath the depths. Cautiously, he submerged himself, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a giant sea dragon ensnared and struggling desperately. This must be it. I must act quickly to rescue it. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan swam towards the sea dragon. He observed that the creature was entangled in formidable energy chains, unable to break free due to an overwhelming gravitational pull. Analyzing the situation, Zhang Xiaofan activated his water control ability, attempting to sever the energy chains. After a fierce struggle, he successfully cut through the chains binding the sea dragon. The colossal creature regained its freedom, unleashing a thunderous roar as it swam deeper into the ocean. Fantastic. It seems I have completed the system's task. But what exactly trapped this sea dragon? Zhang Xiaofan mused, curiously gazing into the depths. At that moment, a powerful wave of energy rippled from afar, and a gigantic silhouette gradually emerged into Zhang Xiaofan's view. It was a deep-sea behemoth, measuring dozens of meters in length, its body covered in tough scales. It emanated an intimidating aura, instilling a palpable chill. The aquatic creature the system referred to? No wonder it was trapped here. Its strength appears formidable. Zhang Xiaofan squinted, scrutinizing the colossal beast. Suddenly, the creature let out a deafening roar, opening its massive maw and lunging towards Zhang Xiaofan. Reacting swiftly, he activated his water control ability, conjuring a solid water wall to intercept the beast's attack. However, at that moment, he felt his body weakening rapidly. What is happening? Could this creature's attack possess some unique effect? Alarmed, Zhang Xiaofan hastily attempted to employ other abilities for defense. Yet, neither invisibility nor smoke proved effective against the beast. Instead, the powerful energy emanating from its breath drained Zhang Xiaofan's stamina. This creature's strength is indeed extraordinary. I must devise a strategy to confront it. With a steely gaze, Zhang Xiaofan unleashed his most potent dark thunder ability. Black lightning erupted from his hands, striking the beast with ferocity. The attack indeed inflicted significant damage, causing the beast to emit a pained roar, temporarily unable to approach Zhang Xiaofan. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly gathered a powerful torrent of water and unleashed it upon the beast's vital points. The water flowed like a razor, tearing through the creature's flesh, blood instantly clouding the water. The beast let out a chilling screech, thrashing violently. Yet in the end, it succumbed to Zhang Xiaofan's relentless assault, begrudgingly retreating into the deeper ocean. It appears this creature is no match for me. However, it undoubtedly harbors many secrets. Zhang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction and pursued the direction in which the beast had fled. Just then, he noticed familiar figures swimming towards him from not far behind. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Bei Mingxue and others from Taoyuan village. "Xiaofan, you actually arrived here first." Upon encountering Zhang Xiaofan, Bei Mingxue could not help but display a look of surprise. "I just rescued a gigantic sea dragon that was trapped here, and now I intend to explore the deeper secrets of this place. You should join me. Perhaps there will be some treasures to uncover." Zhang Xiaofan waved to them. The group exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Thus, this intrepid expedition team, composed of the warriors from Taoyuan village, once again ventured into the unknown depths of the sea. Along their journey, they faced numerous ferocious marine creatures attempting to obstruct their path. Yet, under Zhang Xiaofan's leadership, they managed to handle each confrontation adeptly. The group could not help but admire his strength sincerely at last. After enduring a series of trials, they arrived at an area that appeared exceedingly eerie. The water pressure was immense, and a suffocating dark aura enveloped the surroundings. What exactly is this place? Bai Mingshui could not suppress her curiosity. It was evident that they had reached one of the most perilous locations in this world of slaughter, the Abyssal Core. Legend spoke of countless unknown dangers here, so formidable that even the gods of this slaughtering world found it hard to control. If we inadvertently venture too far, the consequences could be dire, Zhang Xiaofan stated solemnly. The others felt a wave of unease wash over them. However, seeing Zhang Xiaofan's composed demeanor instilled a sense of confidence in their own abilities. Well, since we have come this far, let's press on. I believe that as long as we stand united, we can face whatever challenges lie ahead, Bai Mingshui declared resolutely. The others echoed their agreement. And thus the expedition team advanced once more towards the dark depths of the abyss. After overcoming numerous obstacles, they finally arrived at a fantastical area filled with enormous crystals suspended in the water, radiating an eerie glow. Disquietingly, these crystals concealed various unknown creatures within. Could these be the legendary abyssal crystals? How astonishing to see so many! Zhang Xiaofan squinted, meticulously surveying the surroundings. You are correct. This place is indeed fraught with danger. We must proceed with utmost caution and refrain from reckless actions, Bai Mingshui warned, scanning the vicinity warily. The group advanced carefully, occasionally encountering sudden attacks. Yet under Zhang Xiaofan's guidance, they consistently managed to respond in time and navigate through safely. Eventually, after traversing a veil of mist, they discovered a magnificent ancient temple looming ahead. This temple emanated a powerful energy wave that evoked a sense of reverence. This must be the place. I sense that significant secrets of this slaughtering world lie hidden here. However, entering may prove exceedingly perilous, Zhang Xiaofan mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Perhaps we should retreat to avoid unnecessary trouble. Someone suggested, no, we have come this far. We cannot turn back now, but we must uncover the truth. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with determination. The others, inspired by his unwavering resolve, felt emboldened. Thus, they cautiously approached the temple's interior. Upon entering, they found the atmosphere to be eerily oppressive, with the air itself feeling bone-chilling. Strange statues and runes were scattered about, imparting an indescribable sense of dread. The aura here is truly uncanny. We must remain vigilant, Bai Mingshui whispered. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them, followed by a chilling roar resonating throughout the temple. The group immediately fell into a defensive stance. The shadow drew closer, ultimately transforming into a colossal black beast. This creature exuded a nauseating dark aura, its eyes glinting with a ferocious hunger, as if poised to devour all in its path. It let out a low growl and lunged towards them. Be careful, Zhang Xiaofan shouted, activating his various talents. Smoke enveloped him, water swirled around, and dark lightning flickered, swiftly forming an impenetrable barrier. The others also joined the fray, coordinating seamlessly with Zhang Xiaofan to engage in a fierce battle with the beast. This creature was immensely powerful, easily shattering their defenses with each attack. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, covering one another and launching repeated assaults against the beast. At that moment, the beast suddenly vanished from view, reappearing behind Zhang Xiaofan. It opened its gaping maw, prepared to bite down on him. Xiaofan, watch out, Bai Mingshui exclaimed, stepping forward to conjure a solid ice wall that intercepted the beast's attack. However, at that instant, the beast's gaze shifted to Bai Mingshui. A cruel glint flashed in its eyes as it lunged at her. Xiaoxue, Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed in alarm, quickly obscuring the beast's line of sight with a cloud of smoke while manipulating water to ensnare its body. At this critical juncture, a powerful burst of crystalline light erupted from Bai Mingshui, crashing into the beast like an ice mountain. With a resounding boom, the beast was struck by this force and instantly transformed into a massive block of ice. Immobilized, is this your true strength? Truly remarkable, Zhang Xiaofan marveled, his eyes filled with admiration. Bai Mingxue smiled faintly. Offering no further words, she understood that alone, she could not contend with such a formidable beast. Her survival in this perilous abyssal core was thanks to Zhang Xiaofan and the others' assistance. Seizing the opportunity, the group quickly concentrated their attacks, relentlessly depleting the beast's energy. Finally, amid their fierce onslaught, the beast let out a dying roar before dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Well, we have temporarily evaded that trouble. However, there may be even more powerful entities lurking within this temple. We must proceed with greater caution, Zhang Xiaofan remarked, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the area. The group nodded in agreement and continued deeper into the temple. Yet as they traversed a dimly lit corridor, a dazzling light suddenly erupted ahead, revealing a radiant figure before them. "Welcome to the Abyssal Temple, brave warriors," the figure spoke, its voice resonating like thunder throughout the temple. As they focused, they discerned a middle-aged man clad in golden armor, exuding an extraordinary aura. A faint smile graced his lips as his gaze swept over the assembly. "Are you the god of this slaughtering world?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired, narrowing his eyes in disbelief. "Indeed, I am the master of the Abyssal Temple, the progenitor of this slaughtering world," the man replied slowly. "I must admit, I am impressed that you managed to reach this point." "Progenitor? No wonder such a powerful aura emanates from you. That it seems we have stumbled into grave trouble," someone muttered, their face etched with fear. "There is no need for alarm. I have no intention of attacking you. On the contrary, I am intrigued by how you managed to make it this far. Why not engage in a pleasant conversation?" The progenitor smiled gently, stepping closer to the group. They exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. However, seeing the progenitor's nonchalant demeanor compelled them to temporarily lower their guard. That moment, Zhang Xiaofan took a cautious step forward and asked, "I have heard that this slaughtering world conceals numerous secrets. Could you share some with us? I would be delighted to engage in discourse with you," the progenitor replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before narrowing as a knowing smile emerged. "Ah, it seems you possess a keen interest in this world. Very well. Since you have come this far, I do not mind revealing some intriguing insights." With that, the progenitor waved his hand slightly, and a surge of powerful energy enveloped the space. The surroundings of the temple began to shift, ultimately transforming into a grand map projection that floated before them. This world indeed harbors many unknown secrets. What you see now is merely the surface. The progenitor explained slowly that in this vast realm, potent and enigmatic forces exist everywhere. As for me, as the deity of this world, I naturally possess knowledge of matters beyond your wildest imagination. The crowd held their breath, intently observing the holographic map before them. It was adorned with an array of peculiar marks and symbols, evoking an infinite sense of mystery. For instance, in the deepest recesses of this world lies a place known as the source of all spirits. Legend has it that whoever masters the power there can dominate all that exists within this realm. Suddenly, the ancestor paused, squinting as he scrutinized the reactions of the onlookers. The source of all spirits, such formidable power. Why would you divulge this to us? Zhang Xiaofan inquired, his brow furrowed, revealing a hint of wariness in his gaze. "Haha, do you truly believe I would selflessly share such secrets?" The ancestor scoffed coldly. "I certainly have my own motives. If I can devour you little ones, I shall regain a portion of my strength." With that, he waved his hand, causing the holographic map to tremble violently, and the surrounding scenery began to twist and distort incessantly. "What is this?" Before he could finish, a tremendous gravitational force suddenly engulfed everyone, as if attempting to tear them apart. Zhang Xiaofan instinctively activated his various abilities, striving to resist this overwhelming force. Yet he soon felt his strength rapidly draining away, that a sense of dread washed over him. He realized this was undoubtedly the ancestor's scheme. "This scoundrel is playing us." He seethed, gritting his teeth as he summoned all his might to charge towards the source of the gravity. The others, too, fought desperately against the force, but ultimately they were wholly consumed, vanishing into a swarm of luminous orbs, just as despair settled over them. A familiar aura suddenly materialized beside Zhang Xiaofan. Instinctively, He turned to see it was Baiming Shui. Xiao Shui, Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed in astonishment. I have been here before. Follow me. Baiming Shui grasped Zhang Xiaofan's hand tightly, and in an instant they transformed into a streak of light, breaking free from the powerful gravitational pull and fleeing the temple. They vanished into a radiant glow, landing upon a desolate plain. That force was truly terrifying. Thank goodness you acted in time, Zhang Xiaofan panted. Baiming Shui nodded silently. I just expended my hidden ability, survival. It can only be used once. From here on, we must exercise greater caution that I cannot fathom the ancestor's intentions. He has killed so many in one fell swoop. Indeed, it is perplexing what he seeks to accomplish. However, we have at least managed to escape from there. Zhang Xiaofan surveyed their surroundings, noting the desolation, devoid of any signs of life. This place appears utterly barren. Where should we go from here? Baiming Shui inquired. I do not know, but we should find a place to hide. That fellow will surely pursue us swiftly, Zhang Xiaofan suggested, beginning to scan the area. Just then, a rumble echoed from the sky, and the two looked up to see a flying vessel descending towards them. Quick, hide, Zhang Xiaofan urged, pulling Baiming Shui behind a rocky outcrop. The vessel landed gently on the plain, and a tall man clad in silver armor emerged, surveying his surroundings. There are indeed people here. Could they be the chosen ones for this mission? The man muttered to himself. Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui exchanged glances, silently speculating. Could this be another area of the killing world? Noticing the absence of any nearby activity, the man re-entered the vessel. Moments later, the vessel ascended once more, soaring off in another direction. Once the man had departed, Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui cautiously emerged from their hiding spot. It seems this place is also part of the killing world. Have we been transported to another area? Zhang Xiaofan mused. Regardless, our immediate priority is to find a secure location and evade the ancestors' pursuit, Baiming Shui stated soberly. The two ventured into a valley, seeking a concealed cave to take refuge. Let us rest here for a while and then devise a plan to leave, Zhang Xiaofan said, settling down. Baiming Shui nodded and sat beside him. They fell into silence, both contemplating their next steps. Just then, unusual sounds emanated from outside the cave, heightening their alertness. Someone is coming, Baiming Shui said, clenching her fists, prepared for battle. Zhang Xiaofan quietly activated his invisibility ability as they cautiously approached the cave entrance, ready to confront the intruder. After a moment, a diminutive figure gradually made its way inside. Wait, I assent that the person from the flying vessel, Zhang Xiaofan whispered in surprise. Indeed, it was the silver-armored man who had just disembarked from the vessel. However, he appeared somewhat fatigued, his face smeared with dust. It seems he has encountered some trouble, Baiming Shui observed quietly. The two watched silently, eager to see what would transpire next. The man scanned the cave, seemingly searching for something. Shortly after, he retrieved a small device from his backpack and began fiddling with it. What is that? Zhang Xiaofan asked curiously. It is likely some sort of detection equipment, Baiming Shui speculated. Sure enough, the man soon confirmed that the cave bore no peculiarities and returned the device to his bag. Just then, a tremendous roar erupted from outside, startling everyone. What was that sound? The man asked warily. Peering outside, Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui exchanged tense glances. Could another dangerous creature be approaching? Before long, a colossal beast appeared at the cave entrance, its body clad in tough scales, lunging towards them with ferocious intent. Get back, the man shouted, swiftly drawing a massive ion cannon from his backpack and unleashing a barrage of fire upon the creature. The beast let out a pained roar, but did not fall. Instead, it charged even more fiercely at the man. Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui, witnessing this, activated their respective abilities to assist in repelling the fierce creature. Baiming Shui wielded her water manipulation ability, directing torrents of water to strike the beast, while Zhang Xiaofan employed his smoke ability to engulf the battlefield in a thick haze, obscuring the creature's vision and hindering its attacks. Through their combined efforts, the beast gradually weakened and ultimately collapsed to the ground. Phew, we finally took it down. The man wiped the sweat from his brow, stowing away the ion cannon. Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui sighed in relief and stepped out. Thank you for your assistance. The man nodded toward them. It seems we are fellow travelers. Are you also a chosen one of the killing world? Zhang Xiaofan inquired. Yes, I am Hector, a mech warrior. The man introduced himself. May I ask your names? I am Zhang Xiaofan, and this is Baiming Shui, that we too are chosen ones of the killing world. Zhang Xiaofan replied, then asked, from which area do you hail, Hector? I am not entirely sure. However, that vessel earlier was likely a transport device from another area. Hector explained, I have not been here long, having been searching for a hiding place, and I did not expect to encounter both of you. It seems we share a similar predicament, Baiming Shui remarked subtly. Since we are in the same refuge, why not join forces and confront the dangers of the killing world together? Hector pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, then let us form an alliance to support one another, he proposed. Let it be so. Zhang Xiaofan extended his hand, shaking Hector's firmly. Together, let us strive for survival. Thus, Zhang Xiaofan, Baiming Shui, and Hector formed a temporary team, embarking on a shared journey to navigate the perils of the killing world. Here, they would face numerous life and death trials, ever vigilant against the ancestors' pursuit. Yet, as long as they remained united, supporting one another, they believed that one day they would escape this brutal realm. Just as the three were deliberating their strategy, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Someone is coming. Hector immediately became alert, tightly gripping the ion cannon in his hand. Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui also instantly entered a combat stance, bracing themselves for the impending challenge. Before long, a group of soldiers clad in silver battle armor appeared at the cave entrance. Among them, a burly man stepped forward, surveying the cavern. At last, we have found you. The man said coldly, the chosen ones of the world of slaughter. We have been searching for you for quite some time. That a heavy dread settled in Zhang Xiaofan and his companions' hearts. Could it be that these individuals were also a part of the world of slaughter? Were they here to confront them? Who are you? What is your purpose? Hector inquired warily. We are the pioneers of the world of slaughter. The man replied indifferently. Our objective is quite simple, to eliminate all chosen ones. What? Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui gasped in shock. Indeed, the rule of the world of slaughter is to kill until the last person remains. As chosen ones, you are naturally among our targets. As he spoke. The man raised his weapon. Look out! Take cover! Hector shouted, raising the ion cannon and unleashing a barrage of fire upon the soldiers. Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui swiftly activated their respective talents, engaging in a fierce battle with the soldiers. Under the cover of gunfire and icy mist, the trio continuously retreated, seeking an opportunity to escape. It seems we have encountered a grave predicament this time. Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed amidst the chaos. Hold on. We will surely find a way out. Baiming Shui clenched her fists, valiantly fending off the enemy's attacks. The three of them resolutely resisted the onslaught of the soldiers, but as time passed, their stamina began to dwindle. Just at that critical moment, a deafening roar emanated from outside the cave as a flying vessel descended rapidly from the sky. What? More people are coming. The man looked on in astonishment as the vessel landed. As soon as the vessel touched down, several soldiers clad in golden armor rushed out, swiftly encircling the silver-armored soldiers. Everyone, stand down. An elderly voice boomed from the flying vessel. Zhang Xiaofan and his companions looked up to see an old man with white hair and beard descending slowly. Who are you to interfere with our actions? The man shouted in fury that I am the only immortal in this region. Han Waya, the elder replied calmly. You pioneers have taken it upon yourselves to attack the chosen ones. This is utterly unacceptable. What? The man was clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Since you insist on targeting these chosen ones, I must intervene, Han Waya declared, waving his hand, prompting the golden-armored soldiers to charge forward. As the silver-armored soldiers began to retreat in disarray, Zhang Xiaofan and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared they had encountered the master of the world of slaughter, with Han Waya's assistance. The pioneers were soon defeated and forced to flee in panic. Once the battle concluded, Han Waya approached Zhang Xiaofan and the others, offering a slight smile. You performed admirably. It seems your strength should not be underestimated. You are the only immortal in this region. Zhang Xiaofan felt a sense of awe. Indeed, I am Han Waya. The elder nodded. I have been observing the performance of these chosen ones in the shadows, and am pleased to see that you managed to escape successfully. What was the deal with those people earlier? They claimed they wanted to eliminate all chosen ones, Bai Ming-shui asked, frowning. Those individuals are pioneers sent from above to assess the strength of the chosen ones. Han Waya explained. The rules of the world of slaughter indeed dictate that only the last person standing can emerge victorious. However, I do not wish to see all the chosen ones slaughter each other to the bitter end. So you do not desire for us all to be killed? Hector inquired. Correct, Han Waya affirmed that I hope that through such tests, we can identify the most powerful chosen ones, enabling them to ultimately advance to become immortals. I see, Zhang Xiaofan said, realization dawning upon him. Then why are you sharing this with us? Because I recognize your strength and potential, Han Waya replied with a faint smile, that I believe that as long as you unite, you can ascend to the pinnacle of this world, that I need allies. Zhang Xiaofan, Bai Ming-shui, and Hector exchanged glances, their expressions revealing some skepticism toward Han Waya's words. So, how should we proceed? Zhang Xiaofan asked cautiously. Quite simply, continue to survive in this world and recruit as many powerful individuals as possible to join your ranks. Han Waya instructed. As long as you can become immortals in this world, you will qualify to collaborate with me. Understood? Zhang Xiaofan nodded. Then let us press on with our efforts. Han Waya nodded in satisfaction, then provided a few additional instructions before turning back to the flying vessel. Once Han Waya's vessel had departed completely, Zhang Xiaofan and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. It seems we are safe for the time being, Hector remarked. However, their moment of tranquility did not last long. Just as they began discussing their next course of action, a colossal aura suddenly emerged within their perception range. The presence felt as though a ferocious beast had descended, sending chills down their spines. Be careful, the ancestor is coming, Zhang Xiaofan shouted. And no sooner had he spoken, a dark figure plummeted from the sky, materializing before them as a tall, imposing man. This man exuded a powerful aura of killing intent, making it hard to breathe. So, you are hiding here, the ancestor sneered. It seems you truly possess some skill to have caught Han Waya's interest. However, to me, you are merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Without hesitation, the ancestor charged at Zhang Xiaofan and the others. Zhang Xiaofan quickly led Bai Ming-shui and Hector to evade, while simultaneously launching a counterattack. He summoned the water flow control talent within him, transforming into an unstoppable water dragon that surged fiercely toward the ancestor. Meanwhile, Bai Ming-shui activated her ice talent, conjuring a formidable ice wall around the ancestor in an attempt to obstruct his advance. Hector, from the rear, continuously provided support for his companions, unleashing various offensive spells. Although the trio fought together to resist, they could still hardly shake the ancestor's formidable presence. The man appeared as an unyielding deity, effortlessly dismantling their assaults. How laughable! The ancestor mocked, shattering the ice wall Bai Ming-shui had formed with a single blow, then delivering a heavy punch that struck Zhang Xiaofan directly. Zhang Xiaofan felt as though an immense mountain had crashed down upon him, waves of agony washing over him. The water dragon he had painstakingly conjured dissipated in an instant, forcing him to stagger backward. Seeing this, Bai Ming-shui and Hector had no choice but to temporarily retreat. They understood that defeating this formidable being would not be an easy feat. It seems you are not yet qualified to face me, the ancestor taunted, gazing down at the staggering trio. But worry not, I shall let you experience the taste of suffering worse than death. With that, he advanced menacingly toward them once more. Zhang Xiaofan, Bai Ming-shui, and Hector watched in terror as the ancestor approached, a wave of despair surging within them. They realized that their current strength was utterly insufficient to contend with him, yet they felt powerless to act. Just when they found themselves in a dire situation, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly conceived a bold idea. He swiftly summoned the devouring talent within him and directed it toward the ancestor with fierce intent. A tremendous force of absorption enveloped the ancestor, ensnaring him entirely. The ancestor, clearly caught off guard by such an attack, found himself unable to escape for a moment. What? You possess such an ability? The ancestor roared in a mix of astonishment and fury. Yet at that moment, he suddenly felt a profound pain that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. He felt as though his very essence was being gradually siphoned away. Zhang Xiaofan fixed his gaze intently on the devoured Yunzu. A fervent gleam flickering in his eyes, he sensed his power escalating at a visibly rapid pace, while the Yunzu that had once instilled fear within him now appeared astonishingly insignificant beneath his consuming force. At last, amidst a cacophony of horrifying screams, the Yunzu's form began to fade into transparency, until it ultimately vanished completely within Zhang Xiaofan's voracious power. He stood motionless, emanating a formidable aura. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with a frigid light. "I have succeeded," he murmured to himself. "I have finally surpassed the so-called." Beiming Shui and Hector stared in disbelief at the scene before them, unable to fathom the reality. They had never anticipated that Zhang Xiaofan would possess such formidable devouring capabilities, capable of annihilating even the Yunzu. "Impossible," Hector muttered. "That fellow is actually devoured like this. It seems our Xiaofan is no longer the Zhang Xiaofan he once was." Beiming Shui remarked coolly. "He has ascended to an entirely new echelon." Zhang Xiaofan gradually retracted his devouring power. At that moment, his level had surpassed the 10th, transforming him into a genuine immortal. "What shall we do next?" he inquired calmly. "I believe we should leave this place as swiftly as possible," Beiming Shui suggested. "It is no longer safe here." "Very well," Zhang Xiaofan nodded. "Let us depart." The trio then vacated the area, journeying toward the unknown horizon. Just as their figures faded from sight beyond the horizon, a wisp of black smoke suddenly coalesced in their wake, and a chilling voice echoed through the air. "Umph. So, it is that it appears you truly possess some prowess, being able to vanquish the Yunzu. However, this is merely the beginning. I shall continue to keep a watchful eye on you." Following this harrowing battle, the strength of Zhang Xiaofan and his companions saw further enhancement, particularly for Zhang Xiaofan. With his innate devouring talent, he had slain the formidable Yunzu, elevating himself to the status of an immortal. At this juncture, he was no longer the passive Zhang Xiaofan of yore. Rather, he had transformed into a decisive and ruthless entity, akin to a merciless machine of slaughter. "Where do we go from here?" Hector asked with concern. "Since Han Wui has extended an invitation for us to join his ranks, let us seek him for the time being," Zhang Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. "There, we may discover further opportunities for growth." "But we have just slain the Yunzu. Will this not attract more trouble?" Beiming Shui voiced her apprehension. "Fear not," Zhang Xiaofan scoffed. "With me here, none shall harm us." Having said that, he strode toward the direction of Han Wui. Beiming Shui and Hector exchanged glances, then followed suit. In no time, they arrived at the location of Han Wui's flying vessel. Upon seeing their safe return, Han Wui was taken aback. "It seems you handled yourselves quite well," he remarked with a smile. "By the way, I heard you have just dispatched the Yunzu. Quite an impressive feat indeed." Zhang Xiaofan nodded. "We have surpassed the so-called Yunzu. Now, we come to join your faction." "Excellent, excellent," Han Wui replied with satisfaction. "With skilled individuals like you among us, I am confident my plan shall succeed." He gestured for them to board the flying vessel. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan and his companions complied. The moment they stepped aboard, Zhang Xiaofan felt a newfound surge in his power, but he recognized that this was a result of having just assimilated the Yunzu's strength, significantly augmenting his own capabilities. That it appears our collaborative relationship will be quite enduring. Han Wui remarked with a smile. "I shall provide you with more opportunities to continue your ascent." "That would be splendid," Zhang Xiaofan replied with a grin. "I too eagerly anticipate the forthcoming developments." As time flew by under Han Wui's guidance, Zhang Xiaofan and his companions' powers steadily escalated. They vanquished countless formidable foes, amassing a wealth of experience and resources, until one day, Zhang Xiaofan unexpectedly received a special mission: to venture into a hidden realm and seek a legendary artifact. It is said that this artifact possesses immense power. Once acquired, our strength will ascend to new heights, Han Wui informed Zhang Xiaofan. "However, this hidden realm is fraught with dangers, so you must proceed with caution." "Rest assured," Zhang Xiaofan retorted with a cold smirk, "with me around, no peril is insurmountable." Having said that, he embarked on the journey to the hidden realm with Bai Shui and Hector. Along the way, they encountered various obstacles and challenges, yet Zhang Xiaofan effortlessly resolved them all. His power had reached a staggering pinnacle. Even the mightiest adversaries fell before him with ease. Finally, after overcoming numerous arduous trials, the trio arrived at the heart of the hidden realm, where a majestic temple stood, radiating a potent wave of energy. "This must be it," Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the temple. The artifact he sought was undoubtedly within. "What are we waiting for?" Bai Shui urged. "Let us hasten inside and claim it." "Indeed," Zhang Xiaofan concurred. "Follow my lead." The three approached the temple with utmost caution, but just as they were about to step inside, a dark figure descended from the heavens, blocking their path. "You wish to enter and pilfer the artifact? Not a chance," the shadow intoned coldly. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct us?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired icily. "I am an enemy of Han Wui, and your nemesis as well." The shadow slowly revealed its true form. "You insignificant ants dare to covet the artifact? How utterly laughable!" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan felt a shiver run down his spine. He sensed that this adversary's strength was anything but ordinary. And so what? "With me here, you shall not thwart us," Zhang Xiaofan retorted with a sneer, activating his innate abilities, preparing for battle. Bai Shui and Hector tensed, adopting combat stances. "Oh, you truly believe your paltry strength can deter me?" The shadow scoffed. "It seems I must teach you arrogant insects a lesson." As soon as the words left his lips, he launched a ferocious assault on the trio. Zhang Xiaofan, Bai Shui, and Hector found themselves embroiled in a breathtaking struggle for survival, exerting every ounce of strength to confront this formidable foe. Yet the opponent's power was overwhelmingly superior, seemingly crushing them beneath its weight. "How can this be?" Hector shouted in despair. "We have become so strong, yet we cannot match him." "Do not give up," Bai Shui urged through gritted teeth, "as long as we coordinate effectively. Victory shall be ours." Zhang Xiaofan clenched his teeth. His muscles taut with tension, he had exerted all his might, yet the enemy's prowess was insurmountable, leaving him a loss. Just as the trio was on the brink of collapse, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly remembered his most potent talent. Devouring. Of course, I still possess this trump card. He resolved inwardly, immediately activating his formidable devouring ability and lunging toward the shadow with fervor. This time, the force of his devouring exceeded all prior instances. The shadow emitted a piercing scream, completely enveloped by Zhang Xiaofan's consuming power. "Impossible! How can this be?" The shadow roared in despair. "How can I be devoured by a mere human?" The echoes of the shadow's agonizing cries reverberated across the desolate battlefield. Zhang Xiaofan fixed his gaze on the figure he had consumed, his expression icy and resolute. This adversary, once a seemingly insurmountable threat, was now retreating under the weight of his devouring might. "How can this be?" The shadow's voice brimmed with resentment and terror. "I am clearly a god-tier powerhouse. How can I be consumed by an insignificant human?" Zhang Xiaofan chuckled coldly. "You are nothing extraordinary that I in this world of slaughter. Only the most formidable beings can endure. Yet it is evident that you are woefully inadequate." After uttering these words, he unleashed the full extent of his devouring power. The shadow emitted a final, anguished howl as its entire form was utterly consumed by Zhang Xiaofan's voracious force. Disintegrating into nothingness. "It is done," Zhang Xiaofan remarked, retracting his devouring energy, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he surveyed the various newly coalesced powers in his hand. Beside him, Bai Shui and Hector stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they had believed their defeat and demise were imminent, only to witness Zhang Xiaofan unleash such extraordinary power, effortlessly devouring their formidable adversary. "Your devouring ability is truly remarkable," Bai Shui exclaimed. "It is worthy of being your signature skill." "Indeed, it is nothing short of astonishing," Hector concurred, unable to contain his awe. "Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would scarcely believe that a mere human could achieve such prowess." Zhang Xiaofan offered a faint smile. "This is merely a fraction of my capability that I in this world of slaughter. Possessing sufficient strength is paramount." With that, he surveyed his surroundings. noting the dramatic transformation of the environment. What was once a vast battlefield was now littered with debris and fragments, bearing the scars of destruction. It appears the recent battle was indeed fierce. He murmured to himself, but this also presents an excellent opportunity for me to absorb even greater power. With that thought, he activated his devouring ability once more, voraciously sweeping through everything in his vicinity. Whether it be the rubble on the ground or the wreckage in the air, anything he could consume was drawn into his grasp. This time, the power he absorbed surpassed all previous levels. Reaching terrifying new heights, the remnants and fragments were ground to dust before being transformed into streams of energy that surged into his being. What an incredible strength! Bai Ming Shui gasped. I have never seen anyone capable of such feats. Hector, equally astonished, could hardly comprehend the spectacle before him. He had never imagined that a mere human could possess such terrifying devouring abilities, resembling a veritable monster. Just as the two were grappling with their disbelief, Zhang Xiaofan's consumption finally came to an end. He slowly opened his eyes, a newfound power gleaming within them. Well, my strength has significantly increased, he stated casually, yet it is still insufficient. I must continue to grow stronger. Bai Ming Shui and Hector exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Though they too were strong within the realm of slaughter, their abilities paled in comparison to Zhang Xiaofan's. You too as well, Zhang Xiaofan remarked. Glancing at them, since we have come this far, we must become even more formidable. Furthermore, with our current strength, there is no need to remain dependent on Han Wuyo. We need not return. The law of this slaughterous world dictates that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Only through relentless self-improvement can one survive in such a brutal environment, relying on no one else. That I understand that perfectly. Bai Ming Shui nodded. But to become as powerful as you, it will likely require a considerable amount of time and effort. Indeed, we have a long journey ahead, Hector sighed, but as long as you are with us, I believe we can navigate through these trying times. Zhang Xiaofan smiled gently. Excellent, since you both grasp this truth. Let us strive together. However, before we proceed, there's an important matter we must address. What is it? Bai Ming Shui inquired, puzzled. It is to fulfill my new task. Zhang Xiaofan replied nonchalantly, I have just received a cleansing mission, and its completion will yield substantial rewards. This is undoubtedly a splendid opportunity for us to accelerate our growth. That I see, Hector exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to complete the task. Indeed, I too am eager to grow stronger. Bai Ming Shui's eyes sparkled with determination. With sufficient power, we will surely establish our foothold in this world of slaughter. Zhang Xiaofan nodded affirmatively. Very well. Let us set forth immediately. By the way, there is something I must share with you. What is it? Bai Ming Shui and Hector asked in unison. That I discovered that during my consumption of that formidable foe, my devouring ability underwent certain changes. Zhang Xiaofan spoke slowly. Not only has it grown more powerful, but it has also bestowed upon me new abilities. New abilities? Bai Ming Shui asked, astonished. What kind of abilities? Firstly, my smoke talent has been upgraded to grade B. Zhang Xiaofan stated nonchalantly. This means I can now release even more potent toxic smoke, inflicting greater harm upon my enemies. That is splendid. Hector exclaimed excitedly. With such a powerful offensive means, we will undoubtedly gain a decisive advantage in future battles. Moreover, my abilities in invisibility and water control have also been elevated to grade B, Zhang Xiaofan continued, thus enhancing both my mobility and my offensive capabilities significantly. Incredible, Bai Ming Shui marveled. It seems your devouring ability is truly extraordinary. And there is one final enhancement, Zhang Xiaofan said solemnly. After consuming that powerful enemy, it appears I have acquired an entirely new ability. What ability? Bai Ming Shui and Hector asked in unison. That I have gained an ice affinity. Zhang Xiaofan stated calmly. Now I can not only manipulate water flow, but also command ice elements, granting me formidable ice-based offensive capabilities. Ice affinity? Bai Ming Shui's eyes widened. That is truly astonishing. I have never heard of anyone possessing both water and ice affinity simultaneously. Indeed, it is nothing short of miraculous, Hector echoed, his disbelief palpable. Could it be that you are the most powerful being in this world of slaughter? Zhang Xiaofan smiled faintly. Perhaps. However, We must hasten to fulfill our task. I believe that as long as we continue to strive, we shall undoubtedly become even stronger. With that, the trio swiftly made their way to the mission location. Throughout their journey, Zhang Xiaofan pondered the implications of his newfound ice affinity. This ability filled him with excitement, as it not only significantly enhanced his offensive power, but also provided him with greater adaptability. However, he was acutely aware of a harsh reality. Possessing such formidable talents would undoubtedly attract more formidable foes. In this world of slaughter, only the strongest could endure, and he had now embarked on an irrevocable path. I must become even stronger, he resolved inwardly, knowing that this was the only way to survive in such a ruthless world, protecting himself and those around him. Soon, they arrived at their task destination. It was a remote valley, seemingly calm and serene. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan sensed a powerful energy fluctuation. It appears this is the target of our mission. He stated gravely, "Everyone be cautious. Do not let your guard down. Rest assured, with you here, we have little to fear," Bai Mingshui replied confidently. "Once we complete this task, we will be one step closer to becoming stronger. Indeed, we must give it our all this time." Hector clenched his fists. "No matter what enemies we face, we shall secure victory." After devising their strategy, the three cautiously entered the valley. Before long, they discovered a massive, slumbering creature resting quietly at the valley's bottom. "This is it," Zhang Xiaofan whispered. "Let us proceed carefully and avoid waking it." "Understood. We shall act with utmost caution." Bai Mingshui nodded, her gaze sharp and focused. The trio approached the slumbering beast stealthily, preparing for a surprise attack. Just then, a violent surge of energy erupted from the valley floor, and the sleeping creature abruptly opened its eyes. "It seems we have been detected." Zhang Xiaofan narrowed his gaze. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. This battle will be fierce." "No problem." As Bai Mingshui and Hector responded simultaneously, the weapons in their hands glimmered with a chilling light. Suddenly, the enormous creature let out a deafening roar, causing the entire valley to tremble. It opened its gaping maw and lunged towards the three of them. Zhang Xiaofan observed the scene with calm composure as water and frost began to coalesce in his hands. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Bai Mingshui and Hector. "Are you prepared? This battle will be against the most formidable foe we have encountered thus far." "Ready," the two replied in unison. Zhang Xiaofan nodded, a powerful aura emanating from him. "Then let us unite and vanquish this terrifying beast." No sooner had he spoken than the trio launched a fierce assault. Zhang Xiaofan manipulated the water and frost, unleashing a barrage of potent ice attacks, while Bai Mingshui and Hector coordinated their strikes alongside him. The battle was exceptionally intense, tearing the valley asunder. Despite the creature's immense strength, it suffered grievous blows under their combined onslaught. "What formidable power!" The creature roared in agony. "You dare to injure me? It seems you are not worthy adversaries." Coldly, Zhang Xiaofan retorted, "Allow me to teach you a lesson." With that, he unleashed his most potent ice attack, and a colossal ice pillar pierced the creature's body in an instant. "Impossible!" The creature let out a final, anguished cry. "How could I be defeated by mere humans?" At that moment, its entire form shattered into fragments, vanishing amidst the swirling snowflakes. Mission accomplished. Zhang Xiaofan retracted his ice attack, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "It appears our efforts were not in vain." "Marvelous!" Bai Mingshui exclaimed. "We have finally triumphed over this formidable enemy. This battle was exhilarating." "Indeed, our strength has truly grown." Hector chimed in with a smile. "I believe that with continued effort, we will one day reach Zhang Xiaofan's level." Zhang Xiaofan nodded slightly, agreeing with Hector's words. "Yes, we shall become stronger. However, before that, we have another matter to attend to." He gazed towards the center of the valley, where a powerful energy wave was emanating. "The system reward is about to arrive, and we must prepare ourselves to receive this special reward." With that, he strode towards the central location, followed closely by Bai Mingshui and Hector. Moments later, a dazzling light descended from the heavens, coalescing into a massive energy sphere at the heart of the valley. The energy sphere radiated a chilling aura, resembling an extraordinarily precious treasure. "Is this the system's reward?" Bai Mingshui asked in astonishment. "It looks incredibly powerful." Indeed, Zhang Xiaofan replied, his gaze fixed intently on the energy sphere. For what I understand, this should be an extremely rare ice artifact. Mastering its power will undoubtedly elevate our strength once more. Slowly, he extended his hand, preparing to touch the radiant energy sphere. Suddenly, the sphere emitted a piercing shriek, and a wave of immense energy surged towards them. Be careful, Bai Mingshui shouted. The three quickly dodged, but still felt the energy's impact. Staggering back, this power is overwhelming. Hector gasped. It seems this artifact is no ordinary object. Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow, staring at the restless energy sphere. This thing is remarkably powerful. Could it possess some unique attribute? Just then, the energy sphere erupted in blinding light, and an ice-blue beam shot towards them in an instant. The trio hurriedly deployed their defenses, yet they were struck by the beam, feeling a sudden numbness spread through their bodies. What kind of attack is this? Bai Mingshui exclaimed. My body feels paralyzed. It's a freezing attack. Zhang Xiaofan gritted his teeth. It appears this artifact not only possesses astonishing power, but also harbors special attributes. We must tread carefully as they struggled against the freezing effect. The energy sphere began to expand rapidly, causing the entire valley to tremble violently. Oh no, it's going to explode, Hector cried in terror. The three, disregarding everything else, summoned all their strength in an attempt to prevent the energy sphere from detonating. But it was too late. The massive energy sphere erupted, unleashing an icy blast that engulfed them. Ah! They screamed in despair, completely submerged in ice and snow, struggling to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, the frigid air gradually dissipated. Zhang Xiaofan trembled as he opened his eyes, astonished to find himself unscathed. Looking down, he discovered his body encased in a thin layer of ice armor. What is this? Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed in amazement. Have I absorbed the power of that ice artifact? He quickly assessed his abilities, realizing that his previous talents had received minor upgrades. Additionally, he had acquired a brand new ability, B-grade ice armor. Remarkable! Zhang Xiaofan marveled. It seems this artifact is indeed extraordinary. It not only possesses immense power, but also enhances my abilities. He turned to see Bai Mingshui and Hector emerging from the ice and snow, both enveloped in ice energy. You two have also gained the artifact's power, Zhang Xiaofan said joyfully. It appears we have finally encountered a breakthrough in our strength. Absolutely, this is fantastic, Bai Mingshui exclaimed. With these powerful ice abilities, I believe we will navigate the world of slaughter with greater ease. Indeed, Hector nodded. From this day forward, we shall strive even harder to elevate our strength, aiming to surpass those terrifying aberrant creatures. The three exchanged determined smiles, resolved to exert their utmost in this brutal world of carnage. Just then, they heard a faint groan nearby. Following the sound, they spotted a barely breathing humanoid creature struggling not far away. What is that? Bai Mingshui asked, frowning. Zhang Xiaofan scrutinized the creature, and his expression changed to one of astonishment. This is an aberrant creature we defeated. It is still alive? He hurried over, crouching down to examine the creature closely. It was covered in wounds, barely clinging to life, yet still struggling to maintain its final signs of existence. Incredible! It has not completely perished, Zhang Xiaofan remarked, frowning. It seems that even the most powerful aberrant creatures cannot escape the fate of death under our assault. Bai Mingshui and Hector approached to observe, and upon witnessing the creature's painful condition, they furrowed their brows. That it looks so pitiful, Bai Mingshui murmured. Perhaps we should let it go. Let it go. Zhang Xiaofan shot her a cold glance. Have you forgotten the rules of this world? Here, slaughter and strength are the only means of survival. We must not show mercy. But Bai Mingshui hesitated, a surge of sympathy for the creature welling up within her. Enough, Zhang Xiaofan interrupted. Having chosen this path, we must be prepared to abandon our compassion at any moment. Otherwise, we will inevitably be consumed by this cruel world. As he spoke, he extended his hand, poised to extinguish the life of the creature before him. Yet at that very moment, the dying being suddenly opened its eyes and emitted a faint cry for help. Save me! Save me! It trembled. I do not wish to die. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. his hand involuntarily pausing mid-air to gaze into the creature's fearful and pleading eyes, a flicker of hesitation unexpectedly rising within him. "Please, do not kill me," the creature murmured weakly. "I shall be obedient and will not harm you again." Hearing these words stirred something within Zhang Xiaofan. He had always been a decisive and cold-hearted individual. Yet at this moment, he felt a subtle pang of guilt. Perhaps the creature's pitiable state had evoked a semblance of compassion within him. Just as Zhang Xiaofan wrestled with his indecision, Bai Mingshui suddenly spoke up. "Zhang Xiaofan, I believe we should give it a chance." Zhang Xiaofan turned in astonishment to regard her. "What? Are you serious?" Bai Mingshui nodded resolutely. "Yes, I think we should attempt to save it. Even if it was once our enemy, it is now entirely at our mercy, as beings of greater power. Should we not extend a modicum of mercy?" Hector chimed in agreement. "I concur with Bai Mingshui. We have already achieved victory. There is no need to inflict further harm upon this nearly lifeless creature. Why not grant an opportunity for renewal?" Zhang Xiaofan fell silent for a moment, his gaze flitting between the creature and his two companions. Finally, he sighed and said, "Very well, since you both advocate for this, I shall spare it for now. However, should it exhibit any further transgressions, I will not hesitate to act." "Thank you, Zhang Xiaofan," Bai Mingshui replied, her voice filled with relief. "That I believe that if given a chance, it will strive to amend its ways." With that, she stepped forward and gently cradled the dying creature in her arms. The creature cast a grateful look at her, as if finally relinquishing its last vestige of defense. The trio slowly made their way out of the snow-laden valley. With Zhang Xiaofan deep in thought, his brow furrowed, a whirlpool of conflicting emotions swirling within him, he had never imagined that he could be swayed by the pleas of a dying creature from another world. This realization profoundly impacted him, illuminating a glimmer of humanity that persisted even within this brutal realm of slaughter. Perhaps the world was not merely black and white, good and evil. Rather, within every individual lies a struggle between benevolence and malevolence. A delicate balance that must be continually navigated. This decision would undoubtedly complicate their survival in a world defined by violence. However, the true test lay in their ability to retain a shred of humanity amidst such chaos. Just as they were about to exit the valley, a sudden surge of potent energy cascaded down from the heavens. "Oh no! What now?" Hector exclaimed nervously. The trio scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance, ultimately spotting a colossal figure approaching rapidly on the horizon. It was a terrifying beast, towering several dozen meters high, its body cloaked in hard black scales, filled with razor-sharp fangs, exuding a chilling aura. "What on earth is that?" Bai Mingshui gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Its power appears to be beyond imagination." "I have no idea," Zhang Xiaofan replied, furrowing his brow, "but it seems to have been drawn here by our battle. We must prepare ourselves for confrontation." The three quickly set the creature they had rescued aside and assumed their battle stances. As the monster drew near, they unleashed a formidable barrage of attacks. Intertwining ice energy, torrents of water, and toxic mists, creating a spectacular display in the air. However, when their assault met the beast's tough hide, it left only the faintest marks. The creature let out an earth-shattering roar and lunged towards them with its gaping maw. "Damn, its defense is impenetrable," Hector shouted in alarm. "Our attacks are utterly ineffective." "No, we must find a way to breach its defenses," Zhang Xiaofan declared with determination. "Otherwise, even this ice artifact will struggle to manifest its true power before it." The trio launched another vigorous offensive, yet the beast remained unfazed, steadily advancing as if intent on trampling them. In the face of impending doom, the dying creature suddenly fought its way to its feet. Letting out a piercing scream at the monster, "Stop!" it cried, trembling, "Do not harm them." Astonishingly, this outcry captured the beast's attention. It halted, turning to regard the creature with a low growl. "What is happening?" Bai Mingshui exclaimed in astonishment. It actually heeded that creature's command? "I do not know." Zhang Xiaofan squinted, observing this peculiar scene. Could there be a connection between them? Just as the trio pondered this mystery, the creature implored the beast. "My lord, please do not harm them. They have spared my life, and I do not wish for you to harm my benefactors." The beast growled several times, seemingly contemplating this request. After a moment, it gradually retracted its aggression and turned away. The three stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. What just happened? Hector murmured. That creature was able to command such a powerful monster. It seems we have underestimated this creature's strength. Zhang Xiaofan mused that it appears to possess some unique ability to influence the actions of other beings. Could it be the ruler of this slaughtering world? Bai Ming Shui speculated. And oh wonder it is so formidable. The creature turned, offering a weak smile to the trio. Thank you for your mercy. I am Alpha, a member of the beast royalty in this slaughtering world. The monster you just faced is one of my subjects. And I commanded it not to harm you. Zhang Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. A member of the royalty? It seems we have encountered a rather exceptional being. But if you are of royal blood, how were we able to defeat you? Alpha sighed, because I have indeed lost a significant portion of my power. In this world of slaughter, formidable beings continuously emerge, challenging my sovereign position. Not long ago, I was gravely injured in a fierce battle and nearly lost my life. Fortunately, you arrived in time to prevent my complete demise. I see. Zhang Xiaofan nodded. It appears you are not invincible after all. But why did you specifically choose to spare us? Was it merely because we extended you a chance? Alpha smiled gently. No, it is not solely for that reason. I have been observing the three of you and have noted that despite existing in this brutal world, you still retain a semblance of humanity. This brings me great comfort. You not only spared my life, but also bravely confronted that formidable beast. Maintain kindness in a world defined by slaughter is indeed a rare virtue. Thus, I have decided to offer you an opportunity to join my royal family. Join your royal family? Zhang Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. You mean you wish for us to become your subjects? No, not in that manner. Alpha quickly clarified that I wish for you to become part of the royal family, to rule alongside me in this slaughtering world. As members of the royalty, you will not only gain formidable power, but also wield your influence to uphold peace in this realm. Peace? Zhang Xiaofan scoffed. In a world where only the strong survive, how can you speak of peace? Do you not realize that only through relentless slaughter and conflict can we grow stronger? I understand your perspective. Alpha nodded, but we cannot entirely forsake our humanity and descend into mere killing machines. That I seek to find a balance between power and compassion. Compassion? Zhang Xiaofan sneered. In this world, compassion will only render you weak. We should abandon all remnants of humanity and wholeheartedly pursue strength and victory. Zhang Xiaofan, I understand your viewpoint. Bai Ming Shui interjected gently, but I believe Alpha's proposal holds merit. We ought to preserve our humanity and not fully succumb to becoming instruments of slaughter. Indeed, as Alpha has articulated, becoming a member of the royal family not only grants us formidable power, but also allows us to exert our influence to uphold the order of this world. Hector concurred. Zhang Xiaofan fell silent for a moment before he finally sighed. Very well, since both of you have expressed such sentiments, I shall reluctantly agree to give it a try. However, I must confess that I prefer our current way of life, overcoming all adversaries through our own strength to attain power and glory. I understand your perspective, Alpha smiled, but once you become members of the royal family, you too can fervently pursue power and the thrill of combat. Moreover, you will wield your influence to maintain the world's order, rendering it a more harmonious and beautiful place. Then it is settled. Zhang Xiaofan nodded. We accept your invitation to become members of your royal family. However, I have one condition. We wish to continue living as we do now, unbound by any constraints. That, of course. Alpha replied with a smile. As members of the royal family, you are my kin. I shall impose no restrictions on your actions, only hoping that you remember your mission at all times, to protect this world and uphold peace. With that, he extended a hand, slowly coalescing a brilliant light. The radiance gradually formed into a resplendent badge, hovering in midair. This is the mark of royalty, Alpha declared. Once you don it, you will officially become members of my royal family. The three exchanged glances before reaching out to touch the badge. Simultaneously, the surge of immense energy coursed through their bodies, instilling them with an unprecedented sense of power. What an overwhelming force! Bai Ming Shui exclaimed, I can feel an extraordinary wave of energy. Indeed, Hector added excitedly, This is the power that a royal member ought to possess. It seems we shall be unstoppable in the realm of slaughter henceforth. Zhang Xiaofan squinted, scrutinizing the icy badge in his hand, that he could distinctly sense that his abilities had undergone a qualitative leap, particularly in his ice-related powers, which had ascended to an unparalleled level. This is indeed a remarkable gift. He mused with a faint smile. It appears that joining your royal family will undoubtedly grant us vast power. However, I hope we can still act according to our own will in the future. Rest assured, Alpha chuckled. As long as you abide by the royal code, I shall not interfere with your actions. On the contrary, I will do my utmost to assist you in becoming even stronger. The trio nodded in agreement, having reached a consensus. Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the air. They quickly turned to see the massive beast from earlier charging towards them once more. What is happening? Hector exclaimed. Did it not heed Alpha's command just now? It seems it is not entirely under my control. Alpha frowned. It may have been influenced by some other powerful entity, prompting it to attack us again. Then let us teach it a lesson, Zhang Xiaofan declared with a cold smirk. As the new members of the royal family, we bear the responsibility of maintaining the order of this world. With that, he unleashed a powerful ice attack, combining it with Beiming Shui's torrent of water and Hector's poisonous mist, creating an unstoppable offensive. Despite the beast's formidable defenses, it began to feel the threat under their coordinated assault. It let out a pained roar as its scales began to crack. Last, our attacks are having an effect, Beiming Shui exclaimed with excitement. With a little more effort, we shall defeat it completely. Just as the trio was unleashing their full assault, Alpha suddenly called out to halt them. Wait, do not kill it. What? Zhang Xiaofan looked at Alpha in astonishment. Why not? Is it not our enemy? Indeed, it is my subject. Alpha nodded. However, I wish for you to subdue it in a gentler manner, rather than slaying it outright, but a gentler approach. Hector shook his head. In this realm of slaughter, merely subduing such a powerful foe is already a tall order. You expect us to do so more gently? I understand your concerns, Alpha sighed, but as members of the royal family, you should hold yourselves to a higher standard that I hope you can harness your powers while minimizing unnecessary harm. Zhang Xiaofan remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. Since you insist, let us see if we can subdue it through other means. With that, he concentrated once more, channeling the ice energy within him. His hands swiftly formed into sharp ice blades, which he then propelled toward the beast with blinding speed. Although the ice blades left deep gashes on the creature's body, they did not inflict mortal wounds. Simultaneously, Beiming Shui and Hector unleashed torrents of water and poisonous mist, encircling the beast. Through their combined efforts, the massive creature gradually fell under their control. It let out a feeble roar before collapsing to the ground. Utterly immobilized, well done, Alpha praised with a smile. You have demonstrated exceptional strength and wisdom, successfully subduing my subject without causing it harm. As royal family members, you truly bring me great joy. This has indeed been a valuable exercise. Zhang Xiaofan remarked as he withdrew his ice blades that we must learn to seek balance between power and mercy. Precisely, Beiming Shui nodded in agreement. We should not entirely forsake our humanity. Rather, we must strive to retain a semblance of kindness amidst the brutality of our surroundings. Only then can we truly grow stronger. Then it is decided, Hector said with a smile. From this day forth, we shall be the guardians of this realm of slaughter, shouldering the heavy responsibility of maintaining peace. Let us strive together to change this world with our strength. The three exchanged smiles, filled with vigor and resolve. Alpha nodded in satisfaction before turning to walk into the distance. Come along, I shall take you to meet my other royal family members. I believe that with your addition, we can surely lead this world towards a bright new future. Zhang Xiaofan, Beiming Shui, and Hector exchanged glances before following in Alpha's footsteps, embarking on this unknown journey together. Just as they were about to depart, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly recalled the near-death creature. He turned back to see that the creature lay quietly on the ground, seemingly fully restored. What about that creature? Zhang Xiaofan inquired. Oh, it is perfectly fine now. Alpha smiled. I assisted a little. It can move freely now. Let us go and not let it delay our progress. Zhang Xiaofan nodded and rejoined the group. Though a twinge of worry lingered in his heart, uncertain whether that creature might pose a threat again. Following Alpha, Zhang Xiaofan emerged from the valley and arrived at a peculiar rift in space. It emanated powerful energy waves, resembling an entrance to another world. "This is the passage to the royal domain," Alpha explained. "Once we enter, we shall arrive at the royal family's residence. As new members, you three shall accompany me inside." The trio nodded and stepped into the rift together. The scene before them underwent a dramatic transformation. What was once a dark, narrow passage suddenly expanded into a spacious, radiant expanse, suffused with dazzling energy. "This is the royal territory," Bai Shui gasped in a "It is truly magnificent." "Indeed," Alpha replied with a smile. "This is the realm where our beastly royal family thrives, though situated in the depths of this realm of slaughter. It possesses boundless power." As the three surveyed their surroundings, they noticed an array of various beastly forms bustling about in every direction. Some are engaged in intense combat training, while others are engaged in discussions of various matters. All beings exude a formidable aura, evoking a deep sense of reverence. It appears that the members here are indeed exceptionally powerful entities. Hector sincerely expressed his desire to see if he could carve out a place for himself among them. "Fear not. You shall undoubtedly find your rightful place here," Alpha replied with a smile. "As newly inducted members of the royal family, you will quickly acclimate to life here." That moment, a tall figure strode towards them from a distance. It was a creature of peculiar design, its entire body adorned with golden scales that radiated a dazzling light. "Is this the new member you mentioned?" the creature inquired in a deep voice. "Indeed, they are the three," Alpha said with a smile. "Zhang Xiaofan, Bai Shui, and Hector. Allow me to introduce you to our royal lord." "Odin, it is a pleasure to meet you." Odin nodded. "As new members, I hope you will dedicate yourselves to your studies and strive to become truly formidable warriors of the royal family." "We will give it our all," Zhang Xiaofan replied calmly. "As members of the royal family, we shall do our utmost to uphold the order and peace of this world." "Excellent," Odin said, nodding in satisfaction. "Now, allow me to take you to meet the other members of the royal family." With that, he turned and led everyone deeper into the palace. There, they encountered more members of the beastly royal lineage, each radiating a terrifying presence. Zhang Xiaofan surveyed these powerful beings, a surge of intense curiosity rising within him. What astonishing powers and secrets does this royal family of beasts possess? Soon, they arrived before a grand palace. Odin pushed open the enormous doors, ushering everyone inside. The interior of the palace was filled with countless waves of energy, exuding a heart-stopping aura. At the center, upon a magnificent throne, sat a towering beast, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful presence. "This is our royal family's supreme leader, Tsar," Odin respectfully stated. "He's the mightiest among our lineage." Tsar slowly opened his eyes, scrutinizing the three newcomers. After a long pause, he spoke. "So, these are the new members you mentioned?" "Yes, my lord," Alpha replied with reverence. "They each possess extraordinary strength and potential that I believe that, with proper guidance, they will become outstanding warriors within the royal family." Tsar raised an eyebrow. "Let me witness their strength." With that, he rose from his throne and approached the three. His massive form radiated an overwhelming energy, causing the trio to instinctively shudder. "Follow me," Tsar commanded in a deep voice. "I shall personally assess your abilities." He turned and departed, prompting the three to hastily follow. After navigating a series of winding corridors, they arrived at an expansive training ground. "This is our royal family's designated training area," Tsar announced. "Here, you shall undergo the most rigorous trials." Zhang Xiaofan and the others felt a tightening in their chests, bracing themselves for what lay ahead. In no time, Tsar stood at the center of the arena, his piercing gaze fixed upon them. "Very well, let us begin," he said with a cold snort. "Show me if you newcomers are worthy of joining our royal family." With that, he stomped his foot, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that surged towards the trio. Zhang Xiaofan, Bai Shui, and Hector exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks to meet Tsar's onslaught head-on. Their ice, water, and poison abilities intertwined in the air, forming a powerful defensive barrier that successfully thwarted Tsar's assault. "Humph, not bad," Tsar remarked with a huff. It seems you do possess commendable strength. With a wave of his hand, a tempest of wind roared to life, encircling the three. Zhang Xiaofan gritted his teeth, channeling all his ice abilities in an attempt to withstand the fierce storm. However, he soon felt the strain, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as the trio was about to falter, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before them. Alpha? Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise. Alpha stood with arms outstretched, radiant light emanating from him as he effortlessly countered Czar's tempestuous assault. That is enough, Lord Czar. Alpha spoke firmly. Such an attack is far too potent for them at this stage. Czar arched an eyebrow before retracting his offensive. It seems you require further training, he stated coldly, that if you cannot withstand even my basic attacks, your eligibility for the royal family remains in question. Zhang Xiaofan and the others gasped for breath, uncertain how to respond. They had never anticipated facing such a powerful challenge in such a short span of time. However, Czar continued, the fact that you maintained your composure and perseverance in such a harsh environment is commendable. With that, he turned and strode away from the training ground. All right, take a moment to rest, Alpha said gently. Lord Czar can indeed be excessively stringent. Yet I believe that with continued effort, you will soon adapt to life here. The trio nodded appreciatively, their gratitude evident as they regarded Alpha. They finally understood that establishing themselves within this royal family would not be an easy endeavor, but we will strive twice as hard. Zhang Xiaofan declared resolutely to become truly powerful royal warriors. We must transcend our limits. Excellent, Alpha smiled. With such determination, I am confident you will grow swiftly. I will do my utmost to assist you in acclimatizing to life here, so that you may soon integrate into the royal family. The three felt a surge of gratitude. Their resolve strengthened. They recognized that from this day forward, they would face even more brutal trials. Yet as long as they persevered, they would surely find their rightful place within this realm. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted nearby. Alpha furrowed his brow and quickly exited the training ground. The trio followed closely behind, eager to uncover the cause of the commotion. In a nearby square, a group of beasts was embroiled in a heated dispute. Zhang Xiaofan observed closely, recognizing several of the creatures as those they had recently defeated. How did they end up here? He wondered aloud. It seems another conflict has erupted. Alpha sighed. I must go mediate. You three wait for me here. With that, he hastily moved into the crowd, attempting to quell the discord. Meanwhile, the trio remained on the sidelines, filled with perplexity. What is happening? Bai Mingshui whispered. Why are those creatures here, and why are they quarreling with other royal members? I am uncertain, Zhang Xiaofan frowned, but I have a nagging feeling that there is a secret here we do not yet comprehend. Could it be that there are conflicts and disputes within this royal family? Hector expressed his concern that if they cannot maintain peace, how are we to establish ourselves here? The three exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with doubt. They had initially believed that joining this royal family would grant them immense power and a stable environment. Yet now, it seemed that matters were far more complex than they had anticipated. Just then, Alpha emerged from the throng, his expression weary. What transpired? Zhang Xiaofan rushed forward. What just happened? It is as follows, Alpha sighed. The creatures involved were new members who arrived from the outside world. They sought to join our royal family, but inadvertently provoked the discontent of some of the older members. Why is that? Bai Mingshui inquired, perplexed. Is there discrimination against new members within the royal family? No, it's not entirely like that. Alpha shook his head and said, the issue lies in the fact that the new members possess certain unique abilities, which has incited concern among the older members regarding their own positions. This has led to disputes. Unique abilities? Zhang Xiaofan squinted. Is it akin to the ice powers we initially acquired? More or less. Alpha nodded. However, the abilities of these new members appear to be even more extraordinary and formidable. This has heightened the vigilance and unease of the older members. The trio fell silent upon hearing this. Clearly, within this royal family, there existed struggles for power and dark undertones. They had originally believed that joining this place would ensure safety and peace, but it now seemed far from straightforward. It appears we have much yet to learn. Zhang Xiaofan sighed. To survive in this ruthless royal family, mere strength would not suffice. Indeed, Alpha concurred. You must remain ever vigilant, wary of the schemes that lurk beneath the surface. Only then can you establish yourselves in this environment. The three exchanged determined glances, each reading in the other's a resolute resolve. Having chosen this path, they must be thoroughly prepared to face the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Very well, we understand, Zhang Xiaofan said. But Alpha, what of those new members you mentioned? How are they faring now? Oh, those individuals. Alpha smiled faintly. I have successfully persuaded everyone to temporarily set aside their prejudices and grant them a chance. They are currently undergoing training, preparing to become official members of the royal family. That's good to hear, Bai Ming-shui exhaled. I am pleased to witness the possibility of peaceful coexistence within the royal family. Indeed, peace is a rare commodity, Alpha sighed, especially in this world rife with conflict and bloodshed. Yet, as long as we understand one another and respect each other, I believe that one day we can establish a stable order within our royal lineage. The trio nodded, feeling a strong resonance with Alpha's words. They understood that merely relying on strength was insufficient. Wisdom and political acumen were equally vital to that moment. A deafening roar suddenly echoed from afar. The three turned to see a blinding light flash across the sky, swiftly followed by a tremor of energy that sent shivers down their spines. This is bad. It seems trouble has arisen again. Alpha furrowed his brow. Quickly, let us investigate what has transpired. Without hesitation, the trio followed Alpha towards the source of the light and energy disturbance. As they drew nearer, the energy fluctuations intensified, and a palpable sense of danger filled the air. They soon arrived at a vast plaza, where a terrifying creature, radiating black energy, was roaring in the center. Surrounding royal members were engaged in battle, attempting to thwart the creature's onslaught. What is that? Bai Ming-shui exclaimed, her eyes wide. Its power is overwhelming. Even the royal members seem powerless against it. It appears another formidable outsider has intruded upon our territory, Alpha said somberly. We must subdue it swiftly, or it will wreak havoc. Zhang Xiaofan clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. As a newly inducted royal member, he was eager to demonstrate his prowess. Alpha, let us join the fray, he declared resolutely. We can surely be of assistance. Alpha regarded the trio before finally nodding. Very well, since you are insistent, follow my lead. However, exercise caution. That creature is not something we can easily confront. With that, he led the three into the battlefield. The fearsome creature swung its massive claws wildly, each strike unleashing a tempest of energy. Despite the relentless attacks from the surrounding royal members, they were overshadowed by the creature's might, unable to gain any advantage. This is indeed a powerful intruder. Bai Ming-shui frowned. I wonder if we possess the capability to contend with it. Do not underestimate it. We must proceed with caution, Alpha cautioned. We need to identify its weaknesses if we stand a chance of subduing it. Zhang Xiaofan focused intently on the monstrous being, his mind racing. The below-level talents he had previously acquired, smoke absorption, invisibility, and water control, now felt insufficient to confront such a formidable foe. That moment, Zhang Xiaofan noticed a discernible pattern in the creature's movements. Each time it attacked, it would momentarily lower its guard, revealing vulnerabilities. Everyone, I've detected a pattern in its attacks. Zhang Xiaofan informed Alpha and the others. We can exploit its moments of relaxation to strike. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Alpha nodded. We must swiftly identify its weaknesses. Thus, the trio began to coordinate their assaults. Seizing the opportunities presented by the creature's post-attack lapses, they launched their offensive. Seeking to exploit its vulnerabilities, Bai Ming-shui wielded her ice magic, continually freezing and restraining the creature's movements, while Alpha unleashed his mastery of light magic in an attempt to suppress its energy. Zhang Xiaofan utilized his absorption ability to draw energy from the surroundings, enhancing his own combat capabilities. His B-level smoke and water control also played a role, aiding and hindering the creature's actions. After a fierce exchange, they finally pinpointed the creature's weakness. Following a series of relentless attacks, it exposed a fleeting vulnerability, an opportune moment to deliver a decisive strike. Now, Alpha bellowed, leading the charge. Zhang Xiaofan followed closely. Channeling all his strength to strike at the creature's vital points, Bai Ming-shui conjured a frost spear, aiming directly for its core. The trio executed their attack in perfect harmony, targeting the creature's critical area. The once raging beast let out a pained howl, its body convulsing violently. Just then, the entire plaza was enveloped in a surge of ominous black energy. The creature began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into a viscous black liquid that surged uncontrollably across the plaza. "Be careful, its energy is about to explode," Alpha warned. "We must retreat." The three hastily withdrew, yet they could not entirely evade the oncoming torrent of black energy. The force surged forward like wildfire, consuming everything in its path. Royal members in the plaza found themselves unable to escape, all ensnared by the overwhelming energy. Horrifying screams echoed around them, sending chills down their spines. Just as despair settled over everyone, a powerful stream of water erupted from the ground, engulfing the black energy completely. Zhang Xiaofan, having teleported to the center of the plaza, raised his hands high, utilizing his B-level water control ability to neutralize the catastrophic energy explosion. "Quickly, everyone evacuate," Zhang Xiaofan shouted to the surrounding royal members. "The creature's power is too formidable. We can no longer continue to resist." Heeding his words, Alpha and the others promptly led the retreat. The surging black energy continued to spread wildly across the plaza, threatening to consume all. Zhang Xiaofan gritted his teeth, straining to maintain control over the water flow in an effort to stem the tide of black energy. However, he could feel his strength waning. "This is bad. I can't hold on much longer," Zhang Xiaofan thought anxiously. If the black energy continued to spread, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, a frigid gust of wind swept through, as Bai Ming-shui wielded her frost spear, gradually freezing the encroaching black energy. "Xiaofan, you need to retreat. I will hold this energy back for you," Bai Ming-shui said calmly. "But can you manage it alone?" Zhang Xiaofan asked with concern. "Enough with the chatter. Just go," Bai Ming-shui exclaimed fiercely. "I will be fine. You must go and assist the others." Zhang Xiaofan gazed at the steadfast Bai Ming-shui and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded in agreement before turning to flee towards the others. Alpha and his companions had already evacuated the majority of the royal family members to a place of safety. Upon witnessing Zhang Xiaofan's safe escape, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaofan, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed," Alpha said, patting Zhang Xiaofan on the shoulder. "The strength of that creature was indeed overwhelming, and fortunately, you managed to retreat in time. Indeed, had it not been for Bai Ming-shui shielding me from that dark energy, I fear I would not have escaped unscathed," Zhang Xiaofan replied, his gaze filled with concern as he looked towards the square. "But Bai Ming-shui is still there. I must find a way to save her." "I understand your worries, but ensuring everyone's safety is our most pressing concern," Alpha replied solemnly. "Once we regroup, we will make every effort to rescue Bai Ming-shui." Zhang Xiaofan gritted his teeth and ultimately nodded. He recognized the validity of Alpha's words. The immediate priority was to secure the safety of the others. However, a lingering anxiety for Bai Ming-shui gnawed at him deep within that moment. A tremendous explosion echoed from the square. A thick plume of black smoke billowed upwards, instilling a sense of dread. "This is bad. It seems the situation has worsened." Alpha frowned and immediately led the others toward the square. Zhang Xiaofan followed closely behind. His heart brimming with anxiety and worry, he swiftly employed his B-ranked invisibility skill, stealthily infiltrating the square. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. Though the terrifying black creature had been vanquished, the destruction it wrought was catastrophic. Bai Ming-shui lay on the ground, barely conscious, her body marred by severe burns and wounds. The dark energy swirled around her, seemingly poised to engulf her at any moment. "No, Bai Ming-shui!" A pang of anguish struck Zhang Xiaofan as he rushed forward, that he utilized his B-ranked water control ability to the utmost, striving to isolate the dark energy and protect Bai Ming-shui. Yet he could feel his strength waning rapidly. "Hold on, Bai Ming-shui. I will save you." Zhang Xiaofan grasped Bai Ming-shui's hand tightly, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. At that moment, Alpha and the others arrived at the square. and upon witnessing the grim scene, their hearts ached in unison. Quickly, we must do everything we can to save Baiming Shui. Alpha shouted. We cannot allow her to sacrifice herself. The royal family members immediately sprang into action, wielding various spells and abilities in an attempt to obliterate the dark energy once and for all. Zhang Xiaofan steadfastly guarded Baiming Shui, exerting all his effort to maintain his water control. He understood that as long as the dark energy persisted, Baiming Shui could not be safe. Just then, a sudden surge of energy swept in from the distance. A brilliant light flashed across the sky, followed by a formidable force. What is this? Another powerful outsider has arrived. Alpha furrowed his brow and swiftly prepared everyone for battle. Zhang Xiaofan remained resolutely protective of the unconscious Baiming Shui, his gaze fixed firmly on the approaching energy wave. No matter who it is, I must protect Baiming Shui, he silently vowed. This time, I will ensure her safety. At that moment, the energy wave finally reached the square. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the imminent threat. The energy coalesced in the center of the square, forming a massive vortex that gradually took on a humanoid shape. All eyes were riveted on the emerging figure, filled with trepidation, when the form fully materialized. The crowd collectively gasped. It was a tall man clad in a blood-red robe, his eyes radiating a golden glow. He exuded an overwhelming and oppressive aura that sent chills down the spines of all present. Who is this? His power is astonishing. Alpha frowned, gripping his weapon tightly. Everyone, exercise caution and do not act recklessly. The imposing man slowly surveyed his surroundings, his voice cold as he spoke. To find such insignificant creatures in my world of slaughter is truly disappointing. With that, he suddenly waved his hand, and a torrent of energy surged forth, engulfing the entire square. The royal family members were instantly thrown back by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Xiaofan strained to shield the unconscious Baiming Shui, barely withstanding the onslaught of energy, yet he sensed his strength dissipating rapidly. Damn it, who is this man? How can his power be so formidable? Zhang Xiaofan thought anxiously, fearing he might soon be unable to hold on. At that moment, the towering man approached Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui. Emanating a chilling and suffocating aura, it seems you possess some ability to withstand my attack. However, to me, you are nothing more than insignificant ants, he remarked coldly. Zhang Xiaofan clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. He understood that this man was no ordinary foe, yet he would never relent in his duty to protect Baiming Shui. I do not care who you are. I will protect Baiming Shui with all my strength, Zhang Xiaofan shouted. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not hesitate. The tall man smirked coldly at his defiance. Oh, you dare to oppose me so arrogantly? Very well. Allow me to teach you a lesson, you mere insect. With that, he gestured, and a terrifying black energy coalesced into a massive blade, hurtling towards Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan held Baiming Shui close, closing his eyes and bracing himself for death. But just as the blade was about to strike him, a blinding light suddenly descended from the heavens, shattering the black energy. What? The tall man turned in astonishment to see an elder in white robes hovering in mid-air, glaring at him with fury. Cease this at once, Dubois, the elder commanded sternly. Your actions have egregiously violated the rules of the world of slaughter. The man named Dubois snorted disdainfully. Humph, you old fool, you really do meddle too much. However, this world has long been in chaos. I merely wish to expedite the process. Enough, the elder shouted. You have grossly abused your power. Now, I shall temporarily seal you until you can recognize your mistakes. With that, the elder waved his hands, and a radiant light enveloped Dubois. He let out a furious roar, but ultimately succumbed to the light, dissolving into specks of luminescence that vanished from sight. Once Dubois was sealed, the elder slowly descended, approaching Zhang Xiaofan and Baiming Shui. Children, it is a great relief that you are unharmed, the elder said kindly. That fellow was exceedingly reckless and nearly harmed you. Zhang Xiaofan stared in astonishment at the elder, instinctively shielding the unconscious Baiming Shui. Who are you? What did that man call you? Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. The elder replied with a gentle smile. I am Sierra, the overseer of the world of slaughter. The man you just encountered was Dubois, one of the slaughters I dispatched to monitor this realm. Zhang Xiaofan gasped in shock. Slaughterer, are you saying that this world of slaughter was created by you? Indeed. We are the architects of this world, Sierra nodded. However, it seems to have strayed far from our original design, descending into chaos. He sighed heavily. Expressing sorrow, Dubois has been misusing his power, tormenting the inhabitants of this world. I have long sought to stop him, but his strength is too formidable, and I have been unable to fully contain him. Zhang Xiaofan paused for a moment in silence before speaking. Then why did you create such a brutal world? Was it merely to bully its inhabitants? No, certainly not. Sierra shook his head. Our true intention in creating this world was to allow its denizens to gain strength and grow through their own efforts and struggles. We hope to assist them in becoming more powerful. Regrettably, things have not unfolded as we had hoped, he sighed, lamenting that Dubois had seized the opportunity to abuse his power, rendering this world increasingly cruel and chaotic. I have been striving to impede him, yet he is simply too formidable. Zhang Xiaofan pondered for a moment before responding. I comprehend. What are your intentions now? Do you plan to remain in this world to confront Dubois? No, I have temporarily sealed Dubois away, Sierra replied, shaking his head. However, this does not provide a comprehensive solution that I intend to leave this world for a while to organize my thoughts and contemplate how to restore peace. He gazed at the unconscious Baiming Shui with concern and added, by the way, this girl has sustained severe injuries. Allow me to assist her healing. With that, Sierra placed his palm over Baiming Shui's wounds, a warm radiance flowing into her. Gradually, her severely injured skin regained its luster, and the wounds began to mend. Very well. She should be out of danger now, Sierra said gently. Please take good care of her. Once I have resolved my affairs, I shall return to check on you. Following his words, he slowly ascended, soaring towards the heavens. Zhang Xiaofan watched Sierra's retreating figure, his heart awash with complex emotions. How was this so-called world of slaughter created? And what was the origin of that individual named Dubois? All of this left Zhang Xiaofan in a state of confusion. However, the priority now was to tend to the injured Baiming Shui. He carefully cradled her in his arms and made his way towards the location of the other royal family members. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan return safely, Alpha and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Yet their expressions soured upon noticing the unconscious Baiming Shui in his embrace. Baiming Shui, what has happened to her? Alpha furrowed his brow. What did that dreadful individual do to her? She has sustained grave injuries. But fortunately, someone arrived just in time to save us. Zhang Xiaofan explained succinctly, noting that the individual had claimed to have temporarily sealed the perpetrator away. Who is that person? Is he trustworthy? Alpha inquired warily. His name is Sierra, the administrator of this world of slaughter, Zhang Xiaofan elucidated, suggesting that this world had indeed been crafted by them. Alpha and the others gasped in shock. What? This world was created by them. Why would they fashion such a brutal environment? He mentioned that their original intention was for the inhabitants here to grow stronger through their own efforts. Yet for reasons unknown, things veered off course and descended into chaos. Zhang Xiaofan sighed. Nevertheless, our foremost concern now is to care for Baiming Shui. You are right, Alpha nodded. Everyone, let us quickly transport Baiming Shui to a safe place for treatment, though we must ensure her well-being and facilitate her swift recovery. The others promptly stepped forward, carefully taking Baiming Shui from Zhang Xiaofan and moving towards a distant safe haven. Zhang Xiaofan followed silently at the rear, his heart brimming with worry and anger. What secrets lay hidden within this so-called world of slaughter? And who exactly was that Dubois? He clenched his fists, resolutely vowing, I must unravel all of this and utilize my power to transform this cruel world. No matter the cost, I will ensure the safety of Baiming Shui and the others. Zhang Xiaofan's fists tightened. His emotions towards this world of slaughter, created by the administrators, were a tangled web of feelings. While he felt indignation at the world's cruel nature, he also harbored a flicker of curiosity and interest as a newly inducted member of the royal family. He had the opportunity to hone his skills and grow stronger within this world. Moreover, given the current chaos, it seemed that someone was needed to uphold order and alter the status quo. Zhang Xiaofan pondered. Since this world is the creation of the administrators, there must be some special mechanisms and rules in place. If I could grasp these rules, perhaps I could gain power within this world and ultimately change it. Just as Zhang Xiaofan was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly broke through. Xiaofan. What are you thinking about? It was Baiming Shui, now awake, gazing at him with concern. Baiming Shui, you are finally awake. Zhang Xiaofan rushed to her side. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? I am fine. Thanks to the elder's healing, Baiming Shui replied softly. But you seem troubled by something. Zhang Xiaofan succinctly recounted the recent events. Upon hearing this, Baiming Shui was equally astonished, unable to fathom that this brutal world had been crafted by the administrators. That individual named Dubois is truly terrifying, Baiming Shui remarked anxiously. If it weren't for that elder's timely intervention, we might have faced a dire fate. Zhang Xiaofan nodded. Indeed, this world harbors numerous unknown dangers. However, I believe that since it was created by the administrators, it must have its own rules and mechanisms. With unwavering determination, he declared, I plan to thoroughly explore this world of slaughter to understand its essence. By mastering these rules, we may gain the power to alter this cruel world.